With a swift gesture, a surge of searing red energy burst forth, engulfing Mike in an instant. But in the very next moment, Mike's body erupted in a terrifying explosion. Violet energy of destruction rapidly expanded within him, swelling until it tore his body apart. He was choosing to self-destruct, determined to take Jiangbai with him in a final act of desperation. Boom! A deafening blast shattered the air as the violet destructive energy shot into the sky, startling Charles and the others nearby. Mike's self-destruction had enough force to wipe out the entire Xavier School for gifted youngsters. Yet Jiangbai acted just in time. A wave of blue energy swept out from him. He isolated Mike's exploding form within a bubble of space, sealing away even the violent, destructive energy, preventing it from spilling into reality. Thanks to this, the school was spared from annihilation. As the energy faded, Jiangbai appeared before everyone, his expression unmoved. Even if Jiangbai had done nothing, Mike's explosion wouldn't have been enough to harm him. The blast energy was nowhere near powerful enough to shatter the biological shield that protected him. Not to mention, he still had the powers of the horse and dog talismans to bolster him. After Mike's self-destruction, everyone fell silent, attacks ceasing altogether. Charles gazed at the spot where Mike had detonated, his heart weighed down with sorrow. After Apocalypse was dealt with, Charles had used his abilities to halt all the mutants under Apocalypse's command, learning Mike's story in the process. Apocalypse had given them hope, and now, with Apocalypse slain by Jiangbai, Mike found the reality unbearable. He couldn't face returning to a life of hiding, always on the run, barely surviving. So he unleashed every shred of destructive power within him, hoping to take Jiangbai down with him. But Jiangbai had effortlessly sealed him away with spatial powers, leaving Mike's sacrifice in vain. At that moment, Kingpin's henchmen began scrambling to flee the Mutant Academy. Jiangbai noticed, but made no move to stop them. After all, Charles and the others were unconcerned. It was Apocalypse who had led them to attack the academy, not Jiangbai. Since Charles didn't care about their escape, Jiangbai saw no reason to intervene either. His gaze shifted toward Wanda, Lorna, and Pietro. Just then, Magneto's helmet had fallen into Pietro's hands. Magneto's face was mottled with bruises. Under Wanda's psychic control, he was being dragged before Jiangbai and the others. Completely dominated by Wanda, Magneto couldn't use his powers at all. Jiangbai raised an eyebrow as he watched Magneto, fresh from a beating at the hands of Wanda, Lorna, and Pietro, being hauled over. Far from thinking they'd gone too far, Jiangbai felt Magneto had it coming. Magneto, scowling, was forced to stand before him. Jiang, we gave him a good, hard beating. As long as you're happy with it, Charles. What do you plan to do with these remaining mutants? Their powers have all been enhanced by Apocalypse, and bringing them into your school could be a valuable addition to your ranks. The X-Men are too few. Perhaps you can recruit a few among them. All right, for now, that's probably the best we can do. With that, everyone began cleaning up the battlefield. The students who had been hiding behind the school now rushed out, and the few hundred mutants who remained all joined Charles's Mutant Academy. Daredevil and the Punisher thanked Charles and the others, then left without another word. Spider-Man, Peter Parker, looked at Tony and Jiangbai with barely contained excitement. After greeting Tony, Charles, Chala, and the others, Jiangbai used his spatial powers to open a portal, leading Wanda, Lorna, Pietro, Martin, Kane, and the rest back to the manor on Skull Island. As for the military base, the soldiers who had been under Apocalypse's control all regained their senses after his death. Magneto, meanwhile, was left for Charles to handle. The two had been friends for years, and now, without the helmet Apocalypse had made for him, Magneto was powerless to resist Charles's psychic abilities. Jiangbai wasn't worried about him causing any more trouble. Wanda, Lorna, and Pietro, however, didn't seem inclined to acknowledge Magneto as their father, and Jiangbai didn't interfere. Tony and Chala soon departed from the Mutant Academy as well, with Tony taking Spider-Man back to Queens, New York. Eric, I think we need to talk. There's nothing to discuss. Humans and mutants can never coexist in peace, and you can't stop me forever. You know you'll never succeed. And tell me, do you know who those 3 children who attacked you were? I don't know, and don't tell me you think 3 kids would change my mind. You're getting more and more naive, Charles. But what if they were your own son and daughters? Once all the mutants had been settled, Charles entered a room where Magneto, Eric, was waiting. Charles gazed at him with a complex expression, but Eric was unmoved. The loss of his wife and daughter had left his hatred for humanity at its peak. Not even his old friend could sway his convictions, until Charles revealed the truth about Wanda, Lorna, and Pietro. Eric stared at Charles in utter disbelief, his eyes flickering with shock, confusion, and doubt. Are you joking? How could they possibly be my children? Stop it, Charles, this isn't funny at all. Is that so? Haven't you noticed the familiar metal-controlling power, just like yours? I'm not lying, Eric. They're all your children. That boy's name is Pietro, and the one with the white wings appearing behind her is Wanda. The one who controls metal is Lorna. They've all been taken in by Jiang by now, the man who defeated Apocalypse. Think carefully about what you've done in the past. Maybe you'll recall something. My children? Why would they be adopted by him? Before you ask that, you should really take a good look at yourself. Wanda and Pietro were originally adopted by a couple in Sokovia. Then war broke out in Sokovia. Their home was destroyed, and a missile landed right in front of them. The siblings hid beneath the rubble, staring at that missile for 3 days. In the end, it was Jiang Bai who rescued them, and then adopted them. As for Lorna, she'd been wandering for years, always on a run from various organizations. I'm not sure exactly what happened, but eventually Jiang Bai took her in as well. That's when she reunited with Wanda and Pietro. What's certain is that all 3 of them are your children. That's also why the 3 of them joined forces against you. My children? Think about it. Maybe you should try connecting with them. Try to acknowledge them as your children. Charles looked at Eric's stunned expression. After saying this final sentence, he stood up and quietly left the room, leaving Eric alone with his thoughts. The reason Charles encouraged Eric to reach out to Wanda and the others was because, no matter what, Eric was his old friend. He was also Wanda and the others' father. The misfortunes that befell them were, in part, Eric's responsibility, but that didn't mean there was no chance for reconciliation. If possible, Charles still hoped his friend could recognize his own children. When Charles left the room, Eric, finally coming to his senses, gazed out the window with a complex look in his eyes. He never expected that he had 2 daughters and a son, all grown now, and each as powerful as himself. One of his daughters had even inherited his abilities. Back at the manor, Jiang Bai sat on the sofa, looking perplexed. He still hadn't received any notification from the system. Based on past experience, the awakening of Apocalypse should have advanced the mutant's timeline, and since he played a part in it, he ought to have earned another chance to draw a trading partner from the system. But now, the system remained utterly silent. He was baffled, if not a bit helpless. No matter how he tried to call for the system, it gave no response. Clearly, this system wasn't all that intelligent. After returning to the manor, Martin and Kane immediately ran outside. The great battle just now was nothing but child's play to them, not nearly thrilling enough. So, the 2 of them decided to go seek out the giant skeletal lizard and other colossal creatures for a real fight. The reason the 2 chose to do this was to rapidly increase their own strength. Martin had already developed his black tortoise fruit to a formidable level, and Kane could now channel even more magical power. In battles like these, constantly pushing the limits of their bodies, the faster their abilities would grow. Originally, Martin thought his future would amount to nothing more than serving as Jiang Bai's loyal butler. Who could have expected such a twist of fate? This unexpected opportunity began to awaken the passion that had long lain dormant in his heart. After all, he was once the captain of a Navy SEAL team. Those days of bullets flying and chaos raging were his true element. Martin, so used to that life, would sometimes find himself missing it. But now he could relive the rush of adrenaline from those times, and even face opponents far stronger than before. When Wanda, Lorna, and Pietro returned to the manor, there was no joy on their faces. Instead, they looked weighed down and troubled. Naturally, it was because of Magneto, Eric. Though they had given their irresponsible and infuriating father quite the beating, there was no satisfaction to be found. Instead, their spirits were low and conflicted. Their feelings for Eric were tangled and hard to untangle. After all, Eric had abandoned them and never showed up when they needed him most. Seeing their despondent faces, Mary, who was coming down the stairs, felt a pang of sorrow. She knew what Wanda and the others had been through, and seeing them so lost and helpless tugged at her heart. Taking a seat beside Wanda, Mary spoke to them gently. Don't be upset, all right? None of us want to see you sink into sadness over this. If you feel you haven't had your fill, I can go back out, give him another good thrashing, and drag him back for you to deal with as you please. There's no need to struggle over whether or not to acknowledge him as your father. It's really not important, whether you choose to or not. We will always be your family. No matter what, everyone in this manor stand behind you. So don't let this weigh you down. It's not worth it. We need to look forward. You've all made it through so many hardships before, and I know you'll overcome this one too. Wanda said, Thank you, Mary. I understand now. Lorna echoed, Yes, thank you, Mary. Pietro added, We'll always be family. Jiang Bai smiled and said, That's what family is for, to stand behind you no matter what. Don't worry, if the sky falls, I'll be the one to hold it up. Eric won't cause any trouble as long as I'm here. As long as the 3 of you are happy, that's all that matters to me. Mary, who was sitting beside Wanda, began to comfort and encourage them. Having already become Jiang Bai's woman and been completely won over by him, Mary considered herself a true member of the family. Naturally, she couldn't bear to see Wanda, Lorna, and Pietro sinking into gloom. After listening to Mary's words, Wanda, Lorna, and Pietro looked up at her, the helplessness and sadness in their eyes gradually fading away. At their age, not knowing how to face such situations was perfectly normal. Even many adults would struggle to make a choice on the spot. Some people might choose denial, others acceptance. Both paths have their own reasons and justifications. Human beings are complex creatures, and so are emotions. The best way is just to follow your heart. What must come will eventually come. Seeing the spark of hope return to Wanda, Lorna, and Pietro's eyes, Jiang Bai smiled gently and spoke. Since coming back to the manor, he had noticed the state they were in, but he hoped they could find their own way through it. After all, these were things they would have to face sooner or later. You can avoid things for a while, but not forever. Besides, with his current strength, no matter what choices or decisions they made, he could keep them safe. Even though Magneto's powers have been enhanced by Apocalypse, Jiang Bai didn't see him as a real threat. His own mastery over magnetism was at least on par with Magneto's, not to mention his many other abilities. Emma and Clarice, standing nearby, also smiled at this scene. But there was a flicker of envy in Clarice's eyes. Never having truly experienced family herself, Clarice deeply envied Wanda and the others. Although she had once been taken in by Sabretooth, that rough brute could barely take care of himself, let alone give Clarice the tender care she needed. In a peculiar, isolated space. Clearly, your plan has failed, so it's time for you to leave Earth. If you need a hand, I'd be happy to see you off. Don't get too comfortable. You can't protect Earth forever. That's not your concern. The next time you set foot on Earth, don't blame me for paying a visit to the Hell Dimension myself. Ancient One, we'll see who has the last word. A white-haired gentleman, impeccably dressed and radiating aristocratic elegance, was speaking with a woman in yellow robes, her face serene and composed. This was Mephisto, the Lord of the Hell Dimension, a demon who delighted in deceiving human souls. The other was none other than the Sorcerer Supreme, the Guardian of Earth, the Ancient One. Watching Mephisto's departing figure, the Ancient One wasted no time. She opened a glowing portal and stepped back into Kamartaj. Yet her heart was far from calm, for Jiang Bai had disrupted Mephisto's plans. Mephisto was very likely to set his sights on Jiang Bai, whose future was closely tied to the fate of the Earth. If Jiang Bai were to fall under Mephisto's sway, unpredictable situations could arise, and Earth itself might face catastrophic disaster. Yet, the Ancient One chose not to warn Jiang Bai directly. Instead, she simply increased her surveillance of him. His abilities now were far beyond what they once were. Even that mouse, skilled in magic, could wield spatial spells with a dexterity that even she struggled to match. What's more, it was layering various spatial magics into a single formation, something that demanded extraordinary mental strength and mastery over magical energy. She was intensely curious about the source of the mouse's power. After all, at Kamartaj, all magic ultimately drew on the might of dimensional gods. She herself had borrowed power without returning it, but she quickly gave up on probing further. That mouse, like the cat and mouse from before, clearly was not a creature of this world, and there was simply no telling what set it apart. Tony returned to his home and immediately set about researching more powerful armor. The enemies he was encountering were only growing stronger, so his suits had to evolve at an even faster pace. He also needed to assemble the Iron Legion he'd envisioned. Not only would this help him in battle, but it could also save ordinary people in times of crisis. At his workbench, Tony activated the holographic display and began designing new armor alongside Jarvis. Meanwhile, construction continued on the manor he was building on Skull Island. Jarvis would occasionally report on the progress. Tony's manor was situated not far from Jiang Bai's own estate. After Tony brought Spider-Man back to Queens, the young hero hurried home. He'd been gone for a day and a half. Aunt May was sure to be worried. With the help of his webs, he quickly slipped in through his bedroom window, changed out of his Spider-Man suit, and put on regular clothes. What, Peter? You're upstairs? I was just looking for you. Where have you been? You didn't even take your phone. I almost called the police. Sorry, Aunt May. I was at Ned's playing with Lego. I lost track of time. I promise this is the last time. Next time I'll bring my phone. Oh, thank goodness you're all right. You have no idea how worried I was. There's still some food in the kitchen. I'll heat it up for you. Thanks, Aunt May. I'm pretty hungry right now. As soon as Peter came downstairs, he ran into May. After a quick and vague explanation, May went into the kitchen to warm up his dinner. What Peter didn't know was that May had already called Ned and learned Peter hadn't been at his house. But seeing that Peter didn't want to talk about it, she decided not to press any further. After all, Peter was raised by her. How could she not know what kind of person he was? She could tell at a glance that Peter was lying. Still, Peter was no longer a child. He needed his own private space. As long as Peter was safe, she decided not to press him further. Peter let out a sigh of relief when he saw May walk into the kitchen. He hadn't expected to be controlled by that mutant. The memory of being manipulated alongside Daredevil and the Punisher, forced to attack other mutants, still unsettled him. If not for Iron Man and the others, who knew when they might have regained their senses. At that moment, hunger gnawed at his stomach. It had been nearly 2 days since he last ate, and he was already feeling faint with hunger. If not for his unique physiology, he would probably have collapsed by now. In a cutting-edge, top-level laboratory, Norman Osborn stood alone, clad in a white lab coat, studying a vial of green serum. Just moments ago, heavy investment in the gene serum had brought Oscorp to the brink of financial ruin. Even the military contracts had slipped through their fingers. To make matters worse, the board members were actually considering a vote to oust him as CEO. Oscorp was Norman Osborn's legacy. How could he let it fall into anyone else's hands? Fortunately, he still held the largest share of the company, and some board members had yet to take a stand. As a result, the meeting ended without resolution. But Norman understood all too well. If it happened once, it would surely happen again and again. Time was running out, and he needed to develop a gene that could eradicate his family's hereditary disease. This wasn't just for himself. It was for his son, Harry Osborn. If he couldn't solve the problem of their family's genetic condition, Harry's days would be numbered as well. Staring at the green serum before him, Norman hesitated, but eventually picked up the syringe and plunged it into his own body. He was ready to use himself as a test subject. The moment the gene serum entered his bloodstream, Norman felt as though his body were being torn apart. The sudden, excruciating pain sent him writhing and howling on the laboratory floor. But then he remembered. The combat suit he had designed possessed a healing function. Scrambling to his feet, he quickly unlocked a secret door and slipped inside. Fighting through the agony, he donned the armor and activated the healing system, bringing him some relief. Yet in the next instant, his body began to change. His frame started to warp and twist, especially his head and limbs, which no longer resembled anything human. They looked almost alien. The reason was that the serum he had just injected didn't contain only his own experimental gene cocktail. He had secretly added Abaddon's genetic material as well. This caused a dramatic change in the genetic serum, which was the direct reason for the grotesque transformation of Norman Osborn's body. Yet, this mutation did not last long. When it was over, Norman Osborn stepped out of his armored suit and pulled up a full-length mirror. Gazing at his own reflection, his eyes brimmed with pride and manic fervor. In that moment, the darkness within his heart was magnified beyond measure. With the addition of Abaddon's genes, Norman Osborn underwent a transformation, not only mutating, but becoming even more formidable. Thus, a stronger, enhanced Green Goblin was born. His full name was Norman Virgil Osborn, chairman of Oscorp, one of Spider-Man's most notorious foes and the father of Peter Parker's friend, Harry Osborn. It was through the use of Oscorp's experimental human enhancement serum that he gained superhuman abilities. But the serum came with a terrible side effect. It birthed an evil persona within his mind. Driven by this dark self, Osborn poured his immense wealth into creating advanced technology, transforming himself into the Green Goblin. Now, with Abaddon's genes infused into his serum, Norman Osborn's strength far surpassed that of the Green Goblin from the original timeline. Norman Osborn now possessed superhuman strength, able to lift about 50 tons. He also gained extraordinary speed, heightened reflexes, and incredible durability. His regenerative abilities were greatly enhanced, allowing him to heal damaged tissues and even organs. In the original timeline, the Green Goblin typically wore green armor and a devilish helmet with yellow eyes. He rode a vertical thrust glider, the Goblin Glider, which could reach speeds of up to 300 miles per hour, 483 kilometers per hour, and carry about 400 pounds, 181 kilograms, including his own weight. Armed with pumpkin bombs, after drinking the experimental serum, the Green Goblin's power rivaled that of Spider-Man. In battle, he wielded an arsenal of weapons like razor-sharp blades and pumpkin bombs, while the Goblin Glider was equipped with missiles and guns. But now, the Green Goblin utterly overwhelmed Spider-Man. In the original timeline, the Goblin could lift only 9 tons. Now he could lift 50. His regenerative powers had also received a massive boost, all thanks to the genes of Abaddon. Norman Osborn hadn't simply mixed pure Abaddon blood into the genetic serum and injected it into himself. Such recklessness would have caused his body to explode on the spot. The human frame simply could not withstand the genes of such a colossal beast. A direct injection would result in the body rupturing, or the genes collapsing entirely. Immediate death would follow, so the Abaddon genes Osborn incorporated into his serum were carefully diluted. That's why his strength was increased only 5-fold. Not because Abaddon's genes are weak, but because a human body simply cannot bear the full power of a giant beast. Norman Osborn, as an ordinary man, would be courting death if he dared to inject himself like this, unless his body was already exceptionally strong. In that case, even injecting a full dose of Abaddon's bloodline gene wouldn't kill him. At most, it would cause bodily mutations. I did it. Oscorp will be mine alone, and you'll all perish. Norman Osborn stared at his reflection in the mirror, utterly unfazed by his mutated appearance. On the contrary, he was immensely pleased. All the resentment and anger he'd harbored toward the board members erupted at that moment. Without hesitation, he strode toward his suit of armor. He donned the armor once again, then leapt onto his glider and shot out of the laboratory, determined to settle accounts with those board members who sought to oust him. As the president of Oscorp, he knew exactly where each of them lived. Before long, he hovered above one board member's residence and began hurling golden spheres that looked just like pumpkins down below. The moment these spheres struck a surface, they exploded instantaneously, blasting a gaping hole in the villa's roof. A deafening blast shook the air, flames leaping skyward. The explosion immediately alerted and terrified the Oscorp board member inside, who rushed out with his family into the open. Seeing the bizarre figure in green armor floating in the sky, horror filled his eyes. Caw. Excellent. I was waiting for you. Now die. Seeing the board member flee the house, the Green Goblin became even more excited and lobbed a pumpkin bomb straight at them. After another thunderous explosion, the Oscorp board member and his entire family were utterly annihilated, their bones melted away by the bomb's searing heat, blood splattering everywhere. With his grim work done, the Green Goblin rode his glider away, just as the police finally arrived, late to the scene. Surveying the carnage, the lead officer's face darkened. He hadn't expected anyone to be so brazen, committing murder in broad daylight. To kill everyone in the villa under the gaze of so many onlookers. Worse yet, the throng of media reporters nearby made his headache even worse. The most urgent task now was to apprehend the criminal and bring him to justice. Meanwhile, Peter Parker was at home, eating the meal Aunt May had warmed up for him. Yet his eyes never left the live news broadcast on TV. The story was all about the Green Goblin's attack on the Oscorp board member, and plenty of bystanders had managed to capture footage of the villain. The live broadcast included clear shots of the Green Goblin, which startled Peter. He hurriedly finished his meal in a few huge bites, then dashed to his room, pulled on his Spider-Man suit, and slipped out the window, ready to see exactly what was going on. And he was ready to stop the villain. With the help of his webs, he swiftly made his way to Manhattan. There, catching sight of a TV through a storefront window, he realized that the man in green armor was once again attacking innocent people. A sharper sense of urgency pressed on his heart. Deep within a shadowy corner of the sewer, Connors was conducting his experiments. He had reverted to his human form, his once amputated arm now miraculously restored. Yet, as a human, he had lost the formidable powers of his lizard transformation. Driven by this loss, he was determined to continue his research into the lizard serum. He yearned to remain in his lizard form forever, believing that was the next step in human evolution. Overwhelming strength, terrifying speed, razor-sharp reflexes, and an astonishing ability to heal. Even most mutants couldn't compare to his power. This conviction only deepened Connors' resolve. He was now intent on turning all of New York citizens into beings like himself. Such perfect evolution, he thought, should be shared with all of humanity. Spurred on by his wild ambitions, he worked even faster. It didn't take long before he developed another vial of the glowing green lizard serum. Without the slightest hesitation, he grabbed a syringe and injected the serum into his own body. Instead of pain, a wave of exhilaration washed over him as his body hungrily absorbed the serum. Staring at his now green arm, a look of satisfaction flickered in his eyes. However, he was running low on raw materials, so he would have to head to the surface to replenish his supply. His first thought was the Oscorp group. He even began to fantasize about evolving Norman Osborn, Oscorp's president, alongside him. With Oscorp support, he could lead the way to a world transformed by his vision of evolution, one step at a time. It won't be long before all humanity evolves with me. Bang! Muttering this to himself, Connors dashed into a nearby tunnel. Even in the pitch darkness of the sewers, he moved with perfect ease. Eager to realize his dream even sooner, he dropped to all fours and sprinted forward. Soon, he reached the nearest sewer exit to Oscorp. Bursting out of the manhole, he raced straight toward the laboratory inside. But he was quickly spotted by Oscorp's security team. They saw a giant lizard charging toward the building. Stunned as they were, they steeled themselves to stop him. After all, if they failed, their jobs would be on the line. Bang! Connors saw someone try and stop him and lashed out with a powerful swipe. In an instant, he sent the security guard flying, then darted into the Oscorp building at incredible speed. The security guards behind him immediately gave chase, and word quickly spread that a giant lizard had appeared inside Oscorp. Journalists and media swarmed to the scene. This was the kind of breaking news they would never miss. Inside the laboratory, Connors quickly found what he needed and even managed to grab a device capable of spreading the lizard serum across all of New York. Boom! Without hesitation, he smashed through a wall, clutching his prize as he disappeared into the sewers. The scene of him crashing through the wall was captured by many reporters and journalists, who, while marveling at the creature's massive size, were already drafting their next sensational headline in their minds. After seeing the giant lizard escape, the security guards immediately called higher-ups to report the incident, and the message worked its way up the chain of command. Because Norman Osborn was away at the time, he remained unaware that his company had just been attacked by a giant lizard. At that very moment, Norman Osborn encountered Spider-Man, who had rushed to the scene. Just as Osborn was about to kill the last board member who had voted to oust him as CEO, Spider-Man's webbing intervened, stopping him in his tracks. This only made the Green Goblin more furious, and he whipped around to glare at his new opponent. Wow, that armor's pretty cool, but it's not an excuse for murder, is it? So, as your friendly neighborhood Spider-Man, I'm here to stop you. And that glider looks pretty nifty. Maybe I should build one too. Then I wouldn't have to swing around on webs anymore. What do you think? Why so quiet? You must be scared of me. Don't worry. I'll make sure you end up behind bars, where you can't hurt anyone again. You little pest, you never shut up. Boom. Hey, like I said, I'm Spider-Man, not a bug. Unable to resist, Spider-Man kept up his stream of banter as he faced off with the Green Goblin, but every word only fanned Osborn's fury. Finally, unable to take another second, the Green Goblin launched an all-out attack. He activated a pumpkin bomb and hurled it, but thanks to his spider sense, Spider-Man dodged with ease. The mansion behind them wasn't so lucky. A gaping hole was blasted through its walls. Even then, Spider-Man couldn't help but keep taunting the Green Goblin, which only enraged him further. The Goblin took control of his glider, launching a fierce assault on Spider-Man. Gun barrels emerged from the glider, firing a hail of bullets as it closed in on Spider-Man. Despite the relentless barrage, Spider-Man's spider sense made dodging them effortless. Now, the Green Goblin was almost upon him, the fight reaching a fever pitch. Spider-Man, completely unafraid, raised his arm and threw a punch at the Green Goblin. Beneath the armored suit, Norman Osborn let out a cold, mocking laugh and met Spider-Man's fist with all his strength. Now that he understood the full extent of his own power, he was certain that this pesky little bug couldn't possibly outmatch him. A deafening crash echoed through the air. A moment ago, Spider-Man had been brimming with confidence, but in the blink of an eye, he was sent flying by the Green Goblin's blow, smashing hard against the wall of the villa behind him. The force of the impact caused cracks to spiderweb instantly across the wall. Stunned, Spider-Man stared at the Green Goblin in disbelief. He never imagined that anyone could be stronger than him. He was well aware of his own strength. He could lift a small car without breaking a sweat, and yet, with a single punch, he'd been knocked clear across the yard. His arms still throbbed with pain, the bones and tendons inside screaming in protest. If not for his extraordinary physique, that punch might have dislocated or even shattered his arm outright. Realizing the seriousness of the situation, Spider-Man dropped any trace of playfulness. His expression hardened as he faced the Green Goblin. This man in the green armored suit was proving far more formidable than he had expected. Pathetic little bug. Is that all you've got? The Green Goblin sneered. Another thunderous explosion rang out. Now certain that Spider-Man's strength was no match for his own, the Green Goblin taunted him with a voice dripping with scorn. Without waiting for a reply, he launched another attack. Pumpkin bombs whirred to life and sailed through the air, while the glider beneath his feet swooped and dived, pressing the assault on Spider-Man. Spider-Man was forced to dodge not only a hail of bullets, but also the looming threat of exploding pumpkin bombs. All the while, he had to keep a vigilant eye on the safety of nearby onlookers. The Green Goblin, noticing this, let out a twisted, gleeful cackle. He hadn't expected this little bug to actually care about the lives of others. Clearly, this was a weakness, and Norman Osborn, his evil persona now fully in control, seized the opportunity. The armored suit hurled a live pumpkin bomb directly toward the crowd. Predictably, Spider-Man fired a strand of web to intercept it. But in saving the others, he was forced to put himself in harm's way. The pumpkin bomb was far more powerful than any ordinary grenade. To protect those civilians, Spider-Man had no choice but to yank the bomb toward himself with his webs, taking the brunt of the explosion. The Green Goblin burst into manic laughter. "Ah, little bug, let's see how many you can save." With a sneer, he flung 5 more activated pumpkin bombs, each one aimed at the reckless bystanders who were still live-streaming and gawking nearby. Spider-Man's heart sank in frustration, but he had no choice. He shot out webs again, desperately working to intercept the bombs. Ironically, the more the citizens realized Spider-Man was protecting them, the less aware they seemed of the danger. They stubbornly refused to leave, continuing to watch the chaos unfold, while the journalists and cameramen kept filming with even greater zeal. Their obliviousness and stubbornness sparked a surge of anger in Spider-Man's chest. Another violent explosion rocked the scene. The explosion of 5 pumpkin bombs sent Spider-Man flying in an instant. His spider suit was already damaged, exposing bleeding wounds beneath. Yet he struggled to his feet, determined to face the Green Goblin. In the Green Goblin's eyes, there was nothing but a mocking amusement. "If you people don't leave now, then your lives are your own responsibility." Boom! Just then, a suit of red and gold armor descended from the sky. It was Iron Man. Tony glanced coldly at the crowd of onlookers and the swarming reporters, spoke a single indifferent sentence, then raised his hand and fired a repulsor blast. A reporter's camera was destroyed in a flash. He was not Spider-Man. If these people insisted on putting themselves in harm's way, he couldn't care less. The way they had exploited Spider-Man's protection without restraint moments earlier had left Tony simmering with anger. After all, Spider-Man was someone he had always believed in. But these citizens showed no gratitude for being rescued. Instead, they acted even more brazenly, making Spider-Man take hit after hit. Unable to stand it any longer, Tony had donned his vibranium armor and rushed straight to the scene. The sudden arrival of Iron Man should have sent the crowd into even greater excitement and frenzy. Many reporters and members of the media rushed to get the perfect shot. "Thanks to Ligerusi for the milk tea. Much appreciated. Thanks to Jizuan for the hurry-up charm. Thank you. Thanks to Guokong, who loves pot brewed udon, for the milk tea. Much appreciated. Thanks to Jiushi for the inspiration capsule and the razor blade. Thank you." But Iron Man's words and the shattered camera quickly made them realize that if they didn't clear out and a fight broke out, Iron Man wouldn't spare a thought for their safety. In a sudden stampede, all the civilians and reporters scrambled to get away. At that moment, a golden pumpkin bomb sailed right toward Tony. "Mr. Stark, look out." Boom! It exploded right in front of Tony, but when the flames died down, Iron Man stood there completely unscathed. After all, he was suited up in vibranium armor. Such an explosion was nowhere near enough to harm him, not even enough to budge his stance. Shet boom! Tony lifted his armored hand and fired a repulsor blast at the Green Goblin. The Goblin's armor was tough as well. While it couldn't compare to vibranium, it was still made from a special alloy. Tony's repulsor left only a scorch mark on it. Realizing he was in trouble, the Green Goblin quickly prepared to escape. He steered his flying glider in another direction, but Iron Man could fly just as well. In a matter of seconds, he caught up with the Green Goblin. Suddenly, the Goblin threw a full-powered punch straight at Tony's armor. With the force of dozens of tons, the blow sent Tony hurtling through the air. Although his vibranium suit absorbed part of the impact, the remaining force was still enough to send Tony flying. After all, they were in midair rather than on the ground. With Iron Man hurled away, the Green Goblin immediately accelerated on his glider, vanishing from Iron Man and Spider-Man's sight in no time. "Mr. Stark, are you alright? I'm Fina. This kind of hit isn't enough to hurt me. Still, I hadn't expected him to be that strong. So what do we do now? Let's head back, kid. You did well this time, but if something like that happens again, just stay out of it. But, no buts. If they're dead set on getting themselves killed, let them. If they don't value their own lives, why should you bother?" After the Green Goblin left, Spider-Man quickly made his way to Iron Man's side, anxiously checking on him. Tony flipped up his faceplate and spoke to Peter, especially the last sentence, which was loaded with dissatisfaction and contempt. With that, he engaged his flight system and took off without another word. Peter was left standing alone, lost in thought for a moment, before he shot a web and swung away from the scene. The incident was quickly posted online by eager bystanders. Some criticized the citizens for going too far, while others claimed Iron Man's actions were entirely wrong. Opinions were all over the place. One desperate for fame, D-list actress even posted an online attack on Tony, dragging Jiang into the fray as well. It didn't stop there. Any superhero active in New York also found themselves targeted by her tirades. The whole spectacle quickly went viral, drawing the attention she craved and earning her a wave of new followers. Yet, many established celebrities simply sneered at her antics. Some openly mocked her, saying she must be insane with ambition. Never mind that these superheroes all possess extraordinary powers. Iron Man runs Stark Industries, and Jiang Bai is infamous for killing a senator in front of the media, walking away unscathed. The point is, he got away with it. Her stunt was pure suicide. Less than an hour after she posted her attacks on Tony and thinly veiled insults at Jiang Bai, everything disappeared. Every comment, every post deleted. Then armed helicopters descended with special ops teams, arresting her on the spot. The charge: threatening national security. By now, most countries have Jiang Bai on a list of people best left alone, especially the United States. Back when Jiang Bai killed the senator, he didn't hesitate for a second. When officials saw the actress's post, cold sweat broke out across the room. They immediately scrubbed all traces of Jiang Bai from the internet and arrested the actress. After all, who knew how many meteors might rain down from the sky if Jiang Bai were truly provoked? Until they found a way to restrain him, nobody dared mess with Jiang Bai. During this period, even Hydra had been unusually quiet, refraining from any schemes. They were too busy upgrading the facilities on the helicarrier to take any action. Naturally, nothing out of the ordinary was happening. Skull Island, inside the manor. Jiang Bai said, "Merlin, Wanda, come with me. I want to introduce you to someone." Wanda asked, "Who are we meeting?" Merlin replied, "Are you planning to have her study magic?" Jiang Bai looked surprised. "How did you figure that out?" Merlin explained, "Her abilities would make her terrifyingly powerful if she learned magic. Plus, you mentioned before that you want to take me to learn this world's magic." It wasn't hard to guess. A shimmering blue portal opened before them, conjured by Jiang Bai. The three of them stepped through together, and in an instant, they arrived in New York, specifically at 177A Bleecker Street, the very heart of the New York sanctum. Before Jiang Bai could even knock, the door swung open by itself, and a portal wreathed in sparks appeared before them. The Ancient One was waiting on the other side. With a faint smile, Jiang Bai led Wanda and Merlin through the portal, and in the next moment, they stood at the headquarters of Kamar Taj. Without ceremony, Jiang Bai took a seat across from the Ancient One, picked up the tea in front of him, and drank it down in one swallow. Wanda sat down beside Jiang Bai, while Merlin curiously surveyed his surroundings. "I know why you've come. You're free to study the magic of Kamar Taj, but in exchange, you must help Stephen Strange in the future." Before Jiang Bai could say a word, the Ancient One agreed to let them access all the knowledge of Kamar Taj, but made her request in return. Jiang Bai didn't hesitate for a second before agreeing. The Ancient One then turned her attention to Merlin, who was holding a magic wand at the table. "Your magic is quite unusual. Can you tell me the source of your power?" "The source of my power? If I had to name it, I'd say it's belief itself. It seems your magic doesn't rely on your own strength." "Belief again? How fascinating." "Indeed, our power comes from extra-dimensional entities, demon lords, or the Vishanti, the Trinity. That means each of you doesn't possess overwhelming power, nor can you sustain magic for long periods. However, I sense there is darkness within you, a truly sinister energy." "You're right. That darkness belongs to Dormammu of the Dark Dimension. To protect Earth, I had no other choice." "You're remarkable. Perhaps I can help you dispel some of those negative effects, if you wish." "I will be most grateful." While Merlin and the Ancient One conversed, Jiang Bai and Wanda sat quietly by. When Jiang Bai heard that the sorcerers of Kamar Taj couldn't maintain their spells for long, he realized at once why they all had to master close combat. It was all due to the lack of magical reserves. They simply couldn't sustain their spells long enough to keep attacking their foes. Merlin waved his wand, and a white magical array appeared, slowly imprinting itself onto the center of the Ancient One's forehead. At that moment, the Ancient One gently closed her eyes. She could feel the dark energy within her being continuously purified, and even more than that. The constant whispers and temptations of Dormammu that had haunted her ears vanished completely. This brought her immense relief. Ever since absorbing the dark energy, she had been fighting Dormammu's corrupting influence every waking moment, leaving her utterly exhausted in both body and spirit. Now, with that insidious voice finally gone, the Ancient One felt a great weight lifted from her. She slowly opened her eyes, glanced gratefully at Merlin, and then led Jiang Bai, Wanda, and Merlin toward the library, a place filled with all the magical knowledge of Kamar Taj. As they entered, they saw a slightly stout man seated nearby. It was Wong, the current librarian. When he saw the Ancient One arrive, he immediately stood up, bowed respectfully, and greeted her. "Master Ancient One." "Yes, Wong. From now on, they may freely access any spell, even those that are forbidden." "Understood, Master." Jiang Bai turned his gaze to the librarian as well. One should never underestimate Wong. He, too, possessed the potential to become the next Sorcerer Supreme. In fact, after Doctor Strange vanished for 5 years in the timeline, Wong became the Sorcerer Supreme of Kamar-Taj. His strength was not to be taken lightly, though he had yet to reach his full potential. Merlin and Wanda remained at Kamar-Taj, while Jiangbai returned alone to his manor on Skull Island. As for Wanda's magic, it will be taught to her personally by the Ancient One and Merlin. She didn't need to rely on the methods of ordinary Kamar-Taj sorcerers, who sought power by bargaining with other dimensional entities. Wanda's chaos magic originated directly from a powerful dimensional god, Thon, also known as the Lord of Darkholds, the god of black magic, and by other names. Thon was one of the most ancient gods, among the first life forms to appear on Earth. He wielded unfathomable magical power. Mephisto, Dormammu, and other demons had at times drawn upon his energy. Thon could grant extraordinary abilities to others, usually through binding contracts. Usually, this was achieved through spells contained within the Darkhold. Sometimes, Thon would channel his power through ordinary people or designated hosts on Earth, but no mortal could ever contain or control his full strength. Thon was Earth's first and mightiest master of black magic, and he was also the primary source of Wanda's power. He was a being far more formidable than Mephisto or Dormammu, a cosmic entity of multiversal magnitude and beyond. Wanda had no need to borrow power from any other demonic entity, especially since she also possessed the angel fruit power, allowing her to draw strength from the light itself. Light is everywhere, and Wanda can draw upon its energy anytime and anywhere she wishes. As for Merlin, his magic is rooted in pure willpower. Just like Tom, Jerry, and Masseur, his magical powers are inexhaustible and never run dry, a source he need never worry about. Back on Skull Island, Jiangbai was sprawled lazily on the sofa, watching TV out of boredom. Emma, dressed in a platinum-white cheongsam that accentuated her alluring figure, walked over and settled herself on Jiangbai's lap, snuggling into his arms. Jiangbai flashed a mischievous grin, embracing the beauty in his arms and breathing in her delicate fragrance. Yet, he made no move beyond that because Mary had just come down from the 3rd floor. She shot Jiangbai a fierce glare before sitting next to him, leaning against his shoulder as she joined him in watching the news. The broadcast was covering recent events in New York. When Jiangbai saw the giant lizard, along with the green armor and the glider, he instantly knew the Spider-Man timeline had begun. Yet, it didn't seem to be unfolding one event at a time. Instead, 2 villains had appeared simultaneously, and perhaps more were on the way. Not that he cared much. Reclining on the sofa with 2 voluptuous beauties in his arms, Jiangbai watched the scene with only mild interest. Even when Spider-Man fell victim to the Green Goblin schemes, he just shook his head slightly. Not far away, Clarice watched Jiangbai with a look of stunned disbelief as he reveled in the embrace of both women. She was shocked. She had never expected Emma to be one of this scoundrel's women as well, and to think she could share the master's embrace alongside the lady of the house. Amidst her astonishment, her heart fluttered wildly in her chest. After the Green Goblin returned to his lab, his rage had not diminished in the slightest. Just as he was about to kill the last board member, that damned little bug had shown up out of nowhere. And to make matters worse, Iron Man had soon joined the fray. Though he had injected himself with a genetic serum, he didn't believe he was a match for Iron Man. Even if he managed to defeat Iron Man, he risked provoking Jiangbai, against whom he stood absolutely no chance. Jiangbai's godlike power haunted his mind, as vivid as ever. That was exactly why he fled the scene without hesitation. Once he'd calmed down and exited his armor, a grotesquely mutated Norman Osborn appeared in the lab. Grabbing his phone, he saw reports that someone had broken into Oscorp and stolen some experimental materials and equipment. It was the giant lizard again. The sight of that creature reignited Norman Osborn's fury. He had never imagined anyone would dare steal from him. Under the sway of his evil alter ego, Norman Osborn had become dangerously quick-tempered. Norman Osborn didn't put on his armor to go searching for the intruder. The sewers were no place for him to fight. So he decided to wait for the other party to reveal themselves. Since they'd come once, chances were they'd return. And that mysterious device was still out there. Max, go check the power problem. If it's not fixed by tomorrow, I'm docking your pay. Yes, sir. I'll get right on it. Inside Oscorp, a portly white supervisor barked orders at a black man in blue coveralls, then strutted away with an air of self-importance. Max, feeling both aggrieved and powerless, trudged toward the electrical panel. If he didn't sort out the power today, that supervisor really would dock his wages. With his skills, Max soon had the panel repaired. But as he descended the stairs, his foot suddenly slipped, and he tumbled backwards, straight into the electric eel tank behind him. Startled by the splash, the eels immediately began to discharge electricity. Electric eels can unleash powerful shocks at will, controlling both the timing and intensity. The main mechanism behind their power lies in the nerves of their specialized organs. On average, an eel's discharge reaches over 350 volts, but there have been records of up to 650 volts. The South American electric eel can even exceed 800 volts, enough to kill a full-grown cow. The safe voltage for the human body is just 36 volts. When Max fell into the eel tank, the terrifying current surged through him in an instant, killing him on the spot. In that tank, with multiple eels discharging at once, escape was impossible. Throughout the entire Oscorp building, only Norman Osborn remained in his lab, far from the scene. Before long, Max's body floated to the surface of the tank, while below, the eels continued to pulse with electricity. Time ticked by. The next evening, Max's fingers suddenly twitched, and then his eyes snapped open. Realizing where he was, Max tried to climb out, only to disturb the eels below once more. They resumed their electrical assault, but this time, Max felt no pain. In fact, he found a sensation oddly pleasant. To his astonishment, he realized he could absorb their electricity. Grabbing hold of an eel, Max drew in its charge, and soon he had absorbed the energy of every eel in the tank. Still unsatisfied, he began to draw power from Oscorp's entire electrical grid. In moments, he drained every circuit dry, plunging the whole building into darkness. Realizing the trouble he'd caused, Max panicked and attempted to flee. In a flash, his body transformed into pure electricity and vanished into the wires, escaping into the city's grid. And so, Electro was born. Electro, also known as the King of Electricity. His real name is Maxwell Max Dillon. He was originally an electrician, but one day, while working on some wiring, he accidentally fell into a pool full of electric eels. This accident granted Max the extraordinary ability to control and absorb electricity. Alienated by his co-workers and exploited by his boss, Max's resentment boiled over, and he transformed himself into Electro, embarking on a path of vengeance. When Electro's body is charged to a certain level, his physical strength and speed surge explosively. He can unleash devastating electrical blasts, and he can easily control any machinery that relies on electricity. As long as an object carries even the slightest current, he can manipulate it at will. Although Electro's power is formidable, it comes with a critical weakness. The electricity within him is not limitless. Once depleted, he needs to recharge before he can wield his powers again. A sudden blackout at Oscorp left Norman Osborn deeply perplexed. He immediately sent someone to investigate the situation. But even through his phone, it was clear that Norman was in no state to meet anyone. He hadn't even seen his own son, Harry Osborn, in days. He'd been holed up in his laboratory all this time. Norman's goal was to develop a gene serum for his son that would eliminate the risk of mutation, allowing Harry to conquer the family's hereditary illness and take control of Oscorp. But this was no simple task. So far, Norman hadn't made the slightest progress, especially when it came to cracking the Abaddon gene. Meanwhile, Dr. Connors had produced an entire vat of lizard serum and had already assimilated 3 mutants from the sewers, turning them into his own kind. He discovered that anyone injected with the lizard serum would obey his every command. This revelation thrilled Connors even more. His plan was to assimilate Norman Osborn first, and then, using Norman's influence, spread his serum across all of New York, gradually devouring the entire world, one step at a time. With his mind made up, Connors cradled the large vat of lizard serum, while the 3 lizard mutants behind him carried a device and various laboratory supplies. Once more, Connors emerged from a manhole, and before long, he and his 3 lizard companions had slipped into Oscorp undetected. It was late at night, and the building was deserted. Connors intended to go straight to the top floor, to Norman Osborn's laboratory, to continue his research. Every piece of equipment in this lab was state-of-the-art, far surpassing what he'd had before. Quickly, he led his trio of lizard men into the lab, only to find another mutated, deformed figure already conducting experiments inside. Norman Osborn turned around and spotted the 4 lizard men. For a moment, both sides were stunned. Then, a wave of fury surged within Norman. He set down what he was holding and, in an instant, lunged at Connors. He hadn't forgotten the lizard who dared to steal from him. Boom! Connors saw his opponent charging at him. He set down the vial of lizard serum and, without a trace of fear, swung his fist. Though he was a scientist and a doctor, let's not forget, he had once served as a military medic. He wasn't exactly a master fighter, but he certainly knew a thing or two. Besides, with the lizard serum in his veins, Connors brimmed with confidence. He had no idea who this monster was, but there was no mistaking it. This creature was standing in his way, right here in the lab. In the very next instant, a force beyond anything he could have imagined surged up his arm and slammed through his body. He was hurled backward, smashing through a wall and crashing into the next room. His green, lizard-like arm had been torn apart, exposing pale bone and mangled flesh. Connors was shaken to his core. Never in his wildest dreams had he imagined he'd be overpowered by this creature. He was the man who had injected himself with the lizard serum. He was supposed to be the pinnacle of human evolution. How could he possibly lose to another monster? As he staggered to his feet, he noticed his right arm was already repairing itself. The lizard's regenerative abilities were nothing to scoff at. In less than 5 minutes, Connor's arm was completely healed. Meanwhile, Norman Osborn had already torn Connor's 3 lizard henchmen to pieces. The 3 giant lizards were ripped apart by a terrifying strength, their crimson blood spraying across the laboratory. The once pristine white lab was now stained with streaks of vivid red. Norman Osborn's gaze turned toward Connors, his ruthless eyes sending a chill down Connor's spine. In that moment, Connors realized he might need to escape. He had never expected his opponent to be this powerful. Who are you, really? You walk into my laboratory and ask who I am? How ridiculous. Your laboratory? This isn't... Wait a second. You're Norman Osborn? What happened to you? So what if I am? If it weren't for those damned board members, I never would have ended up like this. And you little insect, you dare try to steal from me? Are you looking for trouble? You got it all wrong. I just came back for what's mine. What's yours? Ha ha ha. All of Oscorp belongs to me. Where do you see anything that's yours? Wait, the lizard serum. Don't tell me you're Connors. So what if I am? If you hadn't cut my funding, I never would have turned out this way. Though I suppose I should thank you. Otherwise, I never would have discovered the perfect form of human evolution. You spent all those years researching and never found a thing. And you expect me not to cut your funding? Don't make me laugh. Look at you now. We're not so different, both monsters, only you're so much weaker. I'll surpass you sooner or later. Don't get cocky. Only I can be perfect. A thunderous crash echoed through the lab. Both men froze for an instant when they realized each other's true identity. But just as Connors made to leave, Norman Osborn struck without warning, subduing him in a heartbeat. The sheer, terrifying force left Connors helpless, unable to resist even if he tried. Connor's strength might have topped out at 20 tons at best, but Norman Osborn possessed the power to lift 50 tons. And when he struck, the actual impact far surpassed that figure. In the blink of an eye, Osborn had Connors pinned to the ground, utterly powerless. You have 2 choices now. Submit or die. If you bow to me, I won't interfere with your plans. But think for a moment. Will those so-called superheroes really let you do as you wish? Maybe you aren't worried about Spider-Man, but what about Iron Man? Or that Giambi fellow? You huff. Fine, I submit. But you have to help me in return. Faced with Osborn's ruthless ultimatum, Connors caved at last. Osborn released him, rising to his feet and striding toward the lab. He wasn't the least bit concerned that Connors might go back on his word. If he did, Osborn would tear him apart in the next instant. With a dark, brooding look at Osborn, Connors slowly picked himself up, grabbed his vial of lizard serum, and joined Osborn at the lab bench to begin his work. His mind was set on creating an even more potent formula. And when that day came, Norman Osborn would be the first to die by his hand. Sensing Connor's murderous intent, Osborn remained unfazed and continued with his own experiments. But as he glanced at the lizard serum, a new idea took shape. Perhaps, in his current state, he could inject the serum himself. If so, wouldn't that make him even more powerful? Without a trace of hesitation, he walked over to Connors, ignoring the venomous glare thrown his way. He took a test tube of lizard serum, pricked his own finger, and added a drop of his blood, beginning his own research. Connors caught sight of this and let a sly, sinister smile creep across his face. If Osborn injected the lizard serum, then one day, he'd have to obey Connors' commands. The thought alone made Connors look at Osborn with barely concealed satisfaction. He even started to imagine in detail just how he would torment Osborn when the tables turned. On the other side, Osborn paid Connors' expression no mind. He was focused entirely on whether his altered genes could safely integrate the lizard serum. It didn't take long for him to find the answer. Perhaps due to his already enhanced genetics, even if he injected the lizard serum now, it wouldn't trigger a collapse of his genetic structure. On the contrary, it would only make him stronger. Overjoyed by this discovery, Norman Osborn wasted no time. Ignoring Connors entirely, he injected himself with the lizard serum right then and there. Connors, standing nearby, was overjoyed at the sight, thinking about how he'd soon have a powerful enforcer at his command. The excitement was almost too much to contain. As Norman Osborn finished injecting the lizard serum, his body began to turn green. A long, green tail sprouted from his back, and before long, he had transformed into something almost identical to Connor's. However, the contrast between them was striking. Norman's muscles bulged with sheer power, looking every bit the muscle-bound brute, while Connor seemed wiry and lean by comparison. Just as Norman Osborn was reveling in his newfound strength, Connor swaggered over, his voice filled with arrogance as he barked an order at Norman. "Take that thing and haul it up to the rooftop." With a sudden, thunderous blow, Norman's hand struck across Connor's face, sending him hurtling into the next room. The sheer force of the slap nearly obliterated half of Connor's head. Fortunately, the lizard serum's regenerative powers were formidable. Otherwise, Connors might not have survived that encounter. A flash of blue appeared inside the power station, and at once, all the electricity in the facility began to surge toward him in torrents. It was none other than Electro, Max Dillon, who had escaped Osborn Industries by traveling through the power lines. One had to admit, Osborn Industries seemed to be a magnet for trouble. 3 villains, all at once, each with a deep connection to Osborn Industries. As Electro felt the immense energy pour into his body, a wave of pure satisfaction washed over him. Meanwhile, the power station staff stared in utter confusion. They watched the numbers on the meter spin wildly, an impossibility under normal circumstances. Even the largest factories in New York would never require such a staggering amount of power. What's more, most major company factories now use Stark Industries reactors for their energy, more efficient and cheaper than electricity. Before the staff could figure out what was happening, the station's entire supply of electricity had already vanished. Electro, now fully charged, was practically giddy with excitement. He surged back into the power lines, leaving the station behind. He wasn't nearly satisfied yet, so he set his sights on the next power station to devour its energy. With the station drained, large swaths of the city were plunged into darkness. By the time Electro drained the second power station, it was already noon the following day. The memory of being exploited by that pale-faced pig supervisor filled him with rage. In a flash of blue lightning, he shot through the power line straight toward Osborn Industries. He was ready for revenge, against the supervisor who had tormented him, and those colleagues who had shunned him because of his race. They all deserved to pay. A deafening crash of thunder shook the air. Electro appeared at the entrance of the Osborn Corporation. In a flash, a bolt of electricity blasted aside the security guards who tried to block his way. Each guard was hurled through the air, their eyes rolled back, black smoke curling from their heads. Their bodies were already charred. Clearly, they were gravely injured. Without immediate medical attention, they might not survive at all. Yet at this moment, no one seemed to care about their fate. Once Electro entered the Osborn building, he strode straight toward the office where his former pig-faced supervisor used to be. Every guard who pursued him along the way was struck down, either critically wounded or killed on the spot. "Crack! I've come back for revenge. You filthy pig, and all you racist scum with him. No, please don't. I beg you, let me go." Blue-white electricity crackled all over Max's body as he blasted open the doors. The moment he stepped inside, he spotted both his supervisor and that colleague present. Without hesitation, a surge of blue-white lightning shot from his hand. Everyone inside was electrocuted to death on the spot. As for their desperate pleas for mercy, Max paid them no mind. By now, alarms were blaring outside. The police had clearly arrived. After all, Osborn Corporation was a major company, and once the police received the call, there was no doubt they'd rush to the scene immediately. When Electro walked out, every police officer opened fire, aiming to kill. This only enraged him further. A blue-white flash erupted from his hand, streaking toward the police. In an instant, every squad car was obliterated, and the officers taking cover behind them were struck by the surge. The terrifying current knocked most of them unconscious instantly. Some died right away. As Electro prepared to unleash more destruction, a strand of web suddenly shot out and stopped him. Electro looked up to see 2 figures not far away. One was Spider-Man, the other Daredevil. Both had rushed here after seeing the news, their paths crossing on the way. In New York, wherever superhumans appeared, the media and reporters would flock there. Every superpowered event was headline news, whether the subject was a superhero or supervillain. "Superheroes? Even you look down on me. Then you can die too. Crack." Before Spider-Man or Daredevil could say a word, Electro seized upon his own justification for violence, his deep-seated insecurity. All his life, he'd never felt recognized or confident in work or in life. Now, empowered by tremendous strength, anyone who tried to stop him made him feel he was in the wrong. Twisted by this feeling, he saw any opposition as an insult, which only fueled his rage. Spider-Man and Daredevil exchanged a helpless glance, then immediately dodged Electro's attack. Using whatever was nearby, They launched ranged attacks from a distance, unable to get close to him because of his overwhelming electric power. Once anyone got too close, no matter how extraordinary their constitution, they would still be stunned or injured by the electricity. Even though their movements were quick, the current moved even faster. Both Spider-Man and Daredevil, who managed to dodge, could feel a tingling numbness spreading through their bodies. Boom! Right after that, a streak of blue-white electricity shot towards Spider-Man's position. He leapt into the air, grabbed a piece of debris from a nearby building, and rolled to safety. The electric current struck the building, utterly demolishing it with Electro's power. Electro turned his furious gaze towards Spider-Man. Again, Electro unleashed his abilities, sending another surge of blue-white lightning at Spider-Man. This time, there was nowhere left to retreat. Behind him, a crowd of civilians was trapped. Daredevil, noticing Spider-Man's predicament, grabbed a police car nearby and hurled it towards Spider-Man's position. He was trying to use the police car to shield Spider-Man from the coming electric attack. The moment Spider-Man saw the car flying toward him, he pressed his web shooter. Several strands of white webbing shot out to either side. With a backflip, he leapt out of the way, anchoring the car firmly in midair with his webs. The current arrived at that instant, flowing along the now-connected metal railings. Realizing the danger, Spider-Man fired his web shooter again. The white webs caught several civilians who were about to touch the metal railings. With a powerful yank, he pulled them back to safety. Boom! Oh shoot! Thank you. The electricity surged past just a second later, startling the civilian Spider-Man had just rescued. They'd been only inches from disaster. They quickly called out their thanks, but Spider-Man had no time to respond. Instead, he fired a new web line and swung away from the scene. With an acrobatic flip, he landed beside Daredevil. If Daredevil hadn't thrown the police car to block the electric attack, Spider-Man would have had to take the hit himself to protect the people behind him. Watching this, Electro, seething with frustration, directed his powers to seize nearby objects, police cars and debris, and hurled them at Spider-Man and Daredevil. The two heroes fought desperately, dodging both shocks of electricity and the rain of flying debris. Amid the chaos, atop a distant high-rise, Kurt Connors and Norman Osborn watched the battle in silence, their eyes mostly fixed on Electro. Norman Osborn still didn't realize that Electro was actually an employee of his own company. If he had, he might have started to think there was something wrong with the company's luck, 3 superpowered individuals appearing at once. But for now, both men were focused on how to recruit Electro. His strength was clearly formidable. Anyone who could overpower Spider-Man and Daredevil at the same time was certainly qualified to join them. The two of them were already making plans to step in and rescue Electro when the time was right. This time, the onlookers kept their distance, scattering far away from the scene. Only a handful of fearless reporters and media crew braved the chaos, lugging their cameras up close to capture every moment. Electro unleashed crackling bolts of electricity at Spider-Man and Daredevil, sending arcs of power flashing through the air. A thunderous explosion tore through the area. Nearly every building nearby had suffered damage in the chaos, their facades shattered and crumbling. Spider-Man and Daredevil scrambled desperately to evade Electro's relentless assaults. Even when the bolts missed their mark, both heroes could feel the tingling numbness creeping into their bodies. Realizing they had to get close to stand a chance, the two began to close in on Electro. Without closing the distance, defeating him would be impossible. There were 2 of them. If one got stunned, the other could still take him down. Spider-Man fired a web and swung into action, searching for the perfect moment to deliver a decisive blow. But Electro was no fool. He darted straight into the Oscorp building, denying Spider-Man any clear shot, and began drawing power from the building's electrical grid. In the next instant, he unleashed a surge of energy straight at Spider-Man and Daredevil. Electro was well aware he couldn't generate electricity on his own. His internal reserves were running low, and he was already contemplating an escape. As he retreated into the Oscorp building, Spider-Man and Daredevil quickly caught on to his plan and, with a leap, charged into the building after him. A brilliant burst of blue-white electricity exploded in front of them. Spider-Man was caught in midair with nowhere to dodge. It was too late to shoot a web for escape. Seeing this, Daredevil hurled his metal baton straight into the path of the electric surge. His baton, being made of metal, couldn't completely block the attack, but it managed to absorb some of the impact. Even so, Spider-Man was blasted backwards, crashing to the ground, his suit trailing wisps of black smoke, a clear sign that he'd taken a serious hit. Thanks to his extraordinary constitution, Spider-Man didn't pass out right away, but he was definitely hurt. Worse than the pain was the overwhelming numbness. He could barely move a muscle. Seeing that Spider-Man was still conscious, Daredevil pressed the attack against Electro. Fighting through the numbness in his arms, Daredevil swung his baton again and again at Electro. But Electro's body, now supercharged by the electricity, was tougher than ever. Even without any combat training, he wasn't easy to take down. With the electricity surging through him, he actually had the upper hand. With a powerful kick, Electro sent Daredevil flying several meters across the room. Then, he reached for the building's light switch, instantly transforming into a streak of blue lightning that shot through the wiring, vanishing from Daredevil's sight. If you're enjoying the story, don't forget to urge for more updates. Daredevil stared intently at the spot where Electro had vanished. He hadn't expected his opponent to be able to escape through any place that carried electricity, but his expression grew even more serious. This new development made things much more complicated. Where's that freak who can shoot electricity? He got away, turned into a streak of white-blue current, and disappeared into the switch. My guess is he can move freely anywhere there's electricity. Wow, he can travel anywhere electricity flows? That's amazing, but that's gonna make taking him down a lot harder. Yeah, let's get out of here. If we stick around, we'll be surrounded by reporters and the media in no time. Next time we go up against him, remember to call me. You can't handle him alone. All right, I get it. He's a real handful. And thanks for before. Honestly, I thought I was going to pass out. My body's still a little numb, to tell the truth. Once Spider-Man regained some feeling in his body, he rushed back into the building, only to find Daredevil alone. Electro had already vanished. After finding out the villain had escaped, the two exchanged a few words, then quietly slipped away, disappearing into the depths of Oscorp Tower. Far off on a rooftop, Connors and Norman Osborn watched the scene unfold in silence. Learning that this man could travel through electrical currents made Norman Osborn even more determined to recruit him. Even though his darker side had awakened, that didn't mean he'd lost his wits. Even with his newfound power, he wasn't foolish enough to openly challenge New York's superheroes. Iron Man alone was a tough enough opponent. If he got involved, all of Norman's plans could collapse before they even began. Right now, Norman Osborn's strategy was to gather allies among those who stood against the heroes, building up his own power base bit by bit. That way, he might actually stand a chance against the superheroes. As long as that certain someone didn't step in, even Iron Man might be within his reach. Meanwhile, Electro zipped through the city's power lines, making his way toward a power plant on the outskirts of New York. The city was vast. There was no way it only had 1 or 2 power stations. Before long, he arrived at one and began absorbing its energy. Before the staff could figure out what was happening, all the electricity had already been drained. He slipped away unnoticed, leaving behind no trace. Today, Spider-Man and Daredevil once again joined forces against a dangerous criminal who can manipulate electricity, a terrorist and murderer. Unfortunately, the villain managed to escape Spider-Man and Daredevil with some unknown trick. Will he strike again? Will Spider-Man and Daredevil team up once more to bring him down? For more updates, stay tuned to our continued coverage. Inside the manor, Jiangbai lounged on the sofa, watching the news on TV. Absent-mindedly, he pulled out a chunk of gold from his system's space and popped it into his mouth. As the news reported on a murderer capable of unleashing electric currents, a playful glint flickered in Jiangbai's eyes. I didn't expect Professor Lizard, the Green Goblin, and Electro to show up together, he mused quietly, still chewing on gold. But something seems off about the Green Goblin's strength. Jiangbai had been following recent events, so he was well aware of what had happened with the Green Goblin. What truly surprised him was that the Green Goblin had managed to send Tony flying with a single punch. Even if it happened in midair and not on solid ground, Tony was no pushover, especially since Tony was wearing his vibranium armor. Yet the Green Goblin sent him soaring with one blow. By the looks of it, even Spider-Man's strength paled in comparison. This caught Jiangbai's attention. Still, given that the timeline of this world had long since shifted, he didn't dwell on it. With the resources of the Osborn Corporation, acquiring the genes of some extraordinary creature wasn't out of reach. Perhaps that's why the Green Goblin had grown so much stronger. Even so, Jiangbai didn't take it to heart. They were nowhere near enough to make him wary. What troubled Jiangbai more was the matter of Nick Fury. Fury hadn't shown himself yet, and there'd been no contact from Natasha, either. On the other hand, Steve Rogers' sudden disappearance from New York was clearly Nick Fury's doing. Very few people knew Jiangbai was still alive, mainly the former S.H.I.E.L.D. agents and Hydra. Now S.H.I.E.L.D. was destroyed, and Hydra lurked in hiding. That left Nick Fury as the most likely suspect. Within the original timeline, Fury had always placed his trust in Steve Rogers. It was impossible for Hydra to whisk Steve away without a trace. Steve might not compare to Jiangbai, but he certainly had the power to resist Hydra. The most plausible scenario was that Nick Fury had reached out and lured Steve away. During his idle moments, Jiangbai had frequently used his psychic abilities to scan the globe, searching for any sign of Nick Fury. Yet, even now, he'd found nothing. In the end, it seemed Fury had managed to talk Steve Rogers into leaving New York. Jiangbai couldn't help but admit that Nick Fury had a few tricks up his sleeve. Still, he wasn't worried in the least. Nick Fury was bound to make a move sooner or later. The two of them were now mortal enemies. Knowing Fury's temperament, he would never let Jiangbai be. He might even go so far as to call Captain Marvel back from across the universe. At that thought, a cold gleam flashed in Jiangbai's eyes. If it truly came to a showdown with Captain Marvel, he certainly wouldn't hold back. So what if it was Captain Marvel? Unless she had her full comic book powers, Jiangbai had nothing to fear. The movie version of Captain Marvel was nowhere near strong enough to threaten him now. A week later, Norman Osborn and Connors had already reached out to Max, successfully securing his cooperation, and were now preparing to recruit even more superpowered individuals. Meanwhile, on the other side, Harry Osborn was growing increasingly anxious. He hadn't seen his father in a long time. Even though they still spoke over the phone, Harry couldn't shake the feeling that something was wrong. But given Norman Osborn's current condition, there was simply no way he could meet his son in person. Even now, Norman refused to give up on perfecting the super serum for his son. At that moment, high atop the Osborn Tower, Connors was carefully fitting a large canister of green lizard serum into a special device. This machine was designed to disperse the serum across all of New York. Anyone who absorbed the lizard serum would be transformed into a lizard person. And once transformed, they would fall under Connors' control. Standing nearby was a hulking lizard man, his frame far more imposing than Connors' own. This was none other than Norman Osborn himself. At the entrance stood a figure dressed in a black hooded jacket, a black man. It was Max. Unlike the others, he had chosen not to inject himself with the lizard serum. In Max's eyes, though he possessed the ability to control and absorb electricity, he still considered himself human. He refused to turn into a monster like Connors and Norman Osborn, especially not a grotesque one, even if the lizard serum promised a significant boost in power. All Max needed was enough electricity in his body to grow stronger. There was no need for any lizard serum. As he watched Connors and Norman Osborn, a flash of contempt flickered in his eyes. Gaining power had already changed him deeply. If it weren't for the need to stand against the superheroes, he'd never have chosen to ally himself with these two monsters. He was confident that nobody could catch him. With even the faintest current, he could slip away undetected, and with electricity running through every corner of the city, escape was never a concern. All right, once we activate this, every citizen in New York will become the ultimate perfected form. We'll have a formidable new force on our side. Then stop talking and turn on already. The damned superheroes will be here any minute. Connors stared at the device before him, eyes burning with madness and fervor. Unable to contain his excitement, he began explaining to Norman Osborn beside him. This was the pinnacle of human evolution, and he needed someone to share in his exhilaration. But Norman Osborn cut him off, cold and impatient. Norman had nothing but disdain for Connors' words. The ultimate form of human evolution, he scoffed inwardly. If Connors weren't still useful, Norman would have crushed his skull right then and there. Connors, stung by the interruption, shot Norman Osborn an angry glare. Then the device was activated. As it began to spin, a beam of green energy shot straight into the sky, transforming into clusters of green clouds that drifted above New York City. As these clouds multiplied, they would eventually condense and fall as rain formed from the lizard serum. Anyone caught in this rainfall would turn into a lizard person. But that wasn't all. If enough lizard serum was released, even those who avoided the rain would eventually be infected by the serum saturating the air, transforming them too. In other words, as soon as all the serum in the device was used up, every ordinary person and even some mutants in New York City would become lizard people. But just then, a blue and white figure appeared. A strand of white web shot out and stuck to the control panel, stopping Connors from operating the machine further. Little bug, you dare show up again. Don't count on getting lucky this time. What are you doing here? Causing trouble for the city again. We're not afraid to tell you. Soon, everyone in New York will be just like me, a lizard person. What do you say? Isn't that a surprise? Ha ha ha. Professor Connors, are you insane? This is New York. You realize how many people this could kill? No, you're using the wrong word. How could it be killing them? I'm helping them evolve. This is the most perfect evolutionary form of humanity. I have to stop you. Seeing Spider-Man arrive, a surge of fury rose in Norman Osborn's heart. He wished he could tear Spider-Man apart on the spot. But soon, he thought of a better way to vent his anger. Make Spider-Man watch as all of New York turned into lizard people. Witnessing Spider-Man's despair and helplessness would be a beautiful thing. Satisfied, Norman Osborn decided not to act rashly. Meanwhile, Connors, utterly unconcerned, openly declared their plan to Spider-Man, knowing the machine was already running. Even if Spider-Man wanted to stop them, it was already too late. Beneath his mask, Spider-Man's face darkened. If this really happened, Aunt May might turn into a lizard person too. Not just Aunt May, but also his friends, Ned, Harry, and so many others. Bang! With that thought, he struck out at Connors. But to his shock, Connors barely reacted to Spider-Man's attack. Over the past few days, he had been purifying his lizard serum and injecting himself. Though he might not be as strong as Norman Osborn, he had already surpassed Spider-Man. The two clashed with a punch. Spider-Man's eyes widened in disbelief beneath his mask. His opponent's strength even exceeded his own. Sharp pain shot up his right arm, bringing him back to his senses. Relying on his spider sense, he dodged Connor's next attack. Max stood by the door, arms crossed, watching the scene unfold with utter calm. With Spider-Man on the job, there was no need for him to step in. At least, not yet. However, as the fight with Connors dragged on, Spider-Man began to lose ground. He had to rely on his agility, dodging in and out, searching for opportunities to strike. His anxiety mounted as he glanced at the device. The vial of green serum was running dangerously low. The longer this dragged on, the worse things would get. Just then, Daredevil arrived with the Punisher in tow. Yet, their presence brought Spider-Man no relief. 3 against 1 might seem manageable, but now there were 3 enemies to face. The Punisher, after all, was only a regular man, albeit a tough one. Barely dodging another of Connor's savage attacks, Spider-Man sprang off Oscorp Tower and swung across the city, landing atop a neighboring building. Mr. Stark, I'm in serious trouble. 3 powerful criminals are trying to turn all of New York citizens into lizard people. Neither I nor Daredevil or the Punisher are a match for them. Please, I need your help. Turn all of New York into lizard people? What the? Okay, I'm on my way. Thank you, Mr. Stark. Please hurry. Without hesitation, Spider-Man whipped out his phone and dialed Tony Stark, desperate for reinforcements. He understood all too well that this was far beyond what the 3 of them could handle alone. If it didn't get help, the fate of every New Yorker was at stake. As soon as the call ended, Tony began suiting up in his vibranium armor. He immediately summoned Jarvis to deploy over 20 Iron Man suits, all of them streaking towards Spider-Man's location. At the same time, he sent word to the other members of the Illuminati. In the Illuminati's headquarters, only Dr. Helen Zhao was present, still engrossed in her research on the Cradle of Life. Meanwhile, on Skull Island, Jiangbai also received Tony's urgent message. After a brief moment of thought, he slipped an arm around Emma's slender waist, opened a portal, and stepped through to New York. He figured he might as well check things out. After all, he had nothing pressing at the moment. Emma, blushing, pressed herself to Jiangbai's chest. Teetering on her high heels, she stepped with him through the shimmering portal. In the blink of an eye, they appeared in the heart of New York City. Almost immediately, a pillar of green energy shot skyward in the distance, clouds above swirling into an ominous green haze. High overhead, several dark shapes appeared, growing larger by the second. Within seconds, it became clear Iron Man suits were streaking toward the column of green energy at breathtaking speed. Recognizing Tony's arrival, Jiangbai allowed himself a small, knowing smile. With the elegant beauty by his side, clothed in a platinum lace qipao, he gently took her in his arms and soared toward the source of the green energy. Emma was dressed in a platinum lace qipao, the form-fitting gown tracing every curve of her figure, exuding an aura of elegance and mystery. Her eyes overflowed with love and obsession for Jiangbai. At this moment, her heart and mind were entirely consumed by thoughts of him. Her infatuation with Jiangbai had reached a point of near madness. She wished she could stay by his side every second of every day. Now that Jiangbai brought her along, her heart brimmed with joy. She leaned against his chest, her face full of affectionate dependence. A thunderous roar split the air. Tony arrived on the battlefield clad in his vibranium armor, accompanied by 20 high-density alloy suits. Without hesitation, he launched an attack on Electro and Green Goblin, who were assailing Daredevil and the Punisher. Twin repulsor blasts shot from his palms, instantly drawing the attention of Electro and Green Goblin. The two villains, acting in unspoken agreement, ignored Daredevil and the Punisher, focusing their gaze on Iron Man and the armored suits behind him. As soon as Iron Man appeared, Green Goblin's expression darkened, clearly displeased that Tony had finally shown up. Iron Man, you're here to ruin our plans again. Do you really think a tin suit is going to make you untouchable? Oh, I'd like to see what tricks you have up your sleeve. Max, it's your turn. Another deafening explosion filled the battlefield. Green Goblin's voice was icy as he glared at Iron Man, his tone brimming with menace and his eyes flashing with murderous intent. But Iron Man remained unfazed. The vibranium suit gave him unwavering confidence, and he doubted the villains could do anything to stop him. In the next instant, Electro sprang into action. A surge of electricity crackled from his hands, arcing straight toward Iron Man Tony, shielded in his vibranium armor, quickly identified the electrical attack and made no move to dodge, allowing the currents to strike his suit. After all, vibranium was famed for its ability to absorb all forms of energy. From Tony's perspective, Electro's assault was little more than a free charge. Yet, Green Goblin and Electro were hardly oblivious. As the current struck the suit, Electro transformed into a streak of blue-white lightning, riding the energy directly toward Iron Man. Hovering invisibly nearby, Jiangbai watched the scene unfold with Emma in his arms. He paused for a heartbeat, then a sly, almost mischievous smile flickered across his lips. Emma, nestled against him, was puzzled by Jiangbai's sudden amusement and gazed at the battlefield with confusion, watching as Electro became a bolt of blue-white lightning. Tony himself was uncertain what was happening, but Green Goblin, still standing, let a cold smile creep across his face. Electro could not only control, but also absorb electricity. If he managed to seize control of the currents running inside Iron Man's suit, would Tony still be able to command his armor? What the? Jarvis? What's going on? Jarvis? Haha. Tony Stark, I forgot to tell you. My power is to control and absorb electricity. All the currents running through your suit are now under my command. You're completely at my mercy. Sensing something was wrong with his armor, Tony called out for Jarvis, a flicker of panic crossing his face. Then, Electro's voice rang in his ears. Hearing the explanation, Tony could only sigh helplessly, already thinking about the next upgrade to his suit. He needed to ensure the armor's internal currents couldn't be controlled by an enemy. This time, he had simply been careless. If not, Max would never have had the chance to hijack the suit's electrical systems. Even in close combat, any stray current should have been absorbed by the vibranium rather than allowed to flow inside and be manipulated. Electro was practically giddy as he drew in the energy from the 5 new element arc reactors housed within the vibranium armor. It was more than he could ever get from draining a whole power plant. After all, these were controlled fusion reactors. Each one was generating 3 billion joules of energy every second. 3 billion joules is about 833 kilowatt-hours. That's enough to keep a 15-watt light bulb burning for 6 years, or to run a 1.2 kilowatt air conditioner nonstop for 29 days. Even an electric car, accounting for energy loss, would need 100 kilowatt-hours to fully charge from empty. That's enough power to recharge it 8 times over. And that's just what the reactor produces every second. The sheer volume was staggering, and Electro absorbed it all with manic delight, growing ever stronger with every jolt. Remember, there were 5 reactors built into the vibranium suit. Tony, on the other hand, was left speechless, almost on the verge of tears. Jiangbai, who was hidden nearby and invisible, could only gloat at Tony's misfortune. For someone as arrogant as Tony, a little setback was probably just what he needed. Taking care of Electro would be easy for Jiangbai. If he wanted, he could send Electro straight to Antarctica with a flick of spatial power, drain every last volt from his body, and reduce him to an ordinary man. That's why Jiangbai decided not to intervene just yet. With Electro in control, Tony's suit had lost connection with Jarvis. But Jarvis, being a sophisticated AI, immediately tried to take over the 20 other Iron Man suits and rescue Tony. Unfortunately, Electro simply commanded the vibranium suit with a slight gesture. A terrifying bolt of electricity arced out, blue and white lightning crackling in jagged lines as it struck all the Iron Man suits at once, sending them flying through the air. In that instant, each suit's power reserves shot up by 500% thanks to the force charge. That attack had instantly supercharged every Iron Man suit. All Tony could do was sit helplessly inside his armor, watching Electro manipulate his vibranium suit. With most functions locked out, Tony could only operate a few basic systems, things like flight, repulsor blasts, and energy attacks. Inside the vibranium armor, Tony couldn't access the miniature missiles, laser weapons, or infrasound devices. All of them required Tony's direct authorization. Now that Electro had invaded the suit, the system no longer registered Tony as the operator, and with Jarvis out of contact. Every one of these features was locked down. Even with his command of electricity, Electro couldn't activate them. He was limited to using only flight and a few basic functions. Of course, he could still control Tony, who was trapped inside the armor with no way to escape. Damn it. Next time, I swear I'll have a counter for this trick of yours. Tony cursed through gritted teeth. This is infuriating. Electro's laughter crackled through the comms, wild and triumphant. Tony Stark, you wretched billionaire. Your arrogance is always your deadliest flaw. Maybe so, Tony shot back, refusing to sound defeated, but I'm never alone. It won't be long before I break free. Then I'm coming for you, and you're going to regret ever messing with me. Fuming inside the vibranium suit, Tony felt the humiliation burn even hotter than his frustration. It wasn't just the helplessness. It was the shame of being played like a puppet. Deep down, he found himself hoping Jiangbai would come to the rescue. Jarvis would surely have reported the situation to Jiangbai by now. Tony could already imagine the jokes at his expense, but he'd take that over being Electro's helpless plaything any day. Suddenly, a thunderous blast shook the air. Instead of trying to free Tony, Jarvis redirected the suit's power, unleashing a barrage of 20 high-energy blasts at the device pumping out the lizard serum. The machine exploded in a storm of sparks and shrapnel, utterly destroyed. Connors, watching his plan unravel, erupted in uncontrollable rage. With the device in ruins, his dream of transforming New York's citizens into lizard people was crushed. His eyes, once black, blazed red with fury. A feral aura surged from him as his body began to swell and mutate. His limbs twisted, and black claws on his emerald arms grew longer and sharper. Without a second thought, Connors hurled himself at Spider-Man, Daredevil, and the Punisher, his mind consumed by a single, savage urge to tear them apart. Jiangbai, catching the scene from the corner of his eye, smirked slightly. He glanced up at the sky, where green clouds swirled ominously. With a flash of emerald light, the clouds instantly turned white, and every trace of the lizard's serum vanished. This was Jiangbai's work, the power of the horse talisman restoring the clouds to their original state. Though the clouds hadn't yet rained down the serum, it was only a matter of time. And when that happened, it would be the Illuminati left to clean up the mess. Better to snuff out the disaster in its cradle, Jiangbai thought, than deal with the aftermath. Another deafening explosion thundered across the city. Spider-Man, Daredevil, and the Punisher were struggling to withstand Connor's relentless assault. He attacked without any regard for his own safety, never bothering to defend himself. Even if he was injured, he would heal in the blink of an eye. This reckless way of trading blows was something even they dared not face head-on. Nearby, the Green Goblin had already charged at 10 Iron Man suits. Because he wasn't using his usual goblin gear, he couldn't fly. Under Jarvis's control, the suits made full use of their flight advantage to attack the goblin from above. But if the goblin ever found an opening, he would instantly destroy one of the suits. Meanwhile, Tony's vibranium suit was being controlled by Electro to attack the other suits. Watching his own creations turn against each other was deeply frustrating for Tony. At this moment, Jiangbai stood on the sidelines, phone in hand, recording the entire chaotic scene. "Aren't you going to help him out?" someone asked. "No rules Jiangbai de. Let Tony suffer a bit. Otherwise, he'll think he's invincible just because he's got a vibranium suit. There are plenty of things out there that can put him in his place." Bang! Just as Jiangbai and Emma were chatting, Tony was forced to destroy several more of his suits under Electro's control. His heart ached with every blow. Those suits had been built with mountains of dollars. He might be wealthy, but that didn't mean it didn't hurt to see them ruined. Below Osborne Tower, a crowd of reporters and media personnel had gathered. Not far away, a helicopter hovered, its camera trained on the action atop the building. The sight of Iron Man battling his own suits became a hot topic online, sparking endless debate. Soon, all of Tony's suits had been destroyed. Spider-Man, Daredevil, and the Punisher were covered in wounds, while the Green Goblin and Electro began closing in on the trio. Peter felt a wave of helplessness. He called for backup, only to find himself facing an even stronger enemy. Daredevil and the Punisher exchanged glances, equally speechless, but now wasn't the time for complaints. They needed a plan. "Your time is up, little bugs." "Ha ha." The Green Goblin laughed maniacally as he and his allies surrounded Spider-Man and the others, already savoring the thought of tearing Spider-Man apart. The heroes watched them warily. By now, Connors had regained his senses, but the fury burning in his eyes hadn't dimmed. "Tony, how's the game going?" Jiangbai called out. "Be honest, don't you feel a bit like a clown right now?" "Thank God you're finally here. Get this bastard out of my suit now. I need to teach him a serious lesson." Jiangbai chuckled. All right, I'll help you out. Just this once." Just as the Green Goblin and his cohorts were about to make their move, a calm voice rang out. Out of thin air appeared a handsome young man dressed in a white casual outfit, his arm wrapped around a voluptuous, alluring blonde woman. At the sight of his arrival, Tony, Peter, and the others let out a sigh of relief. The Green Goblin and Connors were both startled, but in the Goblin's heart, fear had already taken root. He knew this was not someone they could afford to provoke. One misstep, and it could mean death, real death. Jiangbai's gaze shifted toward Tony, and a surge of psychic energy swept forth. It plunged straight into Max's mind. Though the currents running through Max's body had made him much stronger, Jiangbai's psychic powers were nothing to scoff at. There was a faint, agonized scream, and then a burst of electricity shot out from Tony's armor. In a flash, it materialized as a black man standing before everyone. The moment he was expelled from Tony's suit, the armor abruptly lost all power, and the system began to reboot. Jarvis quickly reconnected, and control of the vibranium suit returned to Tony. Inside the armor, Tony glared furiously at Electro. The Green Goblin spoke up. "I don't believe we've done anything to offend you. You can take Tony Stark and leave. We have nothing to do with each other." Electro sneered. "What's there to be afraid of? Why not just finish him off? I'm brimming with power right now." Jiangbai replied. "Indeed, I'm quite curious. Just how strong are you now? And, Norman Osborn, does your son know what you become?" The Green Goblin looked steadily at Jiangbai. Unless there was no other choice, he wanted to avoid a confrontation and was ready to make his escape at any moment. As he finished speaking, Electro shot Jiangbai a contemptuous look. He'd been itching for payback since just now. Seeing Electro foolishly provoke Jiangbai, the Green Goblin's heart pounded with terror. Electro didn't understand whom he was dealing with, but the Goblin did. Even at his current power level, he was no match for Jiangbai. Besides, this man showed no mercy. Unlike other superheroes who would toss villains in jail, Jiangbai would simply kill them without hesitation. Hearing Electro's taunt, Jiangbai looked at him with a playful glint, then revealed the Green Goblin's true identity. Tony and Peter both turned to the Goblin in astonishment. None of them had expected that the monster before them was actually Norman Osborn, president of Oscorp. Peter's feelings were especially tangled. After all, Norman Osborn had always treated him well, and he was the father of Peter's best friend. When the Green Goblin heard Jiangbai expose his identity, his face turned ashen. The surrounding reporters had already captured everything on camera, making it impossible for him to hide the truth now. Before he could say another word, Electro had already summoned a massive surge of electricity and hurled it straight at Jiangbai. Bang! Beside him, Tony maneuvered his vibranium armor to intercept the surge of electricity. Every bolt was absorbed by the suit, and then a blinding beam of white energy burst from the arc reactor in his chest, striking Electro squarely and sending him flying backward until he crashed into the rooftop's edge. Connors and the Green Goblin also launched an assault on Jiangbai, but Jiangbai barely spared them a glance. He shook his head slightly, and a surge of telekinetic power swept forth, instantly enveloping both opponents. By now, his strength had reached several hundred tons, and his telekinesis was no less formidable. Dealing with Connors and the Green Goblin was child's play. Enveloped in his psychic grip, a mere flick of Jiangbai's hand sent both villains hurtling through the air. Their power was utterly insignificant before him. The Green Goblin and Connors, thrown back, immediately tried to make a run for it. In a desperate move, the Green Goblin grabbed Connors by the tail and flung him toward Jiangbai, then leapt from the top of the Oscorp tower himself, intent on escaping. That single exchange had told him everything he needed to know. Defeating Jiangbai was impossible, as Connors hurtled toward him, thrown by the Goblin. Jiangbai's telekinesis surged again. With a clenched fist, he crushed Connors on the very rooftop of Oscorp, ending him in an instant. Meanwhile, the Green Goblin had landed on the ground below, the impact gouging a deep crater, but he emerged unscathed. Just as he was about to make his escape, an invisible force seized him, lifting him helplessly into the air. Within moments, the Green Goblin was floating back, reappearing before Jiangbai and the others. As Jiangbai prepared to finish him off, Spider-Man spoke up nervously from the side. Mr. Jiangbai, could you maybe—" "Enough. I know what you want to say. If their plan had succeeded, millions of New Yorkers could have died. Would you take responsibility for that? Once you make a choice, you must accept the consequences. Do you really think locking him in prison will be enough? Naive." Before Spider-Man could finish, Jiangbai glanced at him calmly and spoke in a measured tone. With that, he unleashed a surge of Dragon Fire. In an instant, the Green Goblin was reduced to ashes. His Dragon Fire was potent enough to wound giant beasts. How could the Green Goblin possibly withstand it? In the end, Peter could only cast a desolate glance at Jiangbai, saying nothing more. Daredevil and the Punisher also remained silent. All eyes turned to Tony, who was still battling Electro. Thanks to the unique properties of vibranium, Tony had the clear upper hand. No matter how powerful Electro's surges became, hitting Tony only served to supercharge his suit, energy that Tony turned right back on his foe. With the frustration from earlier fueling him, Tony showed no mercy. The moment he saw an opening, he launched a relentless barrage of blows and unleashed every weapon at his disposal. Electro wasn't in great shape at the moment. Even with the electric current boosting his body, he still couldn't withstand Tony's barrage of weapons. Finding himself at a disadvantage, Electro started inching closer to the power box on the rooftop. Jiangbai, noticing this, raised his eyebrows slightly. A surge of blue, icy energy burst from Jiangbai's hand and instantly froze the power box behind Electro solid. Everything nearby that might conduct electricity was also sealed in ice. Witnessing this, Electro's animosity toward Jiangbai deepened, but he still had to face Tony's relentless onslaught. He managed to pull out a thin strand of electricity to lash out at Jiangbai, but this only made Jiangbai chuckle. That current was utterly harmless to him. After all, he possessed Storm's powers, the ability to command storms and lightning. A little jolt like that was nothing to him. It simply had no effect. Tony raised both hands, aiming straight at Electro, and two peculiar devices emerged from his arms. In a flash, twin beams of powerful red lasers shot out, piercing right through Electro's chest. But instead of organs and flesh, his body was filled with crackling electricity. Electro had already died once. His entire form was now composed of electricity. That was why he could slip into power lines at will. Even if his body was pierced, as long as electricity flowed, he would not die. What's going on here? His body must be made of pure electricity. As long as there's current, he can't die. If he loses that current, he might turn back into a regular person, or maybe just perish altogether. That's bizarre. Is he some kind of special mutant? No, he was an ordinary man. An electrician at Oscorp. That lizard guy earlier used to be a scientist in Oscorp's lab. And then there's Norman Osborn, the company's president. Wait, what? They're all from Oscorp? What's with that company? Are they cursed? Boom. After learning all three of them were deeply tied to Oscorp, Tony was left more than a little dumbfounded. Just then, Electro launched another surge of electricity at Tony. But, as before, Tony's vibranium armor absorbed it completely. This time, instead of countering from a distance, Tony switched to flight mode and charged directly at Electro. He landed a solid punch to Electro's chest, sending him flying, then pressed the advantage, attacking relentlessly. With every blow, blue-white arcs of electricity crackled across Electro's body. Electro struggled to break free from the grip of Tony's armored arms, but he simply couldn't. Though his body was enhanced by electricity, his strength was nowhere near enough to match the vibranium suit. At this point, Jiangbai couldn't stand watching any longer. Another wave of pale, blue, freezing energy surged out, locking Electro in ice, while Tony immediately pulled back. In the next instant, a scorching blast of dragon fire erupted, instantly reducing the Electro to ashes. The remaining electricity within his body surged out in a violent burst, but it was immediately brought under Jiangbai's control. He then channeled the energy into the nearby power lines, turning it into usable electricity. With the matter resolved, Jiangbai disappeared from the rooftop with Emma in tow, leaving Tony to face the aftermath alone. Left with no other choice, Tony began tidying up the wreckage himself. Even the shattered remains of the destroyed suits would be collected for recovery. Spider-Man, Daredevil, and the Punisher also took the opportunity to slip away from the scene. It wasn't long before news of the day's events spread across the internet. Soon, Jiangbai, Tony, Spider-Man, Daredevil, and the Punisher began to gather more and more supporters online. Jiangbai and Tony themselves didn't pay much attention to the growing popularity, but Peter was delighted for quite some time. Inside a luxurious villa, a handsome blonde young man put down his phone, his eyes blazing with anger and hatred as he spoke. Jiangbai, you killed my father. I swear I will have my revenge. You'll pay the price for what you've done. Reed said, I need to take a trip into outer space soon. There's a cosmic energy storm on the horizon, and I want to study it. Tony replied, a cosmic energy storm? What's there to study about that? If you want to go, just go. Need any help from me? Reed answered, no need. I got my own team. I just want to let you all know, so you're not left wondering where I've gone, or in case you need to come rescue me. Jiangbai chimed in, go ahead, don't worry. If you need anything, just call me. I'll open a portal right in front of you. Reed laughed. Now that you've said that, I can rest easy. Hopefully nothing unexpected will happen while I'm gone. Charles said, it's hard to say for certain. What we need to keep an eye on most are those giant beasts. Chala, have you detected any signs of them? Chala replied, Wakanda's satellites haven't picked up any major energy fluctuations from beneath the Earth's oceans. For now, it seems we're safe from giant monsters. Tony suggested, maybe we could build a massive iron suit to fight those beasts. What do you all think? Jiangbai responded, come on, those monsters start at 10,000 tons each. If you want to build a suit that size, the energy requirements alone would be a nightmare. Just powering it up would be a huge challenge, not to mention the materials and control systems. It's not that easy. Tony conceded, all right, maybe we could at least try designing one first. At the Illuminati's meeting, Everyone was present except the sentry. Of course, Zhao Hailuan was the only one physically at the Illuminati's base. The others were participating via holographic projection. It was during this meeting that they learned of Reed's plan to conduct his research in space. Jiangbai immediately realized that the timeline of the Fantastic Four was about to unfold, and just thinking about the adversaries he was about to face gave him a headache. Whether in the comics or the movies, the planet-devouring Galactus, one of the 5 great cosmic entities, had appeared before, attempting to consume Earth. However, in a movie, what showed up was probably just a projection or an avatar, not the real Galactus. In the comics timeline, his true form had actually appeared. Although he was ultimately defeated, his power was still far beyond what Jiangbai and his companions could handle right now. If the true Galactus were to show up, Jiangbai would definitely gather everyone and make a run for it. There would be no point in fighting if the actual Galactus appeared. Even the Ancient One, with the Time Stone in hand, would be forced to kneel. Even if Vashani showed up, they might suffer a humiliating defeat. Although in many timelines, Galactus has been weakened and defeated in all sorts of ways. He's even become a running joke as a unit of measurement. But this is the real world. If Galactus is one of the 5 great cosmic entities, how could he possibly be weak? At minimum, he'd be multiversal in power, and even his avatars could possess the power of a single universe. It really depends on how hungry he is. When his avatars get hungry, they weaken, and anything the avatars consume is actually fed back to the true form. Jiangbai guessed that the true Galactus appearing was unlikely. If it did happen, even if the Ancient One called upon all of Vashani, they might still lose. The Vishanti are a trinity of ancient gods, omnipotent Ashtar, all-seeing Agamotto, and the venerable Ha-Goth, the 3-in-1 gods of white magic. Even if their collective power reached the multiversal level, they might still not be a match for the true Galactus. Galactus's very nature is to devour. How could something that devours worlds be weak? The outcome between these powers would be hard to predict, but one thing was certain. They were not forces that Earth could contend with right now. Jiangbai hadn't even reached the Heavenly Father tier of power, let alone the level of those cosmic heavyweights. He figured that even dealing with a single celestial would be overwhelming. Some of them, once they reveal their true form, are at least universe-level beings. Back when Odin was at his peak, clad in his destroyer armor, it took everything he had just to sever a celestial's arm. As for Tony's suggestion, Jiangbai shook his head and turned it down. Building a giant Iron Man suit just wasn't feasible at the moment. Though his arc reactor was impressive, it still wasn't enough to power or operate an iron suit weighing tens of thousands of tons, at least not in this MonsterVerse timeline. The energy source from Mechagodzilla, for example, came from Kong's ancestral land in the Hollow Earth. Only by venturing there could they obtain the kind of power needed to jumpstart a steel giant of that scale, and that was clearly impossible right now. Although Jiangbai hadn't tried it yet. With the Space Stone in his possession, maybe, just maybe, he could actually enter the Hollow Earth. After the meeting, Jiangbai sat alone on the manor's balcony, watching Lorna, Pietro, and Kong playing together not far away. Thanks to Tom and Jerry, who had invented a device that could translate Kong's language, Lorna and Pietro were now able to communicate with him. Tom, Jerry, and Mazer also had their own translators, which meant they could all speak as well. When Pietro showed Kong some staff techniques, Jiangbai couldn't help but find the scene both amusing and baffling, but he didn't intervene. If Kong truly managed to learn these skills, his strength would surely increase by quite a bit. Most of the creatures on Skull Island had already been thrashed by Martin and Kane, so much so that even the Skullcrawlers no longer needed Kong to deal with them. The two of them had beaten the Skullcrawlers into hiding, too afraid to leave their caves. Meanwhile, Wanda and Merlin remained at Kamartaj, immersed in their study of magic. Wanda, blessed with extraordinary talent, had already mastered the portal spell. She could cast it even without the sling ring. Each night, she would open a portal to return home, and, in the morning, she would head back to her studies. Merlin, on the other hand, had pretty much taken up residence in the Kamartaj library, or else he would be dueling with the Ancient One in the mirror dimension, honing his magical skills. Sitting on the balcony, Jiangbai used his spatial powers to observe Reed's laboratory. This time, the cosmic energy storm would grant Reed and his companions superpowers. Jiangbai planned to go and have a look, not so much for the powers themselves, but to see if the cosmic energy storm would have any effect on him. Life was pleasant enough now. When he wasn't busy, Jiangbai would tease Tom and Jerry. Everyone had their own pursuits, and their abilities continued to improve. Still, he knew that the dangers ahead would be far greater than what they now faced, so he needed to become even stronger. With a simple gesture, a ripple of spatial energy appeared before him as Jiangbai began practicing how to wield space for various attacks and applications. When Apocalypse's corpse had been swallowed up by a spatial collapse, Jiangbai hadn't been able to retrieve the body. His own powers were impressive, but he wasn't obsessed with seizing every opportunity. If Apocalypse could be slain by the power of space, then as someone who possessed both spatial abilities and the Space Stone, as long as he developed his powers properly, killing Apocalypse would no longer be such an insurmountable challenge. Blue arcs of spatial energy danced through Jiangbai's hands, twisting into countless forms. As he pondered how to further develop his command of space, a blue and white figure surfaced in his mind, Tom. The mere thought of Tom made Jiangbai shake his head in helpless resignation. Some people achieve success through 99% perspiration and 1% talent. For Tom, it's 99% talent and just 1% effort. And that 1% is only so he doesn't have to walk to get his snacks. Tom had developed his abilities to a formidable level. Merlin's spatial magic was at his beck and call, and his mastery of various spatial manipulations bordered on the unbelievable. Not only that, but to satisfy his craving for snacks anytime, anywhere, he even carved out a special pocket dimension. Inside, it was stocked full of snacks and toys that Jiangbai had bought for him. With his spatial teleportation, he could even achieve instant transmission, cross-regional swaps, long-distance transfers, and all manner of spatial feats came to him as easily as breathing. Jiangbai could only watch in envy, his jealousy written all over his face. He had once thought that Tom practiced his abilities diligently every day, but when he asked, he found out that Tom simply woke up one day, and the skill was his. Jiangbai was left speechless by this answer. With no other option, he had to train his own spatial abilities the hard way. At that very moment, Reed was leading his team as they prepared to board a rocket bound for space, ready to study a rare cosmic energy storm that only appeared once in a century. There were 5 of them on this mission. Reed Richards, their sponsor Victor Von Doom, Reed's ex-girlfriend Susan Storm, her younger brother Johnny Storm, and astronaut Ben Grimm. Reed called out, "Double-check every system on the rocket. We're about to ignite." Susan replied, "Everything's clear. Ready for launch." Reed nodded. "All right, ignition." At Reed's command, the rocket engines roared to life, propelling the spacecraft toward the heavens. All 5 donned their specialized space suits, and soon the rocket carried them out into the vastness of space. Once the rocket detached, Reed took control of the ship, steering it toward the looming cosmic energy storm not far ahead. They began deploying their instruments to extract and study the energy from within the storm. Meanwhile, Jiangbai watched this entire scene unfold in silence. The cosmic energy storm still needed some time before it would erupt, so there was no rush for him to venture into space. With his current physique, he could survive in a vacuum without issue. A few days passed in the blink of an eye. Reed made the bold decision to pilot the ship directly into the heart of the storm, seeking deeper research and perhaps even the secrets of human genetics. Susan protested fiercely, but Reed paid her no mind. Without hesitation, he guided the ship straight into the storm's center, and the research began in earnest. Suddenly, a thunderous explosion rocked the void. The cosmic energy storm flared into chaos. Everyone inside the ship was overwhelmed, knocked unconscious by the torrent of cosmic power. At that moment, Jiangbai instantly opened a spatial portal, appearing at Reed's side. He had already used the snake talisman's power to turn invisible. Sensing the vast energy swirling around him, Jiangbai slipped out of the ship into the vacuum beyond and began to absorb the cosmic energy raging within the storm, determined to use it to further elevate his own strength. Very soon, while Jiangbai was absorbing cosmic energy, Reed, Doom, Susan, John, and Ben also began to experience changes in their bodies. As ordinary people, they were exposed to the radiation of the cosmic energy, and the genes within their bodies rapidly began to mutate. Outside the spaceship, the cosmic energy swirled into a vortex, continuously being drawn into Jiangbai's body. His aura grew ever stronger, and every one of his abilities was being enhanced by this cosmic power. A whole day passed in the blink of an eye, and the storm of cosmic energy gradually faded away. Jiangbai slowly opened his eyes, realizing that his strength had nearly doubled. The energy within him had reached a staggering level. Overjoyed, he allowed a satisfied smile to spread across his face. Most importantly, Jiangbai's golden dragon fruit had now awakened. He could assume the form of a golden dragon, specifically a 5-clawed golden dragon. Moreover, by devouring various metals, he could further strengthen his body. This pleased Jiangbai immensely, and he turned his gaze toward the interior of the spaceship. At that moment, Ben had already transformed into the form of the thing, his rocky exterior unmistakable. The others had yet to display any obvious changes. Jiangbai then used his spatial abilities, transporting the entire spaceship into another realm. On the other side of the portal lay the secret underground base of the Illuminati. "Is that a spaceship? Jiang, why did you bring this thing here?" The ship itself isn't important. What matters are the people inside. Reed is in there. He passed out after being caught in the cosmic energy storm, so I brought all of them back. Take a look at their condition. Reed. Oh, all right. Hearing some commotion, Zhao Hailuan emerged from the laboratory and asked Jiang Bai about the situation. When she learned that Reed and the others were inside, she paused in surprise before helping Jiang Bai move everyone into the medical bay of the Illuminati's base. Zhao Hailuan hesitated when she saw Ben's rocky appearance, as if wanting to say something but stopping herself. Jiang Bai didn't offer any explanation. He simply left the base and returned to the manor. Once there, he took a moment to sense his newfound strength. He was now about at the mid to late stage of the subcelestial father level, with all of his abilities significantly enhanced. This left Jiang Bai thoroughly satisfied. He then retrieved a large chunk of vibranium from his system space and began to consume it. With his ability to strengthen his body by devouring metals, Jiang Bai wasn't about to let such an opportunity slip by. After absorbing the vibranium, he noticed that his body seemed to grow even more resilient. With a faint smile, he continued devouring vast quantities of metal. Gold no longer had any effect on him. Only rare and precious metals could now boost his strength. And, of course, there was his long-awaited five-clawed golden dragon form. Thinking about the changes happening to Reed and the others, Jiang Bai realized that the true Mr. Fantastic was about to emerge. Mr. Fantastic's body possesses extraordinary elasticity. He can stretch himself to incredible lengths and even alter his volume and shape through this flexibility. He's able to transform his whole body, or just parts of it, into a malleable state, allowing him to extend, inflate, elongate, and morph into other forms as needed. He often makes creative use of his shape-shifting abilities, turning himself into obstacles, pillars, cubes, parachutes, and more. Physical attacks are useless against Mr. Fantastic. Bullets, for example, will simply bounce off his body and ricochet back at the shooter. His body can withstand small explosions, and unless he intentionally lets an explosive pass through him, it's nearly impossible for a blast to tear or pierce his skin. It's possible that Mr. Fantastic's intellect has been enhanced by his powers. His mind, like his body, is remarkably elastic, endowing him with formidable mental defenses. He can also disguise himself by reshaping his body. All his cells have been replaced by highly flexible ones. Each individual cell is far more versatile than a typical human cell, allowing Reed to stretch extensively without damaging his internal organs. Reed can even expand his own brain to tackle almost any problem, making him a living computer. After his mutation, his cells transformed his physiology so that he no longer requires food or even a vascular system. Mr. Fantastic's powers are affected by changes in temperature. Both extreme heat and cold can weaken or nullify his elasticity. He possesses a genius-level intellect, mastering nearly every scientific field imaginable, including time travel, space exploration, biochemistry, robotics, computing, communications, synthetic polymers, mutation, transportation, holography, energy generation, and spectral analysis. He has achieved groundbreaking results across these diverse disciplines. Mr. Fantastic is also a remarkably capable leader, a brilliant tactician, strategist, and theorist. Jiang Bai is particularly eager to see Mr. Fantastic make his debut. After all, Reed's intellect rivals Tony's, and his abilities further strengthen the Illuminati's collective power. But what truly draws Jiang Bai's attention is Victor Von Doom. Victor is anything but a simple character. Judging by appearances, he seems to belong to the movie timeline, but it's uncertain whether he'll wield the same power as his comic book counterpart. This chaotic world is proving to be quite a headache for Jiang Bai. Victor Von Doom, also known as Dr. Doom, hails from the fictional Eastern European nation of Latveria. In the comic timeline, he originally had no superpowers, but through study and fortune, he acquired vast magical knowledge. His mastery of magic rivals even that of Doctor Strange. After being disfigured in an experiment, he donned a metal mask and developed armor on par with Iron Man's, along with a variety of high-tech gadgets. Armed with both magic and advanced technology, Victor quickly rose to power, seizing control of Latveria and gradually transforming it into a global superpower. At the same time, he set his sights on conquering the outside world, clashing repeatedly with superheroes like the Avengers and the Fantastic Four. Dr. Doom became infamous for his relentless pursuit of cosmic secrets at any cost, reaching for the universe's greatest powers and, on many occasions, becoming nearly unstoppable. Yet, in the end, evil never triumphs over good. He was always defeated by the heroes. Judging from the current timeline, it seems that this version of Dr. Doom belongs to the movie universe, where his body turns to metal and he gains the ability to absorb and release electrical energy. Still, It remains to be seen if he will once again become the archenemy of the Fantastic Four in the future. But certainly seems possible. Suddenly, Jeongbi remembered that this Dr. Doom apparently has feelings for Susan. Even though Susan is technically Reed's ex-girlfriend, the two still care deeply for each other, and in time, they'll eventually marry and have Franklin Richards. Franklin Richards is a natural-born Omega-level mutant, possessing extraordinary abilities such as time travel, manipulating time and space, altering causality, rewriting reality, and even creating entire universes. His reality-warping powers can encompass an entire universe, allowing him to transform the molecular structure of matter and energy, as well as create pocket universes, where he can even replicate cosmic entities like Galactus, Eternity, and Infinity. His power is truly terrifying. For the sake of his own existence, there's a strong chance he'll travel across worlds to the present timeline to protect Reed and Susan. The more Jeongbi considered it, the more plausible it seemed. Yet, recalling the comics, Jeongbi couldn't help but feel a little exasperated. After all, Doom once had a subtle romantic entanglement with Susan in the comics. That means in at least one timeline, Reed was saddled with a particularly green patch of grass atop his head. Interestingly, in other parallel universes, Franklin's biological father isn't always the same, but his mother is invariably the Invisible Woman. That means Reed isn't necessarily destined to be Franklin Richards' father. Someone else could fill that role, but Susan will always give birth to Franklin Richards. Suddenly, Jeongbi felt a chill run down his spine. Thinking about it this way, Reed's situation was actually rather pitiful. The whole affair was a tangled mess, and the more he thought about it, the more off it seemed. Of course, no matter who ends up being Franklin Richards' father, it has nothing to do with Jeongbi. He certainly won't be the one. After all, Susan simply doesn't fit Jeongbi's idea of beauty. Not that she isn't attractive, but her looks are more in line with Western standards. Besides, Susan has had her fair share of embarrassing moments, especially since her powers only render her body invisible. There were times when she would be using her powers while undressing, only to realize her abilities had suddenly failed, leaving her standing in the middle of the street. So, it's really hard to say more. Perhaps it's best to let Reed appreciate it on his own. The Invisible Woman's real name is Susan Storm Richards. She is the elder sister of Johnny Storm, also known as the Human Torch. During a space research mission, she was exposed to cosmic radiation, which altered her body's structure and granted her the ability to become invisible and to create protective force fields. She is one of the members of the Fantastic Four. Susan can manipulate light waves, making herself and others invisible. She can also generate invisible force fields and energy shields. Moreover, she has the power to create force fields inside objects or living beings, causing them to explode. She can utilize these invisible barriers to move objects, block attacks, or trap enemies. She is also capable of flying at high speeds, and by using her force fields, she can unleash ultrasonic shockwaves for long-range attacks. The Human Torch's real name is Jonathan Lowell Spencer Storm, or Johnny Storm. He is the younger brother of Susan Storm Richards, the Invisible Woman. Like his sister, after being exposed to cosmic rays during a space research expedition, his body underwent a transformation, allowing him to fly, hurl flames at enemies, and be immune to fire. His flames are natural and require oxygen to burn. If he encounters a large amount of water, they will be extinguished. He is also a member of the Fantastic Four. Johnny's body can emit flames, and under normal circumstances, he can maintain his fiery form for about 17 hours. He is capable of flying at supersonic speeds, over 1,127 kilometers per hour. He can control fire to attack his enemies and can also absorb heat into his body. He is even able to generate a nova-level explosion, reaching up to 1 million degrees Fahrenheit, about 555,537 degrees Celsius, though doing so would deplete all his energy. Johnny is also a mechanical expert and a professional race car driver. Even as a teenager, he could repair a car's transmission. The thing's real name is Ben Grimm. He once served as a pilot in the United States Marine Corps before being selected by NASA to become an astronaut. After exposure to cosmic radiation during a research mission, his body was altered, granting him rock-like skin and immense strength. Initially, he could lift 5 tons, but through rigorous training, his strength gradually increased to 85 tons, then 90, and eventually up to 100 tons. Ben is known for his great sense of humor and is a core member of the Fantastic Four. 2 days later, the 5 people brought back from space by Jeongbi gradually began to wake up. The first to regain consciousness was Doom, who gazed around at this unfamiliar environment. Sitting up on the bed, Doom tried to recall his last memories, when suddenly he noticed his hand was turning metallic. What's happening? My hand. Hey, you're awake. All of you were brought back from outer space by Jeongbi, and this is the base of the Illuminati. As for your hand, I honestly don't know what's going on. You've all been exposed to cosmic energy radiation, and for now, there's nothing we can do about it. It's not just you. Everyone else is affected too. One of them even turned into a man made of stone. What? Infected by cosmic energy radiation? How could this happen? It's all Reed's fault. Why did he have to rush into that cosmic energy storm? None of this would have happened otherwise. Try to calm down. I need to check on the others. As Zhao Hailuan walked in and saw Doom awake, she explained the situation to him. Realizing what had happened to his body, Doom felt a surge of resentment. Resentment aimed squarely at Reed. If Reed hadn't insisted on going into that cosmic storm for his research, none of this would have happened. Now, his own body was turning into metal, not just his arm, but his entire being. How could he possibly accept this? Sensing the tension, Zhao Hailuan quickly found an excuse to leave. As soon as she stepped out of Doom's ward, she began to contact Jiang Bai. Meanwhile, Doom became aware of a strange craving for electricity. He reached out with his already metallic fingers, bringing them close to a power outlet. Instantly, blue and white currents surged steadily from the socket, flowing into Doom's body. Jiang, one of them has already woken up, but his condition is a bit off. You better come take a look. Understood. I'll be right there. The moment Zhao Hailuan's message reached Jiang Bai, he appeared inside the Illuminati's base. Despite being called a base, its only real defense was a few laser weapons Tony had set up. There wasn't even a single suit of Iron Man armor. After all, only Zhao Hailuan ever lived here. When Jiang Bai arrived, he saw Doom in the ward, wide awake and absorbing electricity from the room in an endless stream. Seeing Jiang Bai, Zhao Hailuan finally felt at ease. Jiang Bai gave her a reassuring smile and walked into the room. Doom, utterly focused on absorbing the energy, didn't notice Jiang Bai's arrival. Victor Von Doom, perhaps I should start charging you for electricity? What do you think? A sudden crash of energy erupted. Jiang Bai's unexpected words startled Doom, and a bolt of blue-white electricity shot from his hand. But Jiang Bai, calm and unhurried, simply raised his right hand, gathering all the electricity and letting it swirl around his palm, forming a crackling blue-white sphere. Who are you? Me? I'm the one who saved all 5 of your lives, Jiang Bai. What's wrong? Want to test your strength? If I weren't in a good mood right now, the moment you attacked me just now would have been the moment you died. Jiang Bai, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to attack you. I just haven't learned how to control this power yet. If you want her body restored, I might be able to help. But once you give up this power, there's no getting it back. So, do you want to return to how you were? Doom's expression changed dramatically as soon as he heard the name Jiang Bai. After all, Jiang Bai's name now echoed throughout America and even across the globe. There were few who hadn't heard of him. Jiang Bai studied Doom for a moment and shared his thoughts. If Doom truly didn't want the power his body possessed, Jiang Bai could use the power of the horse talisman to restore him. Hearing this, Doom froze, staring at his metallic hands, feeling the electric energy pulsing within him. He hesitated. The power he had loathed moments ago. Now he wasn't so sure he wanted to give it up. Help me get back to normal. I don't need this power. At last, Doom spoke, deciding to let go of this strength. Jiang Bai was surprised. Doom's abilities were formidable. He could arm wrestle the thing and absorb and release electricity. In some ways, his power rivaled, or even surpassed, that of ordinary mutants. But since Doom had made his choice, Jiang Bai saw no reason to object. With a flash of green light, Doom's powers vanished, and his arms returned to their original form. Then Jiang Bai opened a portal and sent him away. To give up such power. I wonder if you'll come to hate me for this in the future? Or perhaps, is this the very moment that will turn you into that God Emperor Doom? After sending Doom away, Jiang Bai stood in place, murmuring to himself. He had restored Doom's body precisely to prevent future conflict between him and Reed. After all, Reed was a member of the Illuminati, and it was best to nip unnecessary conflicts in the bud. He couldn't help but wonder if this act might inadvertently create God Emperor Doom, the very one who dared to covet the power of the Beyonders, and who, in the end, actually succeeded. Not only that, but Doom went on to gain the power of the entire Beyonder race, destroying thousands of universes. He even created a planet called Battleworld, ruling over it. Doctor Strange became his right hand, while Molecule Man was hidden in a secret chamber to supply him with godly power. Galactus stood guard his gates, and every Thor from across the multiverse served as his soldiers. That was true terror incarnate. With a flick of his wrist, he ripped out Thanos' skeleton. When the Phoenix host refused to kneel, Doom twisted her neck. He even defeated Black Panther wielding the Infinity Gauntlet. In the end, if Molecule Man hadn't lent Reed the power of the Beyonders, Doom could very well remain the ruler of the Battleworld. This timeline only emerged after Franklin Richards was born. Because of that, Jiang Bai wasn't too worried about the appearance of God Emperor Doom. At worst, He could always escape into the world of Tom and Jerry. However, with the failure of this project, Doom's company was also on the verge of bankruptcy. The only thing he didn't know was whether Doom would, as in the original timeline, seek revenge on Reed and the others. Jiang, Reed, and the rest have all woken up. All right, I'll head over right away. Zhao Hailuan walked up to Jiangbai and informed him. Jiangbai nodded slightly, then followed her toward the ward where Reed and the others were staying. He was quite curious to see Reed's reaction. As they entered the room, they saw Reed, Susan, and Johnny comforting Ben, the one who had already transformed into the Thing. If you want to return to your original form, I can help you. But don't underestimate your new abilities. With some training, your strength could surpass 100 tons. Jiangbai continued. With Reed here, he might even find a way for you to keep your powers and regain your human appearance. But if you just want to go back to normal, I can do that too. Ben burst out. Help me change back. I don't want to stay like this. Reed demanded. Jiang, what's going on here? Why did Ben turn into this? Jiangbai explained. You've all been exposed to cosmic radiation, which caused genetic mutations and granted you superpowers. I'll explain everything in detail after I restore Ben. As soon as he entered the room, Jiangbai addressed Ben directly. Since Ben wanted to return to his original state, Jiangbai saw no reason to refuse. After all, the Thing's potential was remarkable. 100 tons of raw strength was nothing to scoff at. Once Ben insisted on changing back, Jiangbai used the power of the horse talisman to restore him to his human form. He then opened a portal with his spatial abilities to send Ben back home. Turning to Reed, Susan, and Johnny, Jiangbai began to explain. I was the one who brought you all back from space. Just like I said, you've all gained superpowers, although they haven't manifested yet. Reed, your ability is to reshape your body into any form you can imagine. Susan, you can become invisible and create force fields. Johnny, you can fly, generate flames, and are completely immune to fire. Reed considered, reshape my body into any form? That actually sounds pretty useful. Susan mused, invisibility and force fields? Really? I'm not sure how practical that will be. Johnny exclaimed, flying, shooting fire, totally fireproof. This is awesome. Woo! Wow, my whole body's on fire. Ha ha, I love this power. After Jiangbai revealed everyone's abilities, John was so excited that he immediately put his power to use, his whole body bursting into flames. He even started floating in midair, which thrilled him to no end. John had always been a passionate young man, fond of motorcycles and all things trendy. Now, with superpowers in hand, he could hardly contain his excitement. He zipped around the room in wild circles, leaving chaos in his wake. Watching John wreak havoc, Jiangbai's face darkened in exasperation. In the next moment, a telekinetic force wrapped around John, yanking him down from the air. John tried to struggle, but against Jiangbai, he didn't stand a chance. Reed simply observed quietly from the side, while Susan looked on with some concern. Jiangbai said, All right, kid, if you want to beat me, you'll need a lot more practice. By the way, Doom has already been restored by me, so you all need to be careful. After this research project failed, his company is likely going bankrupt. He might want revenge. Don't be fooled by how ordinary he looks now. Even as an ordinary man, his capabilities shouldn't be underestimated. All I can tell you is, if he really is the Doom I know, you're in for a tough time. Reed responded, Doom's back to being a regular person? All right, I'll keep an eye out. Jiangbai continued, and Susan, I'd advise you not to use your invisibility until you've learned to control it. Only your body turns invisible, not your clothes. So, you need to undress to use your power, but if your ability fails while you're on the street, well, I don't think I need to spell out what would happen. Susan exclaimed, Huh? Oh, I get it. There's no way I'm walking around like that. How embarrassing. John added, Humph. Sooner or later, I'll surpass you. Woo, this power is just incredible. Jiangbai then reminded Reed and the others, especially Susan, to be cautious with their abilities. If the wrong kind of incident happened, it could end up embarrassing even the Illuminati. With that, Jiangbai left the Illuminati headquarters and returned to his own estate. Reed took Susan and John to the Illuminati training grounds to experiment with their powers. Zhao Hailuan, meanwhile, returned to her laboratory to continue work on her Cradle of Life project. With abundant resources and materials at hand, her research had made great strides lately. This device was, after all, the precursor to nanometal. Even Jiangbai kept a close eye on Zhao Hailuan's progress. Upon returning home, Jiangbai received a message from Valen, which made him sit up with interest. This time, Valen was probably contacting him about the Shadow Mask. At the moment, their mutual trust was only at 50%, so Jiangbai treated his dealings with Valen as just regular business. Nothing special. Still, reaching 50% trust after only a few transactions was already quite impressive. Valen, I've already collected 5 masks, the Nija mask, the Razo mask, the Bart mask, the Samo mask, and the IKA mask. Jiang Bai. That was quick. What do you need now? Wallen. I need even greater power and weapons. Jiang Bai. How about 50 suits of iron armor? Their combat capabilities are impressive. You can control them through the smart system built into the magnetic armor, and your men can wear them as well. I'll also throw in a vibranium armor. Vibranium is incredibly tough. Its unique molecular structure makes it virtually indestructible, because the molecules remain relatively stationary, hardly conducting heat or kinetic energy. This means it can absorb heat, energy, and kinetic force. Jiang Bai. With this armor, combined with your current strength, you'll be able to stand against even the 8 great demons. How about it? Wallen, deal. Let's trade now. Jiang Bai. Give me a day. I haven't made that many armors yet. Wallen, I'll give you the masks first. I trust you. Seeing the 5 masks appear before him, Jiang Bai was a little surprised. He hadn't expected Wallen to trust him so much. It seemed that the 50% trust level did have some real effect. Still, Jiang Bai didn't put on the shadow mask right away. These masks were valuable, but he didn't need them just yet. Instead, he decided to wait until he had collected all the masks. Then, he could have Tom fuse them into a single, ultimate mask. Wouldn't that be better? Casually, he stored the masks in his system space, opened a portal, and stepped into Tony's underground workshop. Jiang? As an old Chinese saying goes, no one comes to the temple for no reason. So what brings you here? I need 50 suits of alloy iron armor. And while you're at it, forge this chunk of vibranium into an iron armor as well. The other piece is for your trouble. 50 suits of alloy iron armor, plus a vibranium armor? That's quite the order. All right, I'll have them ready for you before tomorrow. Any special requirements? Equip them all with high-powered weaponry. When Tony saw Jiang Bai appear, he couldn't help but tease him a little before getting down to business. Jiang Bai, on his part, didn't stand on ceremony, immediately putting Tony to work and handing over a large piece of vibranium as payment. Tony was certainly curious, but he didn't ask any questions. After all, the vibranium was more than enough to build himself a new vibranium armor. Once Jiang Bai left, Tony immediately pulled up the design models for the iron armors and used his AI to upload them to the automated manufacturing line. Soon, the machines on the lower level were to life, beginning production. Meanwhile, Tony set about designing a brand new vibranium armor for himself, determined to learn from the lessons of his last battle. All the flaws in the armor would soon be remedied. In the underground workshop, machines worked tirelessly to produce the components needed for the suit, powered by the inexhaustible energy of the arc reactor. With the assistance of the artificial intelligence Jarvis, the manufacturing process was incredibly swift. Even the assembly no longer required Tony's personal touch. Jarvis skillfully manipulated robotic arms to put the armor together, leaving Tony with nothing more than a final inspection. Back on Skull Island, Jiang Bai used his spatial abilities to check up on Doom. This man, who might one day become the godlike Dr. Doom, was well worth his attention. Even if Doom did eventually ascend to such heights, Jiang Bai felt no fear. When the time came, he might even seize a share of the power that surpassed that of the gods. However, the power of the Beyond Gods was never truly their own. They, too, have been created by the Lost Ones. In fact, their abilities were stolen from the very same creators. The mythos held that the Celestials crafted the Lost Ones, who in turn created the Beyond Gods, and it was the Beyond Gods who gave rise to the Beyonders. The power wielded by the Beyond Gods originated from the Lost Ones, but they had betrayed their creators and imprisoned them. Doom's current predicament was much the same as it was in the original timeline, except now he had lost his former abilities and his body's transformation into metal. Upon returning to his company, he faced harsh criticism from the board and a complete cutoff of funding, pushing the company to the brink of bankruptcy. Yet, Doom didn't seem as furious as he once was. Instead, he was preparing to leave New York. Through his command of space, Jiang Bai discovered that Doom's destination was Latveria, his birthplace, and the very nation over which he would one day reign in the comics. This realization gave Jiang Bai a headache. He began to wonder if it was his own intervention, helping Doom regain his former self, that had set the man on the true path to becoming Dr. Doom. In the movie timeline, Doom had been downgraded time and again, rendered weaker than ever before. Watching Doom board his plane in silence, Jiang Bai couldn't shake the suspicion that he was right. The Ancient One had once warned him. Every move he made would ripple through the future timeline. It seemed the rise of the true Dr. Doom was now inevitable. The legendary Doom, famed for his relentless pursuit of cosmic secrets at any cost, was on the horizon. Jiang Bai had no intention of killing Doom just yet. When the time came for Doom to steal even greater powers, Jiang Bai could always wait in the wings, ready to claim the spoils for himself. Besides, wasn't Reed still in the picture? Doom and Reed were eternal foes. No matter how powerful Doom became, in countless parallel universes and timelines, it was Reed who ultimately defeated him. So Jiangbai had little concern about things spiraling out of control. Things were chaotic enough as it was. A streak of silver shot through the cosmos at the speed of light, destroying countless asteroids in its path. Trailing behind him was a colossal energy form, so massive that it dwarfed even the planet Earth itself. That silver silhouette was none other than the Silver Surfer. The Silver Surfer, whose real name is Norenrad, was once an astronomer on the distant planet Zenla in a galaxy far beyond our own. One day, the dreaded Galactus, devourer of worlds, descended upon Zenla. He warned the inhabitants that their world had been chosen to serve as his next meal. Determined to save his home, Norenrad pleaded with Galactus, begging him to spare his beloved planet. In exchange, Noren offered himself in service, promising to help Galactus find other suitable worlds to consume. After some deliberation, Galactus agreed to the bargain and bestowed upon Noren a tremendous cosmic power. The moment Noren touched this force, his entire body was encased in a shell of living silver, and with that transformation, his memories, his sense of right and wrong, his conscience, and his very morality were stripped away. Galactus transformed Noren into the Silver Surfer and commanded him to seek out planets fit for consumption. Because his memory had been erased, the Silver Surfer immediately pointed to his own home world, saying, "That one will do." But Galactus replied, "I made a promise to someone worthy of respect. I will not consume that world." The cosmic power granted to the Silver Surfer endowed him with strength beyond human comprehension, a body impervious to harm, and immortality itself. As long as he remained connected to his surfboard, he could draw upon boundless cosmic energy, wielding it to attack, defend, or soar across the universe. He had no need for food, water, or sleep. Those mortal requirements were left behind. With a single thought, the Silver Surfer could witness the entirety of existence, past and future. Riding his board, the Silver Surfer could travel at the speed of light, and if he pushed beyond 99.9% of that speed, he would enter the realm of hyperspace. Among all cosmic beings, the Silver Surfer is one of the noblest and most tormented. When he unleashes his full power, his strength, speed, and energy become virtually immeasurable. His defenses are nearly indestructible, and his speed can verge on the infinite. Should he surpass the speed of light, he enters hyperspace, enabling him to traverse time itself. At the scale of planets, he can revive life, sense matter and energy across light years, perceive at the subatomic level, and peer through the depths of time. Within limits, he can sense events of the past and future around him, and even repair or recreate his board if needed. Most of his power flows from that very board beneath his feet. He is one of Galactus' heralds. Others include Stardust, Firelord, and Terex the Tamer. At this moment, the Silver Surfer had already set his sights on Earth, racing toward it at the speed of light. His figure traced a gleaming silver streak across the vastness of space. At such velocity, he soon reached the planet's outer atmosphere, then plunged straight toward Earth. His presence was immediately detected by satellites belonging to various nations and major organizations around the globe. As soon as they noticed the silver figure entering the atmosphere, many countries scrambled to redirect their satellites for real-time surveillance. Some organizations even began mobilizing to capture this strange being who had burst onto Earth from the depths of space. Even Tony, who was busy constructing his latest suit at home, was alerted by Jarvis. Responding at once, he tapped into satellite feeds to investigate this mysterious silver entity. Meanwhile, Chaka of Wakanda had also taken notice. He chose not to have Chala report to the Illuminati right away, preferring to wait and see how things unfolded. Tony, on the other hand, wasn't one to hesitate. An alien arriving from outer space. Who knew if he was here to invade? Without wasting a moment, he contacted Jiang Bai. "Jiang, Jarvis just informed me. An alien riding a silver board has entered Earth's atmosphere. I'm tracking him now." "What? An alien on a silver board? Are you sure? Does he look human? Like a human male?" "Yes, he appears more or less like a human male, but his skin is metallic silver. Do you know who he is?" "Not only do I know who he is, I also know that Earth is in grave danger. There's no time to explain. Call the Illuminati together. Get the Sentry as well. If anything goes wrong this time, Earth could be devoured." "What? I'll gather the Illuminati right away." The news that an alien on a silver surfboard had arrived on Earth left Jiang Bai's mind reeling. Tony had no clue who this was, but Jiang Bai knew all too well. The Silver Surfer, also known as Silverglide, was one of the heralds of Galactus, the devourer of worlds. His very purpose was to lead Galactus here to consume the planet. Yet Jiang Bai wasn't sure if this was truly Galactus himself or merely an avatar, which made him all the more anxious to have Tony summon every member of the Illuminati. This time, he wouldn't even spare the Sentry, who usually skipped meetings. If Galactus had arrived in person, only the Sentry stood a chance of facing him in battle. But even then, regardless of the outcome, Earth's destruction was almost inevitable. The aftermath of their clash alone could annihilate the planet. Tony, hearing the urgency in Jiang Bai's voice, was startled. He had never seen Jiang Bai in such a state. Normally, Jiang Bai was the epitome of calm and composure, handling crises with effortless grace. But now, with Earth at the brink of annihilation, Tony wasted no time and began rallying the entire Illuminati. Jiang Bai said, "I'll keep it brief. Everyone, get inside the Sky Mothership now. Earth is about to face a major crisis, one that could very well lead to the planet being devoured or destroyed. If anything happens, I'll take you all away from Earth." He continued, "Tom, Merlin, you two will stay with me for now. Everyone else, board the Sky Mothership immediately. Merlin, before you go, leave a spatial marker for King Kong, one that will let him teleport with us at the last moment." Merlin replied, "All right, no problem, even though I'm not quite sure what's happening." Mary asked anxiously, "What exactly is going on? Why are you so tense?" Jiang Bai answered, "A tremendously powerful being might devour Earth, and there's only one person on this planet who could even hope to defeat it. That's why all of you must get inside the Sky Mothership. I don't have time to explain everything now. I need to gather the strongest people on Earth to try and stop this. And listen, no one is to leave the Sky Mothership under any circumstances." He added, "Massel, Jerry, keep an eye on everyone. Make sure no one leaves the Sky Mothership." After gathering all the residents of the manor in the living room, Jiang Bai hurriedly explained the situation. Without waiting for their anxious questions, he opened a portal and left immediately. The others, following Jiang Bai's instructions, made their way into the Sky Mothership, which hovered above Skull Island. Even when Wanda and the others tried to open a portal to go after Jiang Bai, Massel smashed the portal with a single punch before they could step through. It wasn't just magic that was shattered. Even the fabric of space was torn apart. Massel and Jerry then stood guard, their faces expressionless as they stared everyone down. No matter what Wanda, Lorna, Pietro, Mary, Emma, Martin, Kane, and the others said, the two Guardians remained unmoved. Massel and Jerry knew all too well, if Earth was at risk of being swallowed or annihilated, Jiang Bai would take everyone with him into their own world. If Wanda, Lorna, or Mary slipped out of the Sky Mothership, precious time would be wasted searching for them. Every second counted. One moment's delay could spell disaster. That's why Jiang Bai had ordered Jerry and Massel to keep everyone confined within the Sky Mothership. If escape became necessary, Jiang Bai would take the entire Sky Mothership and flee straight into Tom and Jerry's original world, taking even King Kong along if it came to that. By this time, Jiang Bai had already arrived at Kamar Taj. The Ancient One was not at all surprised to see him appear. "Master Ancient One, is the figure behind Silver Surfer an avatar of Galactus, or is it the real thing?" She replied that, "I can't say for certain. Before you arrived, it was only an avatar, or at least not a particularly powerful one. Now, I can't be sure if something has changed. Damn, Ancient One, stick with me on this. We have to prepare for the worst. All right, at this point, we can only rely on you and him." After meeting the Ancient One, Jiang Bai immediately voiced the questions lingering in his mind, but the answers he received left him feeling helpless. For now, all they could do was take things one step at a time. Jiang Bai opened a portal leading to the Illuminati's meeting place, stepping through it alongside the Ancient One. During the brief interval, Tony had already gathered all members of the Illuminati: Sentry, Chala, Charles, Reed, and Zhao Hailuan. Everyone was seated at the conference table, anxiously awaiting Jiang Bai's arrival. Only Sentry sat expressionless, lost in his own thoughts. Jiang Bai announced, "This is the Ancient One, a great guardian who has protected Earth for centuries, and the supreme sorcerer of Kamar Taj. The crisis we're facing this time is truly dire." The Ancient One greeted them. "Hello, everyone. We must face this ordeal together. Robert, it's been a long time. I see you're in much better shape now." Sentry, Robert, replied, "Hello, Ancient One. Yes, I am. Since you're here, the situation must be extremely serious." The Ancient One's expression grew somber. "It's more than just serious. Even I'm not certain I can protect Earth from this disaster. This time, Robert, we may need you to act. The crisis we face is Galactus himself, one of the 5 primordial cosmic beings. He exists across the multiverse, though within a single universe. This may not be his true form." The Ancient One continued, "So, it's likely only an avatar, but how powerful this avatar is, we have yet to find out." Tony interjected, "Wait, what? One of the 5 cosmic gods? This world is far beyond anything I imagined. Then who was that silver alien? Jiangbai explained. He's called the Silver Surfer, one of Galactus's heralds. His job is to search for worlds that Galactus can consume. His arrival on Earth means Galactus himself will not be far behind. Reed asked, if we destroy this Silver Surfer now, can we prevent this catastrophe? The Ancient One shook her head. No, he's incredibly powerful. Perhaps only Robert here might match him. And he cannot die. Even if he falls, Galactus will simply resurrect him. If he dies here, Galactus will still come. Charles voiced the growing tension. Then what should we do now? Jiangbai responded, Charles, bring Jean here. We have to gather all our strength if we hope to survive this disaster. Charles sighed, all right. Jean, come stand behind me. Inside the Illuminati's meeting room, everyone was engaged in a grave discussion about the crisis at hand. Worry and shock flickered in many of their eyes. Jiangbai, after opening a portal, turned to Charles and spoke. He believed the Phoenix Force within Jean could be of help, so he planned to call her over as well. Charles let out a weary sigh, then spoke to Jean through the portal. Jean, looking utterly bewildered at the professor and the others, stepped through the portal and took her place behind Charles. The group, their faces tense, began to discuss strategies to confront the Silver Surfer in Galactus. At that moment, Jiangbai used his psychic abilities to discreetly communicate with Tony. Tell Pepper to head back to your villa right now. I'll transport her to my Sky mothership later. If we fail, I'll take the mothership and leave Earth immediately. All right, I'll let Pepper know right away. Thank you. If you weren't somewhat useful, I wouldn't bother saving you. Well, I really ought to thank you then. Thank you for thinking I'm still of some use. Oh, by the way, the armor you want is already in my underground workshop. After thinking it through, Jiangbai decided he would take Tony with him if things went south. Tony was, after all, the first friend he'd made in this world. Although his intentions had been calculating at first, there was no denying Tony had become his friend. As for the others, he had no intention of notifying them. They were all members of the Illuminati, but their relationships hadn't reached that level of trust. At that moment, the Ancient One gave Jiangbai a deep, searching look. Jiangbai raised an eyebrow at her, realizing she probably knew what he'd just said to Tony. Still, he wasn't worried. If he wanted to run, not even the Ancient One could stop him. Not with the Space Stone in his hand, and Merlin and Tom sitting right there. Even if the Ancient One wielded the Time Stone, she couldn't stop him. Merlin, after all, had mastered time magic too. As long as he could buy a few seconds, he could use the system to break free from this world's temporal constraints. Jiangbai spoke. Right now, we have to subdue the Silver Surfer first. All his power comes from his board, which was given to him by Galactus. That board is also how Galactus tracks him, so we must take control of the Surfer. The Ancient One replied, that's our only option. Mr. Robert, you don't need to act just yet. Wait until Galactus appears. Otherwise, something unexpected might happen. Robert nodded. Understood, Ancient One. Reed said, then let's move out. We can't afford to fail this time. Earth itself is at stake. Jiangbai agreed, right? Tony, as the Illuminati's representative, notify the world. Let all those organizations and nations know not to do anything reckless. I won't go easy on anyone at a time like this. And though I hate to say it, there's only one thing left. Illuminati, assemble. Once the decision was made, everyone stood up, ready to move out and restrain the Silver Surfer. The Ancient One opened a portal by herself and returned to Kamartaj, preparing to summon the sorcerers. This time, it wasn't just a fight of Jiangbai and his companions. It was a battle for Kamartaj as well. If the planetary devourer destroyed the Earth's magic array, all those dimensional demon gods would invade the reality of Earth. At such a crucial moment, the Ancient One naturally couldn't join Jiangbai and the others. Her task was to stall Dormammu, Mephisto, and other demon gods, keeping them too occupied to set foot on Earth. Under the Ancient One's command, the sorcerers within Kamartaj also began to reinforce the Earth's magical defenses. Waves of sorcerers poured into the three great sanctums. Each sorcerer, armed with a mystical artifact, stood ready for battle, prepared to face the imminent dimensional invasion. Hello, I'm Tony Stark. I speak here on behalf of the Illuminati. The Illuminati is an organization founded to protect Earth, composed of individuals with extraordinary powers. The founders are myself and Jiangbai. I believe many of you are already familiar with us. What I'm about to say concerns the entire planet, so I ask every nation and organization to listen carefully. Not long ago, a silver-skinned alien riding a surfboard entered Earth. He is a herald of a cosmic deity. He has come here to guide that deity to consume our planet. It may sound unbelievable, but it's the truth. In other words, our world is on the verge of being devoured. Therefore, the Illuminati will act to restrain this alien to save Earth. And we will stand against the deity who is soon to arrive. We, the Illuminati, call for the cooperation of every country and every secret organization that operates on Earth. I urge you all to behave. I'll also relay Jiang Bai's words. In special circumstances, he will show no mercy. If any nation or organization provokes him at this critical hour, well, I don't think I need to spell out the consequences. Should anyone hinder the Illuminati while Earth faces extinction, we will not hesitate to eliminate that organization, or even that country, without delay. Of course, we also welcome superpowered individuals to join us in resisting the coming deity. Suddenly, Tony's image appeared on every television and phone across the globe. He announced the imminent threat facing Earth and issued a stark warning to all nations and organizations. Although he cared for humanity, if any country attempted to obstruct the Illuminati at this time, neither the Illuminati nor Tony himself would show mercy to that organization or nation. The video continued to replay endlessly, and panic began to sweep across the world. Governments everywhere convened emergency meetings. Even Hydra, the Imperial Organization, Nox Corporation, the Inhumans, SWORD, and S.H.I.E.L.D. all began to hold urgent discussions. There was analysis and discussion about Tony Stark's words, but not a single country, organization, or anyone else believed that Tony was lying. He had no reason to fabricate such things, especially since he had already started issuing threats to entire nations. This only served to reinforce the authenticity of his claims. At this moment, Jiang Bai was already hurrying toward the Silver Surfer's location, accompanied by Robert, Chala, Reed, Charles, and Jean. Once Chala confirmed the situation, Wakanda immediately dispatched a large contingent of warriors on vibranium ships to provide support. At the Mutant Academy, Scott led Eric, Ororo, Logan, and others aboard the Blackbird, preparing to join the fight as well. Suddenly, Pepper in Tony's villa was engulfed by a surge of blue energy. In the next instant, she appeared aboard Jiang Bai's aerial mothership. The 50 Iron Man suits and the vibranium armor in the underground workshop were swallowed by that same blue energy, instantly traded away by Jiang Bai to Valen. Although Earth's situation was now perilous, those armors wouldn't make a difference. No one knew the full extent of the Silver Surfer's current power, but he was certainly stronger than in the original timeline. And with the coming of Galactus, whether his true form or an avatar, there was little anyone could do except be devoured. So Jiang Bai decided they might as well be traded to Valen. After Tony finished his announcement, he activated Stark Industries satellites for real-time monitoring of space beyond Earth. At the same time, he triggered all the armors beneath his villa. Nearly 200 Iron Man suits launched under Jarvis's control, flying straight up into the sky. Tony himself donned the vibranium armor and left the Illuminati's base, heading for the same location as Jiang Bai and the others, the Silver Surfer's position. With the flight mode fully engaged, he quickly joined the swarm of armors rushing to meet him. Back at their home, Johnny and Susan learned of what was happening and immediately tried to contact Reed. Johnny, even more decisive, unleashed his powers and soared toward the Silver Surfer's location. His body blazed with searing flames, chasing after the Silver Surfer, but his speed was nowhere near that of a being capable of reaching light speed. Many organizations began sending their best fighters to support the Illuminati. Faced with the threat of Earth's destruction, every nation's special forces gave it their all. Even Hydra refrained from stirring up trouble, choosing instead to watch and wait. Sword dispatched Weather Witch, the Destroyer, Sabretooth, Vector, and Monkey King, flying combat jets to back up the Illuminati. The Inhumans, led by Black Bolt, Medusa, and other superpowered members, also set out to support the cause. Moreover, superpowered individuals hidden all over the world prepared to join the effort, hoping to contribute to Earth's salvation. If the planet was destroyed, they would die as well. So, this was also a desperate gamble for their own survival. Inside a certain secret base. Damn it, I hope there's still time. Nick Fury stared at the screen before him, the very same global broadcast Tony Stark had just delivered. Hearing that Earth was about to be consumed by some unknown force, his face darkened with worry. Silently, he prayed that Carol would make it in time. He had already pressed the quantum pager Captain Marvel, Carol, had given him. At first, he planned to call Carol back to deal with Jiang Bai. Now, he could only hope Carol would arrive soon enough to stop this impending disaster. Behind him stood Samuel Stearns, Steve Rogers, Bruce Banner, and Harry Osborn. These were the people he'd managed to rally to his side in recent days, his trump card for facing Jiang Bai. Each of them watched the video grimly, their expressions tense. Samuel's eyes narrowed slightly, lost in his own thoughts. With his intelligence, there was no way he'd truly help Nick Fury. he was merely using fury to get what he wanted for himself. Steve Rogers, meanwhile, looked uncertain and disoriented. Having only recently awakened, he'd been approached by Nick Fury, who laid out all of Jiang Bai's misdeeds, his reckless actions, and the dangers he posed to the nation and humanity. Fury had convinced Steve to join their cause against Jiang Bai. Now, things had escalated to the point where the fate of the world was at stake, and the 80-year-old soldier was still struggling to process it all. This time we have to go too. Earth belongs to all of us. We can't just stand by and do nothing. Yeah, these old bones of mine still have some use left. Maybe the Hulk can help out a bit, as long as that mouse isn't around. Last time, the Hulk only stepped on its tail, and it left him battered and bruised. Nick Fury looked at them gravely and spoke. Steve Rogers picked up where he left off, then stood and led the group toward the base's Quinjet, ready to support the Illuminati. Bruce Banner, however, could only sigh helplessly. Thinking about Hulk's encounter, he was left speechless. That terrifying mouse had left a scar on his mind. After all, he was the Hulk, yet he'd been utterly defeated by a mouse and forced to retreat in disgrace. The group boarded the Quinjet and headed for the location of the Silver Surfer. In the cockpit, Harry Osborn's eyes gleamed with hatred. He picked up the Green Goblin mask beside him, slipped it on, and sat in silence. Boom! As soon as Jiang Bai appeared before the Silver Surfer, he launched an attack. Twin beams of deadly laser vision shot toward the surfer. But Silver Surfer sensed the danger. His board tipped ever so slightly, absorbing the attack in an instant and sending it hurtling back at Jiang Bai. Jiang Bai, however, simply waved his hand and dissipated his own attack with ease. Robert, hold back for now. Let's handle this. The last thing we need is for Galactus to feed on more power and become even stronger when he arrives. Next, Jiang Bai turned his head to speak to Robert. Once he finished, he launched another attack on Silver Surfer. Determined to take Silver Surfer down as quickly as possible, Jiang Bai wasted no time. He transformed into his draconic form and unleashed a powerful punch at Silver Surfer's gleaming, silvery body. To his astonishment, Silver Surfer took the blow head-on, emerging completely unscathed. This was far beyond what Jiang Bai had expected. He was well aware of his own strength. At his current level, he had reached the mid-tier of quasi-celestial power, and in his dragon form, he could even rival the upper echelons. Yet his opponent had withstood his punch without even a scratch. Jiang Bai's expression grew grave as he studied Silver Surfer. Inwardly, he calculated, Silver Surfer's power might already be on par with a true celestial. Otherwise, there was simply no way he could have taken that punch, not only unharmed, but without even a hint of movement. The transformation was staggering. This was nothing like the Silver Surfer from the original timeline, who could be disrupted by Reed's inventions. Tony asked, so how strong is he? Jiang Bai replied, he's extremely formidable. His power rivals that of the Ancient One. Even I'm struggling to keep up. You need to take Charles, Jean, and Shala and watch from the sidelines. This battle is beyond your league. If you're not careful, you could die in an instant. Tony hesitated, then nodded. All right, we'll provide long-range support from a safe distance. Faced with Tony's offer, Jiang Bai shook his head slightly, declining their assistance. If Silver Surfer was indeed at celestial level, their involvement would be nothing short of suicide, especially for Charles, whose only weapon was his mind. A single blow from Silver Surfer would end him in a heartbeat. Jean, too, was not ready for battle. She would be indispensable later, when it came time to confront Galactus. Should her second persona, the Dark Phoenix, emerge, she would instantly possess power on par with the Celestial. But because she was unpredictable, now was not the moment for her to act. Jiang Bai's gaze lingered on Silver Surfer. This was not the original timeline, and there was no guarantee that Silver Surfer would be moved by Susan's plea or choose to perish alongside Galactus. Against a celestial-level Silver Surfer, Susan wouldn't even get close to him. This time, brute force was the only answer. Thankfully, with the Sentry present, not all hope was lost. At that moment, Silver Surfer fired a bolt of white energy at Jiang Bai. With a thunderous crash, Jiang Bai was sent flying, smashing hard into the ground and leaving a deep crater in his wake. At this point, Merlin and Tom sprang into action. Bursts of magic and spatial attacks flickered from their hands, binding Silver Surfer in place. Another resounding impact echoed through the air as wave after wave of spatial attacks struck Silver Surfer. Yet none of them seemed to harm him. Many of the assaults were simply absorbed by his board. Just then, Jiang Bai soared up from beneath the earth. In the distance, a figure wreathed in flames appeared. It was John, finally arriving to join the battle. Without a word, he launched an attack on Silver Surfer, only to be sent flying in an instant. Jiang Bai shook his head slightly, then unleashed a stream of searing, fiery dragon breath from his mouth, surging towards Silver Surfer. Yet, to his frustration, the high-temperature flames were instantly absorbed by the opponent's skateboard. All he could do was silently pray that Reed would quickly figure out a way to counter that board. Even though things were playing out differently from the timeline he remembered, Jiangbai still believed in Reed's genius mind. Surely he would invent something to neutralize the board. Just then, 5 black ships suddenly disengaged their cloaking and appeared. Black Panther paused in surprise at the sight, then strode toward them. These were Wakanda's floating ships. And not just Wakanda, SWRD's fighter jets appeared overhead, and the X-Men's Blackbird jet gently touched down as well. SWRD was led by Storm, while from a Blackbird, Magneto, Eric was the first to step out, catching Charles off guard. But soon a faint smile appeared on Charles's face. If Eric was here to help, all the better. Moments later, Black Bolt, Medusa, and the others materialized before everyone, brought by Lockjaw's teleportation. A Quinjet soared in from the distance, and a man in a Stars and Stripes uniform carrying a round shield stepped out, followed by Big Head, Banner, Harry, and others. Surveying the battlefield, most realized they had no way to intervene. Tom, Merlin, and Jiangbai together besieged Silver Surfer, and the terrifying shockwaves they unleashed were more than anyone else could withstand. All the while, fighter jets from major nations streaked across the sky above. Even bombers, transport planes, and nuclear strike aircraft appeared, their numbers swelling by the minute, all in a bid to help the Illuminati contain this otherworldly being. Jiang, should I use a grand spell to destroy him? No, let me handle this. If you use a grand spell, this whole continent might be blown apart. Leave it to me. At that moment, Merlin turned to Jiangbai and spoke, startling him so much he hurried to stop Merlin from casting a grand spell. Merlin's power was not below that of a Skyfather, perhaps even surpassing one. Not even Merlin himself knew the true extent of his own strength. But one of his grand spells could wipe out an entire state in America, and that wasn't even its full power. Seeing this, Jiangbai decided to take matters into his own hands. Ever since awakening the Golden Dragon Fruit, he had yet to use its 5-clawed golden dragon form. Tom and Merlin withdrew from the field, leaving the battlefield to Jiangbai and Silver Surfer. In a flash, Jiangbai transformed into a 5-clawed golden dragon, 1,000 meters long. His roar shook the heavens, the sky darkened, and thunderclouds and lightning gathered above him. Jiangbai transformed into a 5-clawed golden dragon, leaving the Weather Witch and the others from China utterly stunned. Of course, they knew who Jiangbai was, but none of them had imagined he could take on the form of a legendary 5-clawed dragon. Even Tony and the others were deeply shocked. After all, everyone present had at least some understanding of the dragons of China. Now, with the dragon appearing before their very eyes, there was no time for astonishment. Without hesitation, Jiangbai lunged at Silverglide and struck with a powerful move. His divine dragon's tail lashed out, sending Silverglide hurtling through the air with a force of 1,000 tons. Even as he was flung away, Silverglide's feet remained firmly attached to his skateboard. A surge of white energy coursed from the skateboard into Silverglide's body, making his presence and power visibly stronger. He gazed coldly at Jiangbai, then suddenly dashed forward, his fist wreathed in energy as he landed a heavy blow on the dragon's body. Scales flew off where he struck. Yet, not a single wound appeared. The vibranium Jiangbai had absorbed was not in vain. His dragon form had long since surpassed ordinary limits, now strong enough to withstand even attacks at the level of the Celestial Fathers. Still, the sheer force and impact of the blow nearly knocked Jiangbai out of the sky. A thunderous roar shook the heavens. Lightning cracked and boomed overhead as dark clouds gathered ever more thickly, coiling and building under Jiangbai's control. Tornadoes began to spiral down from the sky at his command. Then, drawing on his mastery of the winds, Jiangbai conjured a tornado infused with blazing dragon fire, while the lightning and the storm clouds flashed and crackled above. The massive tornadoes surged towards Silverglide, tearing up everything in their path. Where the fiery dragon tornado passed, no grass survived, and the scorched earth was left barren. Each tornado unleashed destruction of apocalyptic magnitude. Wherever the tornadoes swept through, they gouged trenches hundreds of meters deep into the ground. Jiangbai kept conjuring one tornado after another, all while summoning lightning from the sky to strike at Silverglide. Just as the shifting, deadly tornadoes were about to engulf Silverglide, he spun atop a skateboard, and soon a swirling barrier of wind formed around him, drawing in all of Jiangbai's attacks. Then, with a twist of his power, he hurled the force back at Jiangbai. Caught off guard, Jiangbai could only watch as his opponent, far stronger than he'd expected, turned his own attacks against him. These assaults were easily redirected, but Jiangbai responded by letting loose a stream of blue energy from his dragon maw. The power of space itself shimmered into existence, enveloping the oncoming onslaught and causing it to vanish without a trace. Then, one after another, blades of spatial energy sliced through the air, targeting Silverglide. This time, Silverglide did not stand his ground. Instead, he dodged deftly or used his skateboard to absorb the spatial blades. Surrounding Jiangbai and Silverglide, the assembled superpowered reinforcements watched the battle with grim faces. If Jiangbai, with all his strength, could not subdue his opponent, how could they hope to face the gods who would soon arrive? Perched on the shoulder of Tony's vibranium armor, Merlin began to wave his magic wand, preparing for what was to come. A magic circle brimming with spatial power manifested, but Merlin didn't unleash it right away. Instead, he kept layering various enchantments onto it. Meanwhile, Tom, utterly carefree, pulled out all sorts of snacks from the pocket dimension he'd created and munched away. A dragon's roar thundered through the air once more. A thick stream of blue energy burst from Jiangbai's mouth. Pure spatial energy. Realizing just how vast the gap was between himself and Silver Surfer, Jiangbai didn't hesitate to use the Space Stone to strike at Silver Surfer. The spatial force within the attack crashed against Silver Surfer's body, trying again and again to slice him apart. Yet every attempt was thwarted by the board at Silver Surfer's feet, which shielded him from harm. "Thank you to Hal for the milk tea. Thank you." But Jiangbai seized the opportunity. Wielding the Space Stone's power, he managed to separate Silver Surfer from his board. Before Silver Surfer could leap back onto it, a wave of spatial energy enveloped the board, and in the blink of an eye, it appeared in Jiangbai's hand. At that moment, Jiangbai's own appearance had changed, though his clothes were torn. An invisible blue energy shimmered around him. Calmly, he reached into his system space and pulled out fresh clothes, dressing himself before dispelling the blue aura. Only then did he turn to see Silver Surfer, now restrained by Iron Man's armor. "We've captured him," someone said. "What should we do next?" "Keep a constant watch on outer space. The moment we detect a massive surge of energy or the appearance of a celestial body, that's when Galactus will arrive. For now, let's head back to the base." Once Tony, Robert, Charles, Chala, and the others gathered around Jiangbai, Tony glanced at Silver Surfer and spoke. Jiangbai, having no better plan, could only instruct the satellites to keep a vigilant eye on space, so they'd be first to know if Galactus appeared. They prepared to return to the Illuminati's base, but just then, several military vehicles unexpectedly barreled in, screeching to a halt before them. An officer stepped forward and addressed the group. "Everyone, if you need assistance, we could help detain this extraterrestrial visitor. What do you think? Who sent you?" Jiangbai asked, face impassive. "You get one chance to answer." Even Tony, Robert, Charles, Chala, and the others fixed the officer with sharp, scrutinizing looks. The superpowered reinforcements from various factions, all gathered to aid the Illuminati, also turned their attention to the officer, whose allegiance was unclear. It was obvious he was trying to claim the spoils. In a moment like this, nobody cared what country he was from. The significance of this alien in the coming conflict with the cosmic entity was too great. Yet here was someone trying to take advantage. No, it was just a suggestion," the officer stammered. "Hydra? Very well. I hope you can find a way off this planet, because when this is over, the Illuminati will hunt down every last Hydra agent on Earth." Bang! Noticing that all the superpowered individuals were looking his way, the official hesitated, stammering as he tried to speak. But Jiangbai wasted no time. Instead, he reached out with his psychic abilities and instantly uncovered the truth behind the man. It was Hydra all along, trying to test the Illuminati's stance. Without a moment's hesitation, two blazing scarlet beams shot from Jiangbai's eyes. He shattered the man's head in an instant, then opened a portal and stepped through without looking back. Tony and the others, bringing Silver Surfer along, followed close behind. Scott, Eric, Black Bolt, Storm, Steve, and the warriors from Wakanda hurried after them as well, joined by several hidden superpowered individuals. Meanwhile, the entire epic battle between Jiangbai and the Silver Surfer had been captured by the satellites of major nations and organizations. The world was stunned by Jiangbai's overwhelming power, but their anxiety only deepened at the thought of the god who was soon to arrive. If even this alien was so powerful, what horrors would the coming god unleash? Leaders around the globe were deeply unsettled. The United Nations convened an emergency summit, even inviting the Illuminati to participate. At this point, only the Illuminati seemed capable of standing against the god who threatened the world. Now, the entire planet understood that annihilation loomed, and every hope was pinned on the Illuminati. Yet chaos was already erupting across many countries. Crime rates soared. Even China, once hailed as the safest nation, had begun to descend into disorder. But the military quickly restored control, and high-ranking officials hurried to the United Nations for the critical meeting. Even after their arrival, the conference had not started. Every nation was waiting for the Illuminati. Everyone, please take a moment to rest here. We need to hold an internal meeting, Jiangbai announced to the gathered superpowered allies and organizational representatives as they returned to the Illuminati's headquarters. Without waiting for a reply, he led Tony and the others straight into the conference room, ready to begin the next round of discussions. Tony spoke up, Jiang, are we sure it was wise to tell the whole world what's happening? Crime rates everywhere are spiking, and chaos is spreading. Jiangbai replied, no, this is something everyone will have to face sooner or later. This won't be the first time, and it certainly won't be the last. It's better they know now. Besides, while the Illuminati's mission is to protect the Earth, we can't remain forever in the shadows. He continued, if we manage to get through this crisis safely, the Illuminati's influence will be greater than ever before. We have no intention of ruling the world or controlling nations, but the world must learn to treat our members with the highest respect and honor. And after this ordeal, we can also help Charles improve the situation for mutants. Tony said, makes sense. From now on, new members joining the Illuminati must be strictly vetted. By the way, the White House just contacted me. They want us to attend a United Nations conference. What do you all think? Charles replied, they must be getting anxious and want an answer from us. Still, attending the UN conference is a good opportunity. Reed added, just more powerless politicians and their agendas. I'm still working on how to restrain the Silver Surfer, and you've already handled him. That saved me a lot of trouble. Chala asked, so what's our next move? Jiangbai said, all we can do now is wait. The Devourer of Worlds will come, and we have to be the first to know when he arrives. It's safest if we can keep the battlefield away from Earth. Tony said, all right, I'll have Stark Industries satellites monitor all activity in outer space. Chala agreed. Wakanda will monitor as well. Let's hope we can weather this crisis safely. Jiangbai turned to Robert. When the time comes, we'll need you to step in. How are you holding up? Robert replied, I am all right. The void hasn't bothered me for now. As everyone entered the conference room, Jiangbai used his magnetic and telepathic powers to seal off the space, ensuring their discussion remained private. Once their meeting ended, they left the room, greeted outside by representatives from major organizations, superpowered beings, and superheroes, all waiting eagerly for news. Thank you all for coming to support us. The godlike being hasn't appeared yet, so for now, we must keep a close watch on outer space. If there's a surge of powerful energy or a strange celestial body, that's our sign he's arrived. Once again, thank you for lending your strength to protect Earth. Our plan is to fight in space. So, for those who can only operate within Earth's atmosphere, it's best you return for now. We'll do everything we can to protect the planet. Jiangbai addressed the crowd, his words causing some to look disappointed. After all, only a handful here could actually fight in space, and that was the only way to minimize damage to Earth. Several powered individuals stood up and left, realizing their presence wouldn't help and that they'd be more useful dealing with crises in their own countries. Mr. Jiangbai, I'm the Secretary General of the United Nations. We sincerely invite the Illuminati to attend the UN conference. All right, Tony, Chala, Charles, let's go together. Reed, keep a close eye on space for us. No problem. Leave the space surveillance to me. A refined man in a suit stepped forward to invite Jiangbai. As for the United Nations conference, Jiangbai didn't refuse. He called a few teammates to join him. Robert and Reed stayed behind at the base, since the Silver Surfer was still there. Next, except for the warriors of Wakanda and the members of the Mutant Academy, all the other superpowered allies who had come to support them left the Illuminati's base. Damn it. Find out which base those members were sent from. Hurry up and check for me. God damn it. Yes, sir. Deep within an underground Hydra facility, Pierce was raging in his office, shouting at his subordinates. Moments ago, he too had witnessed the fierce battle between Jiangbai and the alien through satellite feeds. Hearing Jiangbai's words before leaving chilled him to the bone. Hydra had many branches, and he had no idea which fool had dared to provoke the Illuminati under such circumstances. They had just finished threatening the world's major nations, and now Hydra had practically stuck its neck out, begging to be chopped off. Utter madness. Pierce was nearly apoplectic in his office. He'd been channeling a massive amount of resources into building the once incomplete SHIELD helicarrier, and now, out of nowhere, this disaster had landed squarely on his shoulders, one that could cost lives. How was he supposed to accept this? Most critically, this was no longer just a conflict between the Illuminati and HYDRA. It was a conflict between every nation and HYDRA. If the Illuminati managed to pin a charge of attempting to destroy Earth and humanity on Hydra now, every country would send its armies to obliterate HYDRA. They'd only ever wanted to rule the world, never to destroy it. And it wasn't just Pierce. In every other Hydra branch, Those in power were furiously shouting in their offices, seething with rage at the face on the screen. If they could, they'd tear that guy apart. This was the critical moment for Earth and humanity's survival. None of Hydra's major branches had any intention of interfering with the Illuminati's operation, and yet, somehow, a Hydra member had appeared before Jiang Bai, demanding custody of the alien. United Nations conference room. When Jiang Bai and the others arrived, they saw that almost all the national representatives were already present, waiting just for them. The meeting began at once, focused on the current crisis threatening Earth and humanity. China, Mr. Jiang Bai of the Illuminati, how confident are you in stopping this god from devouring the Earth? What kind of assistance do you need? And just who is this god? Jiang Bai, there's a 30% chance at best. This god is the devourer of worlds, one of the 5 prime celestials. From the moment of its birth, its sole purpose has been to consume. This time, what we're facing might be just an avatar, or it could be the real thing. And honestly, even that 30% is an optimistic estimate on my part. Jiang Bai, as for help, if there are any superpowered individuals or weapons that can operate in space, that would be ideal. America, may I ask, Mr. Jiang Bai and Mr. Tony, did you form the Illuminati solely to protect the Earth? By doing so, you're already threatening the security of every nation. Tony, if the nations of the world could actually protect the Earth, there'd be no need. Besides, we're not your prisoners, got it? We're not obliged to answer your questions. America, Mr. Tony, your citizenship is American. Tony, but it doesn't have to be. I'm sure plenty of countries would welcome me with open arms. And anyway, are you trying to threaten the Illuminati on behalf of America? Especially now, when both Earth and humanity are standing on the brink of disaster. Russia, we would be more than happy to have Mr. Tony join us. If Mr. Jiang Bai were willing as well, that would be even better. We strongly condemn America's baseless suspicions and threats. At a time when our planet and our species are in such danger, we should be helping the Illuminati, supporting them and leading us through this crisis. Britain, our nation stands with Russia. If Mr. Jiang Bai ever wished to take control of a country, not even the unpredictable could stand in his way. America's suspicions are utterly unfounded. China, if we were to use every nuclear warhead we have, would it be possible to destroy or even satisfy that planet devourer? Bai, no. Planet devourers consume entire worlds as a matter of course. Our combined firepower isn't nearly enough to destroy or satisfy one. Every nation should prepare itself. We must be ready to fight until the very end. After the meeting ended, Jiang Bai glanced back at the United Nations Assembly and allowed himself a faint, cold smile. After all that talking, it was clear what they truly feared was whether the Illuminati might threaten their own positions of power. The British were especially good at making things sound better than they were. With that, Jiang Bai opened a portal, leading Tony and the others back to base. If they managed to survive this calamity, the Illuminati would then be classified as unbound, existing outside the control of any major nation. That was the outcome of their discussions. The Illuminati would be called upon to help, but would also be bound by numerous restrictions. For example, they would be barred from constant interference in other nations' domestic affairs, military matters, or technological development. In reality, they'd be little more than an empty shell, with only the right to vote at the UN. And it wasn't just America that feared the Illuminati. China, America, Russia, Britain, France, they all felt threatened by the Illuminati, especially by Jiang Bai himself. He suspected he'd already become a thorn in the side of many governments, but he didn't care in the least. Once the Illuminati's influence spread across the globe, those restrictions would mean nothing. Besides, he had no intention of founding a nation. As long as no country dared to provoke him, he wouldn't mind teaching a lesson to any that tried. The UN made lofty promises, but real power still belonged to the unbound. These days, some nations' militaries weren't even as strong as certain warlords or organizations like Hydra. At present, the Illuminati has grown so powerful that even the 5 permanent members of the UN Security Council dare not impose sanctions on them. Otherwise, the next day could see troops mobilized and marching. Such precedents are not unheard of. In the past, when the United States suspected certain warlords of illegally possessing weapons of mass destruction, within 3 days all forces were obliterated, the warlord leaders captured and sent to the gallows. If Jiang Bai didn't have the power to upend the table, how could the Security Council and the 5 major powers possibly treat them with such courtesy? They even allowed them to join their ranks and gave them a seat as a permanent member. Only true strength can secure one's place. This holds true for both individuals and nations alike. Out of all the countries in the world, only a handful possess nuclear weapons. Some can't even manufacture their own fertilizers. And yet the United States has military bases and missile silos stationed in places like Afghanistan. Even nuclear launch facilities are set up there. Even if these countries protest at the United Nations, it's all but useless. No one pays them any heed, especially when each of the 5 permanent members wields the power of veto. At that moment, a golden streak shot toward Earth, a figure cloaked in shimmering golden energy. It was none other than Captain Marvel, Carol Danvers, recalled by Nick Fury through the Quantum Pager. Carol Danvers, once known as Ms. Marvel, now Captain Marvel, was originally a pilot in the United States Air Force, later serving as an intelligence agent. During an incident involving an alien device called the Psyche-Magnetron, she was caught in a catastrophic explosion. That explosion fused her genes with those of Mar-Vell, a warrior of the Kree Empire, granting her extraordinary powers. She became Ms. Marvel, and after Mar-Vell's death, she took on the mantle of Captain Marvel. Captain Marvel can absorb and manipulate energy in any form, channeling it into devastating abilities, like charging up photon blasts that explode from her fingertips, radiating energy in every direction. She can also shield herself with energy fields to deflect most attacks and absorb gravitational energy from her surroundings to boost her strength. She's proven that her ability to absorb all forms of energy can amplify the power of her attacks. Her powers also include superhuman strength, speed, endurance, perception, mastery over her abilities, and her ultimate binary form. Binary form. She can command electromagnetic and gravitational energies on a cosmic scale, massively increasing her strength and enabling her to fly at speeds faster than light. When connected to the energy of a white hole, she can draw on limitless power in all its forms. With golden hair and clad in her red and blue uniform, Carol set off toward Earth the instant she received Nick Fury's Quantum Page. Her heart was full of worry. She'd told Nick before that the Quantum Pager was only to be used in the gravest emergencies. Nick is definitely smart enough to know what this means. Now that he's pressed the button, it can only mean Earth is facing a massive crisis, one even Nick can't handle. Back at the Illuminati headquarters, Jiangbai didn't make any unnecessary moves. After interrogating the Silver Surfer with Tony and the others, he headed straight to the helicarrier. As soon as he appeared, Mary and the others rushed into his arms, and he could only offer gentle words of comfort. "It's all right, I'm fine. The real disaster hasn't arrived yet, but you'll need to stay here a few more days. Promise me, you'll do everything you can to stay safe, okay? Of course, even if the Earth is destroyed, I can still take you all away from here." After a brief moment of tenderness with everyone, Jiangbai made his way to a room aboard the helicarrier and began pulling out large amounts of vibranium from his system space to absorb, strengthening his own physique. He had already sent Pepper back to Tony's villa, and for now, there were no immediate issues. By his estimation, the planet Devourer should arrive just outside Earth within 3 days, and then begin consuming the planet. The Silver Surfer's board was still safely stowed in his system space. A treasure like that, he certainly wasn't going to hand over. Forged by the planet Devourer himself, this unique metal board is brimming with immense cosmic energy. Even Jiang Bai could wield it to reach the power of a celestial. He planned to use it to craft a suit of armor. Meanwhile, Tony was busy in his underground workshop, making adjustments to his own suit, preparing it for aerial combat. With a powerful enemy approaching, retreat just wasn't in Tony's nature. If, in the end, they truly lost and Earth was destroyed, then he would simply leave with Jiang Bai and the others. 3 days passed in a blur. A deafening blast shook the skies. "Sir, we have detected a massive energy surge in outer space. The total output already exceeds that of every nuclear detonation on Earth combined." According to Mr. Jiangbai's description, one of the 5 great cosmic gods, the planet Devourer, has arrived. So it's finally here. Activate all armors. Notify the Illuminati members. Get word to Jiang. Prepare for battle. "Yes, sir." The moment the cosmic energy fluctuation appeared, Stark Industries satellites picked it up, and Jarvis immediately informed Tony. Taking in the news with a deep breath, Tony donned his suit and rocketed off toward the Illuminati's base. This was a fight they had to win. Jiang Bai, having received Tony's message, brought Pepper from his villa to the helicarrier. Then, alone with Tom and Jerry, he opened a portal and stepped into the Illuminati's base. As for the Silver Surfer's board, he hadn't yet allowed Tom and the others to forge it into armor. Instead, he left it in the system's storage space. This object was forged by the Devourer of Worlds. If he carried it into battle against the Devourer, there was a risk the enemy could seize control of it, and that would spell disaster. Besides, this time, the leading role wasn't his to play. It was the Sentinels. Jiangbai said, "Let's go." "Tony Chala, are you sure you want to come?" Tony replied, "Absolutely. My armor can handle combat in outer space. Chala added, same here. I've already changed into a vibranium suit. Even in the vacuum of space, my fighting strength won't be diminished. Jiangbai nodded. All right, let's move. Jean, in a moment, I might have to release your second personality. Are you ready for that? Jean answered with determination. I'm ready. Let's go. Inside the Illuminati's base, Jiangbai looked at the two men clad in vibranium armor. He said no more and, with a gesture, opened a portal that led directly to Earth's orbit. Ahead of them loomed the Devourer of Worlds, a colossal entity, larger than the planet itself. Judging by its appearance, it was likely just an avatar of the true Devourer. With a slight wave of his hand, Jiangbai caused one of Tony's armors to assemble around Jean. She couldn't survive in the vacuum of space without help. Only the release of the Phoenix Force within her could change that. As Jiangbai, Robert, Tony, Chala, and Jean emerged into Earth's outer atmosphere, every nation and organization on the planet was watching in real time through satellites. The sight of the enormous celestial being before them sent a shock through countless viewers. Its size dwarfed Earth itself, and anxiety gripped many as they wondered whether Jiangbai and his companions could truly stand against such a godlike threat. Let's strike now. There's no time to lose before it draws any closer to Earth. A thunderous boom echoed in their minds as Jiangbai's voice gave the order. The group nodded and launched their assault against the avatar of the Devourer. Golden energy blazed in Sentinel's eyes as he unleashed a wave of power toward their foe, a force at least on par with the mightiest of gods. Tony and Black Panther unleashed an arsenal of weapons from their armors. Tony even deployed a special bomb, crafted entirely from reactor cores, potent enough to obliterate New York itself, now fired without restraint at the Devourer. All around them, more of Tony's armors, controlled remotely by Jarvis, swarmed toward the enemy. Some were instantly sucked in and devoured by the Devourer's power. Jiangbai, too, unleashed twin beams of crimson energy at the behemoth. Sentinel's attack was the first to strike the Devourer, but it did little harm. Instead, his energy was absorbed and consumed. The same happened with Tony and Chali's attacks, and, naturally, Jiangbai's as well. Watching the Sentinel's attack being swallowed whole, Jiangbai's expression darkened. That strike had reached the level of a celestial, and yet it had still been devoured by the planet Devourer. This projection likely already possessed the power of a single universe entity. Seeing this, the Sentinel stopped holding back. An unseen force enveloped the area, and cosmic energy began to gather at his command, swirling relentlessly into his hands, compressing with wild intensity. He kept condensing it until the sphere of energy was about the size of a basketball. In an instant, the energy ball shot from the Sentinel's hands, streaking toward the planet Devourer. Jiangbai didn't bother attacking any further, knowing it would be pointless. If the planet Devourer truly was at the single universe level, only the Sentinel could face him head-on. Their attacks would only serve to feed him more power. A deafening explosion erupted as the compressed cosmic energy struck the planet Devourer, tearing away a fifth of his energy body in a terrifying blast. Clearly, the Sentinel's attack had made a real impact, and the faces of those watching lit up with hope. The next moment, the Sentinel vanished from his spot, using his indestructible body and the power of a million stars burning within him to slam into the planet Devourer. In a single instant, more than half of the Devourer's form was obliterated again. But the planet Devourer's suction grew even fiercer, relentlessly drawing in scattered energy from all directions to rebuild his form. Suddenly, a violet beam shot from the planet Devourer, striking the Sentinel, but it didn't budge him in the slightest. Tony, Chala, and the others were visibly relieved, but worry lingered on Jiangbai's face. He was concerned about the Sentinel's state. If the void were to suddenly interfere, the Sentinel could easily become one of the very threats that might destroy them and the Earth. At that moment, a figure cloaked in golden energy appeared in the distance. As she drew closer, her features came into view, a blonde woman clad in a red and blue uniform. Jiangbai recognized her instantly, Captain Marvel. Captain Marvel had been helping the Skrulls find a new home somewhere in the universe. There was no way she could have returned to Earth in just 3 days. That meant Nick Fury must have contacted her in advance. Jiangbai's eyes narrowed slightly. It seemed Fury had called her in as a countermeasure against him. He glanced at Captain Marvel with a calm demeanor, noting that her power was close to the celestial level. If she entered her binary form, she'd be even more formidable. Tony and Chala, meanwhile, eyed the newcomer with caution. She's Captain Marvel. Nick Fury called her back to deal with me. No need to panic. There won't be any conflict, at least not for now. Jiangbai's voice suddenly echoed in the minds of Tony and Chala, prompting both of them to lower their weapons, though each remained cautiously wary of the other. Just then, Captain Marvel arrived on the scene, only to witness a colossal energy being locked in fierce combat with a single man. With her vast experience across the universe, she recognized the Galactus at a glance. Yet, what shocked her even more was that this man could actually hold his own against such titan. Without hesitation, she plunged into the fight, golden energy surging from her hands. She sent a blast straight into the energy form of Galactus, but it barely made a dent. The Sentry, noticing her arrival, paid her no mind and continued to battle Galactus with undiminished vigor. Meanwhile, Jiangbai used his spatial abilities to shield Earth from the shockwaves of their mighty clash. He strove to ensure that none of the destructive aftereffects reached the planet below. Under the Sentry's relentless assault, Galactus's energy form grew ever more diminished, the original blue hue fading into a deep purple. Suddenly, an even fiercer surge of energy burst from Galactus's core, hurtling straight at the Sentry. A tremendous impact resounded. The Sentry countered by manipulating cosmic energy, fending off the onslaught. In the next instant, a powerful shockwave struck Galactus's core, and his energy form began to show signs of collapse. The Sentry quickly realized he had found Galactus's weak spot and summoned every ounce of his limitless power. He unleashed a terrifying attack, determined to bring Galactus down. The moment the blow struck home, Galactus exploded in an instant, the energy he had been suppressing erupting outward in a violent torrent. The force of the blast sent a shock of alarm through Jiangbai. A blue space stone materialized in his hand, and he immediately expanded the spatial barrier between the battle and the Earth. Without this intervention, the unleashed energies could have obliterated half the planet. Alone, Jiangbai struggled to withstand the tidal wave of power using the space stone. Beside him, Merlin inscribed dazzling arrays of magical circles, each one absorbing the unleashed energy from Galactus. Tom, meanwhile, shielded Tony, Chala, and Jean, ensuring they remained unharmed by the shockwaves. All across Earth, people prayed desperately for Jiangbai to hold on. Ever since he had chosen not to head into space at the outset, Reed from the Illuminati had broadcast the battle live via satellite, projecting the images across the globe. Even nations that wanted to intervene found themselves powerless to do so. At first, everyone who saw the towering energy form was stunned, while governments scrambled to learn more about the Sentry, an entity of such unimaginable might. For most, it was simply beyond belief, but for many, it was the Illuminati's power that inspired the greatest dread. Soon, the raging energy subsided. Jiangbai tucked the space stone back into his system's vault, and the Sentry, looking slightly sheepish, approached him and said, "Sorry, I didn't expect there would still be such an intense energy backlash. It's all right. As long as we destroy the planet Devourer, everything will be fine. We're lucky to have you. Otherwise, Earth would have been doomed this time. Here, this is a calming elixir. I'm not sure if it'll work for you, which is why I didn't give it to you at first. But you can give it a try." "All right. Thank you, I understand. If I lose control at a critical moment, things will get even more complicated. Let's go back." He took out a vial of shimmering golden potion and handed it to the sentinel as he spoke. This concoction had been brewed by Merlin, apparently using some rare magical plants. Jiangbai wasn't sure if it would work, so he hadn't dared to give it to the sentinel at the outset. After all, if their main force ran into trouble from the start, everything would fall apart. Then, Jiangbai opened a portal, leading Robert, Tony, Chala, Jean, and Tony's armor back to the Illuminati's headquarters. As for Captain Marvel, he completely ignored her. Nick Fury had brought her in as backup against him, and the only reason he hadn't dealt with Captain Marvel yet was because she'd attacked the planet Devourer. Charles said, "Welcome back. You've saved the Earth. Thank goodness." Reed laughed. "Ah, that was incredible. But finally, the crisis is over. You're all heroes," Jiangbai replied. This time, most of the credit goes to Robert. "The rest of us were just along for the ride." Robert protested. No, everyone played a part, especially during that final energy surge. If you hadn't intervened, the Earth would have been caught in the blast." Tony chimed in. Okay, how about we throw a party to celebrate? The Illuminati just saved the world for the first time." Jiangbai said, "Maybe we should take care of a few other problems first." When Jiangbai and the others returned, Charles and the rest greeted them with joy. The Earth had been spared from destruction under their protection. Tony, elated, wanted to throw a party to mark the occasion. Off to the side, while everyone was distracted, Robert took the potion Jiangbai had given him and drank it. To his amazement, the voices that had tormented his mind vanished, and his thoughts became clearer than ever. It was as if a fog had lifted, an effect even the calming spells cast by the Ancient One had never achieved. All across the world, people were celebrating the Earth's survival. In that moment, the Illuminati's renown and influence reached their zenith. Even without joining the United Nations, They had become a force that could not be ignored, especially with figures like Robert and Jiang by among their ranks. In the streets of New York, crowds marched in joyful parades. Online, praise for the Illuminati soared to new heights. Now, the Illuminati had strength, reputation, and had become the organization that saved the planet. The public's admiration for them only grew. Robert said, "Jiang, do you still have any more of that serum? I'm feeling fantastic. Nothing can disrupt me now." Jiangbai replied, "I'm not entirely sure. I'll need a bit of time to find out." Jiang continued, "That woman we encountered in space. She was actually the ally Nick Fury from S.H.I.E.L.D. brought in to deal with me. So, I'm planning to take care of that problem. You guys go ahead and celebrate first. Robert, help me track down Nick Fury's location." Reed said, "Hey Jiang, don't push us away. If you hadn't rescued me from the cosmos back then, I'd be dead by now. I'm coming with you." Tony chimed in, "Nick Fury? I have to help you. I owe too much already. It's time I paid some of it back." Charles added, "Jiang, I still haven't returned the favor for healing my legs." Chalice said, "Matters of S.H.I.E.L.D. aren't just your concern. They're the concern of the Illuminati as a whole. Count me in." Robert grinned. "Let's all go together. I like to see what Nick Fury is really capable of, bringing in help from across the universe. But you have to promise me, give me more of that serum. I feel incredible right now." Jiangbai relented. "All right, let's all go. Robert, you find his location. I'm guessing he's surrounded by psychic defenses. I can't track him at all." Robert replied, "No problem. Let's move out." As Robert asked his question, Jiangbai pondered for a moment before responding. Then, as he got up to deal with Nick Fury, he was surprised to find that everyone insisted on coming along. Except for Chala, nearly every member of the Illuminati who could fight had once been helped by Jiangbai. Even Robert was no exception. So, in the end, they all decided to go together, with Robert taking the lead in tracking down Nick Fury's whereabouts. Inside a certain secret base, Nick Fury beamed as Carol Danvers returned. Now, at last, he felt he had the means to stand up to Jiangbai. Nearby, Steve Rogers and the others watched Nick Fury in astonishment. They hadn't expected him to summon reinforcements from across the universe. Harry Osborn, standing to the side, couldn't hide the excitement in his eyes. He knew his chance to avenge his father had finally arrived. Samuel Stearns watched Fury and Danvers in silence, his thoughts unreadable. Bruce Banner sat quietly off to the side, saying nothing, simply observing. If it hadn't been for that mouse that startled him away, he wouldn't have ended up tagging along with Nick Fury. He was only here to escape the pursuit of the American military. To this day, Ross still hadn't given up hunting Bruce Banner, desperate to seize the power of the Hulk within him. "Nick, so the crisis you call me back for is the Galactus threat? But it seems Earth already has someone capable of handling it." "Wait, what do you mean by Planet Devourer? Are you talking about that deity? You don't know the Planet Devourer? He's the energy being that just tried to consume Earth. One of the primordial gods, the Planet Devourer. Though this was only an avatar of his power was still overwhelming. I couldn't defeat him either." "I see. That's not actually why I called you back. The real reason is Jiangbai. He's the one you saw out in the cosmos. The one with golden hair and white clothes." "Him? What happened to him?" "At first, I tried to recruit him in S.H.I.E.L.D., but he killed some of our agents, and even killed the Skrull who was supposed to replace me. S.H.I.E.L.D. itself was destroyed by him. Now I'm forced to hide out in this base to avoid being found. And now, he's assembled a group called the Illuminati, posing an enormous threat to Earth. There's no one who can stop him." "Hold on. So you're saying he destroyed S.H.I.E.L.D., killed the Skrull, and is now hunting you? And he started an Illuminati to rule the Earth? That's what you mean, right? Let's set aside the earlier part. Even if he does want to rule the planet, why did you call me back? As long as Earth isn't destroyed, none of that really concerns me. As for what happened earlier, I'll settle the score with him, but I'll tell you this much. That man who destroyed the Planet Devourer, I can't defeat him. If he gets serious, I might not even have a chance to fight back. Over the years, I've seen too many worlds and lives wiped out across the universe. As for who rules Earth, it's really none of my business. Maybe, if he takes over, Earth will finally break free of its own boundaries and reach out into the stars even sooner. Many thanks to Ling Moer for the update charm. Thank you. And thank you to Long Xiaofeng for the update charm as well. Much appreciated. Carol looked at Nick with surprise. In her eyes, as long as Earth and humanity aren't destroyed, nothing else really counts as a crisis. Yet here was Nick, calling her back from the vastness of the cosmos over something like this. And, as for whether Jiangbai might want to rule the Earth, she couldn't have cared less. Just as she'd said, if Jiangbai ruled the planet, maybe Earth would seize the chance to break free of its home world and venture into the universe even sooner. After witnessing countless planets destroyed and endless wars, who held the reins of a single world's government didn't matter to her, not even when it came to Earth. If someone could unify Earth, consolidating all nations and resources, bringing the world's scientists together, human progress would soar. Why not let that happen? If she interfered in a planet's politics, then would the government truly be in that nation's hands, or would it just be under her control in disguise? After hearing Carol's words, Nick Fury's expression darkened. He hadn't expected Carol to give such an answer. It was something he simply couldn't accept. In his mind, people like Jiangbai, Robert, and Tony, those who couldn't be controlled, should be eliminated. They were obstacles to his mission of protecting Earth and humanity. Even though he was dissatisfied with Carol's response, he didn't show it. He pretended to keep silent, saying nothing more. At this point, he could only rely on Carol. Otherwise, he had no chance of standing against Jiangbai and the others. All right, Nick, I know exactly what you're thinking. You just want to protect Earth and its people, but during the recent crisis, you didn't make any difference. Even if S.H.I.E.L.D. hadn't been destroyed, even if I'd come back sooner, it wouldn't have changed anything, would it? You can't shoulder everything alone. It just doesn't work that way. Maybe it's time you learn to let go. As for the issue with Jiangbai, I'll deal with him myself. How about that? Okay, I understand. Maybe you're right. Carol looked at Nick, seeing right through him. She knew exactly what was on his mind. Time had changed him. He was no longer the man he once was. Now, he wanted to control everything, to keep it all within his grasp. This realization left Carol feeling heavy-hearted. She understood that people change, especially in the chaotic melting pot that is America on Earth. At the very least, Nick still managed to hold on to his original ideals. I'm actually quite curious. What exactly do you plan to hold me accountable for? Nick Fury, do you really think that bringing Captain Marvel back is enough to deal with me? Interesting idea. Do you know why, back at the gates of my manor, I didn't finish you off? For that, you should thank Captain Marvel. If it hadn't been for her, the moment that sniper ambushed me, you, Coulson, Natasha, and the special ops team outside the manor, none of you would have left alive. Vaughn, so you actually found your way here. The only reason I did what I did is because you have no respect for the law, no boundaries, and act solely on your own whim. Instability like yours can only end in destruction or control. I can't be bothered to argue with you. You sure talk a good game. Well, Steve Rogers, Bruce Banner, Samuel Stearns, Harry Osborn, you're all here. Let's see. An ungrateful old man who's been asleep for 70 years, a child whose potential is being stifled, a clever man after mutation, and a kid desperate to avenge his murderous father? So this is your trump card against me. At this moment, Jiangbai and his group suddenly appeared inside the base, startling Nick Fury and the others. When they realized it was Jiangbai, a sense of foreboding immediately crept into their hearts. Jiangbai looked at Nick Fury with a mocking glint in his eyes, and then spoke to him in a tone dripping with sarcasm. He couldn't even be bothered to respond to Nick Fury's stern accusations. Instead, he turned his head to glance at Steve Rogers and the others standing behind him, his gaze full of contempt. Still, a plan quickly formed in his mind. There was great potential in the Hulk within Bruce Banner. Now that Bruce Banner was suppressing the Hulk, perhaps Jiangbai could help the Hulk take full control of the body and then bring him into the Illuminati. That way, the Illuminati would gain another member with limitless potential. If he helped the Hulk would surely remember this favor for a long time. At this stage, the Hulk's mind was still that of a child, simple, trusting, and easily swayed. As for Bruce Banner, at this moment, Jiangbai had already sentenced him in his heart. Since Bruce had chosen to side with Nick Fury, he had to be ready to face death. I didn't expect you to know me. It seems you've come looking for trouble, Nick Fury said. No, you've got it wrong. It's you who came to cause trouble for us. As for us, we're just here early to deal with the troublemakers before they make their move. Of course I know you, Carol Danvers. Leave Earth now with the Skrulls, and you might still survive. Carol hesitated. I hope we can resolve this peacefully. What do you think? I can join the Illuminati, take Nick away from Earth, and promise to return whenever the Illuminati needs help. How about that? Carol looked at Jiangbai with open curiosity. She hadn't expected that, aside from Nick, there was someone else on Earth who recognized her. In response, Jiangbai simply smiled. As Nick Fury's greatest support, how could he not know Carol Danvers? After Jiangbai finished speaking, Carol's face turned a little grim as she addressed him and his group. Nick was her friend, after all. In the end, she wanted to keep Nick alive, even offering to join the Illuminati as a bargaining chip. Jiangbai fell into deep thought after hearing Carol's words. Carol was at the level of a cosmic powerhouse. The benefits of her joining the Illuminati were obvious. But when it came to Nick Fury, there was no way he'd let him go. If forced to choose between the two, Jiangbai would still choose to eliminate Nick Fury. Nick Fury will not leave this place alive. But seeing Steve Rogers here has given me an idea for an interesting game. Steve Rogers, you know who this is, don't you? Bucky, remember him? He was turned into the Winter Soldier by Hydra, attacked my estate, and ended up getting caught by me. Now let's play a little game. The stakes? Bucky, if you kill Nick Fury, I'll hand Bucky over to you. If you refuse, I'll kill him myself. Make your choice. Bucky. This you? No, wait. Fine. Bang. With an expressionless face, Jiangbai turned to Carol and spoke. Suddenly, an amusing idea struck him, so he addressed Steve Rogers. Using the power of space, he brought the Winter Soldier, Bucky, into their midst, then looked at Steve Rogers with a mocking gaze. He wanted to see, this time, whether Steve Rogers would choose his best friend or Nick Fury. As expected, in the end, Steve Rogers chose to attack Nick Fury for the sake of his closest friend. Yet in the very next instant, Carol's energy blasted him away. Steve turned to Jiangbai and the others, his face dark with anger and frustration. By now, Reed, Charles, Tony, Chala, and Robert were all poised for battle. Especially Robert. His sharp gaze never left Carol. The moment she made a move, he'd strike without hesitation. Despicable? No, not at all. This isn't despicable in the least. It simply shows that, in Steve Rogers' heart, his best friend matters more. Maybe I should stir the pot a little. Tony, don't you want to know how your parents died? Let me tell you, Bucky killed them all. Hydra even has surveillance footage. What? My parents were killed by Bucky? No. He must pay for my parents' lives. At this moment, Nick Fury glared furiously at Jiangbai, spitting out his words through clenched teeth. He never expected Steve Rogers, the person he trusted most, would betray him at such a crucial moment. Nick Fury's heart turned icy cold. Then, to accelerate the unfolding drama, Jiangbai revealed the truth behind the deaths of Howard and Maria Stark to Tony. Upon learning how his parents truly died, a surge of anger and grief welled up inside Tony. In his memory, though his father had been absent and flawed, he still provided Tony with a life of abundance. Their relationship had always been complicated, but Howard was still his father, and it was his mother whom Tony loved most. He'd always believed his parents died in a tragic car accident. Now, discovering it had been murder all along, he couldn't begin to imagine what pain his gentle, loving mother must have endured in her final moments. The thought of all these years spent in a haze of indulgence, never once questioning the truth behind his parents' deaths, gnawed at his heart. Tony couldn't hold back any longer and launched an attack at Bucky, sending a blast of energy from his repulsor. But the shot was blocked by a circular shield. Steve Rogers had gotten back on his feet once again. This unbreakable fighter could go toe-to-toe with anyone as long as he had his shield in hand. That wasn't meant as a compliment, but rather a jab. Steve Rogers, I should never have saved you. He's the murderer who killed my father and mother. I'm sorry, Tony. He's my friend, and he was under Hydra's control. My father used to speak so highly of you right in front of me. If only he were here to see it now. To see just how ridiculous the Captain America he admired has become. Wasn't my father your friend too? Bang. You're holding a shield that my father made for you. Tony glared furiously at Steve Rogers, his words sharp as he recalled what Jiangbai had said when he'd saved Steve in the first place. Now, regret filled him. He wished he'd never done it. Looking at Steve, the man blocking his path to vengeance, wielding the shield his own father had crafted, the anger in Tony's heart blazed all the hotter. He commanded his vibranium suit to relentlessly attack Steve Rogers. Charles, Chala, Reed, and Robert didn't intervene. This was Tony's fight to finish. But if he asked, they would all be willing to help him. At first, everyone had a decent impression of Steve Rogers, but it now seemed history had simply polished his reputation for political reasons. Boom! Jiangbai turned his head to look at Nick Fury and the others. Suddenly, two beams of scarlet energy shot from his eyes, targeting Nick Fury directly. But in the next moment, Carol crossed her arms in front of her chest to block the blast, golden energy beginning to flow across her body. Yet in the next instant, she was sent flying, crashing hard against the base's wall. Robert appeared where Carol had just stood, his expression calm as he looked at her. There was no doubt whose side he was on, whether as a member of the Illuminati or because of the serum Jiangbai had given him. Both were more than enough reason for him to support Jiangbai. Carol got to her feet and charged at Robert, her expression conflicted. She knew, deep down, there was no way she could defeat this man, not even if she unleashed her binary form. Crash! Charles, Chala, and Reed moved into action as well. Charles faced off against Samuel, known as the Big Head, who also possessed psychic abilities. Chala took on Harry, suited up in the green goblin armor. In the end, Harry was destined to follow the old path of the timeline, but against the Illuminati, he didn't stand a chance. Bruce Banner instantly transformed into the Hulk, unleashing a furious roar and charging forward once again. Reed faced the Hulk head-on, relying on his unique physiology. The Hulk simply couldn't kill him. Meanwhile, Jiangbai advanced unhindered, coming face-to-face with Nick Fury. You will face retribution. Even if you kill me, nothing will change. This time, I have lost, Nick Fury said, his voice steady even as he looked death in the eye. Beneath that calm, however, lingered a trace of unwillingness. Retribution? But your retribution is me. There won't be a next time for you. A thunderous blast echoed through the air. Nick Fury watched as Jiangbai approached, knowing there would be no mercy. In the very next instant, a searing beam of scarlet energy struck him, erasing him from existence. Immediately after, a wave of scorching flames swept over, reducing his body to ashes. The entire sequence unfolded in a swift, seamless moment. Nick Fury did not even have time to scream. Carol witnessed this scene and let out a subtle sigh. She ceased her battle with Robert and, using her powers, soared into the sky to leave the battlefield. Nick was already dead. It wasn't that she didn't want to save him. She simply couldn't. A faint sense of guilt lingered in her heart, but that was all. Nick was no longer the man she once knew. The difference between the past and present versions of him left her with a complicated mix of emotions. With Jiangbai having dealt with Nick Fury and Carol gone, Harry Osborn, who had inherited the Green Goblin's will, was now being utterly overpowered by T'Challa in his specially designed Black Panther vibranium suit. Against the vibranium armor, the Green Goblin's alloy battlesuit was no match at all. The Goblin's armor was battered and falling apart, and Harry Osborn himself was in bad shape. Blood at the corner of his mouth, eyes burning with hatred as he glared at Jiangbai. But with T'Challa standing guard, he had no way to reach him. Tony, clad in his own vibranium armor, was completely dominating Steve Rogers. As long as Tony could seize an opening, Rogers would find himself with a fresh wound, no matter how skilled Steve was in combat. With the artificial intelligence Jarvis assisting him, Tony's vibranium suit far outclassed anything Steve could muster in a fight. In pure hand-to-hand combat, Tony, aided by Jarvis, thoroughly overwhelmed Steve Rogers. Enhanced by the properties of vibranium, Tony's armor gave him a decisive advantage. Even with a shield forged from vibranium and adamantium, Steve Rogers stood no chance. Tony, consumed by rage, no longer cared who Steve Rogers was. All that mattered was avenging his parents. After all these years, he had only just discovered they were murdered, and, as their son, he could not contain his fury. He directed relentless attacks at Steve Rogers, each assault more ferocious than the last. A deafening explosion shook the battlefield. An elbow smashed against the edge of the shield, sending it flying from Steve Rogers' hands, and Tony seized the opening. He kicked Steve hard in the chest. Capitalizing on his advantage, Tony unleashed a relentless barrage, his armored fists hammering into Steve over and over. He was treating Steve Rogers like nothing more than a punching bag, venting all his fury on him. Steve's condition was dire. His face was smeared with blood, and he kept spitting out bits of tissue and blood. Even with his super soldier serum in his veins, he was struggling to endure. The blows from the vibranium suit were brutal, far from easy to withstand. Every ounce of force Steve managed to land on the suit was absorbed and redirected by Tony, striking right back at him. Boom! On the other side, Reed wasn't faring much better. He was the first to experience what Loki once had. Hulk grabbed him by the leg and smashed him into the ground over and over. Fortunately, Reed's unique physiology allowed him to recover instantly, and after the pummeling, he sprang back, good as new. Reed, wanted to take over? Someone called out. No, I can handle him. Trust me, just give me a moment. Reed insisted. Jiangbai, having just dealt with Nick, couldn't help but gloat at Reed's predicament. By now, Reed's suit, along with those of Susan and John, had been ingeniously redesigned to stretch with their powers, all thanks to Jiangbai's suggestion. He had no desire to see Susan, despite America's openness, left exposed on the street in a shredded outfit. And yes, before Galactus arrived, Reed and Susan had reconciled and were a couple again. The combat suits he'd developed fit perfectly with their abilities, preventing any wardrobe malfunctions mid-battle. Hearing Jiangbai's offer, Reed shook his head, determined to handle the Hulk himself. But in the very next instant, boom! Hulk's enormous fist slammed into Reed's face, sending him flying backward yet again. Jiangbai shook his head with a sigh. In a flash, he appeared in front of Hulk, his palm glowing with a white, mysterious energy. He pressed it against Hulk's chest. In that moment, two phantom-like figures were forced out of Hulk's body by Jiangbai's power. One was Bruce Banner, the other was the Hulk himself. Banner looked around in utter bewilderment, staring at his own hands and feet, then at the Hulk, completely lost as to what had just happened. Hulk, do you want to control the body on your own? I can help you, Jiangbai offered. Hulk won alone. Hulk, hey, Banner, the Hulk growled. All right, I'll help you. I can even make you stronger. But you'll need to join the Illuminati with me. Deal. Stronger. Hulk agrees. What had been drawn out were the souls of Hulk and Banner. Jiangbai had used the power of the sheep talisman, attaching its magic to his palm, and then slapped to separate Hulk and Banner. He paid no attention to Bruce Banner, instead addressing the Hulk directly. Once he received the answer he sought, Jiangbai used the Sheep Talisman's power again, fusing Hulk back into his own body. Then, combining the Sheep Talisman's magic with his psychic abilities, he shattered Bruce Banner's soul. In a single heartbeat, Bruce Banner was erased from existence in this world. All that remained was the Hulk, with his limitless potential. Hulk, now back in his body, did not resume his rampage. Instead, he seemed to sense something new. A childlike smile spread across his face as he turned to Jiangbai. Hulk, my name is Jiangbai. I'll make you stronger than ever. Hulk, Jiangbai friends. Yes, friend. Wait here for a moment. Once I settle things here, I'll take you back to the Illuminati. After speaking to Hulk, Jiangbai used his telekinesis to envelop the fallen Harry Osborn. With a gentle twist, Harry's neck snapped, and then a scorching flame reduced him to ash. Nearby, Tony had, as he wished, used his vibranium suit to defeat Steve Rogers and kill Bucky, avenging his parents. As he gazed at the mortally wounded Steve Rogers lying on the ground, Jiangbai paused for a moment. Then, with a wave of blazing fire, he reduced Steve to ashes as well. A scream echoed through the air. Meanwhile, Charles had failed to subdue Samuel, who managed to escape by using the terrain and his psychic defense device. Clever people are always harder to deal with. Samuel's escape caught Jiangbai off guard, but he did not pursue. Unless Robert intervened, finding Samuel would not be easy. Not only was Samuel highly intelligent, but he also possessed the psychic defense device and psychic powers, leaving both Jiangbai and Charles with no way to counter him. Jiangbai gathered all the weapons in the base into his system storage space, then opened a portal and returned to the Illuminati's headquarters. He brought Hulk back with him. The group gathered in the conference room, with Tony weighed down by a heavy heart. Even after avenging his parents, guilt gnawed at him. Jiangbai said, "This crisis is over. From now on, unless Earth itself is threatened, we need not intervene. By the way, Charles, you can publish an article on behalf of the Illuminati about the plight of mutants. With the Illuminati's endorsement, both America and the international community are bound to restrain themselves." Jiangbai continued, "Also, Hydra still needs to be dealt with." Tony replied, "Leave Hydra to me. They controlled Bucky and made him kill my parents. They'll pay for that." Charles added, "This should change things for mutants at least enough that we're no longer universally despised." Jiangbai said, "All right, Hydra is no easy opponent. Be careful, and don't hesitate to ask us for help if you need it. As for the mutant situation, we need to take it step by step. We should start by changing the attitudes of ordinary people first. And regarding those laboratories experimenting on mutants, just destroy them outright. You don't need to worry." Reed responded, "Tony, I'll go with you. Susan, John, and I all need to work on honing our abilities. What do you all think if I invite Susan and John to join our Illuminati?" Chala said, "I don't have any objections. It's really up to you. In fact, if possible, I'd like my sister to join as well. She's a brilliant scientist in her own right." Jiangbai replied, "They can join, but there needs to be an assessment period. The Illuminati's reputation and influence are significant right now. If something unexpected happens after they join, it's the Illuminati's name that will be tarnished in the end. I'm not worried about Susan, but you know better than anyone how impulsive, hot-tempered, and volatile her brother can be." Jiangbai continued, "And as for Chalia's sister, she's definitely a genius. I have no problem letting her join either. Just like Susan and John, she'll go through a probation period. If she passes, she'll be one of us. What do you all think?" Reed agreed, "No problem. That kid is definitely a little unreliable." Chala said, "Fine by me." Once inside the conference room, Jiangbai took the lead, laying out all the pressing issues the Illuminati needed to deal with next. Matters like the mutant crisis and the threat of Hydra. In the end, it was decided that Susan, John, and Shuri would enter a probationary period. With the meeting concluded, Jiangbai was the first to leave the room. He was preparing to take Hulk back to Skull Island. Hulk didn't really fit in with the Illuminati, especially since only Zhao Hailuan was conducting research here. On Skull Island, however, Hulk could train and spar with Martin, Kane, and a host of other creatures, sharpening his skills and growing stronger. Robert called out, "Jiang, wait up. You wouldn't mind an extra neighbor, would you? You know, my identity was exposed during this last crisis, and to avoid all those damn organizations and politicians hassling me, Skull Island is the only real sanctuary." Jiangbai replied, "Oh, you want to come to Skull Island? Sure, but you'll have to build your own place." Robert grinned, "No need. I just need you to teleport my house there. Building takes too long, and by then, those organizations and politicians will have driven me crazy." Chala chimed in, "Mind if I get in on this too? I'd like to live on Skull Island, but you'll need to set up a teleportation array for me." Jiangbai nodded, "All right, if you want to move in, just do it." Learning that both Robert and Chala were planning to move to Skull Island, Jiangbai had no objections. Robert's motives were probably just to escape unwanted attention, while Chala most likely wanted to build a closer relationship with him. After all, Skull Island was no longer his exclusive domain. There was also Tony, and soon Robert would be moving in as well, including himself. The three of them were practically at the very heart of the Illuminati. It was only natural for Chala to have such thoughts. He brought Hulk back to Skull Island, gave him a few words of caution, and then let him roam freely in the forest. Wanda, Mary, and the others had all disembarked from the helicarrier and returned to the manor. Pepper, too, had come back to Tony's estate on Skull Island. Using the teleportation array inside, he returned to Tony's villa in New York and gently comforted Wanda and the others. Then, using the power of the Space Stone, Jiangbai moved Robert's entire house over at once, and in the process, also met his wife, Lindy Reynolds. In one timeline of a parallel world, during the aftermath of the superhuman Civil War, Lindy's husband became a government-sanctioned Avenger. Ultron attacked New York. Seeing Robert's overwhelming strength and realizing he couldn't defeat him, Ultron decided to kill Lindy, brutally dismembering her. Robert was consumed by rage and nearly killed Ultron. It was Ms. Marvel who knocked him out in time. Later, Robert unconsciously brought Lindy back to life. Though the two of them didn't interact much afterward, it seemed that now the bond between Lindy and Robert had grown even stronger. Perhaps it was because Robert had saved the world. After all, deep down, American women have always admired strength and heroism. After setting up a teleportation array in Robert's house, he left. This teleportation array led directly to Jiangbai's manor in New York. There, the estate was always protected by an energy shield. The villa itself was mostly empty, save for some furniture. However, in the basement, a small spacecraft was stored, capable of short-distance space jumps. This was something Grey Wolf had built previously. He used the power of space once more to make a trip to Wakanda, brought over the house Chala had built from vibranium, and set up a teleportation array connecting Wakanda to this place. With that done, he returned to his own manor and let Kong know. By now, quite a few people were living on Skull Island. The island was surrounded by a special magnetic field that rendered all electronic devices inoperable, making it not only a pleasant place with fresh air, but also extremely safe, especially with Kong standing guard. In a secluded cave, two enormous eggs were steadily absorbing radiation from their surroundings, growing larger by the day. Not far away, embedded in a cliff face, was Monarch's laboratory, where they were studying the genetics of these eggs and developing devices to control the two giant beasts within. Their main focus was on psychic control, combining it with their research on the creatures. If possible, they hoped to implant a device directly into the beasts' brains to control them. Unfortunately, they couldn't risk damaging the eggs now. If they did, the monsters inside might not survive. However, some of the eggs' excess tissue was sliced off for research. It contained not only the genes of the two giant creatures slumbering within, but also a unique and mysterious gene. Even the bones of the original Godzilla, which belonged to Monarch, were not spared. All of it was subjected to study. They even sawed open the bones to analyze the marrow within. The research value of these specimens was immense, enabling them to far surpass any other organization devoted to the study of giant beasts. Not even entire nations could compete with them. After all, they had acquired the skeleton of an ancient Godzilla, as well as two living giant beast eggs. Other countries, at best, had uncovered some ancient ruins, sites whose walls recorded information about the titanic creatures of old. Especially in the depths of the rainforest in China's Yunnan province, there exist the ancient palace ruins of Mothra. The current Mothra most likely still resides there, not yet dead, not yet returned to the hollow earth for rebirth, perhaps merely slumbering within the palace. Li Xiao said, "It won't be long before the two giant beasts break out of their shells." William replied, "Yes, and when that happens, we'll be able to control them and use them to find even more giant beasts for our research." A.G. Serizawa added, "But we must be cautious of the Illuminati. If they discover we're controlling giant beasts, our organization will face an unprecedented crisis." Li Xiao nodded. "Indeed, especially with Jiangbai and that man who defeated a god in outer space. We still know nothing about him. But as long as we control more giant beasts, the Illuminati will be nothing to fear." Inside an office, the founders of Monarch were deep in conversation. At the mention of the Illuminati, their faces grew tense. The pressure this organization exerted was immense, not just on them, but on every nation and group worldwide. The Illuminati's power was simply overwhelming. Not Corporation Laboratory. A colossal creature was curled up inside an enormous incubation chamber, while scientists nearby diligently recorded their observations. From time to time, they injected a purple liquid into the chamber through specialized instruments. Each time the fluid entered, the creature within began to change. Its form grew even larger. Inside the chamber lay a massive python, its head bigger than a freight truck, and its body towering hundreds of meters high. This was precisely the subject of Na Corporation's research, a giant python augmented with blood orchid extract and Titan genes. Nox executives hoped to unlock immortality and immense power from the mutant python's body. Thus, they began to study and raise it. The python had originally been captured from the ancient forests where the blood orchid grew wild. Its original size was not nearly so enormous, barely 100 meters long, before it was cultivated by the Na Corporation. Inside its head, there was even a device that could be controlled remotely. This was how the Na Corporation kept the giant python under control, a high-temperature electric shock apparatus forged from special metal. Once activated, no matter how powerful the giant python was, it would be struck with blinding pain, as though its head were about to split open. Back then, after an outbreak of death in the city, one of the creature's hind limbs was acquired by Na Corporation. They studied it and injected its properties into the python's body, granting the beast a terrifying regenerative ability. And this python wasn't the only one of its kind. Na Corporation bred a total of 5 such giant pythons, each one stretching over 1 kilometer in length. The investment was astronomical, but for the sake of extended life and overwhelming power, it was all deemed worthwhile. Behind Na Corporation stood several discrete financial dynasties and families from around the world. Several days passed, yet the public's enthusiasm for the Illuminati remained high. Online, reports of the Illuminati's heroic deeds were everywhere. During this time, Charles also published an article under the Illuminati's name, focusing primarily on the issue of mutants. Thanks to the Illuminati's growing influence, the situation for mutants had improved considerably. The superhero initiative, which had long been in the works, now enjoyed tremendous support, especially heroes like Cyclops, Phoenix, Storm, and Wolverine. Ordinary people were no longer so hostile toward mutants, marking a promising new beginning. Charles also began leading the X-Men in dismantling laboratories that experimented on mutants. He even made public some of the most inhumane mutant experiments, posting them online. As a result, many companies became targets of outrage from internet users, their stocks plummeting, some even going bankrupt. In this way, the darker side of the world was exposed, not just for mutants, but for ordinary people as well. Human trafficking and organ smuggling in the West were shown to be rampant. Every year, millions of people were trafficked in the West, a truly chilling figure. Meanwhile, Tony, along with Reed and others, continued to strike at Hydra's bases. Progress was slow, but they still managed to destroy quite a few of Hydra's facilities. However, they had yet to uncover any Hydra leaders of Pierce's stature. So far, most of their efforts have been spent clearing out smaller bases, typically those researching giant beast genes and mutant experiments. Only Jiangbai seemed to be enjoying some leisure, unconcerned with all these affairs. He lounged in the manor, basking in the sun, joking with his girlfriend and maids. As for Hulk, he was having the time of his life on Skull Island, running wild every day with Martin and Kane. The three of them had even started venturing deep into the cavernous layers of the colossal skullcrawlers. This also led to a significant boost in his strength. With Banner's constraints gone, Hulk's potential could be fully unleashed, unlike in the original timeline, where he eventually turned into Professor Hulk and his power became shockingly weak. Even Blonsky could pin him down with one hand in the end. As for the future development of the Illuminati, Jiangbai wasn't worried in the slightest. As long as he was there, the Illuminati would always stand above international powers. He would never be bound by the so-called 5 permanent members of the United Nations. From a moment he transformed into the 5-clawed golden dragon, he already possessed the power to destroy the Earth. How could he possibly fear them? All the authority the Illuminati gained was merely to make things more convenient for their future actions and perhaps to lend some support to Charles and his mutant community. He had promised Charles back then, and he certainly wouldn't forget it. A promise, once made, had to be fulfilled. Tom, how about making me a suit using this board? One that lets me wield its power. Jiangbai found Tom, handed him the Silver Surfer's board, and explained his request. Tom tugged at the bow tie around his neck, a device that translated languages, letting Jiangbai understand what he said. Accepting the silver board from Jiangbai, Tom dashed off in a flash to the warehouse behind his villa, where the sounds of hammering soon echoed out. Jiangbai settled back into his lounge chair, satisfied. The original Silver Surfer was already dead. The moment the incarnation of Galactus was destroyed by the Sentinels, he perished right there in the Illuminati's holding cell. Jiangbai didn't care. After all, the board was now in his hands. If he could harness its power, then even without transforming into the 5-clawed golden dragon, he could reach the power level of the Allfather. The cosmic energy within the board would be his to command. At that moment, Jiangbai suddenly noticed Whitebeard had reached out to him. Whitebeard, I'm about to head to Navy headquarters to rescue Ace. Wish me luck. Jiangbai, with the weapon I gave you, you got this, right? Worst case, just save Ace and toss in a nuke on your way out. Your trust level in me isn't at 100%, so I can't come over yet. Otherwise, I'd love to see it for myself. Whitebeard, haha, if you could come, I'd feel even more confident about saving Ace. Ding. Whitebeard's invitation detected. Enter the pirate world. Once inside, you cannot attack the trading partner. Jiangbao? Whitebeard, not bad. You've unlocked a new feature. So, do you want my help or not? Whitebeard, ha ha ha. Of course. If you come, I'll feel even more assured. I also want to see your strength firsthand. Jiangbai, all right, give me a moment to get ready. When Jiangbai heard that Whitebeard was preparing to rescue Ace, his interest was piqued. Unfortunately, the trust level hadn't reached 100%, so he couldn't travel to Whitebeard's world just yet. But to his surprise, the moment Whitebeard finished speaking, the system notification appeared. This delighted Jiangbai. Heading to the world of pirates sounded like a pretty good choice. Still, seeing that his trust level wasn't maxed out, he questioned the system with some confusion. System, as long as the trading partner invites me, can I travel to their world even if trust, friendship, or affection levels aren't maxed out? Ding! For every trading partner's world, if you receive a sincere invitation from them, the host may accept and enter their world. Each trading partner can extend this invitation only once. As the host gains more trading partners, certain system functions will also be unlocked. Oh, there are still features I haven't unlocked yet? What kind of features? Ding. Unable to disclose. Alright, this isn't bad either. At least I get one chance to accept an invitation into a trading partner's world. After consulting the system, Jiangbai finally understood how things worked. The only pity was that each partner could invite him just once. With that in mind, Jiangbai stood up and headed toward the villa, planning to pack up for the pirate world and bring Wanda and the others along for what could essentially be a vacation. Mary, Wanda, Lorna, Emma, Clarice, gather up your things. I'm taking you all on a trip. Really? Hooray. I'll start packing right away. Inside the villa, Jiangbai shared the news with Mary and the others, though he didn't reveal their destination. Lorna dashed excitedly back to her room to pack, while Mary and the rest nodded and headed off to gather their belongings. Meanwhile, Jiangbai continued to manage Pietro, Martin, Kane, Hulk, Tom, Jerry, Massel, and Merlin. Once everyone was ready, Jiangbai greeted Robert and Tony before setting off for the world of pirates. The reason for bringing Hulk along was simple. If he didn't, Hulk would likely tear through Skull Island searching for them. These days, Hulk had grown quite dependent on Jiangbai and the others. He'd also become good friends with Martin and Kane. The three muscle-bound giants brawled together every day, forming a real bond through their roughhousing. So, in his simple way, Hulk could truly be considered a member of the Manor household. After all, he was no longer Banner, and with a child mind, he was even more open to accepting new things. Jiangbai, I'm on my way. Get a place ready for us. I'm bringing my family along for a little vacation in your world. Whitebeard, no problem. Once we've sorted out Ace's situation, I'll make sure you all get to experience the best our world has to offer. Meanwhile, on the Moby Dick in the world of pirates. Whitebeard, ha ha ha, my beloved sons, hurry and clear space. My friend is coming to visit us, and he'll be joining us in rescuing Ace. Marco, a friend? Is it red-haired Shanks, Pops? Whitebeard, no, not at all. You'll meet him soon enough. Now get moving. Marco, yes, Pops. Once Whitebeard heard Jiangbai was coming, he stood up and cheerfully addressed his sons nearby. With a partner like this on their side, he felt even more at ease. At his command, Marco quickly gathered the crew to clear the area around them. Meanwhile, on the other side, Jiangbai agreed to enter the pirate world. In an instant, Jiangbai and his companions vanished from where they stood. Back on the Moby Dick, a swirling blue vortex suddenly appeared before Whitebeard, and out stepped Jiangbai, dressed in crisp white casual attire. Jiangbai's white clothing gave him a clean, immaculate look, filling the air with a sense of lightness and freedom, while quietly hinting at a restrained, understated elegance. Whitebeard, we finally meet. Looks like you've made quite the recovery. I was prepared, but I didn't expect you to be this tall. Ha ha ha. Kid, I didn't think you'd be so short. A thunderous roar erupted. Hey Hulk, he's not an enemy. He's a friend. We're just having a bit of fun. No, not. Jiang short. Jiangbai had barely stepped out of the vortex when he was greeted by the towering figure of Whitebeard. He smiled and offered greeting, though he couldn't help but feel a little helpless. Whitebeard truly did tower over him. Seizing the moment, Whitebeard made a joke at Jiangbai's expense, but before anyone could react, a furious roar echoed out. Hulk leaped forward, ready to attack Whitebeard, startling Jiangbai. He hadn't expected Hulk to take Whitebeard's words so seriously. Jiangbai quickly used his spatial powers to stop him and tried to explain, but Hulk just fixed Whitebeard with a stubborn glare, stammering out his protest. Though Wanda had been teaching Hulk to speak, his young mind still struggled to form complete sentences. Once he was done, Hulk stomped back over to Martin and Kane, and the three of them burst into carefree laughter. Sorry about that, Whitebeard. This is Hulk. He's still young and quick to anger, very protective of me. Ha ha, it's no problem at all. Hulk, eh? That muscle of his looks formidable, ha ha. Sons, it's all right, just a misunderstanding. These are all friends of mine. Let's get the banquet ready to welcome our guests. Yes, Pops. Who? Time to party, time to party. Jiangbai turned his head and apologized to Whitebeard, for Hulk's earlier actions had made the members of the Whitebeard pirates eye them with caution. Whitebeard himself, however, didn't mind at all. After listening to Jiangbai, he understood that Hulk was simply big in size, but still a child at heart. Realizing it was all a misunderstanding, Whitebeard immediately prepared a grand banquet to welcome Jiangbai and his companions. Wanda, Lorna, Mary, Emma, and the others looked around curiously, having no idea where they actually were. Only Tom, Jerry, Massel, and Merlin had a few guesses in their hearts. But none of them dwelled too much on it, and they joined Jiangbai in attending Whitebeard's feast. Once the festivities began, Jiangbai took the time to introduce everyone. Meanwhile, Pietro, Martin, Kane, Hulk, and several of the Whitebeard Pirates Division commanders quickly gathered together and started drinking. Mary and the other women, in contrast, dined gracefully on the banquet's delicacies, and the crew members were polite enough not to disturb them. Jiangbai himself sat beside Whitebeard, drinking and feasting heartily, thoroughly enjoying the moment. Before long, as the wine flowed, Martin challenged Jozu to an arm wrestling contest with drinks at stake, instantly drawing the curious attention of the other crew members. Jozu was no ordinary pirate. He was the 3rd Division commander of the Whitebeard Pirates, a superhuman-type shining fruit user. Towering and muscular, with dark skin and no eyebrows, he wore armor, even at the banquet. He was one of the veteran members of Whitebeard's crew, and his strength was nothing to scoff at. The crew, however, knew little about Martin's abilities, so they all began to cheer and jeer, eager for the contest. They'd heard from the old man himself that these newcomers had come to help rescue Ace, and perhaps this little drinking contest was also a way to test their strength. Martin, though, was no weakling. His body had been strengthened twice, and, after eating the black tortoise fruit, he had already learned to transform into the black tortoise form. While his power might fall just short of Whitebeard's, it wasn't by much. Whitebeard, after all, was a legendary figure with the power of the Tremor fruit. Martin was still new to his black tortoise transformation, so losing to Whitebeard would be no shame, but injuring Martin would likely be a tall order for Whitebeard, given the formidable defenses of the black tortoise fruit. The fact that he could go toe-to-toe with Kane and Hulk spoke volumes. Without some serious defenses and regenerative power, he'd have been battered to death by those two monsters a long time ago. One had limitless potential, the other boundless magical power. Their ceilings were sky-high. Go, Captain Jozu. You've got this. Victory is yours. Put you back into it. Come on, Captain Jozu, you can't lose. Martin, are you sure about this? Want me to take over? Shut it. There's no way I'm going to lose. Rare. A burst of laughter echoed around them. Looks like I'm the winner this time. You really are strong, Martin admitted with a hearty laugh. All right, I lost. Let's drink. All the members of the Whitebeard Pirates were cheering for Jozu, while nearby, Red Tank couldn't help but mock Martin. That provoked Martin so much that he put in all his strength. In the end, Martin seized victory, and Jozu simply laughed it off, raising his glass and drinking heartily. He was never one to take defeat too seriously. The festivities went on, and before long, even Hulk joined in, excitedly challenging the others to tests of strength, arm wrestling, grappling, and all sorts of drinking games. Yet it was clear, not a single member of the Whitebeard Pirates could beat Hulk. Still, everyone was having a fantastic time. Looks like the people around you are no pushovers either. Those 3 big guys, each of them is about as strong as I am. I'm really curious about your own strength, someone remarked. They're far from reaching their full potential. Saying they're at your level is just self-flattery. Hulk and Kane both have limitless potential. Once they've grown, they could even destroy your world. As for my strength, well, destroying the planet you live on wouldn't be a problem for me. If you ever need it, I might be able to help you overthrow the world government, came the offer. So powerful. Looks like saving Ace is a sure thing this time. As for toppling the world government, there's no need for that. And after it's overthrown, who would rule? I certainly have no interest in that. I'm content as things are now. Having my own family and living together with them is more than enough for me. If the Revolutionary Army knew you just turned down the chance to overthrow the world government, I think they'd lose their minds. Haha, you're right about that. Dragon would definitely flip out. Jiangbai and Whitebeard leaned against the ship's rail, sipping their drinks as they gazed at the sea and chatted. After learning how terrifyingly strong Jiangbai was, Whitebeard was truly astonished, and his first thought was to save Ace. As for Jiangbai, he just gave a wry smile. Rescuing Ace would be no challenge for someone like him. He even teased Whitebeard, asking if he wanted help to overthrow the world government, given his current strength. Even the legendary Emu would be no match for him. Emu, the secret master behind the world government, known as the king of the world, the president of the world government. A mysterious figure who stands above even the five elders, the highest authorities of the world government, and a true master of the empty throne. Emu resides among the flowers in the deepest part of Pangea Castle in the holy land of Mariehua. The five elders refer to Emu as the creator, and the outside world knows nothing of Emu's existence. According to the lore, Emu is a Zoan-type mythical beast devil fruit user, capable of transforming into a colossal, mysterious humanoid. The official name of this devil fruit hasn't been revealed yet, but even so, Jiangbai pays Emu no mind at all. When he transforms into a five-clawed golden dragon, he wields power on par with the celestial father. What's more, Tom has already crafted him a silver battle suit, an armor made from the same slick silver as a skateboard. Once donned, it grants him the might of a celestial father. Hearing Whitebeard's refusal, Jiangbai was not surprised at all. In fact, he would have been shocked if Whitebeard had agreed. Time ticked away, and the banquet soon came to an end. Jiangbai released the aerospace mothership from the system's space, letting it hover invisibly in the sky, and brought everyone aboard to rest for the night. Dad, they're probably not from this world, are they? That's right. That Jiangbai is the one I made a deal with, the one who helped me recover my health. With him here, we're sure to save Ace. As long as we can rescue Ace, that's all that matters. Inside Whitebeard's quarters, Marco entered and posed his question. Whitebeard, facing Marco's inquiry, didn't hide anything and told him the truth directly. For the two of them, nothing was more important right now than saving Ace. The next day had already arrived, the day Ace was to be executed. The Whitebeard pirates were nearing Marine headquarters. Unlike the original timeline, they didn't coat their ship and rise from the deep sea. Instead, they marched openly, leading all their divisions straight to Marine headquarters. They showed no fear of the 100,000 Marines arrayed in tight formation, nor of the assembled 7 warlords of the sea, the fleet admiral, or the 3 marine admirals. Jiangbai's presence gave Whitebeard immense confidence. The 7 warlords of the sea are pirates recognized by the world government, each a force of nature, capable of destruction on a national scale, and standing as one of the 3 great powers of the Grand Line alongside the 4 emperors and marine headquarters. Only pirates with immense fame or overwhelming strength could be chosen as warlords. At this moment, only 5 warlords were present: Dracul Mihawk, Bartholomew Kuma, Don Quixote da Flamingo, Gecko Moria, and Boa Hancock. Marshal D. Teach had relinquished his warlord title after releasing the prisoners from Level 6 of Impel Down's lowest depths. Jinbei, for his part in the coming war, and after being confronted by Sengoku about his allegiance, firmly declared he would stand in opposition, losing his title as a result. Neither Teach nor Jinbei was present now. Teach was preparing to release more prisoners from Impel Down, while Jinbei was heading there to rescue Crocodile and the others. On the execution platform, Ace stood flanked by the executioners, with Fleet Admiral Sengoku beside him. Sengoku, himself a user of the mythical Zoan-type human fruit, Buddha form, looked at the silent Ace and shook his head slightly. He picked up the microphone and, facing the special Den Mushi, announced, "Recently, the Navy captured a special pirate who will be executed here today. The reason for this grand spectacle at Marine headquarters is that he possesses the most evil bloodline in the world. Tell me, who is your father?" "Ha ha 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 ha. My father? My father is Edward Newgate." "No, your real name is Gold Ace. Your father is Gold Roger. You carry the world's most evil bloodline, so you must be executed here." "No, Whitebeard is my father. Only he could be my father." Faced with Sengoku's questioning, a flash of hatred burned in Ace's eyes before he shouted out the name of the man he called father. Deep inside, he harbored intense resentment toward the man idolized by all pirates, a man who had abandoned both his mother and him. How could he ever admit, here and now, that he was that man's son? But Sengoku had no intention of letting him off so easily. He revealed Ace's true lineage to the world without hesitation. Now, not only were the Marines at headquarters left in shock, but the special transponder snails relayed this explosive news across the globe. No one could have imagined that Fire Fist Ace would turn out to be the Pirate King's son. Even the 5 members of the 7 warlords of the sea were stunned. Don Quixote Doflamingo let out a strange laugh, his gaze fixed on Ace. A tremendous rumble erupted. Whitebeard, Sengoku, have you been taking care of my son? If not, I'll bring the whole Marine headquarters crashing down. Sengoku, so you've come after all? Whitebeard, this time there's no way you'll leave Marine headquarters alive. Whitebeard, hoo ha 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 ha. Ace, are you alright? We're here to save you. Don't worry, just hold on. We'll get you out of there. No one can stop us. Ace pops. Everyone, get out of here, quickly. It's my fault for disobeying your orders and dragging everyone into this dangerous rescue at Marine headquarters. Whitebeard, what nonsense. Ace, we're family. Trust me, this time your old man's called in reinforcements. No one is going to stop us. Jozu, that's right. Hang in there, Ace. We'll get you out, no matter what. With Lord Zhongbai and Hulk on our side, nothing can stand in our way. Ha 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 ha. Whitebeard, let the battle begin. Whitebeard appeared in the Navy's harbor. All of the Whitebeard pirates divisions lined up behind him. He faced Sengoku, who stood atop the high platform, utterly disregarding the might of the Navy, even here at their very headquarters. At Whitebeard's command, his entire crew was electrified with anticipation, desperate to charge in and rescue Ace right away. Whitebeard bent forward ever so slightly, clenched his fists, and a white shockwave shimmered across his knuckles. Then, with explosive force, he punched the air on either side. Immediately, black fissures appeared one after another, and the entire space shattered under Whitebeard's tremor fruit power. The sea outside the Marineford harbor began to surge, forming massive waves that crashed toward the naval stronghold. Just as those waves were about to sweep into the harbor, one of the admirals sitting on the high platform vanished from his seat in an instant. On the platform sat 3 individuals, the 3 Marine admirals, Kazan, Sakazuki, and Borsellino, better known by their code names, Akiji, Akainu, and Kazu. It was Admiral Akiji who had just disappeared from his seat. He possessed the powers of the Logia-type ice fruit, which allowed him to freeze anything he touched. He could transform any part of his body into ice, and the pale blue blocks he created could shift shapes at will, forming any kind of weapon to strike his foes. With Akiji's strength, he didn't even need direct contact to freeze matter. He could freeze vast swathes of the sea, making it possible to ride his bicycle across the frozen surface, a favorite pastime of his as he wandered the ocean. Anyone or anything frozen by Akiji would enter a state resembling suspended animation, their body turning brittle like ice, so fragile that the slightest touch could shatter them and bring death. However, his power's weakness was heat or fire. He couldn't withstand attacks from heated objects or flames. Yet, with the sheer might of his fruit, he could easily freeze even natural magma or fiery volcanic bombs hurled from erupting volcanoes. Akiji appeared midair, launching twin streams of blue-white frost from his hands. With a single move, Ice Age, he froze the surging waves on both sides, stopping them cold before they could invade the harbor. Then, harnessing his fruit's abilities, he conjured an icy lance and hurled it at Whitebeard on the ship. Seeing the attack flying his way, Whitebeard refused to be outdone. He unleashed the tremor fruit's power, smashing a fist in Akiji's direction. The quake force struck Akiji in an instant, sending his body spiraling uncontrollably toward the bay, where he plunged directly into the sea. Seizing this moment, Akiji froze the seawater within the bay. Now, the Whitebeard pirate ship could no longer advance, but the frozen surface also provided a landing ground for those among Whitebeard's crew who couldn't fly. They dashed across the icy expanse toward the high platform. At this moment, standing beside Marine headquarters, one of the 7 warlords of the sea, Dracul Mihawk, drew the blade from his back. His eyes were fixed on Whitebeard. He wanted to measure the gap between himself and the world's strongest man. Dracul Mihawk, known as the Marine Hunter and Hawkeye Mihawk, was acclaimed as the world's greatest swordsman. One of the founders of the Cross Guild and a member of the 7 warlords, he had answered the world government's call to arms. Yet, above all, he sought to test himself against Whitebeard and see how far apart their strength truly was. Mihawk possessed a pair of eyes as sharp as those of an eagle. Even the mightiest warriors would feel a chill run down their spines beneath his gaze, earning him the moniker Hawkeye. This ability to perceive with the eagle's eyes was Mihawk's innate gift in swordsmanship, allowing him to see through to the very essence of things. It was also the core of his power to stand against any foe. His weapon was a sword named Yuru, part of the Supreme Grade Blades, the 12 Supreme Swords. Its blade was forged with a wild, intricate pattern and was renowned as the strongest black sword in the world. A green slash hurtled in Whitebeard's direction, its terrifying power so great that even the ice beneath was split apart. This strike, unleashed by the world's greatest swordsman, was about to reach Whitebeard when suddenly, a massive figure appeared before the attack. A deafening explosion shook the air. The attack was blocked perfectly, and everyone was stunned. Who could possibly withstand the blow of the greatest swordsman in the world? As the mist cleared, a burly figure glittering with light emerged. It was Jozu, the 3rd Division commander of the Whitebeard Pirates, a paramecia-type user of the Shining Fruit, renowned for his incredible defense. Meanwhile, Jiang Bai, along with Wanda and the others, sat aboard the aerospace carrier, watching the battle unfold below. Beside him, Martin, Kane, and Hulk could hardly contain their excitement, eager to leap down and join the fray. Suddenly, from among the seats of the 3 admirals, one clad in a yellow-striped suit vanished in a flash of golden light. It was Kizaru, one of the 3 admirals. Instantly, Kizaru appeared in the sky, launching an assault on Whitebeard from above. Yasakani no Magatama. Beams of energy composed of pure light rained down upon Whitebeard. Borsellino, known by his naval codename Kizaru, was one of the Navy headquarters' greatest powers, a Marine admiral and a Logia-type user of the glint fruit. His elusive personality followed a philosophy of ambiguous justice. He commanded the Navy's Science Division, led by Asinamaru. As the possessor of the glint fruit, Kizaru could transform any part of his body into light, move and attack at the speed of light, and unleash devastating blows with light-speed force. His body could emit blinding flashes, temporarily blinding his enemies. In battle, parts of his body would glow intensely, and in the blink of an eye, his foes would be defeated. His destructive power was such that a single kick could shatter massive buildings. Kizaru could even create multiple clones made of light. Yet, faced with the sudden barrage of dazzling projectiles, Whitebeard's expression did not waver. A streak of blue flame burst forth from behind him, shielding him from every attack. Then, transforming into a magnificent phoenix, it soared toward Kizaru. The one who intervened was none other than Marco, wielder of the phoenix fruit. Landing atop Kizaru's head with a somersault, Marco unleashed a spinning kick, sending Kizaru flying the very next instant. Kizaru crashed into a building beside Marine headquarters, the impact demolishing the entire structure. Jozu, who had been blocking Whitebeard's way, seized a chunk of ice that had been sliced from the ground and hurled it toward the Marines. As the massive block of ice plummeted down, many Marine soldiers were paralyzed with fear, unable to move. Just the shadow of that enormous ice block looming over them was terrifying enough. Kizaru's holding back, isn't he? Marco's strong, but there's no way he could send Kizaru flying with a single kick. And Akiji's still hiding below, not making a move. Jiang, why are they doing this? Who knows? There are all sorts of theories, but it's true that both Kizaru and Akiji don't seem to be going all out. Anyway, Martin, Kane, Hulk, if you want to join in, go ahead. From inside the sky carrier, Jiang Bai watched the scene unfold with a faint smile on his lips. Then, without hesitation, he tossed Martin, Kane, and Hulk out of the carrier, using his spatial abilities to transport them directly above the battlefield. The trio began plummeting toward the fight below. Just as the massive ice block was about to crush the Marine soldiers, the last admiral made his move. A surge of crimson magma erupted in his hand. With a single attack, a blazing firestorm, he shattered the ice block in an instant. Rivers of molten magma rained down, striking the area where the Whitebeard pirates were gathered. Boom! The terrifying magma exploded as it hit the ground, forcing the Whitebeard pirates to scatter and dodge the burning onslaught. The one who made his move was none other than Akainu. Sakazuki, codename Akainu, fleet admiral of the Marines. He consumed the Logia-type magma fruit, becoming a magma man. Formerly one of the 3 Marine admirals, he was promoted to fleet admiral after the Summit War, and is known for his doctrine of absolute justice. After the war, he relocated Marine headquarters to the New World, demonstrating his resolve to strike against pirates everywhere. Possessing the powers of the Logia-type magma fruit, he can transform his body into searing magma, rendering ordinary attacks useless. His high temperatures can easily melt the earth itself. Compared to the flame fruit, which Ace wields, his magma is the superior power and directly counters Ace. Boom! Boom! A furious roar split the air as 3 figures suddenly plummeted from the sky. It was Martin, Kane, and Hulk. The trio crashed into the ground, creating a massive crater on impact. Without pause, Martin, Kane, and Hulk charged straight toward Ace's location. Fantastic! Big Brother Martin, Brother Kane, Brother Hulk are here. Let's go. Let's rescue Ace. Charge, charge, charge. Let's save Boss Ace. The members of the Whitebeard pirates on the icy surface erupted in excitement the moment they saw Martin and his companions appear, surging forward in a rush toward the Navy's elevated platform. At the same time, the 100,000 Navy soldiers began their assault on the pirates, standing atop the ice. Just then, a sudden shadow loomed over Marine headquarters. A towering, imposing giant strode forth from the bay. It was none other than Ace's friend, Ors, a colossal figure with an odd, fearsome appearance. He was a demonic berserker of the giant race, but several times more massive than an ordinary giant. Without regard for his own safety, he marched relentlessly toward the platform, determined to rescue Ace. Yet his enormous size made him an easy target. Cannonballs rained down, relentlessly pounding Or's massive body, and even the 7 warlords of the sea were poised to take action. From the high platform, Sengoku watched the 3 hulking figures charging below, his expression grave with concern. He hadn't forgotten the reinforcements Whitebeard had mentioned. At first, he'd suspected the red-haired pirates. But these 3 unfamiliar giants now on the battlefield possessed an astonishing power, and even vice-admirals were unable to stop them. Sengoku had no idea where they'd come from. But to prevent any unforeseen disaster, he immediately ordered the 7 warlords into battle. He hesitated, glancing sidelong at Garp, but in the end, said nothing. After all, Ace was one of Garp's grandsons. Sengoku knew that expecting Garp to step in and rescue him was already asking too much, so he didn't count on Garp to stop anyone else from coming to Ace's aid. A deafening boom resounded. Bartholomew Kuma, known as Tyrant, was one of the 7 warlords of the sea and the bearer of the pawpaw fruit. In truth, he was a high-ranking officer of the Revolutionary Army. After joining the 7 warlords, he became the prototype for the Navy's human weapon, the Pacifista, designated PX-0. Before the battle at Marineford, Dr. Vegapunk had completed his transformation, stripping him of self-awareness. With the powers of the paramecia-type pawpaw fruit, his palms could grow pads resembling a bear's paw, capable of repelling anything they touched. At low power, he could deflect punches or sword strikes with ease, controlling the force at will. At maximum power, his targets would be blasted away in an instant, encased in a bear paw-shaped bubble of air and sent hurtling to a predetermined location. He could even expel all pain and fatigue from a target's body, forming a red bear paw bubble that could be transferred to another person, making them bear the agony and exhaustion in place of the original. Now a white bear paw bubble formed at his hand. With a thunderous impact, he struck Ors squarely in the chest, the force piercing straight through him. After withstanding countless barges, Ors finally fell before the platform, unable to take another step toward Ace. Aboard the sky carrier, Jiangbai witnessed the scene below. With a slight lift of his hand, a streak of green light appeared, and in the next instant, Oz vanished from where he stood. Oz's sudden disappearance startled Sengoku and the others. They hadn't seen how he was spirited away. Remembering the helper Whitebeard had once mentioned, Sengoku's expression darkened even further. He began to consider whether he should request backup from the world government. It was, of course, Jiangbai who had taken Oz away, not out of compassion for Ace, but to do Whitebeard a favor. After all, this was Whitebeard's territory. Sooner or later, they would have dealings in the future. Earning Whitebeard's goodwill now was a move that could only benefit him. Although he was already planning to raid Mary Geos later for a stash of devil fruits, there were still other rare fruits he would need Whitebeard's help to find. Who knew what kind of special trades the future might hold? This was just prudent planning, and besides, it was hardly any trouble for him at all. Boom! The Hulk had already clashed with Akainu. Furious at being scorched by magma, the Hulk's body swelled with rage, growing even larger. At this moment, he was transforming faster than he ever had during his rampage in New York, likely because Banner's influence had been erased. Each time the Hulk's monstrous strength struck Akainu, it was rendered useless by Akainu's lack of armament hockey. Akainu's elemental magma form was a perfect counter to brute force. No matter how hard Hulk hit, Akainu would simply regenerate. This only stoked the Hulk's fury further, making him stronger with every passing moment. Meanwhile, Martin and Kane had engaged Akiji and Kizuru. With all 3 admirals kept busy, Sengoku began to grow anxious. He glanced at Garp, who stood beside him, lost in grief and sorrow, and finally spoke up. Garp, Whitebeard's reinforcements are far too powerful. You must act now. Through his sobs, Garp protested. No, I can't. You're asking me to stop someone from saving my own grandson. How cruel can you be, Sengoku? How could you? Enough. Get moving and spare me the excuses, Sengoku snapped. In the end, Garp rose to his feet, preparing to enter the fray. Jiangbai, watching from his sky carrier, observed the scene with a flicker of disdain in his eyes. Monkey D. Garp, Vice Admiral of the Navy headquarters and instructor to new recruits, was a living legend within the Marines, known to the world as Garp the Fist. 38 years ago, he alone stood against the unstoppable Rocks pirates at God Valley, and together with Roger, annihilated their crew, earning the title of Hero of the Navy. It was said that Garp had cornered the pirate king, Roger, many times. After the Paramount War, he became the Marines' new recruit instructor. Though he possessed the power of an admiral, he refused the rank, unwilling to become a lapdog for the Celestial Dragons. In Jiang Bai's eyes, no matter how powerful Garp was, no matter how many honors he had accumulated, at the end of the day, he was still a man who didn't even dare save his own grandson. In the original timeline, he could only watch helplessly as his grandson died right in front of him, while another was gravely injured. Perhaps Jiang Bai shouldn't judge the world of pirates through the lens of his own worldview, but he still couldn't bring himself to respect such cowardice. After all, Jiang Bai had always believed in siding with family over reason. Family was what mattered most. He found it almost impossible to accept the sight of someone sending his own grandson to the execution platform. Now, hearing Sengoku's words, he realized Garp was truly about to act. This left Jiang Bai deeply disappointed. Wasn't Garp still a member of the D clan? Standing beside him, Mary and Wanda sensed Jiang Bai's unrest. They gently wrapped their arms around his, gazing softly at the man by their side. In that instant, Jiang Bai's discontent was swept away. After all, this was their own family affair. He had gotten too emotionally involved just now. Bang! With a single mighty blow, Garp sent Martin flying. At that moment, Whitebeard stormed onto the battlefield, accompanied by the captains of his divisions. Pirates clad in bulletproof vests and wielding all manner of modern weaponry appeared, launching relentless assaults on the Navy soldiers. Rocket launchers erupting in deafening blasts, as if ammunition cost nothing. The Whitebeard pirates behind him were all fiercely loyal followers of each division's captain, the kind who would never betray them. That's why they could unleash such advanced firepower upon the Navy. With the arrival of modern weaponry, the tide of battle shifted in an instant. 100,000 Navy soldiers scattered in panic, fleeing from the onslaught. Some of the rear admirals and vice admirals tried to stand their ground, but it was all in vain. Even if they tried to attack the pirates wielding modern weapons, the division captains would immediately intercept them. Just then, a figure wearing a straw hat appeared amidst the chaos, grinning widely as he shouted toward Ace. "Ace, I'm here to save you. Wait for me right there." "No, Luffy. Go back. Get out of here. Don't come any closer." The newcomer was none other than Luffy. Full name: Monkey D. Luffy, known as Straw Hat Luffy. A user of the Gum fruit, human fruit, mythical Zoan, Nika form, with a bounty of 3 billion berries. Captain of the Straw Hat crew, leader of the Straw Hat Grand Fleet, and one of the worst generation. After defeating the former Emperor Kaido during the Wano Country incident, he rose to take his place as one of the new 4 emperors. His dream was to find the legendary treasure, the One Piece, and become the Pirate King. Luffy was ever optimistic, with a clear sense of right and wrong, never yielding even in the face of death. He valued his friends and crewmates above all, and was endlessly fascinated by adventure. Unlike traditional pirates, he never killed for treasure. He simply reveled in the freedom and thrill of being a pirate. The owner of the Devil Fruit, specifically the Gum fruit, also known as the human fruit, mythical Zoan type, Nika form. Luffy, in his second gear, wields the power of the Gum Jet Gatling. His body possesses the unique qualities of rubber. In battle, Luffy takes full advantage of this resilience, constantly evolving his techniques through relentless fighting. He can wage battle in any manner he wishes, and no matter where he goes, he brings smiles to people's faces. Nika is known as the Warrior of Liberation, also revered as the Sun God Nika. The fruit's abilities allow the user to stretch and rebound any part of their body according to their will, enhancing even ordinary strikes with tremendous force, while the body itself remains unharmed by the resulting impact. With a body made of rubber, his elasticity and flexibility are unmatched. The distance he can stretch is directly related to his own strength. Most physical attacks, unless they're imbued with haki, simply bounce off or are rendered useless against his rubber body. Even regular bullets or cannonballs are repelled with ease. Moreover, his rubber body is immune to electricity, meaning lightning-based attacks are ineffective against him. He is also the younger brother of Ace and Sabo, Garp's own grandson. He is the biological son of Dragon, the leader of the Revolutionary Army, making him a true insider in the world of pirates. He is close friends with one of the 4 emperors, red-haired Shanks, from whom he received Roger's straw hat. Whether it's the Navy, the pirates, or the Revolutionary Army, he has powerful connections everywhere. Upon reading the newspaper, he made a resolute choice to rescue his brother, his childhood companion. Special thanks to Zaishenbang, DGO for the inspiration capsule. Much appreciated. On the execution platform, Ace gazed anxiously at Luffy, his heart filled with worry. He'd never imagined that Luffy would come to rescue him. And thinking of both Luffy's abilities and the danger surrounding them, Ace immediately urged Luffy to turn back. But Luffy paid no heed, determined to charge forward toward the platform. Moments earlier, after unexpectedly learning that Sengoku planned to execute Ace ahead of schedule, Luffy had rushed to Whitebeard and declared, "Whitebeard, they're moving up Ace's execution. I'm going to save him." "Kid, you're too weak. Leave this to us." "No, he's my brother. I must save him." With that, Luffy dashed fearlessly into the fray, unleashing the power of his gum-gum fruit to topple waves of Marines. Whitebeard, his expression grave, cast his gaze at Sengoku atop the platform, then leapt from his ship, weapon in hand, intent on taking action himself after learning of the plan to execute Ace early. He knew he had to rescue Ace as quickly as possible. As Whitebeard jumped down, all the pirates surged into the bay. Sengoku, meanwhile, initiated the annihilation plan. A legion of pacifistas began closing in from the perimeter, encircling the pirates within the bay. Pacifistas are the world government's humanoid weapons, modeled after the warlord of the sea, Bartholomew Kuma. They possess the powers of Kuma's devil fruit, and even some abilities from Kizaru's glint-glint fruit, but not all. At this moment, Squard suddenly turned on Whitebeard, thrusting his long sword at him. But the Whitebeard standing here was no longer the one from the original timeline. In his prime, Whitebeard reacted instantly, catching Squard's sword barehanded. All those comrades who had fought alongside Squard for years had fallen to Roger's hand. That's why he harbored such hatred for Roger. And since Ace was Roger's son, Squard despised him as well. Akainu had even told him that this entire battle was a conspiracy between Whitebeard and the Navy. Their aim, Akainu claimed, was to trade the heads of 43 pirate captains in exchange for Ace's life. Whitebeard looked calmly at Squard, never expecting that, at such a critical moment, one of his own sons would turn against him. "Old man, is what Akainu said true? Are you planning to trade the heads of 43 captains to save Ace?" "I won't allow it. You've been manipulated by Akainu. How could I ever do such a thing? You're all my sons." Hearing Squard's words, Whitebeard immediately understood the cause. With a sigh, he embraced Squard and spoke softly. Squard was left stunned, gazing into Whitebeard's eyes filled with sincerity and warmth, overwhelmed by regret and fury. "You little magma brat. How dare you use my son against me? Looks like it's time to teach you a lesson." "Akainu, you damn you. I'll kill you." Whitebeard released Squard and turned his weapon toward Akainu, who was being pummeled by Hulk. However, since Hulk lacked armament hockey, no matter how fiercely he attacked, Akainu's elemental form would simply dissolve the blows. This only made Hulk angrier, causing him to grow even larger. Realizing he'd been used, Squard's eyes blazed with fury as he charged back into the battlefield. He now longed to tear Akainu apart. Watching all this unfold from the sky carrier, Jiangbai was speechless. He couldn't fathom how foolish Squard had to be to believe the enemy's words right before the battle. To distrust your own family and turn against your captain because of an enemy's whisper, there's just no cure for that kind of stupidity. Meanwhile, Akainu, still fighting Hulk, caught sight of the scene and a flicker of disappointment flashed in his eyes. This move had only been a gambit. If it could wound Whitebeard, so much the better. If not, it didn't matter. Now though, he needed to deal with this giant quickly. Even without armament hockey, Hulk's strength kept increasing with his size, making him more formidable by the second. Whitebeard began to unleash the power of his devil fruit, and cracks yawned open throughout the Marine headquarters. Even the sea beyond the base tilted under the force of his might, making the whole stronghold seem as if it were facing the end of the world. With a single devastating blow, he wounded a great number of the Marines' elite. Combined with the support of Martin, Hulk, and Kane, the pirates quickly gained the upper hand. Yet at that very moment, the Marines activated the surrounding siege walls. Massive cannon-laden barricades surged up from the ground. A merciless barrage began, bombarding the pirates without discrimination. Shells rained down, and in an instant, the tide of battle turned. All the pirates in the bay were caught in the onslaught. The 7 warlords of the sea entered the fray, each turning their sights on the pirates. Meanwhile, Luffy charged alone toward the execution platform, braving the storm of artillery and disregarding his own wounds. Suddenly, a shadowy figure loomed in Luffy's path, a massive, bizarre-looking form. It was none other than Gecko Moria, captain of the Thriller Bark Pirates, one of the 7 warlords of the sea, and the user of the Shadow fruit. This Paramecia-type fruit gave him total mastery over shadows, which are said to be the other soul shared by all living things. The Shadow fruit allowed him to capture and control shadows, which carried the personality and combat prowess of their owner. Moria could sever and steal shadows from others. By implanting a stolen shadow into another person, he could temporarily grant them the abilities of that shadow. Placing a shadow into a corpse could resurrect it as a zombie, absolutely obedient to his will. Even if a shadow was cut away, it remained linked to its original body. Shadows could not die, but if their owner perished, the shadow would vanish as well. Thus, to keep powerful shadows as servants, the original person had to remain alive. However, anyone whose shadow was stolen and exposed to sunlight would vanish on the spot. Moria could manipulate not only the shadows of others, but also his own, shaping it into various weapons or objects for attack. He could even switch places with his shadow, making his abilities endlessly versatile. At that moment, a flash of white streaked by, and Gecko Moria was sent hurtling backward. Standing in his place was a tall, stunningly beautiful woman. It was she who had struck Moria away. This was Boa Hancock, another member of the 7 Warlords of the Sea. Boa Hancock, known as the Pirate Empress, was the reigning queen of Amazon Lily, a pirate nation in the Calm Belt, and captain of the Kuja Pirates. Her unparalleled beauty was celebrated as the most beautiful woman in the world. Despite serving as one of the 7 warlords for the world government, her heart had been captured by Luffy due to past events, which is why she had intervened to help him. With this act, she openly stood against the world government and the Marines, but she didn't care in the slightest. Her face radiated joy and excitement as she gazed at Luffy. She then produced the key to Ace's handcuffs and handed it to Luffy. "Thank you. I'm going to save Ace now." Clutching the key in his hand, Luffy gave Hancock a quick hug before dashing forward. Hancock, however, misunderstood this gesture, believing it to be the legendary proposal, and was so overjoyed that her whole body went limp, causing her to sink to the ground in a daze. The nearby Navy soldiers, witnessing this scene, mistakenly assumed that Hancock had been taken down by Luffy using a sumo move called waist throw. Right after, Hancock blocked Smoker's pursuit, allowing Luffy to continue his charge towards the execution platform. From the sky carrier above, Jiang Bai's gaze fell upon Hancock. The woman hailed as the most beautiful in the world. Tall and voluptuous, exuding fiery allure, she wore a cheongsam adorned with purple patterns, her long black hair cascading over her shoulders. The combination of beauty and commanding presence was undeniably captivating. Yet Jiang Bai felt little interest in her. Her earlier reaction made it obvious she had fallen for Luffy. Besides, Jiang Bai was hardly the type to lose his head at the sight of a beautiful woman. Even if Hancock was the very embodiment of allure and beauty, that alone was not enough to sway him. With the multiverse trading system at his disposal, women were hardly a rare commodity for him. What's more, Hancock bore the brand of the Celestial Dragon's slave on her back. After a brief, indifferent glance, he turned his attention toward Hulk, Martin, and Kane. A thunderous roar erupted. Scarlet magic surged around Kane as he swung his arms and broke into a run. His opponent was Kizaru, but with Kizaru's speed, Kane simply couldn't catch up, yet Kizaru's attacks were equally ineffective against him. So Kane made a beeline for the execution platform. Any Navy vice admiral or rising wall that stood in his way was sent flying in his wake. He even created a breakthrough for the pirates who were trapped, never slowing his relentless charge. Like an unstoppable force, Kane barreled into the structures beneath the high platform, scattering Navy soldiers left and right. Watching this, Sengoku's expression darkened further. Kizaru trailed behind Kane, pelting him with attacks that achieved absolutely nothing. Kane was utterly unfazed, and even the usually laid-back Kizaru was astonished by such formidable defense. Nearby, Akainu had already been pummeled by Hulk until only half his body remained. But even so, his form was still composed entirely of magma. Akainu looked to be at death's door, yet he hadn't suffered a single real injury. As for Hulk, he paid no mind. Raising both fists, Hulk launched a wild barrage at Akainu, his strength and stamina seemingly inexhaustible, an unstoppable force. Against this relentless onslaught, not even Akainu's ability to turn into magma could save him. After all, such power demanded stamina too. And while Akainu's attacks could strike Hulk, they had little effect. But with Hulk's formidable defense and physique, these attacks were nothing more than a tickle to him. Facing off against Garp, Martin was genuinely exhilarated. Even when Garp's iron fists sent him flying again and again, Martin would rise to his feet every time, eager to continue the fight. Such a battle drove Martin to develop his Xuanwu fruit powers to even greater heights. Suddenly, a dark green tortoise shell shimmered across Martin's skin, further boosting his defense. This was the Xuanwu shell, the signature ability of the Xuanwu fruit. The shell could manifest in 2 forms, one covering Martin's entire skin and the other appearing on his back. For convenience, Martin chose the first form. Staring at Garp's fist, Cloaked in armament haki, Martin felt not the slightest trace of fear. He charged forward, his own fists swinging boldly at Garp, and their clash sent shockwaves rippling through the ranks of both Navy and pirates. At the same time, Aokiji now confronted Whitebeard, since Garp had claimed his original opponent. With no other choice, Aokiji launched himself at Whitebeard. A deafening crash echoed across the battlefield. Yet even with the power of an admiral, Aokiji was no match for Whitebeard in his prime. A single shockwave from Whitebeard's mighty strength sent Aokiji hurtling away. Then, an invisible surge of overwhelming presence erupted from Whitebeard's body. This was Conqueror's Haki. Conqueror's Haki is the rarest of all the Haki types. It cannot be learned through training alone. Instead, it is the mark of a true king. Those who possess it can dominate, intimidate, or even render opponents unconscious by sheer force of will. It can cause those much weaker to faint outright, though if not controlled properly, it might affect allies and bystanders as well. On the other hand, when mastered, Conqueror's Haki can exert a truly oppressive aura over the battlefield. Observation Haki, one of the 3 Haki types, sharpens the senses to superhuman levels, allowing the user to sense the presence and emotions of others, and even anticipate danger to evade attacks. Armament Haki, another of the 3, gives users the ability to harden their bodies and attacks for enhanced defense and offense, and to strike even Logia-type foes. In Wano, it is known as Ryuo. As Whitebeard unleashed his fearsome Conqueror's Haki, all the weaker pirates and marines on the field collapsed instantly. As the strongest man in the world, his Haki was absolutely terrifying, something never shown in the original timeline. In the original events of the Marineford War, Whitebeard used only his devil fruit powers. His weapons were more symbolic than practical, and he never displayed any of the 3 types of Haki. But now, he was wielding his Conqueror's Haki directly, clearing the battlefield with his overwhelming presence. Only the division commanders of the Whitebeard pirates and some Navy vice admirals are able to withstand the overwhelming force of Whitebeard's Conqueror's Haki without collapsing on the spot. Sengoku, watching Whitebeard's current display, felt deeply troubled. Without further hesitation, he picked up his Den Mushi and prepared to call for reinforcements. Elder Stars, we need support. Whitebeard has somehow found 3 powerful new allies. Useless. You can't even handle this? I'll send someone over. With utmost respect, Sengoku reported the situation on the battlefield to the person on the other end of the line. Once he received the answer he wanted, Sengoku finally breathed a sigh of relief. As for the Elder Star's scolding, he paid it no mind. After all, this was far from the first time. Aboard the Sky Carrier, Jiangbai took a bite of fruit that Emma handed over, his lips curling into a mocking smile as he watched Sengoku's humble demeanor. The Navy? Justice? All those grand words sounded even better than a song. But in the end, aren't they just the lapdogs of the world government? The 5 Elder Stars, the highest leaders of the world government, are the pillars that hold the regime aloft. Every one of them is a celestial dragon, directly answerable to Imu. Financial deity Saint Zambalin V. Nasajiro wears a white robe, is bald, and sports glasses. Among the 5 Elder Stars, he is the only one who doesn't wear a suit or have a beard. Instead, he wields a samurai sword. Agricultural deity Saint Shepherd Jupiter dons a deep crimson suit, no tie, with golden hair and a matching golden beard. A scar runs across his chest. Judicial deity Saint Topman Votary is clad in a dark green suit, bald, with 2 drooping mustaches and a birthmark on his forehead. Environmental deity Saint Marcus Mars wears a deep blue suit, his long white hair hanging straight down, paired with an equally long beard. Scientific defense deity Saint J. Garcia Saturn appears in a black suit, with a head of curly white hair, a bushy white beard, and a flat cap, a scar etched across his left cheek. The 5 Elder Stars form the highest authority of the world government, directly overseeing the Cypherpole agencies from 0 to 9, as well as the 7 Warlords of the Sea, Marine Headquarters, and Eni's Lobby. They also hold ultimate control over the Seraphim. Their personal strength is not to be underestimated. To become one of the 5 Elder Stars is to be far more than an ordinary celestial dragon. Responding to Sengoku's request for aid, they dispatched members of CP-0 to Marine Headquarters as reinforcements. Cypherpole Aegis 0, better known as CP-0, is an agency directly under the Celestial Dragons, hailed as the Celestial Dragon's mightiest shield and revered as the world's most formidable intelligence organization. Every member is formidable, with combat abilities rivaling even the Navy admirals. Rescue Ace, Garp, Akainu, and Kazuru were all being held back. Even Aokiji was no match for Whitebeard, and the Warlords of the Sea were now up against the people Luffy had brought with him from Impel Down. What's more, they were all just going through the motions, making no real effort to help the Navy, So now only Fleet Admiral Sengoku was left to deal with Whitebeard. Reinforcements from the Five Elders had yet to arrive, and Sengoku's face darkened as he watched Luffy charging forward. He knew exactly who Luffy was, the beloved grandson of his friend Garp, and the son of the next generation's dragon. That fact alone was enough to give him a headache. But seeing Luffy about to reach Ace, Sengoku could do nothing but intervene. Suddenly, a golden Buddha appeared, and Sengoku's massive fist drove straight toward Luffy. Luffy responded by activating Gear 3rd, inflating himself like a balloon to block Sengoku's punch, and to everyone's surprise, he actually managed to stop it. This was an attack from none other than Fleet Admiral Sengoku himself. Though he rarely fought personally, Sengoku's strength far surpassed even that of an admiral. Yet Luffy's Gear 3rd had managed to withstand his blow. Watching from the sky carrier, Jiangbai was left speechless. Sengoku wasn't just holding back, he was practically letting them win. Although Luffy had blocked Sengoku's fist, in the next instant he was sent flying. He crashed into a building below, but miraculously emerged unscathed. After knocking Akiji away once more, Whitebeard turned his gaze to Sengoku. He stomped heavily on the ice and leapt high into the air, launching himself directly at Sengoku. He raised his weapon high, aiming the blade right at Sengoku. Whitebeard was forcing Sengoku to engage him, leaving no one on the execution platform to stop his son from rescuing Ace. Sengoku understood Whitebeard's intent, and with no other choice, once again transformed into his golden Buddha form to face Whitebeard head-on. Aboard the sky carrier, Jiangbai turned his head slightly and caught sight of the excited Pietro standing beside him. Smiling, Jiangbai said to Pietro, "If you'd like to join the fray, go ahead. And while you're at it, help Whitebeard get Ace out." "Really? All right, you have my word. I'll get it done. I can't wait another second." With Jiangbai's approval, Pietro instantly donned his special combat suit and was promptly hurled from the sky carrier by Jiangbai. He became a streak of darkness racing toward the ground, then zipped across the battlefield like a black shooting star, immediately catching Sengoku's eye as he fought Whitebeard. Though Sengoku had no idea who this newcomer was, it was clear from his trajectory that he was heading straight for the execution platform. Sengoku shouted up to the platform, "Watch Ace. Someone's coming." In that very moment, several vice admirals around the bay were sent flying, so fast that they hardly knew what hit them. Among the warlords of the sea, Doflamingo alone broke into a crazed grin as nearly invisible threads danced around him. Don Quixote Doflamingo, known as the Heavenly Yiksha, hails from the Celestial Dragons. He once ruled as the King of Dressrosa, while also serving as one of the 7 warlords of the sea. In the underworld, he is known by the codename Joker. As the possessor of the string fruit, he commands a terrifying power, and the Celestial Dragons fear him because he knows secrets related to the national treasure of Merigios. He is a Paramecia-type devil fruit user, able to manipulate impossibly fine strings with the subtlest movements of his fingers, controlling them so precisely they are invisible to the naked eye. Doflamingo can conjure nearly transparent threads from his hands and wrap them around his targets, controlling them like marionettes on strings. Once someone is entangled in his threads, escaping becomes as hopeless as an insect caught in a spider's web, leaving them at the mercy of the string fruit's power. His threads can even be used to stitch wounds closed, repairing damage within his own body if necessary. These strings serve another purpose as well. They can block electromagnetic waves and wireless signals, preventing anyone ensnared from using a den-mushi to call for help from the outside world. Moreover, these threads, invisible to the eye, can cut through objects at Doflamingo's will. The sharpness of his strings far surpasses that of piano wire. They can slice through flesh with ease and even cut metals harder than steel. When he infuses his threads with armament haki, their cutting power increases dramatically, allowing them to wound even Logia-type devil fruit users. When unleashing his cutting abilities, Doflamingo habitually shapes his fingers like a bird's talons. With a swift, clawing motion, the invisible strings respond instantly, slashing his targets in sync with his gestures. In the future, Doflamingo has pushed his devil fruit powers to the level of awakening. With this, he can transform the environment around him, buildings and all, into transparent strings. He can then gather thousands, or even tens of thousands, of strings together to unleash devastating attacks on his enemies. Now, nearly invisible threads lock into place all around, forming a barrier to halt that shadowy figure's advance. Pietro notices this and charges straight at Doflamingo, moving with even greater speed. The black silhouette comes into clear view, but just as Doflamingo loses sight of the figure, he instantly activates observation haki, heightening his senses to capture everything happening nearby. Yet, by the time he locates Pietro, Pietro is already upon him. A deafening crash echoes. In the next instant, Doflamingo is sent flying by Pietro's powerful blow. A crimson mark blooms on his face where the fist landed, and even his peculiar sunglasses are shattered by the impact. As Doflamingo is flung backward, rage surges within him, but Pietro has no intention of giving him a chance to recover. He pressed on, charging straight toward the execution platform. Because the platform was quite high, Pietro had no intention of taking a detour. Instead, he dashed directly toward Hulk. "Hulk, throw me up there." "Hun." As he ran toward Hulk, Pietro shouted out to him. Hearing his call, Hulk turned his crimson eyes toward Pietro and, with a thunderous roar, stretched out his right hand. Pietro stepped on a Hulk's palm just in time. With a powerful surge of strength, Hulk hurled Pietro toward the execution platform. With a tremendous crash, Pietro landed atop the execution platform, just as he was about to rescue Ace. Suddenly, an attack came out of nowhere. Pietro instantly used his powers to dodge, then turned his head to see an elderly woman in a Navy uniform staring at him. It was Tsuru, a vice admiral of the Navy headquarters, wielder of the wash fruit, and a firm believer in absolute justice. Tsuru was the longtime nemesis of Don Quixote Doflamingo, having chased him down more than once and forcing him to flee in panic. Known as the Grand Strategist, Tsuru was admired by countless soldiers. Even before the age of great pirates, she had stood alongside Sengoku and Garp, helping to uphold the Navy's strength. She was a commander blessed with deep experience and wisdom, held in the highest regard among the women of the Navy. Tsuru was a seasoned officer, renowned for her sharp intellect and strategic mind, so formidable that even Doflamingo had no choice but to both fear and respect her. Calm and unflappable, Tsuru believed that even at the ends of the sea, there was no true sanctuary. Her paramecia-type wash fruit allowed her to wash anything, people or objects, hanging them out to dry once clean. Anything or anyone washed by Tsuru would lose their original form. They would become limp and powerless, like freshly dried laundry. Even the very spirit of those washed clean would be somewhat purified, their evil intentions growing faint. It was Tsuru who intervened to stop Pietro. Yet before she could strike again, Pietro vanished from the platform, taking Ace with him. Though Tsuru's observation Haki could sense Pietro's presence, his speed was so great that she had no chance to attack. Her strike never landed. Pietro had already whisked Ace away. At that moment, Momosaji, a candidate for admiral, bounded over in a few great leaps to Tsuru's side. Looking at her with concern, Momosaji spoke up. "Lady Tsuru, are you all right? You shouldn't be here. Leave this to us. I'm Fine. I'm a part of the Navy, too. Now that Ace has been rescued, the pirates may try to retreat. Don't worry about me. What matters most is stopping those pirates from escaping. All right, be careful. Please make sure to keep yourself safe." Gion, a woman known in the Navy by the codename Momosaji, Pink Rabbit, is a vice admiral of the Navy headquarters and a candidate for admiral. Tsuru treats her like a younger sister, and the two share a close bond. Whenever Tsuru appears on the battlefield, Momosaji will rush to her side, disregarding any other pirates, simply out of fear that something might happen to Tsuru. Although Momosaji holds the rank of vice admiral, she stands apart from the others. She is also in line to become an admiral, making her much stronger than her peers at headquarters. In fact, her abilities far surpass those of the aging Tsuru. Bang! Pietro, with Ace in tow, circled the battlefield and returned to Whitebeard's pirate ship. From his combat suit, he pulled out a laser pistol and sliced through the shackles restraining Ace. With that, Ace was finally free, able to unleash the full power of his flame fruit once more. "Thank you for rescuing me, but now I have to go help Pops and the others." "Go on then. I'm heading over to join the fun myself. Don't worry. While your big brother Jiang buys around, the Navy won't be making any big waves. Let's move woo." In a flash, Pietro vanished from Ace's sight, charging straight toward Kane. Because of Kizaru's powers, Kane could do nothing but take the hits. Yet despite this, Kizaru couldn't manage to do any real harm to him. "Listen up, everyone. Ace has been rescued. Begin to retreat. Squad captains, make sure to take all unconscious crew members with you." "Yes, Pops." Initiating retreat. "Whitebeard, don't think you can come and go from Navy headquarters as you please." "Ha ha. Sengoku, are you getting old? Can't keep up anymore?" "Ha ha ha. Pietro, thank you for saving Ace." The moment Whitebeard saw Ace was free, he ordered all the pirates to retreat. However, most of the pirates had already fainted from the overwhelming force of his conqueror's haki, so the squad captains had to carry them out. This only fueled Sengoku's anger, and a golden wave of energy surged toward Whitebeard. But Whitebeard only laughed as he faced Sengoku head-on. In his prime, Whitebeard was utterly dominant. Even Sengoku, whose strength was at best just above that of an admiral, was no match. He was still far from reaching the level of an emperor of the sea, while Whitebeard was known as the world's strongest man. At his peak, his strength was among the very best of the four emperors. With Whitebeard's command, all the squad captains began gathering their crews and heading back to the pirate ship. At this moment, reinforcements from the world government arrived. 6 people in total, each one a CP0 combatant. Of these, 2 were on par with admirals, while the rest were only slightly below that level. Their strength was almost on par with an admiral candidate. As soon as the CP0 members arrived at Marine headquarters, they quickly moved to capture pirates, especially the division commanders of the Whitebeard pirates, who were their primary targets. Most importantly, the 5 elders had issued a kill-on-sight order. GOLD. Ace must die at Marine headquarters. The CP0 agents who had located Ace's position charged straight at him. Realizing the danger, Whitebeard unleashed his full might. With a powerful swing of his weapon, he sent Sengoku flying in an instant. Then, a surge of white energy gathered in his hand. He hurled it at the 2 CP0 members rushing toward Ace. Black cracks split the air as the attack struck them. At the same time, Whitebeard noticed even more CP0 agents arriving. He understood he could no longer linger. Now was the time to retreat. This place was too close to the world government, whose reinforcements could flood in endlessly. If that happened, only they would be at risk. As long as they made it back to the New World, the Navy, no matter how bold, would never dare pursue them there. The New World was, after all, the territory of the 4 emperors. There's no way the emperors would tolerate a massive Navy incursion. They would never allow the delicate balance between pirates and the Navy to be shattered. If the Navy dared enter the New World, the other 3 emperors would join forces to drive them out. Even though he had the missiles and nuclear warheads Jiangbai had provided, and if he so much as asked, Jiangbai would surely step in, Whitebeard had no desire to stir up more trouble. He only wanted to rescue Ace and return to the New World. Everyone fall back. Head for the New World. Whitebeard, having made up his mind, shouted to the division commanders not far away. Once more, he blocked the CP0 agents who tried to harm Ace. Meanwhile, Marco and the others began leading the Whitebeard pirates back to their ship. This time, Marco hadn't been shackled with sea-stone handcuffs, and, using his ability to fly, he continuously ferried crew members back to their vessel. Elsewhere, Pietro had already reached Kane's side. Leaping from Kane's shoulder, he launched himself at Kizaru, landing a solid punch to Kizaru's chest and sending him crashing back. Hearing Whitebeard's call, Pietro turned to Kane and spoke. "Let's go. We're pulling out too. Hulk, Uncle Martin, we're leaving. Let's move." At Pietro's shout, Hulk smashed his fist down on Akainu, who was already reduced to a pool of magma, then made a mighty leap toward the Whitebeard pirate's ship. Martin seized the moment to collide fists with Garp. Using the force of Garp's punch, he sent himself flying backward, breaking away from Garp. He dashed back toward the Whitebeard pirate's ship. Pietro instantly vanished from Kane's side, while Kane kept channeling red magic to bolster his strength, then charged straight for the ship as well. A CP0 member tried to stop Kane. He swept his burly arm in a wide arc, knocking everything aside in an instant. The vice admirals standing in his way were all sent flying. As for the attacks that landed on him, they were utterly useless. Before long, he made it safely back to the Whitebeard pirate's ship, picking up a few of his crewmates along the way. "Ah ha ha ha! Sengoku, farewell." "Damn it, Whitebeard, you're not getting away." Seeing his surviving crew had returned to the ship, Whitebeard threw back his head and laughed at Sengoku. To Sengoku, letting Whitebeard and his men escape would be the ultimate humiliation. He charged at Whitebeard once more. But Whitebeard, standing tall on the deck with his weapon in hand, unleashed a shockwave with his right fist, sending Sengoku hurtling backward. Just as Sengoku was flung away, the sky suddenly changed. Thunderclouds gathered, lightning flashed, and within the swirling clouds, a strange creature appeared. Not only that, but a colossal figure drifted closer, and countless pirate ships crowded the sea. "I can't believe you really managed to rescue Ace, but today you're not leaving here alive." That's right. Your territory has already been carved up between me and that bastard Kaido. All that's left is for you to die." With a roar, a dragon hundreds of meters long burst from the clouds, then transformed into a towering human figure who stood atop the bay's wall, jeering at Whitebeard. At the same time, another enormous figure appeared, a gigantic, rotund woman. She sat on a cloud with eyes and a mouth, radiating arrogance as she called out to Whitebeard. At the sight of these two, Whitebeard's expression grew grave. Sengoku, dragging himself from the rubble, went pale with shock. The newcomers were 2 of the 4 emperors. Kaido, known as Kaido of the Beasts, is the governor of the Beast Pirates, once one of the 4 emperors of the New World. His strength is overwhelming, his defense and vitality beyond imagination. He is called the world's strongest creature. His bounty is 4,611,100,000 berries, and he possesses the fish fruit, mythical beast model, Azure Dragon. Kaido is the strongest in single combat, people say. Among all creatures on land, sea, and air, he is known as the strongest being alive, the pirate Kaido of the beasts. As a pirate, he has been defeated 7 times. He has been captured 18 times after challenging the Navy and the 4 emperors alone. He has endured over 1,000 tortures and has been sentenced to death 40 times. Even when hanged, he breaks the chains. Even on the guillotine, he shatters the blade. When stabbed with spears, the spears snap instead. He has sunk no fewer than 9 massive prison ships, and no one has ever been able to kill him, not even himself. He is an extraordinarily tall and burly man, with black hair cascading over his shoulders and a pair of long horns on his head resembling those of a dragon. A long beard, as thick and flowing as a dragon's whiskers, hangs from his chin, and a tattoo of dragon scales coils around his left arm. His upper body is bare, revealing an X-shaped scar on the right side of his abdomen. Around his waist hangs a purple jacket, its hem adorned with 2 golden chains. He wears loose, dark green trousers below, tied at the waist with a ceremonial Shimenawa rope. Draped over his shoulders is a cloak of purple fur, making him appear like a devil incarnate. He always carries with him a wine gourd marked with the character for heaven. His weapon of choice is a spiked kanabo club. In his youth, Kaido was more slender, dressed in leather pants. His temperament swings unpredictably. At times he weeps bitterly, while at others he erupts in furious rage. He loves to drink, and his peculiar hobby is attempting suicide. To him, the world is unbearably dull, and only its destruction would bring relief. He dreams of igniting the greatest war the world has ever seen. Kaido believes that those born as nobles, the rulers pampered by comfort, should be dragged onto the battlefield to experience true equality and freedom. Only war, in his eyes, can determine the true worth of humanity. He possesses the fish fruit, mythical Zoan type, Azure Dragon form, the mightiest of devil fruits. Its wielder can transform into a dragon, commanding fire, storms, lightning, hail, and clouds at will. In his mythic dragon form, he can unleash cataclysmic attacks that bring about dramatic changes in the heavens and earth. While in dragon form, his breath sometimes erupts as searing flames, hot enough to reduce buildings to ashes, and at other times, it becomes razor-sharp wind blades that can slice through human flesh. His thunderous, beastly roar can transform into the crack of lightning in the sky, and by twisting his body, he conjures up violent gales. He can summon countless tornadoes, unleashing devastation on a grand scale. He is able to create flame clouds, which serve as platforms to walk upon in the sky. Anything enveloped by these clouds falls under his control. In Kaido's hands, the range of this floating power is tremendous. He can even lift entire islands into the air and move them at will. The other is Charlotte Linlin, captain of the Big Mom Pirates, queen of Tado Land, and once one of the 4 emperors of the New World. Her strength is monstrous, her natural talents towering, earning her the title Born Destroyer. She carries a bounty of 4,388,000,000 berries, and wields the powers of the Soul fruit. In her youth, she was a member of the infamous Rocks Pirates. After their defeat and disbanding, she steadily expanded her influence, eventually rising to become one of the 4 emperors. She has 39 daughters, 46 sons, and 43 husbands. Standing an astounding 880 centimeters tall, she is the tallest known human. Both in childhood and old age, her figure is shockingly immense. In her later years, Big Mom sports long, curly pink hair, thick lipstick, and light purple eyeshadow. Atop her head sits a pirate hat, and she dresses in a voluminous pink gown. In her youth, at the age of 28, her beauty was unexpectedly striking, but by 48, her features have become sharp and formidable. Whenever her eating disorder flares up, it seems that if she goes too long without tasting what she craves, her figure grows noticeably thinner. Her laughter is uniquely recognizable, a drawn-out, almost musical mama. Big Mom is exceptionally ruthless. If anyone dares refuse her invitation to a tea party, she'll send them a gift, the severed head of someone they care about. Should someone wish to leave her ranks, she prepares a roulette of fate, its slots filled with a variety of cruel tortures. Yet in the rarest of moments, when faced with children under the age of 10, Big Mom sometimes appears the picture of a gentle and loving mother, her maternal instincts overwhelming all else. She suffers from a voracious eating disorder that strikes unpredictably. When it does, she is overtaken by madness, lashing out violently and causing destruction wherever she goes. In the throes of these episodes, she recognizes no one, not even her own children, and is deaf to all pleas and reasoning. During these fits, defense or evasion never cross her mind. She attacks indiscriminately. The only way to restore her sanity is to feed her exactly the food she craves. Nothing else will do. Big Mom was born with immense strength. At the age of 5, she killed a bear with a single punch. Attempting to help a giant by swatting a mosquito, she accidentally broke several of the giant soldier's ribs with one slap. Her body is extraordinarily tough, boasting near impenetrable defenses. Even the blades of the giants, when struck against 5-year-old Big Mom, would shatter from the impact. Not even a hail of bullets could leave the slightest mark on her, as though she were an iron balloon. This overwhelming power was hers from birth. However, for reasons unknown, this ability vanishes if a certain nun's photograph is damaged, leaving her even more fragile than an ordinary person. As a paramecia-type soul fruit user, she possesses the power to manipulate souls at will. She can infuse souls into a variety of objects, bringing them to life, but she cannot place them in human corpses or into anyone other than herself. These animated objects are known as homies. In addition, Big Mom is accompanied by 3 special homies, each formed from fragments of her own soul. The residents of Tato Land, where she rules, must offer up a month's worth of their souls every 6 months in exchange for their safety. Objects infused with soul's fear items imbued with the soul energy of a devil fruit user, such as a Weaver card. They obey the commands of the soul fruit user and her children, but can be restrained by the powers of the Reviver fruit. Both of these pirate crews have converged here for one purpose: to see Whitebeard fall a marine ford and to carve up his territories in the New World. Their pirate fleets arrive in force, and soon a great armada of ships encircles the entire marine headquarters. Whitebeard and Marco, along with the other division commanders, watch the approaching ships with grave expressions. In their current state, the Whitebeard pirates simply couldn't endure another battle. Even if they were all still able to fight, what chance did they have against the combined might of the 2 Emperor's crews facing them now? Kaido, you brat, and that sweet-toothed glutton. Who would have thought you two would join forces again? But if you think the likes of you can see me off in this place, you're sorely mistaken. Whitebeard laughed heartily as he looked at Kaido and Lin, clenching his fists as a white energy began to swirl around them. Kaido and Lin were clearly here with ill intentions, yet Whitebeard showed no sign of fear. He was already prepared for battle, and had no doubt that they lacked the power to keep him here. Suddenly, a thunderous roar echoed at Whitebeard's side. Martin leaped high into the air, a flash of white light slicing through the sky. In the next instant, a colossal turtle, larger than the entire bay, appeared, the manifestation of Martin's devil fruit power, the black tortoise. Upon the black tortoise's shell coiled a blue serpent, and the aura radiating from this mythical beast was no less intimidating than the dragon form Kaido had just displayed. Hulk, standing on the deck, was wide-eyed with excitement, while Kane, next to him, simply regarded Kaido and Lin with a calm indifference. Fights like these had never fazed him. A mythical Zoan, black tortoise fruit. You have to join my crew. Ha 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 ha. Kaido shouted gleefully at the sight of Martin's transformation. This mythical beast was every bit as powerful as his own Azure Dragon, and with dreams of building an army of beasts, Kaido was determined not to let Martin slip away. Just then, a ship glided smoothly to the shore, and several figures stepped down from its deck. I hope you'll all give me the honor of your attention. Let this war end here. If anyone still wishes to fight, I'll be happy to oblige. A red-haired, one-armed man addressed the gathered pirates, long sword in hand. He was none other than the last of the 4 emperors, red-haired Shanks. Shanks, known as Red Hair, captain of the Red Hair Pirates and one of the 4 emperors of the New World, was a pirate who also maintained connections with the world's highest authority, the 5 Elders. He was of a lean, well-proportioned build, his striking red hair framing a face marked by 3 scars across his left eye, scars given to him by Marshal D. Teach. A short beard traced his jaw, and his left arm was missing, lost years ago to save Luffy from the Sea King. Shanks was typically dressed in a white shirt, often buttoned only halfway, sometimes draped with a long black cloak, and wore patterned brown capri pants with flip-flops on his feet. At his side hung his famous sword, Griffin. Shanks was known for his generous, easygoing nature. He paid little attention to formality, whether in dress or demeanor, always seeming relaxed and approachable. His temper was legendary for its calmness. He met both friends and subordinates with a warm smile, treated everyone as equals, and even when provoked, he rarely lost his cool. Not even the loss of an arm seemed to dampen his spirit. Yet he places immense value on friendship and never lets those who harm his friends get away with it, traits that seem to be inherited from Gold, Roger. Not only do these qualities give his pirate crew its vibrant, joyful spirit, but they have also played a major role in shaping Luffy's character. He hasn't consumed any devil fruit. Instead, his mastery of all three types of haki and his swordsmanship have forged a power that rivals even Whitebeard, Kaido, and Big Mom. Shanks always carries his long sword, which has accompanied him through countless battles. Its name is Griffin, evoking the mythical Griffin, and it is famed for both its strength, strong enough to stop a magma fist, and its grace, reminiscent of the noble beast itself. Conqueror's haki allows its wielder to overwhelm or even render foes unconscious simply through willpower, but if not controlled well, everyone nearby may get caught in the effect. Conversely, when one's haki reaches a higher level of mastery, it can exert a focused and intimidating pressure. This is the so-called King's Disposition, a rare power granted to only one in millions, a true mark of a king, setting its bearer above all others. Unlike the other two types of haki, Conqueror's haki cannot be strengthened through training alone. It grows only alongside the user's personal development. Shanks's Conqueror's haki is currently the most advanced in the world of One Piece. He is a true sovereign, possessing mastery of mind, technique, and body. He can unleash his haki in all directions simply by raising his presence, making it seem as if his Conqueror's haki is always active. Its pressure can make ships tremble, and even a mere brush with him can bring battle-hardened warriors crashing to the ground. The Conqueror's Clash occurs when two wielders of this power collide, their haki clashing in a storm of force. When negotiations broke down between Shanks and Whitebeard, their Conqueror's haki collided so fiercely that the very sky split apart. Because of his catchphrase, "Do me this favor," people jokingly call him the Face Fruit User. On the Sky Carrier, Jiang saw Kaido, Big Mom, and Shanks all appear, and a faint smile played at his lips, especially after hearing that quip about the Face Fruit User. Mary, Wanda, and the others looked at Jiang with curiosity, puzzled as to why he was smiling. But he offered no explanation. A sudden sharp sound tore through the air. Gold, Ace, the most wicked bloodline must end here. No one can stop it. Not even you, red-haired. At that moment, 5 figures suddenly appeared on the high platform of the Marine headquarters, the 5 elders themselves. And it wasn't just them. A squad of CP agents in white uniforms kept stepping out behind them, making it clear, today, Ace must die here. Shanks's expression grew grave. He hadn't expected even the 5 elders to appear. Still, he had no intention of backing down. If Roger hadn't saved him back then, he'd be dead by now, a mere intern on Roger's ship. There was no way he could let his captain's son die here. His long saber pointed at the 5 elders, and he gazed at them coolly, his meaning unmistakable. Behind him, his crew watched the 5 elders and their followers with caution. Whatever red-haired faced, they would face together. Whether it was the Navy or the world government, they would never retreat. The 5 elders narrowed their eyes, fury rising in their hearts. They hadn't expected Shanks to draw his weapon against them. After all, Shanks himself was a celestial dragon. The sound of footsteps echoed across the bay. The captain's blood runs in his veins. Looks like these old bones of mine will have to fight one more time. Rayleigh, are you sure you want to get involved? If you act now, we won't let you live out your retirement in peace. But that's the captain's bloodline we're talking about. Footsteps sounded steadily as an old man with a head of white hair slowly walked into the bay. He looked at the 5 elders and spoke in a calm, measured voice. Sengoku couldn't help but question him, clearly aware that the man was siding with Whitebeard and red-haired. This was none other than a former member of the Pirate King's crew and its first mate, Rayleigh, the Dark King. Silver's Rayleigh, known as the Dark King, was the former first mate of the Roger Pirates, called the Pirate King's right hand. After the crew disbanded, he stayed in the Sabeti archipelago as a coding craftsman. Years ago, his life was saved by the fishman Hatchon during a shipwreck, so he would never allow anyone to bully him. Now an old man, Rayleigh wore his long, wavy hair and beard in silver. He sported glasses, and a straight scar ran down his right eye. Even so, when he learned that Ace, Roger's son, was to be executed by the Navy, he came. In fact, Rayleigh had already arrived at Navy headquarters, but he'd kept his hand hidden until now. With the arrival of the 5 elders, he knew he had to step forward. Steady and calm by nature, Rayleigh had wandered after his home was burned down in his youth. By chance, he met Gold, Roger before he became famous. After Roger introduced himself, he asked Rayleigh, "Want to turn the world upside down with me?" Rayleigh had thought the idea laughable, but he became Roger's very first companion. Though he'd never eaten a devil fruit, Rayleigh possessed all three forms of haki and a formidable physique. At his peak, he was mightier than an admiral. Even in old age, he was still a match for the best of them. First mate, I didn't expect you to come as well. Ha 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 ha. Red hair brat, it's been a long time. If Roger could see you now, I bet he'd be quite pleased. The captain has already been executed by the Navy, and back then, it was he who stopped me from going to save him. But if his son is executed by the Navy now, I'll never forgive myself. Kaido, Big Mom, are you two planning to become enemies of the world government as well? At this moment, one of the five elders turned to Kaido and Big Mom and spoke. If all four emperors were preparing to strike against the world government and the Navy, the pressure on their side would be immense. Kaido and Big Mom exchanged glances, thought for a moment, and then replied. Ha ha, all we want is for Whitebeard to die right here. Mama, that's right, once Whitebeard's territory is ours, that's all we care about. In the end, neither of them chose to stand with Whitebeard and Red-Haired to fight against the Navy and the world government. Their purpose in coming here was Whitebeard's head. So long as he died, the new world would be theirs. As for helping Whitebeard and Red-Haired oppose the world government and the Navy, that was out of the question. Elders, we have surrounded all the pirates. Suddenly, a burly, white-haired man with a powerful build appeared before the five elders and addressed them respectfully. This was Kong, the former fleet admiral. Kong, once the fleet admiral of the Navy headquarters, now serves as the commander-in-chief of all world government forces. He commands the Navy, Cypher Pole, the Seven Warlords of the Sea, the Holy Knights, the Navy Science Force, the Navy Giant Force Sword, the Navy's Covert Special Unit, and SSG, the Special Science Group. He also oversees the Navy's Crime Investigation Bureau, the Navy Photo Unit, the Marine Corps, the Judicial Island Hound Squad, the Judicial Island Guilty Jury, the Judicial Island Giant Guard, Impelled Down Prison Guards, Pacifistas, the police, and every military arm of the world government. Far more than just the Navy headquarters and its direct branches. In short, he commands the entirety of the world government's military might. Kong is an exceptionally strong man, broad-chested, with bronze skin and white hair and beard shaped like the character for Mountain. A stitch scar runs beneath his left eye. He wears a sleeveless black shirt adorned with medals that reveals his muscular arms, deep green armbands, a pale yellow scarf draped around his neck, and a white and dark gray overcoat. As a former Navy officer and a high-ranking official of the world government, Kong possesses a fierce sense of justice. His strength is not to be underestimated, and his arrival only added to the pressure on Whitebeard and the others. Kong's voice carried across the bay, and as everyone looked out to sea, they saw countless Navy warships densely packed on the water, completely encircling Navy headquarters. All of this was brought about by Kong. The faces of Whitebeard, Shanks, and the others looked grim, but none of them chose to compromise. Shanks, Rayleigh, there was no way they would hand over their captain's son, and neither would Whitebeard betray his own son. Whitebeard, if you ask me, you should do exactly as I said. Just toss a nuke. What world government? What Navy headquarters? Reduce them all to ashes. Forgive the spectacle, Jiang. It seems we'll still need you to step in. No trouble at all. In fact, I'm rather intrigued by all those devil fruits the world government has been hoarding over the years. Suddenly, a voice rang out from the sky. Whitebeard's lips curled into a faint smile as he spoke. In that instant, everyone saw a striking blond man clad in gleaming silver armor appear overhead. He began to stride slowly in their direction, the air beneath his feet forming an invisible barrier, allowing him to walk through the sky as if it were solid ground. Boom! Before the five elders, Kong, Sengoku, or any of the others could react, an overwhelming force crashed down upon everyone present. In an instant, Kaido, Big Mom, the five elders, Sengoku, Garp Kong, all were forced to their knees. Apart from Whitebeard, Shanks, and their closest allies, everyone else struggled desperately to withstand the crushing pressure. This was the aura of a true celestial father, and Jiangbai had not even unleashed it in full, yet already they were forced to kneel. Were he to release his full might, every single person would be flattened to the ground. Seeing this, Whitebeard, Marco, and their crew finally breathed a sigh of relief. I heard you wanted Martin to join your pirate crew. Kaido, do you really think you're worthy? Rayag, I'll kill you. Boom! Jiangbai turned and gazed calmly at Kaido, who was struggling with all his might. Hearing Kaido's furious roar, Jiangbai simply lifted his hand. Instantly, the pressure intensified again. Blood spurted from the mouths of everyone beneath it. Kaido, most of all. Although his endurance, defense, and recovery were extraordinary, even he was pinned helplessly to the ground. No matter how furious or resentful he felt, no matter how desperately he tried to rise, he could not move an inch. Jiangbai regarded the scene with cool indifference. If the aura of a celestial father were so easily shaken off, it would not be worthy of its name. Then, A beam of pure cosmic energy shot from Jiangbai's hand, enveloping the five elders, Kong, Sengoku, and every member of the CP organization. There was a tremendous explosion of energy, and all who were struck by it were reduced to ashes. On the battlefield, both the Navy and the pirates stared at Jiangbai in terror. Doflamingo, one of the 7 warlords of the sea, was so frightened that his legs trembled uncontrollably. Vice Admiral Tsuru, seeing Jiangbai destroy Sengoku, stood frozen in place, staring in disbelief at where Sengoku had just been. "No, Sengoku, I'll avenge you." Regaining her senses, Tsuru lost all reason. She tried to stand and charged straight at Jiangbai, ignoring everything else. Jiangbai raised an eyebrow and withdrew his oppressive aura from her. Tsuru, still shaking, forced herself to her feet and rushed at Jiangbai, a brilliant white light flickering in her hands, the power of the wash-wash fruit. Boom! Before she could even reach Jiangbai, 2 crimson beams of light shot out, piercing straight through her body. Her head was obliterated in an instant by one of those blood-red beams, spraying blood and fragments everywhere. Momosaji, Garp, and others could only stare blankly at the horrific scene. "Tsuru, Sengoku, no, why is this happening? No, Sister Tsuru." Boom! Then, Jiangbai withdrew his overwhelming pressure from the Navy and focused it all on Kaido. He was curious to see just how much Kaido could endure. The moment Jiangbai lifted his oppression from the others, Garp and Momosaji instantly charged at him, their fists clad in armament haki, aiming powerful punches his way. Momosaji swung her weapon relentlessly, sending out waves of sword energy. Yet every attack shattered before they could even touch Jiangbai. In the next moment, Wanda, Lorna, Mary, Emma, and others appeared at Jiangbai's side. Even Tom and Jerry stepped out from a portal. For those who couldn't fly, a magic circle shimmered under their feet, allowing them to stand suspended above the ground. Merlin's handiwork, of course. Jiangbai flicked his hand, and with a resounding thud, Garp and Momosaji were sent flying backward, crashing into the ruins of a building below. "Garp, you really are laughable. When Sengoku and the others wanted to kill your grandson, you did nothing. Now that I've killed Sengoku and your old flame, but desperate to kill me? What a pitiful coward. Tell me, how are you any different from the world government's lapdogs? You know exactly what kind of people the world government are, and yet you still serve them as a navy. What's wrong? Don't tell me you think the navy is somehow different from the world government? What a foolish notion, just covering your ears so you don't have to hear the truth. Your son dragon has far more resolve than you ever did." Having sent Garp and Momosaji flying, Jiangbai spoke in an icy tone. Meanwhile, Ace and Luffy watched the scene, anxiety written across their faces. Ace especially looked nervously at Whitebeard. After all, Garp was still his grandfather. Understanding Ace's feelings, Whitebeard addressed Jiangbai. "Jiang, do me a favor. Garp is Ace's grandfather, so... All right then, since you've spoken up, what a pity. Just look at Ace, such a devoted son. I've always believed that Whitebeard's ideals aren't wrong. Only family are truly worth trusting and protecting." Hearing Whitebeard's words, Jiangbai nodded slightly. He then turned his gaze to Kizaru, Akiji, and Akainu, but made no move to attack them further. His attention shifted to where Luffy was. With a subtle wave of his hand, Luffy was lifted away from Jinbe and the others, while everyone around watched anxiously. Hancock's eyes were filled with worry and fury, but she dared not act rashly. The pressure from the opponent alone had forced everyone to their knees. He had slain the 5 elders, Sengoku, and Kong in a single blow. There was simply no way she could handle someone like that. All she could do was look on in helpless desperation. "Luffy, what is your dream?" "My dream? I want to be the man who becomes king of the pirates." But Pirate King Roger wasn't fond of men. So how are you going to become his man? Ha ha. Jiangbai looked at Luffy with mischievous delight. After getting the answer he wanted, he teased Luffy with a sly smile, unable to hold back his own laughter. Even Whitebeard and the others couldn't help but burst out laughing, while Shanks, a bit embarrassed, covered his face. The crew behind him laughed without restraint. Faced with Jiangbai's wordplay, Luffy stared back in confusion, completely baffled by what he meant. Then, Jiangbai sent Luffy back to Jinbe and the others. He had wanted to do this for a while, and to his own surprise, it had actually worked. "Whitebeard, wait here for me. I'll go fetch something good. Be sure to get the banquet ready." "Goo-da-da-da-da. No problem. I'll heal your crew for you." Finally, Jiangbai used the power of the horse talisman to heal all the wounded aboard the Whitebeard pirate's ship. Then, he flew alone toward Mary Geos, ready to fetch some devil fruits from inside. Once Jiangbai had flown off, the oppressive force vanished along with him. Only then did Kaido finally catch his breath, while Big Mom beside him gasped wildly for air. She had just stared death in the face, and without a word to Kaido, she immediately flew back to her own pirate ship. She sailed away at full speed, not daring to linger another second. Forget about Whitebeard's head. If she stayed any longer, she might lose her own. She never could have imagined that the old man Whitebeard would know someone so terrifying. He had effortlessly dispatched the 5 elders, Sengoku and Kong, and even Garp had been helpless before him. In her era, she had fought Sengoku and Garp more than once, each of them formidable in their own right. And back then, Kong was still the fleet admiral. Their strength was unmatched. Yet now, one of their own had been killed by the enemy with a single, casual blow. Back on the ship, Lean's hands trembled as she stuffed food in her mouth, desperately trying to calm her nerves. Beside her, Charlotte Katakuri, heart-pounding, commanded everyone to leave this place at once. Charlotte Katakuri, the second son of Big Mom Charlotte Linlin, one of the 4 emperors, was the twin brother of Charlotte Daifuku and Charlotte Oven. He served as Tado Land's Minister of Flour and was one of the sweet commanders of the Big Mom Pirates. He possessed the special paramecia-type Machi fruit with a bounty of 1,057,000,000 berries. His mastery of all 3 types of haki was formidable, especially his observation haki, refined to the point where he could glimpse moments into the future. Katakuri was a cornerstone of the family, the pillar that upheld the Big Mom Pirates. His power was immense, undefeated in his life, and he was celebrated as the greatest masterpiece of the Charlotte family, ranking first among the most beloved brothers and even boasting his own fan club. He was also known as the man whose back had never touched the ground. Katakuri strove to maintain a flawless image, believing it was his duty to protect every member of the Charlotte family. He was tall, with amaranth-red short hair, a muscular physique, and long legs. Scars stitched across both cheeks marked his face. Pink tattoos adorned his left arm, left torso, and back, a skull on his arm and wings on his back. A white scarf, blooming like a flower, circled his neck, while his entire outfit exuded a bold, black metal style. He wore black gloves, a spike band on his left arm, black jeans with white knee protection on the left leg and black on the right, and spiked black boots with silver spurs at the heels. Though he appeared cold and distant, beneath the surface burned a fierce loyalty and care for his family and subordinates. Wise and courageous, he was composed in the face of crisis, with exceptional tactical acumen and a unique ability to handle emergencies. He disliked interference in his battles, and, thanks to his future-seeing observation haki, could flawlessly replicate or snuff out an enemy's techniques before they even began. As a child, Katakuri was cheerful and willful, unconcerned with how others saw him and refusing to hide his mouth, even if it meant having no friends. But after his sister, Charlotte Brûlé, was bullied because of him, he grew silent and withdrawn, dedicating himself to becoming the flawless man no one could look down on, all for the sake of his family. When Brûlé praised him, he would even blush. The Machi fruit granted him unique abilities. His body could transform into sticky machi, allowing him to alter his physical form at will, stretch and enlarge himself, create new substances, and even store objects within his own body. Its abilities are strikingly similar to those of the rubber fruit, enabling the user to perform comparable moves and, when combined with observation haki, freely alter their form to evade attacks. During his battle with Monkey D. Luffy, Katakuri repeatedly mimicked his opponent's techniques. For instance, he replicated moves such as Gum Gum Hawk Gatling, Gum Gum Hawk Stamp, and Gum Gum Elephant Gun, and in both speed and power, he surpassed Luffy. Compared to the rubber fruit, the Machi fruit boasts superior elasticity and versatility. It can repair or multiply limbs at will, and with the irresistible, peerless sweet donuts, conjure additional arms as needed. Even now, his heart had yet to settle after witnessing that formidable presence just moments before. The memory of that terrifying pressure lingered deeply. At that instant, he had been just a hair's breadth from death. Yet, for the sake of his siblings, he forced himself to carry on, directing the ships with all the strength he could muster. It wasn't long before they encountered the encircling Navy warships. Before he could even launch an attack, a blade of energy erupted from the cabin behind him, slashing through the air and obliterating the warship dead ahead. The one who acted was Linlin herself. Without missing a beat, he gave the order for all ships to escape through the newly opened gap. Meanwhile, Kaido was faring no better. Jiang Bai's overwhelming presence had pressed upon him heavily. Even now, though the pressure had faded, his entire body was streaked with blood. As he gradually regained his strength, instead of fleeing at once, he began searching for any sign of Jiang Bai. Ha, I'm not dead yet. Boss, we need to go now. If that man comes back, we might not have a chance to escape. Jin urged Kaido anxiously. Confronted with his captain's madness, he could only stand by and plead. After thinking it over for a moment, Kaido turned, only to find that Lin Lin was no longer there. Without hesitation, he transformed into a blue dragon and led his pirate crew in retreat. Jin, whose birth name is Abel, is one of the earliest members of the Beast Pirates and serves as their lead all-star, known as the Wildfire. He is Kaido's right-hand man and the highest ranked among the three calamities. Jin possesses the powers of the ancient Zoan-type Ruru fruit model, Pteranodon, and commands a bounty of 1.39 billion berries. He is a survivor of the Lunarian race. Jin is a striking man with a stern, composed demeanor. He has white hair, brown skin, and black wings, with a wreath-like tattoo encircling his left eye, all hallmarks of the Lunarians. He is tall, well-built, and evenly proportioned. He habitually keeps every inch of his body, including his face, concealed beneath jet-black attire. He wears a mask and goggled helmet, a double-breasted black coat adorned with two skull motifs at the collar, and black gloves, leaving no skin exposed. Decorative accessories adorn his arms and legs. A long sword hangs at his waist, and flames curl around the back of his head. Calm and composed, with nerves of steel and both brains and brawn, he dared to go alone to stop the Big Mom pirates from entering Wano country. To Kaido, his loyalty is unwavering. He always puts Kaido's interests above all else. Yet, there is also a sadistic side to him. He enjoys interrogating others. Quinn calls him a pervert who loves torturing people. Although he and Quinn are constantly at each other's throats, they display remarkable teamwork in battle. He rarely speaks to others, especially when it comes to the matter of his own race. Whenever this is mentioned, he falls silent, disliking anyone witnessing his true appearance. As a member of the Lunarian race, King can generate flames from his body. Whether in his human form or transformed into a pteranodon, fire always blazes around him. These flames can be used offensively, and when the flames disappear, his speed increases dramatically. However, this comes at the cost of his defense, which drops significantly. According to Quinn, King's race can survive in all kinds of extreme environments in nature. Among the Beast Pirates, King stands at the top as the foremost of the three calamities. His extraordinary strength and versatility in combat make him a true killing machine, unbound by any single fighting style. His swordsmanship is exceptional. He can sever Marco's wings with a single slash. His devil fruit, the ancient Zoan-type dragon fruit, Pteranodon model, is a rare power that allows him to transform into a pteranodon and soar through the skies, greatly enhancing his attack power, speed, agility, and strength. When Kaido left, neither Whitebeard nor red-haired Shanks tried to stop him. Red-haired Shanks lowered his head, lost in thought. A thunderous roar shook the air. As Jiangbai arrived overhead, several CP organization members attacked him, but he easily fended them off. He then unleashed cosmic energy from his hand, obliterating his attackers in an instant. The energy surge also caused destruction below. Damn it, what's going on? Someone, hurry and capture that intruder. Move, you useless fools. A group of celestial dragons, weak and arrogant, barked orders at their bodyguards. Jiangbai watched the scene with detached indifference. He began searching for traces of devil fruits with his psychic powers, then used telekinesis to tear apart buildings, extracting every devil fruit from the treasury. But he didn't take all of them. Only the most precious devil fruits caught his interest. Along the way, he also swiped a devil fruit encyclopedia from the celestial dragon's vault. Every bodyguard that dared attack him was crushed in his grasp. Without restraint, he began ransacking the celestial dragon's treasured devil fruits. Not just theirs, the former residence of the Five Elders was not spared either. Finally, he made his way to the place where I resided. Yet what puzzled Jiangbai was, there is absolutely no one here. Nothing at all. Not even the faintest trace of life. This left Jiangbai thoroughly perplexed, though he did spot an enormous straw hat, much like the one Luffy always wore. Having collected a fair number of devil fruits, Jiangbai opened a portal through space and stepped into Marine headquarters. He had gathered quite a haul of devil fruits at Marigeos, rare mythical Zoan types, Logias, and even some special Paramecias. Most importantly, he had found a Paramecia, the sun fruit, a symbol of the sun itself. This precious fruit was discovered right inside the quarters of the Five Elders. These five old men controlled all the wealth of Marigeos, but much of it failed to impress Jiangbai. He only took the devil fruits. Baileys, the local currency, meant nothing to him. When he returned to Marine headquarters, only the Whitebeard pirates remained. The Marines, the red-haired pirates, everyone else had already left, and the warships that had surrounded the area were gone as well. Most likely the three admirals had led them away, but Jiangbai did not give it much thought. He floated gently down onto Whitebeard's pirate ship and tucked the armor crafted from the silver slipboard into his system storage space. Let's get going. Is the banquet almost ready? Haha, it'll be done soon enough. We really have to thank you this time. There's no need for such formality. I picked up plenty of good things myself, but I didn't catch any sign of Emu in Mary Geos, the so-called king of the world. As for those celestial dragon scum, I couldn't be bothered with them. The Marines will probably regroup before long. Well, that doesn't concern me much, but you should keep an eye out. Hoo-ha-ha. No witties. Even if the Marines do reorganize, it doesn't matter. With your help this time, Kaido, Big Mom, the Marines, the world government, none of them will dare move against us. Besides, I've still got my nuclear bomb. Push me too far, and I'll just launch it. Ha 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 ha. Now that's the Whitebeard I know. But you need to watch out for Red Hair. He's a celestial dragon himself, and has ties with the old Five Elders. It seems he's trying to keep the balance between the Marines and the pirates. I don't know what he's after, but you'd better be careful. All right, I'll keep that in mind. If it hadn't been for Ace, I wouldn't have been on such good terms with him anyway. Regarding Red Hair, Jiangbai had his own suspicions. Perhaps he was simply waiting for Luffy to grow strong enough. After all, Luffy had eaten the Nika fruit. When Luffy ate that devil fruit, given Red Hair's mastery of all three forms of haki and his strength, there's no way he couldn't have stopped him if he wanted to. The human fruit, mythical Zoan type, Nika form, was a fruit bearing the name of a god. The world government had tried to erase this name from history, hiding it from the world. Though people believed it to be a paramecia, it was in fact a Zoan-type devil fruit, and thus it possessed a will of its own. So, it was the Nika fruit that chose Luffy. Otherwise, an ordinary person could never have stomached it. This also explains why Shanks lost an arm to a mere sea beast, a feat utterly impossible given his true strength, even in the water. He hadn't consumed a devil fruit, after all. All of this was deliberate on Shanks' part. He was guiding Luffy, balancing the powers of pirates and the Navy. His aim was to help Luffy grow. Nika's body possesses the properties of rubber, allowing him to fight in any way imaginable. No matter where he goes, he brings smiles to people's faces. Known as the Warrior of Liberation, Nika earned the title Sun God Nika for toppling slave masters, freeing the oppressed, and founding a vast kingdom. When a user's body and spirit are in harmony with their power, awakening occurs. After awakening, the rubber body gains even greater strength and freedom, abilities so unbelievable that they were never awakened for centuries before Luffy. It's said to be the most fantastical power known to the world. Just like the blue flames of the immortal phoenix, the shape-shifting of the nine-tailed fox, and the elemental control of the azure dragon, Nika, too, has a unique ability, imagination. Luffy calls his Gear 5th form the power to do anything I can imagine. Exaggerated, reality-defying feats are its hallmark. Even Luffy's reactions to attacks become wildly animated. Turning imagination into reality, he fights by wielding boundless creativity. He can even conjure a pair of sunglasses from a lock of his hair, as if creating something out of nothing. Perhaps Shanks hopes Luffy will one day topple the world government and change the world itself. He even entrusted Luffy with Roger's straw hat, a tremendous investment indeed. The Nika fruit, an arm, the Pirate King's straw hat. Next, Jiangbai boarded Whitebeard's ship together with him. All the food prepared by the division commanders and crew was brought aboard, and a banquet began. Yet this time, there was no raucous laughter or cheer. The atmosphere was heavy with sorrow. Though Ace had been rescued, many ordinary crew members were lost in the process. The trusted followers of the division commanders suffered heavy casualties at Marine headquarters. This banquet, meant to be a celebration, saw not a single smile among the crowd. Ace sat alone at the bow, brooding over a drink. The crew's sacrifices weighed on him. They had died for his sake. His rash actions, disobeying his father's advice, had led to this pain and guilt that tormented him. Jiangbai and the others said nothing. They ate in silence. Jiangbai and Whitebeard clinked glasses without a word. The wine here tasted different from that in America, a little better, perhaps thanks to different ingredients. Jiangbai didn't mind. He drank with Whitebeard, quietly sharing the moment. All right, the banquet's over. I'm planning to take them sailing for a few days so they can experience the joys of life at sea. I'll come find you before I leave. Oh, and keep an eye on the Navy and the world government, just in case they make a move against you after I'm gone. The world government has ruled for 800 years. They must have some tricks and hidden strengths up their sleeves. Don't worry. Once I'm back in a new world, I'm not afraid of them. Besides, you've already dealt a heavy blow to both the Navy and the world government. All right, just make sure you keep your guard up. After finishing his drink, Jiangbai stood up and addressed Whitebeard. With that, he gathered Mary, Emma, and the others, and returned to the sky carrier. The vessel, piloted by Jiangbai through artificial intelligence, lifted off and departed above the Whitebeard pirates' territory, soon heading toward a distant island. Once there, Jiangbai began using his own abilities to chop down trees, preparing to build a ship. With his powers, he could have crafted a vessel out of vibranium if he wished, but this was the world of pirates. Adapting to local customs, he decided to build a wooden ship, hoping to immerse himself in the unique traditions and atmosphere of this world. Using wood as the primary material, reinforced with metal fittings, and constructing the ship with both telekinesis and magnetism, it wasn't long before a large vessel took shape. It was just big enough to house Jiangbai and his companions comfortably. Once Wanda and the others had brought their belongings down to the ship, they were surprised to find that Martin, Kane, Hulk, Pietro, Tom, Jerry, and a few others were reluctant to leave the sky carrier. Martin, Kane, and Hulk preferred training in the gravity chamber aboard the sky carrier, while Pietro found the ship below a bit too primitive for his tastes. He much preferred playing video games on the carrier. Tom and Jerry were content watching television above. Massel was still working on building up his physique, and Merlin was busy concocting another potion for Robert, a brew that could suppress his evil, nihilistic alter ego. Given Robert's immense power, it was no small task. Wanda said, "Jiang, this must be another world, right?" Mary added, "I've never seen any navy like this on Earth, or people with such unusual powers." Jiangbai replied, "That's right, this is another world. We'll have some fun here for a few days before heading back." Lorna exclaimed, "Oh my God, another world. This is unbelievable. We've actually crossed into another world." Jiangbai said calmly, "Don't make a fuss. In our original world, the multiverse and parallel universes already exist. It's really not that strange." Once everything was ready, with Martin and the others remaining hidden on the invisible sky carrier above, Jiangbai set sail with the women on the wooden ship. As they drifted along, Wanda hugged Jiangbai from behind and spoke softly, while Mary, cocktail in hand, glanced at the two of them and teased them with a playful remark. Seeing the situation, Jiangbai could only smile helplessly. He pulled Wanda into his arms and spoke. Mary, witnessing this, shot Jiangbai's seductive, playful glare, but said nothing more. After all, Wanda wasn't the only one in this household with such feelings. Lorna and Clarice harbored the same thoughts, though they dared not show it. Yet, the girlish flush on their faces, that look of springtime longing, had already betrayed their hearts. Mary, for her part, had no reason to be upset. She had made her promise to Jiangbai, and she wasn't one to go back on her word. Besides, this man was simply too powerful. She figured it was good for someone else to help share the burden. Otherwise, she doubted she could withstand him much longer without falling apart. Jiangbai and his group sailed through the seas of this new world, not bothering to steer or control their course, letting the sails and wind take them wherever they might. Their destination didn't matter. For Wanda, Lorna, Emma, Mary, and the others, it was all the same. In fact, the group soon changed into bikinis and swimsuits aboard the ship. Mary and Emma both wore black bikinis, their figures alluring and fiery, with fair, slender legs on full display. As everyone stepped out from the cabin, the vibrant scene was almost too much for Jiangbai to take in. His eyes were met with a dazzling array of fair skin and sensual beauty. Clarice, in particular, cast flirtatious glances, her chest heaving, cheeks flushed with crimson, more stunning than any legendary beauty. With graceful feet in high heels and delicate, elegant fingers, her beauty could topple kingdoms and startle flocks of migrating birds. Half a month passed, and Jiangbai and his companions prepared to return to the Marvel world. Those days had been nothing short of blissful for Jiangbai. With 5 beautiful women at his side and sparks flying, it was inevitable that stories would unfold. No matter how shy anyone might have been, resistance was futile. Casually, Jiangbai stored the ship away into his personal system space. Then, along with everyone else, returned to the sky carrier and set off to find the Whitebeard pirates. The plan was to greet Whitebeard, then make their way back to the Marvel world. At that very moment, the Whitebeard pirates were engaged in battle, not against the Navy or the world government, but against fellow pirates. Their opponent was none other than Blackbeard, the traitor who killed his own crewmate for the dark fruit and handed Ace over to the Navy. After tracking down his whereabouts, Whitebeard himself led the charge, determined to deal with this traitor personally. Blackbeard and his crew, caught off guard by the sudden arrival, barely had time to react. In a flash, Whitebeard and his men were upon them. Although Blackbeard's crew consisted of notorious pirates he had freed from Impel Down, they were still no match for Whitebeard. A deafening roar echoed across the battlefield. "Yeah, Pops, I was wrong, please spare me." "Hitch, that's impossible. The moment you killed your own crewmate for the dark fruit, you ceased to be my son, and you handed Ace over to the Navy. You deserve to die." "No, I joined the crew for the sake of the dark fruit. If I can't get it, I'd rather stay on this ship for my entire life. But now that the dark fruit has appeared, there's no way I'm letting it slip away. Marshall D. Teach, better known as Blackbeard, Admiral of the Blackbeard Pirates, was once destined to become one of the 4 emperors of the New World, a member of the so-called Worst Generation, carrying a staggering bounty of 3,996,000,000 berries. He is a Logia-type devil fruit user, wielding the powers of the dark fruit. Several teeth are missing from his mouth. He is a burly, rough-looking middle-aged man, with thick black hair, an unruly beard, and a dusky complexion. A bandana is tied around his head, 2 necklaces hang from his neck, bracelets circle his wrists, and each of his 10 fingers is adorned with a different jeweled ring. On his left hip, he carries 3 flintlock pistols. On the right, a bottle of strong rum is tucked into his belt. He often appears in a white shirt, left unbuttoned to expose his chest, draped in a long black coat. He was willing to endure decades of obscurity as a member of the Whitebeard Pirates, all for the chance to obtain the dark fruit. If he could not seize it, he was prepared to spend the rest of his days as a mere crewman. He wagered his entire future on this uncertain prize. After more than 20 years lying in wait, he didn't hesitate to betray friends when the time came. His relentless patience, cruelty, and greed speak for themselves. Again and again, he hid his ambition, and his cunning matched the scope of his aspirations. Blackbeard's body is also unique. Unlike ordinary people, he does not need to sleep. This is why he can live twice as much as any other man. The Logia-type dark fruit is said to be the most dangerous power in the history of devil fruits, possessing a sinister gravitational pull. Among Logia fruits, it stands out as especially unique. When he uses its power, his hands turn black and dark smoke billows from his body. He can draw anything touched by darkness into himself, compressing and shattering it. He can also attract devil fruit users from a distance, and, by making contact, temporarily nullify their abilities, regardless of their type. Unlike other Logia users, he cannot become intangible to avoid harm. Instead, he absorbs it. He can even absorb attacks from other fruit users, such as those unleashed by Whitebeard. The unique nature of Blackbeard's body and the power of the dark fruit allowed him, in the original timeline, to ultimately seize Whitebeard's Tremor fruit. Jiangbai even suspects that Blackbeard might actually be the son of Rocks, the once mighty overlord of the seas. When Jiangbai and his group appeared above the Whitebeard Pirates and the Blackbeard Pirates, he was genuinely surprised to see Whitebeard seeking revenge on Blackbeard. But on second thought, it made perfect sense. Someone had to answer for the deaths of the crew members who died rescuing Ace, and the root of it all was Blackbeard. What's more, he had killed Thatch. Neither Whitebeard nor the captains of any division would ever allow Blackbeard to walk free. With that, Jiangbai's gaze shifted to the woman standing there, 9 foxtails swaying behind her. It was none other than Katarina Devon, known as the Crescent Hunter, a user of the dog fruit, mythical Zoan type, 9-tailed fox form. She was once a prisoner and impelled down, but after Blackbeard broke her out, she joined the Blackbeard Pirates. Jiangbai was truly intrigued by the power of the 9-tailed fox fruit, and he began to ponder how he might acquire it for himself. When a devil fruit user dies, their power is said to transfer to the nearest fruit, transforming it into a new devil fruit. The 9-tailed fox form of the dog fruit, mythical Zoan type, grants the ability to transform into others, mimicking not only their appearance, but also their clothes and even height to absolute perfection. Perhaps, once mastered, it might even allow the user to copy their target's abilities as well. Tom, Jerry, I want her power. When a devil fruit user dies, the power attaches itself to a nearby fruit. Do you think you could capture that ability and infuse it into a specific fruit? Jiangbai found Tom and Jerry and shared his idea. After thinking it over, the 2 little fellows nodded in perfect unison. Then, without a word, they pulled out paper and pens from behind their backs and started writing, much to Jiangbai's exasperation. After all, the bows around their necks could translate for them just fine. But the 2 insisted on silence, so Jiangbai could only let them be. When Tom finished writing, he handed Jiangbai a note. "We can do it, but we'll need to build a special device. It'll take a little time. All right, head to the laboratory on the Sky Mother ship and get started. I'll wait for you." Watching the 2 little guys dash off toward the lab, legs spinning like blurs, Jiangbai smiled faintly, then used his spatial powers to open a portal. In the blink of an eye, he appeared on the battlefield where the Whitebeard Pirates and the Blackbeard Pirates were locked in combat. The moment the Blackbeard Pirates spotted Jiangbai's arrival, several of them turned tail and fled without the slightest intention of continuing the fight. The way Jiangbai had taken down the 5 elders and the Navy's Supreme Commander and Fleet Admiral had been broadcast to the world live. The events at Mary Geos had been exposed as well, and Jiangbai had become someone whom no pirate or marine dared provoke. To this day, The Navy still hadn't dared issue a bounty on Jiangbai. Even the hardline Akainu had been left speechless on the matter. The deaths of the 5 elders in Kong had thrown the world government and Navy into utter chaos, and Sengoku was gone as well. With no orders from above, nobody knew who would be the next fleet admiral. The celestial dragons were all flocking to the empty throne, hoping Imu would step forward and take control. What they didn't know was that the palace atop the empty throne stood deserted, and the legendary Imu had vanished without a trace. This is also why, at the very sight of Jiangbai, these pirates immediately turned and fled. Even Blackbeard himself was startled when Jiangbai appeared. Others might have a chance to escape, but he knew he'd never get away. He noticed Katarina Devon was preparing to make a run for it. A surge of blue spatial energy shot from Jiangbai's hand, forming a cage of space that enveloped Katarina Devon. No matter how furiously she attacked, she couldn't break free from her prison. Jiangbai, unhurried, began walking in her direction. He didn't interfere in the fight between Whitebeard, Blackbeard, and the others. After all, Blackbeard was a traitor to the Whitebeard pirates. It was best to let Whitebeard deal with him personally. Right now, Jiangbai's only interest was acquiring the power of the 9-tailed fox fruit. Let me go, please. I'm begging you. I can repay you. I can transform into anyone you want. When Jiangbai reached her, Katarina Devon put on her most seductive look, twisting her body in a futile attempt to entice him. But looking at her face paired with that brawny, masculine physique, Jiangbai fell silent. He never expected someone could disgust him so thoroughly. Just then, Tom emerged from a portal with a strange device in hand, sticking his tongue out at Jerry on the other side. Clearly, the little duo was up to their usual antics. Once their mischief was over, Tom handed the device to Jiangbai, then rummaged through his snack dimension and offered him an apple. Afterward, Tom gestured animatedly at the device in Jiangbai's hand. Once Jiangbai understood, he opened a portal and returned to the space carrier, ready to continue watching TV and snacking. For Tom, following Jiangbai was the happiest life imaginable. He had no responsibilities, just endless days of television, games, snacks, delicious barbecue, grilled fish, cheese, fruit, desserts, and more, all free for the taking. His only task was occasionally inventing little gadgets. Each day was a leisurely adventure for Tom. Once Tom was gone, Jiangbai turned a cold gaze on Katarina Devon. Raising his hand slightly, the space within the prison began to warp, distorting everything, including Katarina Devon herself. Soon, she perished within the spatial cage, and the device Tom had given him lit up instantly. The apple beneath it began to change. Before long, it transformed into a Zoan-type dog fruit, mythical beast model, 9-tailed fox. Jiangbai couldn't help but smile at the sight. By now, Whitebeard had already knocked Blackbeard down onto the deck, swinging his weapon to strike once more. Bang! In that instant, Jiangbai actually considered taking the Logia-type dark fruit for himself. But the very next moment, he dismissed the idea. After all, that fruit came with a side effect. Any pain suffered while using it would be far more intense than normal. This kind of agony, perhaps only a twisted soul like Blackbeard could endure. Jiangbai had no interest in such a thing, so he gave up on the idea of claiming the dark fruit. Once Whitebeard had finished off Blackbeard, the power of the fruit vanished from his corpse as well. Whitebeard, I'm getting ready to return to my world. Gururara. All right, I've already dealt with the traitor myself. Come back and visit again sometime. Sure thing. Keep an eye out for any rare devil fruits for me. I'll trade you for them. No problem at all. After exchanging a few words with Whitebeard, Jiangbai returned to the Sky Mothership and called everyone to gather around him. Then, with a thought, he stored the entire mothership into his system space. Activating the return function, a swirling vortex opened before him. Jiangbai led everyone through, and in the blink of an eye, they found themselves back in the manor on Skull Island. Glancing at his phone, he realized they had been away from the Marvel world for an entire month, even though less than 20 days had passed in the world of pirates. It seemed the time difference was at work. The group settled back into the manor on Skull Island. Martin, Kane, and Hulk could barely contain their excitement. They burst out the front door and made a beeline for the Skullcrawler's lair. After half a month without a good fight, they were itching for action, and the Skullcrawlers made perfect sparring partners. Meanwhile, Wanda, Lorna, Mary, and the others all headed straight to their rooms to catch up on sleep. Even Clarice followed suit. After being dragged along by Jiangbai for half a month, even Mary's sturdy constitution was worn out. Tom and Jerry scampered back to their own villa, eager for some mischief. Merlin retreated to his potion laboratory, while Mazer resumed his physical training routine. Only Jiangbai found himself at a loose end. Without hesitation, he conjured a portal and stepped into Tony's estate, making himself right at home as he casually helped himself to a bottle of wine from Tony's collection. Mr. Jiangbai, welcome. Mr. Stark is currently working in his basement lab. Would you like me to inform him? No need. I'll find him myself. By the way, I have to say, Tony's pizza tastes pretty good. That was actually ordered by Miss Pepper. Mr. Stark usually prefers burgers. I thought so. There's no way Tony would order pizza this tasty. He grabbed an expensive bottle of wine, popped the cork, and took a generous swig straight from the bottle, with all the finesse of a bull in a china shop. He picked up a slice of pizza from the nearby table, took a bite, and found it quite to his liking. Without hesitation, he grabbed the entire box and headed down to the basement lab, eager to tease Tony a little. Descending the staircase, Jiangbai found Tony still hard at work on his latest suit of armor. In the workshop was another suit, nearly as large as the Hulk, its exterior gleaming with what looked suspiciously like vibranium. Hey Jiang, you're back. No, that pizza was Pepper's idea for my lunch. And that bottle of wine is worth over $1 million. You're just going to drink it like that? Absolutely classless. Oh, come on, Tony, look at the time, lunch. It's already late enough for dinner. Wine is meant to be drunk. All that talk about tasting is just something you wicked capitalists made up to sell more bottles. Besides, it's just $1 million bottle. If you want it, Tony, isn't as easy as reaching out and grabbing it. Damn it, I can't win an argument with you. But I'm having a slice of that pizza. I've taken down quite a few Hydra bases this month, and with Robert's help, we even recovered those 3 helicarriers. Of course, we didn't return them to the government. They're anchored right off the coast of Skull Island, but I've activated their stealth mode. I'm planning to refit them for Illuminati operations. And as for Susan, John, and Sure, they've done pretty well this month. Well, at least they haven't caused any trouble. Yeah, Hydra's not so easy to wipe out. They're probably hiding somewhere. But if they're hard to find, so be it. This last operation really hurt them, and as for those 3, we'll keep assessing them for a while. If nothing goes wrong, they'll become full members of the Illuminati. Okay, there's been a flood of superpowered people wanting to join the Illuminati lately, and the UN even held a meeting about us. Mainly because we have enough power to threaten the whole world, and they want us to hand over Robert. In short, the UN politicians just want the kind of power Robert has. We haven't responded to them. And now, there are agents all around my New York villa, and Charles's academy has been investigated multiple times already. Now that you're back, you deal with it. The United Nations? All right, got it. I'll take care of it. Tony's words made Jiang Bai's expression darken. He hadn't expected that just a month away would be enough for the UN to start making moves. After speaking, Jiang Bai opened a portal and disappeared from in front of Tony, only to reappear in space the next instant. Activating the power of the snake talisman, his presence vanished from all satellite detection, and spatial energy surged in his hands. Suddenly, 5 meteors vanished from space. A moment later, new meteors began descending over the United Nations headquarters in the U.S., the capital of China, the U.S. capital, the Russian capital, the British capital, and the French capital. Friction with the atmosphere ignited blazing heat around the falling meteors, but that didn't diminish their destructive force. The moment they appeared, all 5 countries detected them and responded with the fastest defensive measures to intercept and destroy the meteors. Although the United Nations meetings weren't attended solely by the 5 permanent members, it was always the Big 5 who led the charge when something happened. So, Jiangbai simply hurled 5 meteors straight at their capitals. However, these meteors weren't very large. Missiles could destroy them. It was in essence a warning. Despite being of Asian descent himself, Jiangbai had no illusions that China would look upon him favorably because of this. Once an issue rose to the level of national interest, even being Chinese wouldn't help him. So, he threw a meteor at China's capital as well. Before long, all 6 meteors were destroyed, but fragments rained down in the capitals, causing no small number of casualties. Jiangbai didn't care in the slightest. He opened a portal and stepped right back into Tony's underground workshop, picked up the pizza beside him, and continued eating as if nothing had happened. You were too impulsive, Jiang. Maybe there were other ways to resolve this, Tony said. Tony, this is the best approach. It sends a direct message to the Big 5, not to try anything. If I could drop a meteor on their capitals once, I can do it again. The Illuminati must not be threatened by any nation. Our mission is to protect the Earth. You have to understand, Tony, when people gain a 30% profit, they hesitate. At 50%, they take action. At 100%, they go mad. At 300%, they're willing to risk everything. But at 1,000%, they lose all reason. Nothing is off the table, not even the destruction of Earth and the extinction of humanity. You don't need me to tell you how terrifying Robert's power is. Now that he's joined the Illuminati, it's our duty to protect him. Besides, he's Earth's final line of defense. If the United Nations angers him and Robert loses control, the planet would be destroyed in an instant. I can tell you clearly, the power we used to defeat Galactus was not even 1% of what Robert can actually do. Well, maybe you're right. After this, those countries should behave for a while. Let me show you my latest suit. Once I put on, even the Hulk will be no match for me. All I can say is good luck, Tony. The Hulk isn't who he used to be. Vibranium can absorb all kinds of energy, but even it has its limits. Wanting to call the Hulk over so you can test the suit? Sure, I like to see what this armor can really do. Hearing Tony agree, Jiangbai chuckled inwardly, his eyes full of mischief. He was already looking forward to seeing Tony make a fool of himself. The Hulk was now more than twice as strong as he used to be, and without Banner's restraints, his potential was practically limitless. Although Vibranium is indeed impressive, it still has its limits. He was genuinely looking forward to seeing Hulk beat Tony to a pulp. Tony suited up in his Vibranium armor, then, together with Jiangbai, stepped through the portal to the Skull Lizard's cave on Skull Island. At that moment, Hulk, Martin, and Kane were busy pummeling the giant Skull Lizard. Once their battle was over, Jiangbai waved his hand to call Hulk over. Hulk. Jiang, what's up? Hulk. Tony says he wants to spar with you. He claims he can give you a good thrashing. I don't believe it. How about you go teach Tony a lesson? Hulk understands. Tony, fight. No sooner had Jiangbai finished speaking than Hulk charged straight at Tony, landing a punch squarely on the chest of his Vibranium armor. To everyone's surprise, Tony didn't go flying as expected. Instead, he absorbed the full force of Hulk's punch. This caught Jiangbai off guard, and even Kane and Martin standing nearby were left dumbfounded. Though Tony's Vibranium suit was nearly as massive as Hulk himself, none of them had expected it to withstand a blow from the Hulk so completely. Tony, proud of having taken Hulk's punch, swung the suit's fist and drove it into Hulk's chest. This time, Hulk was sent flying. As he scrambled back to his feet, the fury on his face made it clear to Jiangbai that things were about to get interesting. Leisurely, Jiangbai walked over to the side, set out a table and a lounge chair, and laid out some barbecue and fruit. He munched contentedly, watching Tony and Hulk brawl, even inviting Martin and Kane to join him. As Hulk grew angrier and angrier, his body began to swell, even larger with rage. Tony didn't seem to care in the slightest, continuing to pilot his armor and attack the Hulk. A deafening crash reverberated through the air. Hulk, I'm not the same as before. This suit was designed based on you. It's equipped with special, shock-absorbing capabilities, plus all the unique properties of Vibranium. There's no way you can beat me. This suit alone has 10 arc reactors powering it. Hulk. The two clashed with a thunderous punch. Listening to Tony's cocky voice only fueled Hulk's fury. He wanted nothing more than to rip this Tin Man apart. Rage surged through Hulk, making him grow even larger. Now he towered completely over Tony's Vibranium suit. Hulk swung his fists, hammering at Tony's armor and sending him flying. Tony was still reeling when Hulk leapt high into the air, both fists raised above his head. Harnessing gravity and his own immense strength, Hulk came crashing down with tremendous force toward Tony. Tony's heart skipped a beat at the sight. He immediately activated the suit's flight mode and shot out of the way just in time. Hulk's fists slammed into the ground, carving out a massive crater nearly 6 meters wide. Missing his target only made Hulk angrier. His eyes burned red as he scanned the battlefield for Tony. At that moment, a device suddenly flew towards them, but Hulk raised his hand and swatted it aside. More and more devices came flying. Eventually, Hulk was restrained by these gadgets. Tony then unleashed several weapons from his Vibranium armor, especially a kinetic attack that absorbed the force of Hulk's blows. Boom! Hulk, held fast by the restraints, struggled as Tony flew his suit right up to him. With his Vibranium right fist, Tony struck Hulk square in the chest, releasing a burst of white kinetic energy. The impact caved in Hulk's chest, but Hulk only glared at Tony, his fury undiminished. Roar! In the next instant, the wound healed, his body swelled even larger, and his eyes, once just red, now shimmered with a hint of green. His strength, stamina, speed, and defense all spiked dramatically. With a sudden burst, he tore apart the special alloy restraints and then brought his massive hand down on Tony's Vibranium armor. Tony was sent flying, only for Hulk to appear before him an instant later, grabbing the armored leg. Then came Hulk's signature move, swinging Tony left and right, smashing him to the ground again and again. Watching this, Jiangbai couldn't help but break into a grin. Now, Hulk was twice Tony's size. No matter how tough the Vibranium armor was, if it lacked the power and speed to match, it was bound to be overpowered. Even Vibranium had its limits. Still unsatisfied after pounding Tony into the ground, Hulk threw him down and leapt up, stomping hard on Tony's suit. Jiangbai nearly burst out laughing at the sight, recalling Tony's bold boast just moments before, only for him to get utterly thrashed by Hulk. Jiang, help me, oh my god, save me, quick. Ha 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 ha. Tony, I believe in you. You can do it, go get Hulk. No, Hyun, get over here and help me. Beaten to the brink of an existential crisis, Tony could only call out to Jiangbai for help. Sure, the vibranium armor was tough, but the shockwaves still hit hard on the inside. He wasn't having a good time in there. Hulk continued his relentless assault on the Iron Man. All right, Hulk, that's enough. Come back. No need to hit him anymore. He's just hopeless and loves to mess around. Roar. Hopeless. At Jiangbai's words, Hulk gradually regained his senses. He let out a final roar in Tony's direction, then dashed over to Jiangbai, plopping down on the floor beside the table and helping himself to the fruit and barbecue. Meanwhile, Jiangbai, still thoroughly amused, piled more food onto the table before heading over to Tony. So, Tony, having fun? Enjoying your little brawl with Hulk? Hopeless. Ha ha, see that? Even Hulk says you're hopeless. I swear, one day I'll build an even stronger suit. Hulk, we'll settle this next time. Listening to Jiangbai and Hulk, Tony was overwhelmed with shame. Remembering the words he had spoken before, he wished he could find a hole in the ground to crawl into and disappear. If only he could activate his suit's flight mode and rocket out of there. Jiangbai shook his head slightly, then turned and walked back into the manor. At that moment, Valen suddenly reached out to Jiangbai. Valen, all 4 remaining masks have been found. I'm ready to make the trade with you now. Jiangbai, all right, what do you want in exchange? Valen, I'm currently in the middle of attacking a country. I need a powerful weapon. Jiangbai, how about a nuclear bomb? I have a few on hand. Interested? Valen, a nuclear bomb. That'll do, but it's not enough. You should know better than I do just how powerful these masks are. Jiangbai, all right, when it's time to launch it, just use the magnetic armor to control it. By the way, I'll throw in a giant bear fruit for you. Eat it, and you can transform into a giant bear. Your constitution, strength, speed, and reflexes will all get a huge boost. Valen, now that's a deal. In the end, Jiangbai secured the final 4 shadow masks by trading 3 nuclear bombs and 1 giant bear fruit. Jiangbai had found that giant bear fruit in the treasure vault of a celestial dragon. All of the devil fruits had been optimized by Tom, so they had no side effects and could even be used in seawater. This giant bear fruit was an ancient type, not a mythical one. Jiangbai would never trade away a mythical type fruit, unless it was for something truly extraordinary. In fact, the mythical types were the most useful to him. The natural types were less so. If, in the future, he ever ventured into space without a natural environment to draw on, the power of natural type fruits would drop dramatically. For example, those related to weather, plants, or geology. In a vacuum of space, such powers would be nearly useless. Mythical type fruits generally enhance the body and grant special abilities, so they're in no way inferior to natural types. That's why Jiangbai preferred the mythical types. Now, he had acquired 9 shadow masks. The remaining 4 were Lesu Mask. Its power is to summon the long-whiskered soldiers of the Shadow Army. Their tendrils can stretch without limit. Minta Mask summons the miniature soldiers of the Shadow Army. The more shadows they consume, the larger they grow. Cabo Mask can summon soldiers with giant crab claws, formidable fighters. Manny Mask summons mantis soldiers from the Shadow Army, wielding scythe-like claws for slashing attacks. Now all 9 masks were finally in Jiangbai's hands. Only 1 mask remained, that of the leader of the 9 generals, a mask with a will of its own. But Jiangbai didn't need a sentient mask. Having 9 was already more than enough. Next, Jiangbai went to Tom and Jerry's villa, took out the 9 shadow masks, and asked Tom and Jerry to fuse them into a single mask, merging not just the masks, but their respective soldiers as well. Soon, amid what looked like Tom and Jerry's comical antics, the fusion began. The 9 masks finally merged into one, and the soldiers within them fused as well, transforming into a colossal shadow soldier. Behind it unfurled a pair of immense wings, and both its hands and feet could morph at will. It even possessed the ability to devour shadows. This towering shadow soldier was clad in armor, with an array of weapons strapped across its back. Seeing the soldier's current form, Jiangbai was deeply satisfied. He then stored the shadow mask in his system space, only to discover that, even within the system space, he could still summon the shadow soldier and enter the shadow world. A dark vortex opened beneath his feet, and Jiangbai slowly descended, entering the realm of shadows. Inside, the entire world was shrouded in a hazy grayness, saturated with dark energy. Massive shadowy creatures roamed the land, not just shadow soldiers, but other entities as well. Yet, whenever these creatures saw the shadow soldier, they would immediately retreat. Now, Jiangbai was the master of shadows, and these beings were like his pets. In the context of the Marvel Universe, this shadow world was essentially the shadow dimension. By that logic, Jiangbai realized he had somehow become the ruler of a dimension. As long as the dimension existed, so would he. With the power of the dog and horse talismans, even if the shadow dimension were destroyed, he would remain unharmed. In short, the shadow dimension was bound to Jiangbai, but he himself was not bound to the dimension. Despite this, he could freely wield its power and summon the Shadow Soldier, an ability owed entirely to the Shadow Mask. After Tom and Jerry's relentless modifications and fusions, Jiangbai had inexplicably become a dimension's master, one bound by a dimension, yet not binding the dimension himself. However, Jiangbai had no intention of tying himself to the Shadow Dimension, as it would only slow his growth. He had no desire to become like Mephisto or Dormammu, entities whose power was formidable, especially Dormammu's, yet entirely shackled by their dimensions. Their rise and fall were both dictated by the fate of their domains. If he didn't have the system, he would have had no choice but to bind himself to a dimension. But with the system at his disposal, binding himself would only become a burden. After all, he could already draw upon the dimension's powers without any constraints. There was simply no need to bind himself. When Jiangbai emerged from the shadow dimension, a wave of spatial energy enveloped him. Suddenly, his surroundings began to reverse, and in the next moment, the Ancient One appeared before him, her expression grave as she looked at Jiangbai. He was taken aback, unsure of what the Ancient One wanted with him, especially since she had summoned him straight into the mirror dimension. Looking at Jiangbai, the Ancient One spoke solemnly. "Jiang, just now I sensed the aura of the dark dimension on you. Did you encounter Dormammu?" "The aura of the dark dimension? No, that's not it. What I have is a dimension I gained. Don't believe me? Let me take you inside and show you. You'll see for yourself." Hearing the Ancient One's words, Jiangbai immediately realized she had misunderstood. Without hesitation, he opened a portal to the shadow dimension and led her inside. In the blink of an eye, the two found themselves within the shadow dimension, greeted by bizarre shadow creatures and a pervasive darkness pulsing with energy. "Incredible! You actually obtained a dimension teeming with unique life forms. And it's a dark dimension at that." "That's right, but I didn't bind myself to this dimension. Rather, it was the dimension that chose to bind with me. I should have guessed. Nothing you do ever follows convention. Perhaps Kamar Taj could establish an energy contract with you. But my energy is pure darkness. Are you sure the sorcerers of Kamar Taj could handle it? I'd hate to be branded a heretic." "Not at all. I can set up an energy conversion spell right here, but only with your consent. After all, energy itself knows no light or dark. It's only the intent of its wielder that divides it. If you're willing, I could transform some of this energy into pure light." "I suppose that's possible, but what's in it for me? Surely you don't expect me to just give it away for free." "Of course not. In fact, there's something I've long meant to pass on to you. It was destined to be yours eventually, so I might as well give it to you now." Jiangbai was caught off guard by the Ancient One's words, especially when she handed him the Time Stone. He even examined it carefully, making absolutely sure it was real. Safely storing the Time Stone in his system space, Jiangbai joined the Ancient One in casting an energy conversion spell inside the shadow dimension. The spell required the dimension's master's approval. Otherwise, any energy converted would instantly revert to darkness with a mere thought from Jiangbai. Before long, a golden magic circle manifested, and streams of shadow energy began to be transformed into radiant light. Once the contract was signed with the Ancient One, any sorcerer from Kamar Taj could simply add their name. Through the bond of the contract, they would be able to tap directly into the newly converted light energy. For the shadow dimension, the amount of energy they needed was barely a drop in the ocean. Now, even without drawing on the powers of his cosmic armor, Jiangbai's control over the shadow dimension alone would instantly elevate him to the celestial father level. Within his own realm, his strength soared to the mid-tier among celestial fathers, making him a match for both the Ancient One and Odin. And with both the Space Stone and Time Stone in his grasp, even if he couldn't win a head-on fight with a cosmic powerhouse, he could always escape unscathed. Time is supreme, space is sovereign. Now that Jiangbai possessed both, with mastery over time and space, it would be almost impossible for anyone to catch him. Back at the manor, Jiangbai took out the Time Stone, and a piece of metal appeared in his hand. Enveloped by the power of time, the metal began to rust, corrode, and finally crumbled to ash before vanishing from Jiangbai's palm. In the very next moment, a small figure appeared on his shoulder. It was Merlin. The little creature stared fixedly at the Time Stone, not blinking once, which left Jiangbai a little puzzled. He handed the Time Stone to Merlin. As Merlin accepted it, a surge of green temporal energy poured wildly into his tiny body. Just as it had happened with Tom before, this process lasted for 5 minutes before the flow of energy finally stopped. At last, the Time Stone rested calmly in Merlin's grip. Merlin, however, kept his eyes closed, and delicate green patterns began to appear across his body, much like the blue markings that had appeared on Tom. Merlin, how do you feel? Xiangbai asked. Incredible. Just now I gained the power of time. Even without this time stone, I can now command time itself. I've even thought up quite a few time spells already. Oh, and here, this is for you. With a sly smile curling at the corner of his mouth, Merlin turned to Xiangbai. He waved his wand, and a stream of green energy shot into Xiangbai's body. To his astonishment, Xiangbai realized that he too now possessed the power of time, just as Tom had once bestowed the power of space upon him. All right, you should explore your new abilities on your own. I'm off to research my time magic. Sure. Do you want to keep the time stone? Xiangbai asked. No need. I need to train my control over temporal power now. It won't be long before I might be able to rewrite the timeline of the entire universe single-handedly. Before Xiangbai could respond, Merlin cast a spell and vanished from his shoulder, leaving the green time stone behind. Hearing Merlin's words, Xiangbai couldn't help but feel a headache coming on. If the timeline of the entire universe were changed now, wouldn't that attract the time variance authority? He stowed the time stone away in his system's storage space. Gazing at the power of time in his left hand and the power of space in his right, Xiangbai tried to merge the two abilities. But he soon realized it was impossible. They simply wouldn't fuse into the spatio-temporal power he desired. This left Xiangbai somewhat troubled. Even with both the time stone and the space stone, he couldn't create true spatio-temporal power. Shaking his head, he decided to stop trying for now and took both stones with him into the shadow dimension. Using the two great stones, he set about refining some of the rules within the shadow dimension, especially those governing time and space. The homeland of the Norse gods was home to the king of the gods, Odin, Vili, or Honir in some legends, V or Loder, according to some sources, the queen, Frigg, Thor, god of thunder, Sif, the goddess of harvest, Loki, the god of mischief, Tyr, the god of war, and Heimdall, the guardian god. The god of light, Baldur, the god of darkness, Hod, the god of truth and justice, Forseti, the god of poetry, Bragi, the goddess of youth, Idun, the god of vengeance, Vali, the god of the forest, Vidar, the messenger of the gods, Hermod, the mighty god, Magni, the god of courage, Modi, the goddess of strength, Sif, the god of the hunt, Ullr, the goddess of history, Saga, and the wise giant, Mimir, all dwelled here. At this very moment, within the resplendent and majestic Great Hall, a grand ceremony was underway. It was the coronation of Thor, the god of thunder, as the successor to Odin, king of the gods. The magnificent hall was packed with a sea of people. Every deity and all the people of Asgard had gathered. The people of Asgard cheered Thor's name, thrilled with their next king. After all, Thor was famous throughout the 9 realms, renowned as Asgard's bravest warrior, and his strength was unmatched. The entire crowd erupted in jubilant cheers, and the other gods smiled at the scene. Everyone except Loki, standing not far away in his green and gold robes. Loki's face was clouded with displeasure, his eyes filled with resentment toward Odin. He could not accept that the throne would go to a muscle-bound brute instead of himself. Loki simply could not fathom why Odin would choose Thor to inherit the throne. Yet, foreseeing this outcome, Loki felt no panic. He had already devised a plan to sabotage Thor's ascension. Watching Thor approach, hammer in hand, Loki's eyes gleamed with scorn. Thor strode forward clad in shining armor, a red cape billowing behind him, wielding Mjolnir, the legendary hammer of thunder. The hammerhead was forged in the heart of a dying star, while the handle was crafted from the wood of the world tree. Odin himself had placed a spell upon the hammer, making it impossible to lift for any unworthy of its power. Once, Mjolnir had belonged exclusively to Asgard's executioner, Thor's sister, Hela. But after Odin sealed Hela away, the hammer became Thor's own mighty weapon. Thor Odinson, known as the god of thunder, is the guardian of both Asgard and Earth. As an Asgardian, like all the gods of the Celestial Palace, Thor is far larger than any mortal, his body 3 times denser, granting him immense durability and resistance to harm. He is immune to diseases, radiation, and toxins. Centuries of battle and his role as Asgard's chief warrior have forged him into a master of weaponry and hand-to-hand combat, with extraordinary instincts on the battlefield. Thor is the son of Odin, king of the gods, and Gaia, the Mother Earth, his true mother, while Frigga is his stepmother. With the bloodline of both Asgard's king and the primordial earth goddess, Thor stands mightier than any other deity in the celestial realm. Today was the day he would ascend as the new king of the gods. That's why Thor was especially excited and joyful, striding to the very center of the great hall and dropping to one knee before the white-haired, one-eyed elder seated upon the throne. That elder was Odin, the king of the gods. Odin Borson, the king of the gods in Norse mythology, ruler of Asgard, father of Thor, and foster father to Loki. His weapon was the eternal spear, Gungnir. He was a sworn enemy of the Frost Giants, a member of the prehistoric Avengers, 1,000,000 years ago, wielding Mjolnir at the time. Odin wielded the mighty Odin Force, and, in name, stood as the highest ruler and defender of the Nine Realms. He was the mightiest being across the Nine Realms, possessing the formidable Odin Force. His power was evident from his youth. He defeated Laufey, king of the Frost Giants, who wielded the ancient Casket of Winters. The casket had once effortlessly frozen the entire Earth, and even though it was far from the limits of its power. The Casket of Ancient Winters contained the deadliest cold of the Realm of Death, making it Jotunheim's most powerful divine artifact. Even the dwarves, considered among the weaker races of the Nine Realms, could use their advanced civilization to forge Mjolnir within the core of a dying star. The average technological level of the Nine Realms far surpassed Earth's by thousands of years, rivaling cosmic empires like the Kree. Jotunheim, powerful enough to dare invade other worlds and ranked among the strongest in the Nine Realms, wielded weapons of unimaginable might. Among the Asgardians, age and divine power are directly proportional. While Odin's divine force in his youth wasn't as deep as it is now, he was at his physical peak, making his overall combat strength roughly equal, though in sheer godly power, he was slightly less potent. He was also a peak All-Father, and when clad in his destroyer armor, could even battle celestials, cosmic beings of immense power, managing to sever a celestial's arm in combat. Odin was an exceptional king and an outstanding father, deeply loving both Thor and Loki. He never discriminated against Loki because of his origins, though it's true that Odin's initial reasons for adopting Loki were somewhat complicated. Yet in time, he truly came to regard Loki as his own son. To spare Loki from feelings of inferiority, he concealed the truth of his heritage, and even declared that both Thor and Loki were born to be kings. However, this too was a mistake, planting in Loki the seeds of ambition for the throne. Coupled with Odin's slight favoritism toward Thor, this would ultimately lead to Loki's tragic fate. Despite being the omnipotent All-Father, Odin never looked down on mortals. He once rebuked Loki, who fancied himself superior, saying, "We are not gods," meaning that Asgardians are worshipped as gods not because of divinity, but because of their strength and their goodness. While they are recognized as gods throughout the universe, they are not truly divine beings. Within the cinematic universe, the only true deities are the cosmic entities. Still, a part of Odin's heart remained bound to his godhood. Though he never despised mortals, he believed they should not set foot lightly in the realm of the gods. Odin gazed down at Thor with satisfaction. Now that he was passing the throne to his son, he could finally rest for a while. The divine power within him was growing ever stronger, making it necessary for him to sleep in order to calm and suppress its force. Though he spoke to Thor with solemn gravity, "Thor, can you promise to protect the safety of the Nine Realms and Asgard, and to help Asgard flourish and prosper? I, Thor Odinson, swear to uphold peace in the Nine Realms, to defend Asgard, and to lead Asgard to greater glory." "Very well. Then, in the name of Odin Borson, King of the Gods, I hereby proclaim, from this moment, Thor shall ascend the throne." Frost Giants. Frost Giants. Just as Thor was preparing to accept the crown, Odin's tone shifted abruptly, and Thor looked up at his father in astonishment. In the next instant, Odin vanished from the throne, and both Thor and Loki dashed toward the entrance of the Great Hall. At the very moment Odin was about to pass the throne to Thor, 4 Frost Giants had slipped into Asgard undetected. They broke into Odin's vault, killing the guard stationed there, intending to steal the Casket of Ancient Winters. Yet right behind the casket stood Odin's destroyer armor. The destroyer was forged by Odin himself, its entire body made from indestructible URU metal and capable of shifting its shape at will. With this nearly invincible iron giant, Odin had once faced off against the mighty celestials of the cosmos. As the Frost Giants tried to seize the Casket of Ancient Winters, the destroyer armor came to life. With a few devastating attacks, it obliterated the intruders in the vault. Only then did Odin sense the disturbance, forcibly halting the coronation and arriving in the vault in an instant. Seeing Asgardian soldiers frozen all around, Odin's expression darkened. Only after confirming that nothing had been stolen did he finally breathe a sigh of relief. Gazing at the nearby Casket of Ancient Winters, Odin let out a quiet sigh just as Thor and Loki arrived. "Father, it's the Frost Giants. They actually dared to infiltrate Asgard at a time like this. We ought to teach them a lesson. No, Asgard cannot afford to ignite another war right now. Return for now, but we must investigate thoroughly how these Frost Giants managed to enter Asgard. But the Frost Giants have already come to our very gates. How can we let them go unpunished? If we do nothing, they'll only think Asgard is weak. Faced with Thor's indignation, Odin said nothing more. He cast a long, searching look at Loki beside him, then turned and left. With Odin's cunning, uncovering how the frost giants infiltrated Asgard would be far from difficult for him. Moreover, someone was able to slip past Heimdall's watchful eyes and enter Asgard. That could only mean they had help from the inside. Today was the day Thor was to ascend the throne. So who would have the greatest motive to interrupt his coronation? The answer was clear. It was Loki. Just now, that single glance had chilled Loki to the bone, sending cold sweat running down his back. Loki, after all, was a master of illusion, having studied under Frigga. With his assistance, it would be all too easy for the frost giants to infiltrate Asgard. What's more, Odin himself was a figure of unparalleled might, standing at the very pinnacle of the All-Father's power. If he wished, nothing within Asgard could escape his notice. Even though he knew Loki was responsible, Odin chose not to expose him. Instead, he turned and left, perhaps seeing this as a trial for Thor. If Thor could overcome this ordeal, then the throne would rightfully be his. If he failed, it would mean Thor still lacked what it took to be king. He would need more time to grow. When Odin returned to his throne, the massive golden doors of the hall swung open from the outside. A man clad in golden armor, carrying a familiar golden weapon, strode into the hall. He knelt on one knee before Odin and spoke solemnly. All-Father, the fault is mine. I allowed the frost giants to breach Asgard. I await your judgment. Heimdall, though you bear some responsibility this time, I do not hold you to blame. You may go. See that this does not happen again. Yes, my thanks, All-Father. The one who entered to confess his failure was none other than Heimdall himself. In Norse mythology, he is the steadfast guardian, famed for his unwavering loyalty and courage. As the keeper of the Rainbow Bridge, Heimdall possesses the all-seeing Heimdall's eye, granting him the ability to observe all things. He is the god of light, the bringer of dawn, a figure shrouded in mystery among the Norse gods. Another name he goes by is Rig. Heimdall is the guardian god, the sentinel at the gates, counted among the 12 principal deities of the Aesir. He is also Sif's brother. As the vigilant sentinel of the celestial palace, Heimdall can see everything and hear every sound. He stands watch at Asgard's gates, ensuring no intruder finds their way in. One of Odin's most trusted servants. He possesses all the classic abilities of an Asgardian god: superhuman strength, stamina, speed, agility, and endurance. Yet Heimdall is stronger and more resilient than most of his kin. Like all Asgardians, his body is 3 times denser and heavier than humans, which accounts for his extraordinary might and weight. He can hear the flutter of a butterfly's wings 1,000 worlds away. Heimdall can sense the life force of Asgardian gods across all 9 realms, focusing his perception on specific information or choosing to mask his awareness. His vigilance is so absolute that he never sleeps. Only certain magical spells can cloud his senses. In addition, if he should lose vision in one eye, his ability to perceive the world would be significantly limited, and if his eyes were injured, it would take him longer than an ordinary person to recover. Heimdall briefly possessed the power of Odin, granting him the ability to channel immense magical energy for various purposes, such as repairing the shattered Bifrost. Heimdall is a seasoned warrior and a formidable combatant in close-quarters battle. He is also highly skilled and experienced in wielding bladed weapons, adept with a wide array of swords, shields, and spears. He is always clad in a suit of armor. His most commonly used weapon is Hofund, a great sword forged from URU metal, as well as the Bifrost sword of enchanted steel, which he uses to open the Rainbow Bridge. He also possesses the Gjallar horn, a mighty horn used to sound the alarm when Asgard is under threat. Thor and Loki return to a grand palace, where 4 figures await them: Volstagg, Fandral, Hogun, and Sif. Volstagg, Asgard's greatest warrior, is the eldest among them. In his youth, he fought valiantly alongside Odin, earning widespread acclaim and the title Lion of Asgard. With age, Volstagg has gradually shed his fierce and warlike image. He has become a compassionate, respected elder, known for his wisdom and kindness. Though his strength has waned somewhat due to his expanding girth, he remains one of Asgard's most powerful warriors. Fandral, the mightiest swordsman in the 9 realms, is a master of the blade, once praised by Thor as the finest swordsman in all the realms. Fandral is considered Volstagg's protege, and among the warriors 3, the youthful Fandral is by far the most unreliable. Fandral is rather vain, convinced of his own perfection, and enjoys flirting with the maidens of Asgard. In truth, the women are mostly amused by his smooth talk and tease him in return. Of the warriors 3, Hogun's story is the most tragic. He is not an Asgardian by birth. His people live for generations in a hidden land somewhere in Vanaheim. One day, a villain named Mogul brought destruction upon this peaceful haven, leaving Hogun the sole survivor. Since then, Hogun has become taciturn, rough, and quick to anger. Yet Thor, Volstagg, and Fandral welcomed him as one of their own, allowing him to rediscover the warmth of family. In time, Hogun opened his heart to his friends, breaking free from the nightmares of his past. Sif, goddess of earth and harvest in Norse mythology, is an Asgardian shield maiden and the future wife of Thor, the god of thunder. Sif is the sister of Heimdall, and as a child, she was a playmate of Thor and Balder. Like most Asgardians, Sif was born with a head of golden hair. However, when she was a teenager, Loki decided to play a trick on her because she seemed to prefer Thor's company over his. While she was asleep, Loki cut off all of her golden hair. When Sif discovered what had happened, her cries echoed throughout the capital of Asgard. Realizing he would be punished for this, Loki hurried to the realm of the dwarves, asking them to craft a wig of pure gold as compensation for Sif. The dwarves agreed, but Loki secretly prepared to break his promise. Loki did, in fact, steal the hair and presented it to Sif. When she wore it, the hair grew as naturally as her own and shone even more brilliantly than before. However, because Loki had taken the hair before the dwarves could apply a special potion, the golden locks began to darken, and eventually, they turned completely black. This is why Sif's hair is black, and ever since that incident, her relationship with Loki has been strained. When Sif once again broke into tears, her parents grew weary of her vanity and sent her to train as a warrior maiden. Years later, she returned to Asgard clad in the armor of a warrior, having come to accept her black hair. Odin, the king of Asgard, had long wished for Sif to become the wife of his son and heir, Thor. Even Frigga was quite fond of Sif, and more than once expressed her desire for Sif to be her daughter-in-law. Yet Thor never seemed to respond, and so Sif kept her feelings hidden deep within her heart. In the future, Thor would become involved with a mortal woman, Jane Foster, much to Odin's displeasure. After being reunited with Sif, Thor's interest in her quickly ignited into passion, and the two became partners and lovers. Eventually, they were engaged. However, Thor's ties to the mortal world often stood between them. Sif preferred the realm of the gods to Earth. After several attempts to fit in among mortals, Sif chose to return to Asgard alone. Even though their engagement was never broken, their wedding would have to wait until their differences could be reconciled. Like most Asgardian deities, Sif is believed to have perished during Ragnarok. After Thor broke the endless cycle of Asgard, Sif was resurrected in the future. With her brother Heimdall missing, Sif took up his role as guardian of the Rainbow Bridge, becoming the goddess of all-seeing. Sif possesses the typical attributes of an Asgardian woman. Her body density is 3 times that of a human. Like all Asgardians, she enjoys a vastly extended lifespan, is immune to all diseases, and is highly resistant to conventional injuries. Sif has superhuman strength and can lift up to approximately 30 tons. She also possesses incredible speed and endurance, able to fight for extended periods without feeling fatigued. Sif is a master of hand-to-hand combat and wields a sword with extraordinary skill. Among the goddesses of Asgard, her fighting prowess ranks in the top 3, second only to the Valkyrie. Sif is a second-generation goddess born in Asgard, but everything about her parents remains a mystery. Sif said, "Thor, did you catch the frost giants? Though it's a shame about your coronation ceremony." Thor replied, "No, but I want to go to Jotunheim and teach those frost giants a lesson. Yet my father forbade me." "Guys, you're with me on this, aren't you?" Volstagg shook his head, "No way. I don't want to go against the All-Father's orders. The dungeons are no place to be, and I'm not interested in going." Fandral chimed in, "Exactly. I've got dates lined up with some of the other goddesses. I have no time for Jotunheim. That's frost giant territory. The few of us going there will be suicide." Hogun agreed, "I'm with them. Even if the frost giants have been defeated by the All-Father before, they're not opponents we can handle on our own." Faced with Thor's proposal, not a single soul in the hall was willing to step up. After all, Jotunheim was the stronghold of the frost giants, and even if they made it there, they wouldn't stand a chance against Laufey, their king. More importantly, it would mean defying Odin's command. No one wanted to take on such a thankless and dangerous task. Off to the side, Sif looked at Thor with a hint of affection in her gaze, but her worry was even more obvious. Knowing Thor's temperament, he was surely set on going to Jotunheim. Thor declared, "With me there, we can break into Jotunheim. I am the god of thunder of Asgard." Volstagg, don't you want to relive the glory days? Fandral, wouldn't you love to have even more goddesses swooning over you when you return a hero? Hogun, don't you crave the honor of Asgard? He turned to Sif. "Sif, don't you want to become the greatest female warrior of Asgard? And Loki, could you really let us all go without you?" Sif replied, "Of course he could. For all we know, it was Loki's doing that let the frost giants into Asgard in the first place." There aren't many masters of illusion in Asgard, and he's one of them. If you can't ascend the throne, then he has a shot at the crown. Thor insisted, I trust Loki. He's my brother. I'd even give him the throne if he wanted it. He's not that kind of person, don't worry. Loki interjected, how could it be me? If it were, I'd already be locked up in the dungeons. Fine, but how are we supposed to get there? Heimdall won't just let us use the Bifrost. Thor answered, I have a way. Let's go. Loki, sitting nearby, was filled with conflicting emotions upon hearing Thor's words. Never in his wildest dreams had he expected Thor to say something like that. Knowing Thor as he did, Loki could tell every word was sincere. Reflecting on his own actions, Loki felt a pang of guilt, but it lasted only for a second. With a look of indifference, he glanced at Sif and Thor before speaking. Soon enough, spurred on by Thor's rousing speech, the whole group set off together toward the Bifrost. Confidence radiated from each of them, all ready for a grand adventure. Only Sif remained deeply worried. Jotunheim was nothing like what they imagined. If it were, the king of the gods wouldn't have lost an eye there. Yet, despite her concerns, Sif did not back down. Whether it was because of her own sense of duty or her concern for Thor, she resolved to press on. When the group reached the far end of the Bifrost, where Heimdall stood watch, they found him gazing at them with an impassive expression. He made no move to step aside, simply watching them in silence. Even though Thor and Roger were princes, Heimdall seemed unmoved, for his loyalty belonged solely to the king of Asgard. Heimdall, we're going to Jotunheim, Thor declared. I have not received an order from the king, so I cannot open the Bifrost for you, Heimdall replied. And what is my current status? Thor pressed. You are the prince of Asgard, heir to the throne, crown prince, god of thunder, Lord Thor, Heimdall recited. Then, as the king's heir, I order you, open the portal to Jotunheim for us now. Thor commanded. As you wish, Lord Thor, Heimdall responded. With Thor invoking his right as the heir to the throne, Heimdall did not refuse this time. He turned, drew his great sword, and plunged it into the mechanism that activated the Bifrost, preparing to send Thor and his companions on their way. Only someone of Thor's status could command Heimdall in this way. If not for the Frost Giant's interruption earlier, Thor would already be Heimdall's sworn liege. Though the coronation was disrupted, everyone knew Thor was the chosen successor, which is why Heimdall made this rare exception. I must warn you, should any threat to Asgard's safety arise, I will not open the Bifrost for your return. Heimdall cautioned. Don't worry, I am Thor, the god of thunder. For Asgard, let's go. Thor replied boldly. For Asgard, the others echoed in unison. A brilliant, multicolored beam of energy shot forth, carrying Thor, Sif, and the others hurtling toward Jotunheim. This was the power of the Bifrost, Asgard's unique way to travel between the 9 realms. The Rainbow Bridge is made entirely of colored energy. In essence, it is a meteor-class energy weapon, but can also use its energy to transport anyone standing on it to any planet or location within the galaxy. Furthermore, if the Rainbow Bridge remains open, its vast energy is enough to destroy an entire planet. In the original timeline, Loki intended to use the Rainbow Bridge to obliterate Jotunheim. Later, Thor stopped him and shattered the bridge with his hammer. The moment Thor, Sif, and the others disappeared from Asgard, Odin, seated on the throne in the Grand Hall, immediately sensed it. With a faint sigh, it was clear he was deeply disappointed by Thor's actions. Any thought of holding another ceremony to pass the throne to Thor was now firmly set aside. A brilliant arc of rainbow light appeared, and, as the energy faded, a special mark was left on the ground. Thor, Sif, and their companions had arrived on Jotunheim. The first thing that greeted them was a world of pure white, snow and towering glaciers as far as the eye could see. Snowflakes drifted gently through the air. The bitter cold seemed to reveal the world in its most pristine form. Endless snow blanketed the earth, while flurries danced in the icy wind, like ethereal spirits swirling in the sky. Waves of frigid air swept over them, and the thick snow wrapped the land in a heavy shroud. Jagged mountains and dense forests were reduced to a seamless sea of white. Even the once mighty rivers were frozen solid, encased in thick ice, and the mountaintops shimmered with a silver edge, twisting like a colossal, coiled serpent. This was Jotunheim, a world perpetually locked in winter's embrace, the realm of the frost giants. When a casket of ancient winters was in their possession, the world's temperature had plunged even lower. Thor declared, "Let's go. We press on and teach the frost giants a lesson." Fandral grumbled, "This cursed place. I swear I never want to set foot here again. It's unbearably cold." Volstagg replied, "True, but honestly, I hardly feel a thing." Sif teased, "Look at you with all that padding. Of course you don't feel the cold." "Ridiculous. At Volstag's words, everyone gave him a speechless look. He was by far the largest among them, with the most insulation. Given the Asgardians' resilience, none of them could truly feel the cold here. With Thor leading the way, the group set off into the snowy expanse. Meanwhile, in a canyon not far away, Laufey stared at the spot where the rainbow energy had struck, his eyes burning with hatred. He would never forget that dazzling arc of rainbow light, the rainbow bridge teleportation from Asgard. Nor could he ever forgive the one he hated down to his very bones, Odin Borson. Laufey, once the king of the Frost Giants, had been defeated by Odin himself. Laufey is the king of the Frost Giants and Loki's biological father. However, in Norse mythology, Laufey is actually Loki's mother, not a king of the Frost Giants, but a giantess representing the trees. In this story, he reigns as the king of the Jotunheim Giants and has led his followers into war against Asgard multiple times, only to be defeated by Odin and the other gods in the end. He is adept at manipulating ice and weather, and he possesses a certain degree of sorcerer's power. When exposed to extreme heat, his massive body begins to shrink. But once he returns to Jotunheim, the frigid climate restores him to his normal size. Jotunheim is home to many different giant races, including mountain giants, frost giants, and storm giants. Among all these races, the frost giants are the principal enemies of the gods of Asgard. As direct descendants of Ymir, the very first giant, the frost giants dwell in regions of Jotunheim that resemble Earth's polar extremes. In this land, the temperature never rises above the freezing point of water. Frost giants thrive comfortably in the cold, but they are sensitive and vulnerable to heat. Still, they have been seen withstanding normal temperatures both in Asgard and in the milder regions of Earth. Nevertheless, extreme heat will cause their bodies to shrink and, in some cases, even melt away. Yet after prolonged exposure to the cold, they eventually regain their former size. The frost giants are at the height of their power within their own realm of Jotunheim, most likely due to the kingdom's perennially icy climate. Although not particularly skilled in hand-to-hand combat, the frost giants' sheer size and strength make them formidable opponents, even for the gods of Asgard. They possess superhuman strength and resistance to physical injury. The flesh and bones of these giants are roughly 3 times denser than those of humans, accounting for their extraordinary strength, weight, and remarkable longevity. Send a few men to see what's going on over there. Could it be those deceitful Asgardians again? Yes, my king. With resentment, Laufey ordered his frost giants to investigate. He was already suspecting that this might be another scheme from Asgard, recalling the Asgardian who had appeared here before. Laufey couldn't help but sneer. The so-called king of the gods. Not everyone at his side is truly loyal to him. Meanwhile, Thor and his companions braved the swirling snow and pressed forward with difficulty. Soon, they reached a mountain valley, and just as they were preparing to rest, a group of frost giants ambushed them. Thor reacted instantly, wielding Mjolnir to strike them down. It seems the frost giants have already discovered us. We need to move quickly. Let's go then. I promise this is the last time I'll join you on one of your wild adventures. Hearing Thor's words, Fandral, standing nearby, could only sigh helplessly. He tugged at his clothes and pressed on with the group. Out of everyone, he and Hogun were the least resilient. At least he was Asgardian, but Hogun wasn't. Even Fandral's resistance to the cold surpassed his. Sif, on the other hand, was descended from gods. She could spend a whole day here and not feel a chill. Thor, of course, was the same. As the group ventured deeper into Jotunheim, they soon reached the valley where Laufey resided. Asgardians, kill them. The moment some frost giants spotted them, every giant's hand morphed into a blade of ice, and they launched an assault on Thor, Sif, and the rest. Thor, Sif, and Volstagg took it in stride, dispatching the ordinary frost giants with barely any effort. Fandral, Hogun, and Loki managed at first, but as the battle dragged on and more frost giants joined the fray, the 3 of them began to struggle. Loki relied on illusion spells to dodge the attacks, slipping away from the frost giants time and again. At a crucial moment, Loki even yanked Fandral out of harm's way. Otherwise, he would have been run clean through by a frost giant's blade. Phew, thanks. I suddenly realize I don't dislike you as much as I thought. Well, thank you so much for that, Loki replied deadpan. Having just pulled Fandral to safety, Loki couldn't help but roll his eyes at the comment. Yet, he quickly resumed weaving illusions to evade the frost giants, casting spells whenever he could to keep them at bay. But it wasn't long before he noticed his magical energy running dangerously low. Though he'd learned many advanced spells, magic had always been a limiting factor for him. He could look impressive, but only for a moment. When the magic ran out, Loki drew his signature twin daggers and charged at the nearest frost giant. Sharing the same frost giant heritage, Loki made quick work of the ordinary giants. 2 moves, and they were down. Meanwhile, Thor and Sif were a whirlwind of weapons and fury. Any frost giant who drew near was smashed to pieces in an instant, especially by Thor, who gripped the strap of Mjolnir and spun it in a wide arc, sweeping through the frost giants with thunder cracking around him. None could withstand even a single round against him, and with each victory, Thor's confidence soared. He wished he could wipe out every last frost giant himself. Thor, get over here and help us. We can't hold them off. Fandral and Hogun fought desperately to fend off the frost giants, and Loki wasn't faring much better. Without proper training, he was nearly spent. At that very moment, a frost giant's hand transformed into an icy blade and drove straight into Fandral's chest. This time, the blade truly pierced all the way through. Seeing this, Thor and Sif were seized with alarm. Even Loki started running toward Fandral and Hogun. Thor wielded Mjolnir, clearing an open space, then dashed to Fandral and Hogun's side. He struck down all the frost giants surrounding them. At that moment, Volstagg also joined the group, casting a wary eye at the frost giants nearby. Strangely, the frost giants no longer attacked. A giant, crowned with an icy blue and white diadem, just like Loki and the others, rose from the throne. He turned and appeared before them, his crimson eyes locked on Mjolnir in Thor's hand, scrutinizing the group and weighing whether he should keep every last one of them here. Asgard had broken the pact first. Even if he were to detain them in Jotunheim, Odin would have no grounds to complain. But he couldn't risk it, for Asgard was far mightier than Jotunheim, and the pact had always been meant to restrain Odin, not the other way around. Odin could afford to tear it up, Laufey could not. If he broke the pact, Jotunheim would face certain destruction. What's more, he recognized Mjolnir at a glance. The hammer's owner was clearly the god of thunder from Asgard, Odin's own son. If he kept Odin's heir here, Odin would go mad with rage and stop at nothing to destroy Jotunheim. Neither he nor his people could bear that disaster. And so, Laufey ultimately decided not to keep Thor and his companions here. The truth was, he couldn't do it even if he wanted to. Though Laufey was stronger than Thor and his friends, Odin was watching from Asgard. Should Thor fall into true peril, the Bifrost would descend in a heartbeat, and Jotunheim would once again face annihilation. As long as the peace remained unbroken, there was hope. But if ties were severed, Jotunheim would never withstand the fury of an ancient Allfather at the height of his power. Such is the tragedy of the week. Laufey, tell me, who allowed the frost giants into Asgard? You're far too inexperienced compared to your father. Do you really think I would tell you? You bring these warriors to Jotunheim. Are you here to break our pact? To spark a war between Asgard and Jotunheim? I don't need your permission. If it's where you want, I'll see it through to the end. Mark me well, Laufey. The frost giants' incursion into Asgard was a challenge to us, a provocation from your kind. Laufey threw back his head and laughed, the sound echoing cold and mocking. Even the mighty king of the gods has traitors at his side, doesn't he? Ha! Kill them. Thor's warning left no impression on Laufey. The current Thor was so weak that Laufey had no interest in facing him himself. And besides, he didn't wish to risk drawing the attention of that old, undying Odin. He simply ordered his ordinary frost giants to attack Thor and the others. If Thor and his companions were killed by ordinary frost giants, even Odin would have nothing to say. At Laufey's command, the frost giants surrounding Thor and the others surged forward to attack. Thor led Fandral and the rest, dodging and weaving as they tried to escape. Thor, let's go first. Fandral is seriously injured. If we wait any longer. All right, we'll leave now. We'll settle the score with the frost giants another time. During Thor's conversation with Laufey, just moments before, Loki had felt his heart pounding in his chest, terrified that Laufey might expose him at any second. Especially when Laufey cast those fleeting, suspicious glances his way, Loki's anxiety soared. Fortunately, Laufey never said a word in the end. Loki then urged Thor to retreat. The reason was simple. He knew he couldn't break through the encirclement and pursuit of the frost giants alone. He needed the brute strength and recklessness of this muscle-headed warrior. Thor glanced at Fandral, who was being supported by Hogun. Nodding, Thor gathered the group and charged toward the edge of the valley. High up, Laufey stood motionless, silently watching them flee. Finally, he waved his hand behind him. Not long after, a giant beast burrowed underground, heading in the same direction as Thor, Sif, and the others. A thunderous rumble shook the earth. With the beast's incredible speed, it quickly caught up to Thor and his companions. Thor, wanting to give Fandral and the others a chance to escape, stayed behind to cover their retreat. Along the way, they all dodged the relentless attacks of the frost giants. During this chaos, Loki found himself face to face with one of the giants. His arm shifted, turning into the blue skin of a true frost giant. Before the giant could recognize and reveal Loki's identity, Loki drove his dagger into its neck. The frost giant instantly shattered into a heap of ice shards. With conflicted emotions, Loki retreated alongside the others. When they finally reached the spot marked with a special rune for the Bifrost, the group desperately called out for Heimdall to open the bridge. But no rainbow beam appeared. The frost giants behind them grew in number, closing in fast, leaving Thor with no choice but to rush back to help Sif and the others. Just as Thor turned to aid Sif, the beast he had been fighting burrowed into the ground once again. Underground, it moved even faster than Thor could fly with Mjolnir. It emerged behind Sif, Fandral, and the others, jaws wide, ready to swallow them whole. A deafening crash. At the crucial moment, Thor arrived just in time. He wielded Mjolnir and struck down the monstrous creature, finally giving everyone a moment to breathe. They immediately resumed, shouting at the sky, pleading for Heimdall to open the Bifrost. Is he really not going to open it? Didn't he say, before we came here, he wouldn't actually abandon us, would he? If he does, we're finished. Damn it, they're right behind us. Just leave me here. I'll hold them off, you all go. At that moment, Hogun suddenly spoke, and everyone recalled what Heimdall had said when they first arrived. It was obvious that Heimdall would never open the Bifrost to bring them back. Fandral looked at the ever-growing number of frost giants closing in. Clenching his teeth, he turned to the others, ready to urge them to leave him behind to give the rest a better chance of escape. Thor and his companions stared at Fandral in disbelief. What nonsense are you talking about? I'm your mentor. How could I ever abandon you? I'm the one who brought you all here. I have to make sure everyone gets back safely. Besides, I, Thor, am not the kind of man who deserts his brothers in battle. As Fandral's words hung in the air, Volstagg and Thor each spoke up, then charged forward to hold off the oncoming frost giants. Just then, Laufey appeared before them, a playful look on his face. He hadn't expected that Asgard would fail to open the Bifrost for their return at such a critical moment. Perhaps Odin has already forsaken you. Allow me to end your story here. With a thunderous crash, Laufey finished speaking and swept his hand toward Thor. Two pillars of ice shot out from the ground, lunging at Thor and his friends as the surrounding frost giants threw themselves into a reckless assault. Thor struggled to fend off Laufey's attacks, Mjolnir spinning in his grip as storm clouds gathered overhead. After a flash of lightning and a peal of thunder, blue bolts crackled down from the sky, striking at Laufey and the frost giants. But Laufey easily deflected the onslaught. An icy spear surged from his hand, aimed straight at Thor's chest. Just in the nick of time, a brilliant rainbow-colored beam of energy shot down from the heavens. The sound of a mighty horse's cry rang out as a figure clad in armor, armed for battle, descended astride an eight-legged, winged divine steed. The newcomer, of course, was Odin. Earlier, it was by his command that the Bifrost remained closed to Thor and his companions. Otherwise, how could Heimdall refuse? Among this group were two princes, one of whom was the heir to the throne. Even if the frost giants had stormed Asgard itself, Heimdall would have had to open the bridge. The Bifrost delay was entirely due to Odin's will. With Odin's arrival, the icy spear threatening Thor was instantly shattered. The surrounding frost giants fixed their wary gazes on Odin and the others as Laufey slowly approached Odin, his face expressionless. By now, he understood all too well what Odin intended. Odin was using Jotunheim as a testing ground for his son's growth. Laufey's expression darkened as he addressed Odin. King of the gods, Asgard has broken its promise. These intruders set foot in Jotunheim, and I don't believe for a moment that you didn't know about it. Laufey, I'm truly sorry for this. Asgard has always cherished peace. Thor and the others are just children making mischief. You need not take it to heart. A thunderous crash rang out once more. Facing Laufey's accusation, Odin replied without the slightest hint of embarrassment or hesitation. Just then, a frost giant suddenly launched a sneak attack on Odin. Without missing a beat, Odin struck him down with Gungnir. After casting one final glance back at Laufey, he led Thor and the others toward the Bifrost, leaving Jotunheim behind. Laufey was so infuriated by Odin's shameless response that he could have exploded with rage. In all the 9 realms, not a single realm could claim to love peace less than Asgard. Who didn't know that Odin, in his younger days, had waged war across all the realms? Now here he was, claiming to be a lover of peace right to Laufey's face. For the first time, Laufey realized just how brazen Odin could be. Yet there was nothing he could do. He could only glare with resentment at the fading light of the Bifrost, and then lead his frost giants back to where they belonged. Whoosh! A brilliant rainbow beam swept back into the Bifrost chamber, depositing Odin and his company inside. Odin's face was dark with displeasure as he looked at Thor and the others. After a moment of heavy silence, he spoke. The 3 of you take Fandral to be treated. Yes, all father, came the chorus of 3 voices. Once Sif and the others had left the Bifrost, Odin finally turned to Thor and Loki. Loki dared not meet Odin's gaze. Odin's sudden appearance had caught him completely off guard. Only Thor stood his ground, meeting Odin's eyes without the slightest hint of fear. Father, that was clearly our chance. If we had eliminated Laufey, Asgard would never again be threatened by the Frost Giants. So you spent a single visit in Jotunheim and arrived at that conclusion? You have truly disappointed me, Thor. Isn't it true? I think the real problem is that you've grown old, Father. You've lost your fighting spirit. Asgard should be led by me now. I should lead our warriors to expand our borders. If the Frost Giants dare to provoke Asgard, then they deserve to be destroyed. That's the only way to put an end to future threats. That's enough, Thor. Say no more. Father, Thor doesn't mean it. He's just a little carried away. He hasn't recovered from what happened in Jotunheim yet. No, that's exactly what I mean, Father. You've grown senile. Jotunheim has already bullied us on our own doorstep. Why shouldn't we strike back? Is it really that difficult? Odin fell silent at Thor's words, but both Loki and Thor could see how truly enraged he was. Loki, meanwhile, made a show of speaking up for Thor, when in reality he was only goading him further. Thor's last outburst was exactly what Loki had hoped for. Loki's expression didn't change, but inwardly he was nearly beside himself with laughter. He'd never imagined Thor would be so bold as to call Odin senile right to his face. Very well, Thor. Odin's face turned red with anger, and then he recited an incantation to the Hammer of Thunder. In an instant, the hammer flew straight into Odin's hand. Next, Gungnir activated the Bifrost, and before Thor could grasp what was happening, Odin, with a single motion, tore both of Thor's arms from his shoulders. Armor and all vanished with them. Finally, Odin gave Thor a heavy kick, sending him hurtling into the Bifrost corridor. Bringing the hammer close to his lips, he declared, "Whosoever holds this hammer, if he be worthy, shall possess the power of the god of thunder." As Odin finished his spell, a crescent-shaped pattern of 3 symbols appeared on the hammer's surface, signifying the magic was complete. Without hesitation, Odin hurled the hammer into the corridor of the Bifrost, and both it and Thor vanished into the Bifrost teleportation chamber. Odin cast a last glance at Loki before vanishing on the spot, but he did not return to his great hall. Instead, he traveled to Earth, for Thor had been banished there. Clearly, he needed to check in with a certain someone. After all, that individual was a formidable peer. In the blink of an eye, Odin arrived at Kamartaj. The Ancient One was already seated, waiting for him, with 3 cups of tea laid out before her. "Ancient One, it seems you already knew I would come." "Yes, and I am aware of your purpose as well. But I cannot offer you any guarantees. Only one other can, for his future is shrouded in unpredictability, and that person is already within the organization he founded." "I see. Then I shall wait." At first, Odin paid no mind to the 3 cups of tea on the table. He spoke to the Ancient One in a calm voice. Yet, her next words rendered him silent. He took a seat beside her, quietly awaiting the arrival of the one she had mentioned. As for the person just discussed, it was naturally the Sentry. Since the Sentry's emergence, they had both been aware of him, so it was no surprise. Both the Ancient One and Odin had attempted to help the Sentry suppress his second personality, but all their efforts had failed. All they could do was ease his suffering. They could neither eradicate nor restrain it. Neither of them was a match for the Sentry, so it fell mostly to the Ancient One to keep a close watch on his situation. Before long, Jeongbai stepped through a portal, appearing before the Ancient One and Odin. The moment he saw the white-haired, one-eyed old man, Jeongbai instantly recognized who he was. "Ancient One, did you call me here because of him?" "Yes, this is Odin from Norse mythology. He wishes for his son to undergo a trial on Earth, and stop by to greet me as well. I thought perhaps you could offer him some assistance." "Odin? From Asgard? Thor? What help can I possibly give? I'm still busy with my own research. I barely have any free time. If his son's merely training on Earth, nothing much should go wrong." "Odin, what do you think? This young man has the potential to change every known future. Perhaps the gods of Asgard. What say you?" Jeongbai's response didn't surprise the Ancient One at all, because she knew he was the type who wouldn't lift a finger unless there was something in it for him. How could he possibly help Odin just because she asked? After all, his power now was at least on par with hers, if not quite equal to Odin's. But there wasn't much Odin could do about Jeongbai either. Let's not forget, he was the master of the Shadow Dimension. The moment he slipped into his own realm, Odin would be left grasping at thin air. Odin looked at the Ancient One, puzzled, not understanding why she'd said what she did. It wasn't until her next sentence that Odin's eyes lit up. If this person could truly change the fate of Asgard and prevent Ragnarok, then losing a little treasure was a small price to pay. After all, Ragnarok didn't just threaten Asgard. It threatened him, Frigga, and the others too. As a god at the very peak of his powers, who had hung from Yggdrasil itself to gain the wisdom of the runes, Odin possessed all manner of divine magic within Asgard. Seeing the future was hardly difficult for him. Frigga herself could foresee the day of her death. My young friend, if you're willing, I'll let you pick any 2 treasures from my vault. All I ask is that you watch over Thor while he's on Earth. 2 treasures? Are you sure? Just for keeping an eye on Thor. Jombai looked at Odin, skeptical. If all he had to do was look after Thor, and he'd get 2 treasures out of it. That was a deal too good to pass up. Odin had lived for at least 10,000 years. The treasures in his vault must be beyond counting. Not to mention, this was a perfect chance to build a connection with Thor. Don't let Thor's big, dopey demeanor fool you. He had the potential to reach the power level of an entire universe. In the future, he'd even wield a weapon capable of summoning eternity, one of the 5 primordial beings. And finding eternity meant one could make a wish come true. Besides, Jombai needed to get involved in the timeline to earn more opportunities to draw valuable trades. So, even if the Ancient One and Odin hadn't said a thing, he would have found his way into Thor's affairs. The Destroyer armor was another tempting prize. Odin was generous enough to use it as a trial for Thor, and maybe, just maybe, Jombai could snatch it up for himself, have Tom and Jerry patch it up, and then it would belong to him. The more he thought about it, the better this deal sounded. All you need to do is look out for Thor. What do you say? All right, deal. Very well, then I'll head back. I've already banished Thor to Earth. Seeing that Jombai agreed, Odin gave a faint smile and took his leave of Kamartaj. He wasn't worried about the Ancient One tricking him. With his keen eye, he could tell Jombai was anything but ordinary. If this man could truly change the course of Ragnarok and save Frigga, Odin wouldn't hesitate to give him the entire vault, let alone just 2 treasures. After exchanging a glance with the Ancient One, he flashed a mischievous smile, then opened a portal and left Kamartaj. The Ancient One, seeing that smile on Jongbai's face, immediately knew he was up to no good again. Perhaps Odin's vault was about to fall victim to his schemes. Upon returning to Asgard, Odin seated himself on the throne and began using his divine powers to peer into the future, hoping to see whether the fate of Asgard and her people would remain unchanged. But this time, he discovered that Asgard's future was shrouded in unpredictability. No matter how much effort he exerted, he could not divine what lay ahead. All of this had changed since his encounter with Jombai, and Odin's eyes shone with anticipation. Perhaps things truly could be different. But in the very next instant, Odin's expression shifted. In a heartbeat, he appeared inside the vault, where Loki already stood, both hands resting upon the casket of ancient winters. Loki's skin was beginning to change, turning identical to that of the frost giants of Jotunheim, except Loki was smaller in stature. As Odin saw Loki's transformation, he opened his mouth but said nothing. By now, no words could change what had happened. So this is why you've always favored Thor, isn't it? Because I'm not truly Asgardian. I'm a frost giant? No, Loki. It's true that my intentions were not pure when I first brought you here, but afterward, I truly treated you as my own son. Treated me as your son? The same way you favored Thor? I've never understood. No matter how well I did, I could never earn a single word of praise from you. But Thor was always different. Even when, in my eyes, his actions were worthless, you never hesitated to shower him with praise. You once told me that both of us were born to be kings. So was I meant to be the king of the frost giants? Loki, I admit I have favored Thor, but you are still my child. Frigga has never treated you as an outsider, has she? No, it's not like that. I'm a frost giant. I'm not one of the Asgardians. Loki, father, guards, come quickly. As the two quarreled, Odin's divine power suddenly churned violently within him. At last, he collapsed unconscious on the steps, while Loki called out anxiously for the guards outside. Before long, Frigga hurried in and, with help, brought Odin to the chamber of sleep. Loki glanced at Gungnir by his side, and a thought began to take shape in his mind. He took hold of Gungnir, then appeared in the great hall and sat upon the supreme throne of the Allfather. The eternal spear, also known as Gungnir, hold a place of great significance in Norse mythology. This legendary weapon is the emblem of Odin, the chief god, and stands as a symbol of his power and authority. According to legend, the eternal spear was forged by the dwarves at Odin's request. This weapon was not only unimaginably sharp, capable of piercing any armor, but more importantly, it granted Odin extraordinary powers. When Odin wielded this spear, he could summon storms and lightning, making him an invincible force on the battlefield. Beyond being a weapon, the eternal spear also symbolized Odin's status as the Allfather of the gods. In Norse mythology, Odin is the master of wisdom, war, and death. His decisions and actions shape the destiny of the gods and humankind alike. The eternal spear, as his emblem, represents this supreme power and the heavy responsibility that comes with it. That's not all. The eternal spear is also a weapon of fate. The throw is the cause. The strike is the effect. Once the spear is thrown, it never misses its mark. Now, with Queen Frigga staying by Odin's side in the Chamber of Sleep, Asgard must be led by Loki, the second prince. Naturally, Loki steps up without hesitation to become the acting king of Asgard. Perhaps this was Odin's way of giving Loki a chance. If Odin is troubled by his conflicts with Loki, it means that Loki still matters to him and that he is aware of his own neglect. Guilt lingers in his heart. Perhaps making Loki acting king is Odin's way of testing him, or it may be a form of compensation. In short, Odin was not so easily overcome. In the original timeline, when Loki and Thor were about to fall from the Rainbow Bridge, Odin appeared instantly from the Chamber of Sleep, catching Thor, though Loki chose to let go. So, Odin has not truly fallen into slumber, but neither Loki nor Frigga knows this. Inside a palace, Sif, Volstagg, Fandral, and Hogun gathered. Since returning from the Rainbow Bridge, there had been no news of Thor. Everyone was a bit worried that Thor might be punished by the Allfather. At last, Sif could bear it no longer and burst out in frustration. Sif, Volstagg, can you stop eating for a moment? Do you know how much food you go through in a day? No wonder you're so heavy. And don't you care about Thor at all? Fandral, relax. Thor is the son of the Allfather. He won't be punished too harshly. Besides, he's the heir to the throne. Volstagg, for all we know, he might walk in any minute now. I really think you're worrying for nothing. Hogun, after all, it's not the first time Thor's gotten into trouble. Every time, the Allfather just gives him a light punishment, and he's back before long. Sif, no, I feel like this time is different. I have a bad feeling. Let's go see the Allfather. I need to know what's happened to Thor. Fandral, all right. Let's go together and find out. I'm sure it's nothing serious. At Sif's insistence, everyone stood up and made their way to the Grand Hall. But when they entered, they were stunned to see that the one sitting on the throne, holding Gungnir, was not Odin the Allfather. It was Loki. The abrupt change left them rooted to the spot in disbelief. Sif spoke first, her voice sharp. Loki, why are you the one sitting on the throne? Where's the Allfather? And what about Thor? Loki replied, feigning composure. Father was so overcome with grief that he has fallen into a deep sleep. Mother is by his side. As for Thor, Father has banished him to Midgard. Fandral was incredulous. What? The Allfather has fallen into slumber? This is... Sif pressed on. Then you could simply order Thor to return from Midgard, couldn't you? Loki shook his head, a sly smile playing at his lips. No, I won't do that. Without Father's command, Thor must remain in Midgard. Sif's tone was scathing. You're just afraid Thor will return to challenge you for the throne. Why else would you seize the throne the moment Thor was exiled? It's obvious this is all your scheme. We're leaving. I will never swear loyalty to Loki. With Sif's words hanging in the air, Fandral, Hogun, and Volstagg followed her out of the hall, paying no mind to how Loki felt as they left him alone on the throne. Loki's expression darkened as he watched their retreating backs, hearing them mention only Thor's name. The sting of always being overshadowed by Thor gnawed at Loki's heart. He drew a deep breath, then stood up, gripping Gungnir tightly, and strode into one of Asgard's dimensional gateways. He was determined to return to Jotunheim, and this time, he would put his own plan into action to kill Laufey. Even though he now knew Laufey was his true father, Loki had always believed himself to be a son of Asgard. The words he'd thrown at Odin during their argument, that he wasn't truly Asgardian, had only been said in desperate hope of earning Odin's comfort and attention. After Thor was banished by Odin, both he and his hammer crashed down into a desolate stretch of northern Mexico. By sheer coincidence, Jane, Darcy, and Eric were nearby, engrossed in their astronomical research. They happened to witness the arrival of the rainbow-hued energy beam. They also detected the spatial disturbance at that exact moment. In the end, just as in the timeline they knew, the trio found Thor and took him in. This time, however, S.H.I.E.L.D. did not intervene. Almost no organization came to investigate or study the mysterious hammer. Nevertheless, the people of a nearby town soon discovered the immovable hammer. One by one, curious folks arrived to try their luck at lifting it. Jeongbai, accompanied by Tony, arrived at the site of Mjolnir as well. Gazing silently at the hammer below, Jeongbai said nothing. Tony broke the silence. Jeong, did you bring me all the way here just to look at a hammer no one can lift? Jeongbai retorted, a hammer? That's Mjolnir, the hammer of the thunder god, the weapon of Thor from Norse mythology. And you call it just a hammer that can't be lifted? What? That's not funny at all, seriously. You can't be serious. If this really is Thor's hammer, then that means Thor actually exists. Then what about Norse mythology? King Odin? King Zeus? MHM, they all exist. In your words, they're just incredibly powerful aliens. Shit, so why is this hammer here? Don't tell me Thor is nearby too. Relax, Thor is indeed on Earth. But Odin banished him, stripped him of all his powers. He can't even lift his old weapon anymore. He's probably still in that small town not far from here. So what do we do now? Are we just going to sit here and stare at the hammer? And how do you even know all this? Well, I met Odin yesterday. He asked me to look after Thor, and in return, he let me pick 2 treasures from his vault. I agreed. Odin's vault. Oh my god, Jeong, we're bros, right? I barely know you. Come on, let's go check out the Asgardian, Thor. Jeong, you'll lose all your friends if you keep acting like this. After rolling his eyes at Tony, the 2 of them flew toward the nearby town. Once they arrived, they quickly spotted Thor inside a restaurant. Jeongbai led Tony in, ordered some food, and sat down at a table right next to Thor and his companions. The moment Tony and Jeongbai appeared, Jane, Darcy, and Eric immediately noticed them. After all, these 2 were not only members, but founders of the Illuminati. The group's popularity was at an all-time high online, and internationally their reputation was through the roof. Wow, it's Mr. Stark and Mr. Jeongbai. Oh my god, I can't believe I just ran into 2 core members of the Illuminati. Should I ask for a photo? If you wanna, I won't stop you. But you need to give me a copy. What's the Illuminati? Darcy, her face alight with excitement, looked at Tony and Jeongbai, then turned to Jane and asked. Meanwhile, Thor, looking puzzled, glanced between the 2 men. After all, he wasn't from Earth and had never heard of the Illuminati. Their voices immediately caught Jeongbai's attention. As he looked at the voluptuous, stunning blonde, he paused for a moment. Those impressive headlights drew his gaze and refused to let go. He swore they were the largest he'd seen since arriving in this world. Her clothes were practically bursting at the seams. Jeongbai even wondered if each one was bigger than her head. But soon he shifted his gaze to Thor sitting beside her. Tony, on the other hand, seemed unable to take his eyes off Thor. It's not every day you meet the god of thunder from Norse legend, after all. But Tony hadn't noticed anything different about him compared to regular Earthlings. He was just a particularly strong man, wasn't he? You don't even know about the Illuminati? Are you sure you're from Earth? The Illuminati is a team of superheroes that save the planet. They're incredibly powerful, able to battle even in space. Last time, they protected Earth from being swallowed by a god. A god? I'm God. You just don't believe it. I am Thor, the god of thunder from Asgard. Bang. Ah, that's refreshing. Another round, please. Listening to Jane's explanation, Thor curled his lip in disagreement, clearly unimpressed by the Illuminati's supposed strength. How strong could Midgardians possibly be? After all, he was Thor, god of thunder, who had lived over 1,500 years and fought countless battles. There was no way the Illuminati could compare. Why did you smash your cup? If you want another drink, you could just ask the staff. Sorry about that. It's a custom from my homeland. That's true, Prince Thor. Compared to Asgardian mead, what do you think of Earth's beer? Asgard's is still far better. Wait, how do you know who I am? At that moment, Jeongbai suddenly spoke to Thor, but Thor, with his head full of ale, didn't immediately catch Jeongbai's addressing him as Prince. Tony couldn't help but chuckle, while Jane, Darcy, and Eric looked at Jeongbai in confusion. Jeongbai, as a member of the Illuminati, had no real reason to be there in the first place, and now he was addressing this self-proclaimed god of thunder as Prince. Thor was the son of Odin, king of the gods, so the title was technically correct. But this was Earth. Odin and Thor were just myths here. Yes, I know you, Thor. I made a deal with your father. While you're on Earth, I'm supposed to look after you. Wait, you've met my father? No, that's not important. Just call my father and tell him to let me come home. That won't work. You need to be recognized by the hammer of the god of thunder. Otherwise, you'll never return to Asgard. Your Mjolnir is just outside town. Maybe you should try your luck. What do you think? Mjolnir? Perfect. I'll go right now. I'll be back in Asgard before you know it. Ha ha. As soon as Jeongbai finished, Thor dashed out of the restaurant, immediately heading into the pet store next door to look for a horse. Tony was doubled over with laughter. He never expected the legendary god of thunder to be so absurd, even a bit goofy. Wait, Mr. Stark, Mr. Jeongbai, are you telling me he's really Thor, the god of thunder from Norse mythology? Yes, if I remember correctly, he's been alive for over 1,500 years. This time, he was exiled by Odin. I doubt it'll be long before he goes back. What's wrong? Are you interested in Thor, Miss Jane? No, not at all. I'm just so surprised. I never thought he was actually Thor. At first, we all thought he was just crazy. And besides, why would the god of thunder get knocked out by a taser? Tony, who was standing nearby, couldn't help but burst out laughing at Jane's words. Jiangbai was also a loss, not knowing how to answer. He was just as baffled. Who would have thought Thor could be stunned by a taser? Maybe his resistance to electricity isn't as strong as people imagine. It seems that these days, Thor channels lightning only through Mjolnir, and he's never really awakened the thunder god power within himself. That must be the reason. In the end, Jiangbai cast a deep glance at Jane, then followed Tony as they flew toward the spot where Mjolnir had fallen. He hadn't used telepathy on Jane, but her emotions were plain enough to read. Just like before, she seemed to have a real fondness for Thor. It looked like the two of them might end up together after all, but that had nothing to do with Jiangbai. Jane and Thor, in the end, were fated to have only a fleeting connection. She would eventually die of cancer in the realm of eternity, cradled in Thor's arms. But she would also become the mighty Thor, wielding the shattered Mjolnir, all because of a spell Thor once cast. On the timeline, Thor had once spoken to Mjolnir, asking it to protect Jane well. Unbeknownst to him, the spell took effect. In the future, after Hela crushed the hammer, it was put on display in the little town on Earth where the Asgardians had settled. When Jane arrived, the cancer in her body triggered Mjolnir's protective magic. Sensing her peril, the hammer awakened and chose her. She donned Thor's old armor, wrapped herself in a crimson cape, and became the mighty Thor. In the end, she sacrificed herself to save Thor, perishing in the realm of eternity, which Gore had summoned forth. Eternity itself dwelled there, too. Who knew how things would turn out this time? Cancer might be a death sentence for most people, but for Jiangbai, it was as easy to cure as a wave of the hand. When they arrived at the site of Mjolnir, government agents had already cordoned off the area, not letting anyone through. The locals, who had been playing and milling about, were visibly annoyed, but faced with official authority, all they could do was grumble and drift back toward the town. Even though some people tried to argue their way in, it was useless. As soon as Jiangbai and Tony arrived, they were spotted by the crowd, instantly drawing a flood of attention. The Illuminati had become far too famous now, especially Jiangbai and Tony. Yet, the two of them didn't go down to mingle with the throngs of passionate fans. Instead, they quietly watched a figure running towards them from the distance. It was Thor. Unable to find a horse, he had run all the way here, determined to reclaim his own weapon. When Thor arrived, he saw Jiangbai and Tony floating in the air. He waved in greeting and then headed straight for the spot where Mjolnir lay, only to be stopped by government agents. Just as Thor was about to take action, Jiangbai lifted his hand slightly. All at once, a wave of telekinesis swept over the agents, freezing every one of them in place, unable to move an inch. Many of the government agents looked on in terror, their eyes fixed on Jiangbai and Tony. The two gave no explanation. Instead, they simply waved at Thor, signaling that he was free to proceed. Seeing this, Thor dashed excitedly into the massive pit, eyes locked on Mjolnir right before him. "Buddy, I'm here. All right, let's go home together now." But then, an anguished cry tore out of him. "What? No, why? Father, this can't be real. Why is this happening?" Though Thor beamed with joy as he gazed at Mjolnir, in the end, he simply couldn't lift it. His divine power had not returned, and the lightning and thunder he'd imagined did not appear. His battle armor and cloak didn't show, either. Thor recalled what Odin had said when he was banished, and it cut deep. He couldn't bring himself to believe that he'd truly been cast out of Asgard. Overwhelmed with grief, Thor dropped to his knees, raising his head to the sky and letting out a heart-wrenching howl. His mind flooded with memories of life in Asgard. Memories of fighting for Asgard surged up as well, and now, all at once, he was shut out, his divine strength gone with it. The shock and loss weighed heavily on Thor. Meanwhile, Jiangbai and Tony floated nearby, silently watching the scene unfold. Tony opened his mouth, but the ever-sarcastic man didn't make a joke at Thor's expense. He could see that Thor's emotions were genuine, and this was clearly not the moment for levity. After a moment, Tony glanced at Jiangbai beside him. Jiangbai simply shook his head, saying nothing, and Tony let it go. "Contact Illuminati headquarters. Have a member still under evaluation come here and guard Mjolnir until Thor is able to lift it again. We don't want the United Nations or anyone else interfering with it. Even if they can't damage Mjolnir, it's still Thor's weapon. It's not theirs to study." "All right, I'll have them all head to the Illuminati base. When the time comes, open a portal for them. Otherwise, they might not arrive until tomorrow." "All right, go follow Thor and make sure he's safe on Earth. If anything happens to him, there'll be war between Asgard and Earth for sure." "Wasn't he exiled?" "Why? Exiled? That was just Odin's way of testing and tempering him. This guy is the heir to the throne of Asgard, after all. No one could truly exile Thor. Your only job is to ensure his safety and keep those organizations and nations from making contact with him. Don't worry about anything else. I have to wait here for someone. Fine. It seems His Royal Highness hasn't realized Odin's test yet and is still lost in pain and sorrow. So, who are you waiting for? Loki, the god of mischief from Asgard, Thor's brother, and the future god of stories. At Tony's question, Jeong Bai's mind conjured an image of that green and gold, deer-eyed trickster. In this timeline, his actions had indeed been less than admirable. Yet, his future would outshine and overshadow even Thor, Odin, or Hela. He would become a multiversal god of stories, one of the true powerhouses above all singular universes, weaving together the main threads and branches of time itself. Compared to Thor, Jeong Bai admired Loki more. That's why he intended to wait here for Loki's arrival. According to the original timeline, Loki was supposed to come and attempt to lift the hammer of the Thunder God. With Tony watching over Thor, Jeong Bai had nothing to worry about on that front. If the timeline hadn't already been altered, he might not have been concerned about any accident happening to Thor. But now, so much had changed, especially after he'd threatened the UN Security Council's permanent members. There was no telling what schemes they might try. Right now, Thor was just a slightly stronger ordinary man. So, someone had to protect him. Otherwise, if Thor died on Earth, the Bifrost would descend in the blink of an eye, and Asgard's legions would arrive, led by Odin and the gods themselves. Even with both him and the Ancient One being at the All-Father level, they wouldn't be able to hold them back. An aged All-Father at his peak, Jeong Bai had no intention of risking everything against Odin. Odin, with little time left, could drag him down with him without hesitation. Jeong Bai, on the other hand, still had plenty of life to live. Besides, if he died, a far more troublesome Hela would emerge. You can all go now. Tell your superiors the Illuminati has taken over here. If they have any objections, they can come talk to me themselves. Yes, sir. Once Tony and Thor had left, Jeong Bai turned to the remaining government agents and spoke in a calm, measured tone. Soon, all the officials withdrew. Now, the Illuminati's power and authority surpassed even that of the Security Council's permanent members. After Jeong Bai finished speaking, they packed up their things and prepared to leave. Jeong Bai, however, hovered alone above Thor's hammer, without making any attempt to lift it himself. Under Odin's enchantment, only those with a truly pure and righteous soul are worthy to wield Mjolnir. Jeong Bai knew he didn't meet these requirements, so he had no intention of trying. Besides Vision and Steve within the timeline, Natasha was actually another person who could lift Thor's hammer. She, too, refused to even attempt it in her timeline. Yet, Natasha was one of the few truly capable of lifting the hammer. These days, Natasha lived with Yelena, both having settled into a quiet, ordinary life, after years of working tirelessly for S.H.I.E.L.D. The savings she'd accumulated were enough for a lifetime of comfort. Now that S.H.I.E.L.D. had fallen and many organizations were extending invitations to her, Natasha and Yelena had no desire to join any of them. Instead, they were living a peaceful life in New York, apparently ready to finally live for themselves. 2 hours passed. While Jeong Bai waited for Loki, he received a message from the Illuminati headquarters. Immediately, a shimmering blue portal appeared before him, a gateway to the Illuminati's base. A moment later, John, Susan, and Shuri stepped through the portal to join him. At this moment, Shuri was dressed in a Black Panther suit, very much like Chalias, though slightly smaller in build. Of course, Shuri had crafted most of Chalias' suits herself, so it was only natural for her to have one of her own. John called out, "Woo! Jeong, we're here. What are you doing? Want us to keep an eye on this hammer?" Jeong Bai replied, "Yes, this is Mjolnir, the hammer of Thor from Norse mythology. Your next task is to keep watch over it and prevent any organizations or governments from getting their hands on it." Shuri asked, "Mjolnir? As in Thor's weapon? So the myths are all true." Susan's eyes widened in disbelief. "This is incredible. Does that mean Odin and Zeus are real too?" "Oh my gosh." Jeong Bai nodded. "They are real. You simply never had the chance to meet them before. Anyway, I made your mission clear. If you fail, you'll lose your place in the Illuminati." Jeong Bai had expected their astonishment. He looked at the group calmly and, saying no more, descended to the spot where Mjolnir lay. There, standing beside the hammer, was a handsome man in a black coat, the god of mischief himself. Loki Laufeyson/Odinson, commonly known as Loki, is the god of fire and mischief in Norse mythology. He is also regarded as the god of evil and lies. The son of Laufey, king of the frost giants, Loki was discovered and adopted by Odin, the All-Father, after Laufey's defeat. Raised alongside Thor, the god of thunder, Loki grew up coveting the throne of Asgard. Loki is known in the realm of Asgard as the god of trickery, a clever and cunning figure, both virtuous and villainous. He is a master of disguise and deception, possessing a magnetic charm. His heart is a labyrinth of complexities and shifting emotions. At first, Loki committed countless misdeeds. He incited the frost giants to infiltrate Asgard, sent the destroyer to slay his brother Thor, and waged brutal wars and massacres on Earth. Yet at his core, he is not truly evil. Deep down, he regards Odin, Frigga, and Thor as his own family. He considers the realm of Asgard his true home and belonging, though he once sought to rule or destroy it. Whenever Asgard faced peril, Loki would always rise to defend it. Loki delights in mischief, and is notorious for his biting wit. His moods are mercurial, making it nearly impossible to discern his true intentions. Beneath his shadowy, sensitive exterior lies a soul fractured by longing for familial love, tormented by being overlooked by his father and others, a pain he never voices but always endures. Unwilling to live in the shadow of his brother, Loki turned to mischief to vent his frustrations. Time after time, he craved Odin's attention, only to be met with disappointment. This, compounded by his identity as the monster's abandoned child, deepened his sense of inferiority and self-loathing. He possesses tremendous physical strength and endurance, capable of lifting weights up to 60 tons. Loki's lifespan far exceeds that of humans. He is resistant to ordinary injuries, immune to all earthly diseases and poisons. Most wounds heal swiftly, and he can even reattach severed limbs, including his head. Damn it, after all, I still can't earn your approval. Fine, then you and he can stay in Midgard forever. Loki, standing beside Mjolnir, attempts to lift the hammer. Predictably, he fails. Enraged and humiliated, Loki addresses the hammer with cold disdain. Being unable to lift Mjolnir means nothing, Loki. Only those with a pure heart and an unblemished soul can wield it. Immortal, you can actually perceive me? It seems I have underestimated Midgard after all. But so what? I am still the king of Asgard. I am a god. You could never understand. You think this will get you what you want? This behavior is no different from a child's tantrum. You, mortal, you dare insult a god. You'll pay for this. A thunderous boom resounds. Loki, furious and embarrassed after Jeongbai tore through his facade, suddenly conjured 2 daggers in his hands and charged straight at Jeongbai. Witnessing this, Jeongbai was left utterly speechless. Was it really appropriate for a sorcerer to wield 2 daggers and play the role of an assassin? In the next instant, an aura of overwhelming pressure at the level of Skyfather descended upon Loki, pinning him in place. Loki looked up at Jeongbai in disbelief, unable to comprehend how a mere mortal from Midgard could possess such incredible strength. The sheer force alone rendered him completely immobile. After giving Loki a brief glance, Jeongbai simply vanished from his sight. Right now, Loki was still entangled in his family games with Odin and the others, clearly unable to communicate with Jeongbai in any meaningful way. So, Jeongbai chose to leave. The future god of stories still had much to learn. At this stage, he was far too naive. But it would be an easy matter to have this god of stories owe him a favor. With foresight, Jeongbai knew that when the reality stone appeared in the future, he would have his chance. As Jeongbai disappeared, the oppressive force dissipated with him. Loki cast a sullen look at Mjolnir, and then a flash of green light enveloped him. The next second, he too vanished from the spot. Neither John, Susan, nor Surue noticed anything unusual between the two. This was because Jeongbai had stepped into Loki's illusion, rendering any irregularities invisible to the trio. When Jeongbai arrived at Tony's side, he saw Thor walking alongside Jane and the others once more. It seemed that what was destined to happen would eventually come to pass. Nearby, Eric's eyes were filled with dissatisfaction toward Thor and concern for Jane. Having seen much of the world, Jeongbai instantly discerned the situation between Jane and Thor. Given Thor's identity, he could understand Eric's fear that his old friend's daughter might get hurt. In the East, there's a saying about marriages being well-matched in social status. In the West, class divisions are even more pronounced, and such situations are even more common. Moreover, Thor was the god of thunder from Norse mythology. Could love between a mortal and a god truly end well? Jane's lifespan would be about 100 years, while Thor had already lived more than 15 centuries, a gap that could never be bridged. Jane could never hope to match Thor's longevity, and that was the root of Eric's worry. Besides, Western folklore is full of tales, especially about Norse and Greek myths. Most famously, Zeus, known for his endless affairs and countless illegitimate children. And as for mortals who fall in love with gods, their stories rarely end happily. The more Eric thought about it, the more uneasy he became. He felt he needed to do something. He couldn't just stand by and watch Jane fall deeper under the spell. As night gradually fell, Jane, Darcy, Eric, and the others didn't stay in the small town. Instead, they headed out beyond its borders to observe the stars and gather astronomical data. At the same time, a fire was lit beside two RVs, and they began to prepare dinner, Thor pitching in to help as well. It seems he has finally emerged from his grief. Perhaps because of Jeongbai, Loki hasn't come before Thor, nor has he lied to him about Odin's death. This has left Thor far less gloomy than he was in the original timeline. Jeong, are we just going to stand here and watch? Honestly, from my perspective, that Jane has definitely taken a liking to Thor. And Thor seems interested in her, too. What do you plan to do about it? That's a strange question, Tony. I'm not Odin. What do Thor and Jane's affairs have to do with me? You're being ridiculous. But Thor is a god, and Jane is an ordinary person. Don't you think that's a bit? Well, that all depends on what Thor wants for himself. If he insists on being with Jane, Odin wouldn't stand in his way, even if she is just a mortal. There are countless things in Asgard that could help her transform. After all, it is a civilization of gods and myths. Odin could even grant Jane a divine essence, making her equal to Thor. Divine essence? That's actually real? Do you think we could get one too? Wouldn't that make us gods as well? Of course it's real. How else do you think those gods came to be? But as for Thor, he probably doesn't have a so-called god of thunder essence. His power comes entirely from Odin's force and the bloodline within him. Other gods in Asgard, though, likely do have divine essences. Divine essence can be a good thing or not, depending on your view. To start with, the only way to get one is for Odin to bestow it, or for the essence itself to recognize you. And once you have it, you're bound to serve Odin in the future. Besides, the essence will restrict your own growth. For ordinary people, it's a shortcut to greatness, but personally, I have no interest in it. I see. So the myths passed down on Earth do have some merit after all. As for the divine essence, Jeongbai truly couldn't care less. Especially those that require the power of faith. Such things rise and fall with belief, and he has no use for that. Hearing this, Tony could only give up on the idea. Thor, perhaps we should talk. What do you think? Of course. Let's go. Eric couldn't help but speak to Thor in the end, and the two of them headed off to a bar together. Watching this, Jeongbai was speechless. Eric was inviting Thor to drink, but Thor was Asgard's champion of drinking. Even without his powers, Thor's constitution far surpassed that of any ordinary earthling. According to the latest intel, there's a hammer that fell from the sky in northern Mexico. The Illuminati are personally guarding it. If the Illuminati are paying attention, it must be something extraordinary. I suggest we try to seize it. Easier said than done. That's something the Illuminati have their eyes on. You don't really believe those few giant serpents are enough to take them on, do you? If we fail, what awaits us is only death and destruction. You've all forgotten the original purpose of Nock. Why do we study the blood orchid and breed those serpents? It was for immortality and for great power. Facing off against the Illuminati right now is obviously not a wise move. Let's drop this topic. We should focus on our recent genetic research. Any progress on the evolutionary factors within the blood orchid? How long until we can adapt it to human genes and extend human lifespan? Inside a conference room, several Nock Corporation board members and the head of the laboratory were in the midst of a tense meeting. Ever since Jeongbai ordered that the Illuminati be put in charge of guarding Thor's hammer, many organizations and nations had started to pay close attention to the situation. Instead of deterring interest, more eyes now turned to Thor's hammer. Among them were groups and countries eager to seize it from the Illuminati's hands. The world's major powers and the UN Security Council were all restless, watching closely because the current guardians of the artifact weren't even official members of the Illuminati. This opened up even more opportunities for others to make their move. After the Nock Corporation meeting ended, the laboratory head who had just suggested stealing the artifact left the room with a grim expression. Returning to his lab, he gazed at the massive python coiled in the enormous culture tank below. As soon as everyone had left for the day, he acted. With a single thought, he awakened the giant serpent alone, used his authority to shut down large portions of the surveillance system, and then directed the python toward northern Mexico, Thor's hammer's location, still seething over the words of the board members moments earlier. He refused to believe that his own creation was inferior to the Illuminati's agents. Driven by anger, he resolved to seize that suspected alien object himself. Thus, a python stretching over 1,000 meters long slipped from Nock Corporation's research island, diving into the water and streaking toward Thor's hammer at astonishing speed. Not far from Thor's hammer, agents, spies, and armed forces from numerous countries had gathered, all poised to snatch this possible alien artifact. Among them, members from the world's 5 major powers were most numerous. After all, those 5 meteorites had left a lasting impression on them. As global superpowers, they could hardly tolerate being threatened and challenged by a single organization. Besides, now there was a possible alien object at stake. This time, it wasn't just intelligence operatives, spies, and armed agents who had arrived. The gathering included many with extraordinary abilities, as well as quite a few mutants. China had even dispatched members of the Divine Spear Bureau, aiming to retrieve the object as swiftly as possible. The United States, meanwhile, had recruited a large number of mutants. A thunderous explosion ripped through the air. A rocket tore through the pitch-black sky, hurtling straight toward John, Susan, and Shuri, who stood watch over Thor's hammer. Before the rocket could reach them, flames erupted from John's body in an instant. He soared into the air, fire swirling in his hands, and launched a blazing counterattack at the incoming missile. The intense heat from his flames caused the explosive inside the rocket to detonate prematurely, setting off a violent explosion midair. Susan and Shuri quickly sprang into action, realizing that someone was trying to seize Thor's hammer. They didn't know who the enemy was, but they were determined to defend the hammer at all costs. Even though the hammer couldn't be moved, they had to keep everyone else away. If they failed, they would lose their qualification to join the Illuminati. While John intercepted rocket after rocket in the sky, Susan engaged the approaching armed squad in close combat. With her special abilities, Susan easily took down swathes of armed attackers. At her side, Shuri activated the unique vibranium Black Panther armor she had specially developed. Suddenly, a vibranium ship appeared above them, releasing a set of extraordinary vibranium armor. It was clear that Shuri had come fully prepared. A suit of specialized vibranium armor wrapped itself around Shuri's body, automatically locking into place and powering up. Now clad in an enlarged Black Panther suit, Shuri went on the offensive, charging the armed personnel head-on. Bullets and gunfire ricocheted harmlessly off her, as she stood her ground without flinching. Even attacks from some mutant ability users bounced right off her. She was doing this intentionally, absorbing all kinds of energy to push the suit's combat power to its absolute peak. Suddenly, purple light surged from the armor's legs, and in the blink of an eye, Shuri vanished from where she stood. She streaked toward the enemy at breakneck speed, her palms revealing twin cannons. Bursts of purple energy blasted out, striking down armed men left and right, some beams even piercing straight through their bodies. Even the mutants struggled to withstand Shuri's onslaught. In that moment, John, transformed into a human torch, was struck hard by a staff, sent flying and crashing to the ground. A dark figure wielding a long staff stepped into view. It was Sun Wukong of the Spear Bureau, also known as the Monkey King. Once a gang member, Sun Wukong had been inspired by tales of the legendary Monkey King from Chinese mythology. Driven by those stories, he had searched for the Rui Jingu Bang, the fabled golden staff. In a mountain cave, he encountered the true Sun Wukong and, enlightened by a single cryptic phrase, awakened mysterious powers and became a superhero. The Monkey King possessed superhuman strength, speed, and endurance. He was a martial arts master and could even shapeshift into animals for battle. Now, under orders from the Spear Bureau, he had come to seize the suspected alien artifact, and he knew exactly who stood in his way. Yet he still came, without a moment's hesitation. As he watched the fire wielder he'd just knocked away with his staff, a flash of disdain flickered in his eyes. He hadn't expected his first encounter with a member of the Illuminati to be so underwhelming. John, asterisco Kuf, asterisco I'm fine. Don't worry about me. You with the stick. Let me show you just how scorching fire can be. With a roar that shook the battlefield, John called out to Susan and then fixed Sun Wukong with a fierce glare. In a burst of red flame, he lunged at Sun Wukong, the two figures locking into a furious duel. For a while, neither could claim victory, but from the flow of the fight, it was clear that Sun Wukong held the upper hand, beating John back with every move. After all, Sun Wukong was a kung fu master, while John, once just a passionate youth, only recently gained his powers. His fighting skills were still lacking, leaving him completely outmatched. Meanwhile, Susan and Su Rue found themselves locked in a fierce struggle of their own. Hordes of mutants surged forward to attack them. The physically altered mutants formed a living shield at the front, absorbing their blows, while those with special abilities struck from behind. This strategy left Susan and Su Rue at a clear disadvantage. Even so, neither faltered, continuing to fend off anyone who dared approach Thor's hammer. Yet, no matter how valiantly they fought, two fists could not withstand countless hands. In the chaos, someone finally managed to grasp the handle of the hammer. But in that very instant, the would-be thief's expression froze in disbelief. No matter how much force he exerted, the hammer wouldn't budge. Susan and Su Rue's hearts leapt into their throats at the sight, and they immediately turned to strike the interloper. Only after sending him flying did they dare to breathe a sigh of relief, quickly refocusing to defend against the next wave of enemies. With another thunderous crash, John was ultimately defeated by Sun Wukong. despite developing new abilities in recent days, he was still a step behind. After all, Sun Wukong wielded the legendary staff, a weapon of true power. So this is all you've got? Scorching flames? Looks more like a flickering candle to me. Sun Wukong taunted, his voice dripping with mockery. Oh, is that so? Then let's see how you handle this flame. Suddenly, an ordinary-sounding voice cut through the chaos, and in the next instant, a massive, searing wave of fire erupted. Sun Wukong was blasted backwards, his clothes singed and smoldering, the golden staff in his hands glowing red-hot from the heat. On Susan and Su Rue's side, hulking, shadowy figures emerged from the darkness, charging toward the armed soldiers and mutants. The mutants were all dragged into the shadow dimension by these shadow soldiers, where the creatures that dwelled within consumed them. As for the ordinary special forces, the shadows tore them apart mercilessly. Even their shadows were devoured, causing the shadow soldiers to grow ever more powerful. The mutant with the power of flight tried to escape, but the black shadow soldier unfurled his vast, night-black wings and caught up in the blink of an eye. Once the shadows were devoured, he dragged them into the shadow dimension, feeding them to the shadow creatures within. Anything thrown into the shadow dimension could gradually help it grow, though the process was slow. Nothing wasted, every scrap put to use. With the help of the shadow soldiers, the pressure on Susan and Su Rue eased considerably. Jiangbai, I never expected to see you here. Oh, didn't you realize this place is under my Illuminati's control? Shield? China? How amusing. No, I acted alone. This has nothing to do with Shield or China. Empty words. Who are you trying to fool? Bang. Jiangbai didn't believe a single word Sun Wukong said. Without orders from Shield and China, why else would he be here? With a cold laugh, two beams of crimson laser shot from his eyes, knocking the golden staff out of Sun Wukong's hands. A surge of psychic power bound Sun Wukong in midair. Jiangbai had no intention of dealing with him right now. Shield and China dared to take action. Clearly, they hadn't taken his last warning to heart. And then there were the Americans, the Russians, the Brits, the French. But honestly, he wasn't the least bit surprised by the Americans. He knew all too well that those politicians would never change their ways. Still, he'd deal with them after this was over. From the memories he'd just read, with his psychic abilities, the 5 permanent members and the United Nations Security Council were all involved. Keep watching over Mjolnir, everyone. Thank you for your hard work. He nodded to John and the others, then vanished from sight, leaving over 100 shadow soldiers standing guard beside Thor's hammer. In truth, having John, Susan, and Su Rue watching Mjolnir was always just a precaution, a move played well in advance. It also gave the new recruits something to prove themselves with. He hadn't expected anyone would actually try to steal Mjolnir. But now, in a roundabout way, the dissatisfaction of the 5 permanent members and the UN Security Council with the Illuminati had been laid bare. Not that Jiangbai cared. When all this was done, he'd settle accounts with the 5 powers and the UN personally. The reason he'd shown up at this critical moment was simple. He'd been aware of everything since the very first explosion. With such a commotion, how could he not know what was happening? As for Sun Wukong, Jiangbai had tossed him straight into the Illuminati's holding cell using his spatial abilities. To prevent escape, the space inside and out had been completely sealed off. Unless Sun Wukong could break through that spatial barrier, he would never get out. Jiangbai returned to Tony's side, just in time to see Thor leading a thoroughly inebriated Eric back into the RV. Tony, looking completely exasperated, was sitting beside the campfire, finishing up a call with Pepper. He had just hung up as Jiangbai arrived. So, what's the situation? Jiangbai asked. Tony sighed. The P5 countries, the United Nations Security Council, and their armed forces all tried to seize Thor's hammer. Even S.H.I.E.L.D. sent out Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong? The Monkey King from Chinese mythology? The one who can somersault across the world in a single leap? Seriously? Isn't he like Thor a god? No, not really. This is just an imposter, someone lucky enough to have acquired the Monkey King's weapon. Compared to the real Sun Wukong, he's nothing. I dealt with him easily and had him thrown into the Illuminati's holding cells. Well, it seems the P5 and the UN are still pretty dissatisfied with us, the Illuminati. So what? When the P5 countries were stronger than the rest, they bullied weaker nations all the time. Now the tables have turned. It's just us, the Illuminati, keeping them in check. The only thing they're really afraid of is us overthrowing their governments. That's true. The gap between the P5 and non-P5 countries is enormous. There's still over 40 nations on Earth with no military at all. By the way, why did he get the Monkey King's weapon? Where's the real Sun Wukong? Jiangbai paused at Tony's question, falling silent for a moment before replying. I'm not sure how to answer that. I can't say for certain myself. In truth, Nearly all the gods of China had disappeared. As for those in Kunlun, they weren't the same as the ancient gods of the heavenly court. Kunlun itself existed in a unique dimension, its entrance opening only once every 10 years. According to what Jiangbai knew, the gods of ancient China had almost all perished during the cataclysmic war against the Celestials in primordial times. Back then, the earth was shattered, the sky torn asunder, and gods fell in rivers of blood. Even the Celestials suffered heavy losses. But the devastation China endured was far worse. To this day, there might not be a single true earth god or river deity left. As for this son Wukong, he'd stumbled upon the Monkey King's real weapon and a fraction of his legacy in a hidden cave. Pure luck. That alone transformed him from an ordinary person into a superpowered hero with formidable combat skills. Yet, even with Jiangbai's near-divine power, he noticed something odd about the Rui Jingu Bang. The staff seemed to be sealed. Otherwise, as the weapon of Sun Wukong, the great sage equal to heaven, it couldn't possibly be so easily handled. The current Sun Wukong had barely scratched the surface. To him, the staff was nothing more than a fancy club or weapon, completely unaware of the vast power sealed within it. On the other side, after Thor brought Eric back to the RV, he was just about to leave. Although Eric was already drunk, he still managed to say what was on his mind to Thor. Thor understood Eric's intentions, so he decided to leave and look for a way to lift Mjolnir, the hammer of the Thunder God. Hey Thor, wait a second, can we talk for a bit? Sure, okay. The two of them left the RV, grabbed a couple of chairs, and sat down not far away, gazing up at the stars as they talked freely. Nearby, Jiangbai and Tony, who were now clearly the third wheels, exchanged glances, each seeing the helplessness and exasperation in the other's eyes. If it weren't for his promise to Odin, Jiangbai thought he'd probably be enjoying the company of a few lovely women right now, instead of playing the third wheel here. A crimson gleam flashed across Jiangbai's eyes. He opened a portal and motioned for Tony to join him as they quietly slipped away. Hidden in the surrounding shadows, over 100 shadowy soldiers kept a close watch on Thor. Even if something went wrong, they could hold on until Jiangbai returned. Meanwhile, Jiangbai and Tony made their way back to Tony's villa in New York, where they raided the wine cabinet and started drinking. Under the starlit sky, Jane looked at Thor with gentle eyes and spoke softly. Asgard must be beautiful, right? Do you have daylight and shadows there, like we do on Earth? No, Asgard doesn't have night and shadows. It's always daylight there. Beyond Asgard, there's only the starry sky and the 9 realms. The 9 realms? Were they? 9 worlds. Yes, exactly. 9 worlds. 1. Asgard, the land of the gods. 2. Vanaheim, the realm of the wise and ancient Vanir gods. 3. Alfheim, the land of the light elves. 4. Nidavellir, home of the dwarves. 5. Midgard, Earth, the world of humans. 6. Jotunheim, the world of the frost giants. 7. Svartalfheim, land of the dark elves. 8. Hel, the realm of the dead. 9. Muspelheim, the land where fire begins. All these worlds are connected by the World Tree, and Asgard's Bifrost, the Rainbow Bridge, can reach any of them. My father used the Bifrost to banish me here. What a marvelous theory of space. I never imagined such a thing could exist. But it's all right. I believe you'll definitely return to Asgard someday. Maybe. I just don't know when that will be. As they talked beneath the stars, a colossal serpent slithered ashore, making its way toward the spot where Mjolnir, the hammer of thunder, lay resting. Meanwhile, Loki sat on the throne, holding the eternal spear. In front of him, an image flickered, displaying the scene of Thor and Jane on Earth. Clearly, he was keeping a close eye on Thor. After all, Thor was his only real rival for the throne. I never expected my foolish brother would fall in love with a mortal on Earth. Let him be. Perhaps it's best if he stays there forever. As for Asgard, let me inherit it. Only I can lead Asgard toward a brighter future. With a casual wave of his hand, the image vanished. Loki spoke to himself with a cold sneer. He then rose and headed into the treasury. In no time at all, he secured the casket of ancient winters and turned toward the Bifrost. His plan could wait no longer. Yet before he arrived, someone had beaten him to the Bifrost. Sif, Volstagg, Fandral, and Hogun stood ready, intent on traveling to Midgard, finding Thor, and bringing him home. Brother, we're going to Midgard. Without the All-Father or the Acting King's command, I have no authority to activate the Bifrost for you, Heimdall replied, utterly unmoved by his sister's plea. He set down his great sword, then strode out of the Bifrost control chamber. Fandral sighed. What now? Without Heimdall opening the Bifrost, there's no way we can reach Midgard. Sif's eyes lit up. His sword is still in the control panel, isn't it? Let's go. We'll activate the Bifrost ourselves. Volstagg grinned. Looks like Heimdall is on our side after all. Let's move quickly. With a shimmering surge, the Bifrost blazed to life. As soon as Heimdall left, Sif spotted his sword in the activation device. She led the others to trigger the Bifrost, sending them hurtling toward Midgard. At that very moment, Loki arrived and witnessed the scene. Mistaking it for Heimdall's doing, he felt the sting of betrayal. Furious, Loki galloped his steed onto the Bifrost. There, Heimdall had already reclaimed his sword and stood guard, expression unreadable, his gaze icy as Loki approached. Heimdall, you dared activate the Bifrost without permission. It wasn't I who activated it. They did it themselves. Without your tacit consent, how could they possibly have done it? As acting king, I declare you a traitor to Asgard. You are hereby sentenced to the dungeons. You have no right to judge me, and I will not heed the orders of someone in league with the Frost Giants. You may fool my eyes with your illusions, but after your last use of the Bifrost, the Frost Giants began to assemble in great numbers. It's clear you're involved. Last time, when Prince Thor's succession was sabotaged, it was you who let the Frost Giants into Asgard. Apart from the All-Father and the Queen, only your illusions can deceive me. So what if you know? No one can stop me now, not even you. Is that so? I doubt you can best me. With a flash, the battle began. I don't need to defeat you. I only need to trap you. That will be enough time for my plan to unfold. As Heimdall swung his sword at Loki, a surge of blue, freezing energy swept over him. In the next instant, Loki used the casket of ancient winters to encase Heimdall in ice, then strode to the Rainbow Bridge's activation mechanism and inserted the Eternal Spear. Moments later, several blue figures emerged from the nearby portal. It was Laufey leading the Frost Giants. Loki cast them a sinister glance, then led them toward Odin's sleeping chamber. Helplessly frozen, Heimdall could only watch as the Frost Giants swaggered into Asgard. Fury boiled in Heimdall's heart, but all he could do was watch. Still, he began using his powers to reach out to Odin, desperately attempting to awaken the All-Father. If Odin awoke, these Frost Giants would pose no threat at all. Guided by Loki, Laufey and his fellow Frost Giants quickly arrived outside Odin's chamber. Oh ho ho, Odin, it seems today is the day you meet your end. Let's go in. Bang. No. Frost Giants? How could Frost Giants be in Asgard? Guards! Guards! Laufey was the first to step inside, immediately startling Frigga, who was keeping vigil at Odin's side. She stared in shock at the Frost Giants. How could they appear at such a moment? Even as she called for the guards, her hands began to weave spells and magic. She launched her attack at Laufey and his companions. As the Queen of Asgard and Odin's wife, she had to shield him during his slumber. But she was soon held back by the other Frost Giants, leaving Laufey alone beside Odin. A blue dagger appeared in his hand, and just as he was about to plunge it into Odin's heart, bang! In the next second, Loki, who had been watching from outside the chamber, suddenly seized the Eternal Spear and hurled it at Laufey. The law of causality took effect. The spear transformed into a golden flash, piercing through Laufey's head and saving Odin. No one noticed the faint movement at the corner of Odin's mouth. Clearly, he was aware of everything that had just transpired. When the Eternal Spear returned to Loki's grasp, he unleashed its power once more, wiping out the Frost Giants besieging Frigga. Oh my goodness! Loki, thank the gods, you saved him. We were so close. If anything had happened to Odin, I don't know how I could have gone on. Mother, it's all right now. As long as I'm here, I'll get to the bottom of this Frost Giant invasion. Stay here with Father, please. Seeing Loki appear and deal with the Frost Giants, Frigga finally breathed a sigh of relief and joyfully embraced Loki. Loki, however, felt a pang of guilt and dared not meet Frigga's gaze, fearing she might see through his uneasiness. He quickly left the sleeping chamber. He glanced back at Odin and Frigga inside the chamber, then resolutely strode toward the vault. After Loki left, Frigga remained by Odin's side, holding his hand tightly and letting out a deep sigh. To be Odin's wife was no simple fate. How could she be ordinary, especially as a sorceress who could foresee her own death? She hadn't expected Loki to act this way. Casting a complex look at the sleeping Odin, her thoughts were a tangled web. She was deeply pained by Loki's actions, but her worry for Loki was even greater, mixed with a profound reluctance to let go. As someone who could foresee her own death, she was well aware of what was to come. She wished she could spend more time with Odin and their 2 children, but, alas, her days were numbered. Suddenly, a mark appeared on her forehead, and a green light shimmered over her eyes as Frigga began to peer into the future using her sorcery. Yet all she could see was a hazy blur. The future was now shrouded, impossible to decipher. Everything seemed to have changed from the moment Odin journeyed to Midgard. Frigga gazed at the slumbering Odin, unsure of his intentions. But knowing Odin, he would not act recklessly. Perhaps Asgard's fate could still be changed. Meanwhile, Loki entered the vault, heading to its deepest chamber. He raised Gungnir, the eternal spear. In the next instant, a metallic wall vanished, revealing a towering metal figure before Loki, Odin's destroyer armor. "My dear brother, may you remain in Midgard forever. I will take care of father and mother," he murmured with satisfaction, gazing at the destroyer. He lifted Gungnir once more, unleashing a brilliant cascade of rainbow energy. The energy beam enveloped the destroyer, propelling it into the cosmos, streaking toward the realm of Midgard. Outside the small town where Thor and his friends were, a beam of rainbow light shot down from the sky. 4 figures emerged. It was Sif and the others, come in search of Thor. The 4 of them made their way into town, believing this was where Thor was most likely to be. Jeongbai and Tony, who had already returned to the town, also noticed the rainbow beam. "Jeong, is that the Bifrost from Asgard?" "Yes. It's also a kind of doomsday weapon. If the Bifrost stays open, the energy it unleashes could eventually destroy the entire planet. Looks like someone from Asgard has come down." A doomsday weapon. At this moment, Thor and Jane returned to where the RV was parked. Thor's face was lit with excitement. It was obvious he had already seen the arrival of the Bifrost. Thor glanced at Jeongbai, and the meaning in his eyes was clear. After spending some time together, the two had managed to become friends, at least in a loose sense. "Come on, let's go see what's happening." Yes. I can't wait to return to Asgard." Jeongbai took Thor and soared into the sky, heading straight for where the Bifrost had landed. Jane watched Thor depart, wanting to say something but holding her words back in the end. When Jeongbai and Thor arrived at the spot where the Bifrost had touched down, they soon spotted Sif and the others not far away. Thor called out, "Hey, Sif, Volstagg, Fandral, Hogan, over here." "Ha ha ha." Sif responded, "Thor, come back to Asgard with us, quickly. Loki has become the acting king, and he's planning to wage war on the frost giants. You must return with us and stop him." "What? He's starting a war?" "No, that can't be. But I've lost my powers. I can't even lift Mjolnir anymore. I'm powerless to stop Loki." Fandral asked, "How is that possible? Isn't Mjolnir your weapon alone? Why can't you pick it up?" Thor shook his head. "I'm not sure. It seems Father cast a spell on Mjolnir. That's why I can't wield it. You can ask Jeongbai. He saw Father a few days ago." Sif scoffed. "A mortal? Met the All-Father? Thor, are you joking?" Suddenly, a deafening rumble shook the ground. Jeongbai calmly remarked, "Thor, it seems your friends have yet to learn the meaning of respect." At Sif's words, she and her companions glanced at Jeongbai and Tony with open disdain. But in the next instant, a terrible, crushing force pressed them all to the ground, rendering them completely immobile. The last time Loki had only been paralyzed rather than forced to bow, because Jeongbai admired him, and given Loki's future, Jeongbai had shown him some leniency. But there would be no such courtesy for Sif and the others, not even for Sif who would one day be Thor's queen. Thor, at this moment, simply didn't have enough standing for Jeongbai to offer extra respect. "Jeongbai, I apologize on their behalf. I'm sorry. They didn't realize your true strength. Please don't take it to heart. I'll let it go this once. But remember, the mortals you look down on possess the wisdom and power to destroy gods." Once more, a thunderous boom echoed. Jeongbai withdrew his aura and regarded them coolly. Just then, a sudden, tremendous explosion erupted outside the town. The group turned to see an enormous serpent, stretching over a kilometer long, slithering ever closer to where Thor's hammer lay. Remembering that John, Susan, and Surue were still out there, Jeongbai dropped Thor without hesitation and vanished from sight in an instant, while Tony fired up his flight system at full power and raced toward the danger. On the other side, the giant serpent caught sight of John and the others. Its massive tail came crashing down. If it struck them, all 3 would be flattened in an instant. But in the very next moment, a blue portal appeared beneath their feet and whisked them away to another location. Jeongbai also arrived at the scene. Staring at the serpent, which stretched for a full kilometer, his face grew grave. In all his memories, there was no record of such a giant serpent among the titanic beasts. With a body over 1,000 meters long and weighing tens of thousands of tons, even Jeongbai had to tread carefully. "What the hell is that? Is it another titan beast like Godzilla?" someone exclaimed. "I have no idea. It's too strange. Why did it show up here and attack John and the others? Could it be after Thor's hammer? But what would a giant beast want with Mjolnir? It looks like we're in for a tough fight. John, Susan, Suri, you 3 go evacuate the townsfolk. Once the battle starts, the entire town might be wiped off the map." "Understood," the 3 replied in unison. The serpent's eyes locked onto Jiangbai with deadly focus. It opened its bloody jaws wide and lunged, aiming to swallow him whole. Jiangbai wasted no time. He donned his cosmic energy armor, and in an instant his strength soared to the level of a celestial. A thunderous blast echoed as a bolt of cosmic energy struck the serpent's lower jaw, twisting its head to the side. Yet Jiangbai felt something was off. Even the weakest titans are known for their formidable defenses. No way should a single cosmic blast be enough to knock its head aside. This unsettled Jiangbai. Before he could analyze further, the serpent lashed its tail at him. Jiangbai swiftly opened a portal and dodged the blow, then eyed the serpent's colossal body in contemplation. Meanwhile, Tony was relentlessly firing every weapon his suit had at the beast, but its thick hide easily withstood the attacks. Tony's efforts barely scratched it. Only when Tony unleashed a laser powered by an entire reactor's worth of energy did he nearly slice the serpent in two. Yet the serpent's terrifying regenerative abilities left everyone stunned. In less than a second, its wounds sealed and it was as good as new. This left Jiangbai even more perplexed, unable to fathom what kind of creature this serpent truly was. At that moment, another multicolored energy beam streaked across the sky. From within the beam emerged a towering mechanical giant, which immediately locked onto Thor and began its assault. They recognized it as the destroyer armor, and no one had expected Loki to send such a weapon against them. Clearly, he intended for Thor to meet his end here. Faced with this situation, Jiangbai knew he had to deal with the serpent first, then rush to Thor's aid. Otherwise, Thor might really fall to the destroyer armor. With Jiangbai's presence already stirring the course of events, who knew what might happen next? Another deafening blast thundered through the battlefield. A surge of powerful cosmic energy gathered on Jiangbai's armor, drawing on his own internal reserves as well. An attack of mid-father-level strength erupted from Jiangbai's hands, striking the giant python in an instant and triggering a terrifying explosion. The shockwave obliterated everything in the vicinity. Even the destroyer armor, Thor, and the others were hurled away by its force. Tony, who had been hovering in the air, vanished from sight amid the chaos. The python's head was completely obliterated by Jiangbai's attack, leaving only half its massive body, with charred flesh and gleaming white bone exposed. Gazing at the multicolored blood oozing out, Jiangbai was left utterly stunned. Could this thing have been bred by some organization? A giant python raised to guard the blood orchid? Nor company, perhaps. In that moment, Jiangbai recalled the company researching the blood orchid, and the unforgettable image of the giant python came back to him. The more he thought about it, the more sense it made. Boom! Once the shock waves faded, Loki, far away in Asgard, resumed control of the destroyer armor, directing it to attack Thor once again, determined to end him here and now. No matter how fiercely the warriors Three and Sif tried to block it, they were no match for the destroyer, crafted by Odin's own hands. All they could do was endure a relentless beating. A beam of crimson energy shot toward Thor. Just then, Jiangbai appeared in front of him, shielding him from the blast, and casually unleashed a blue spatial blade at the destroyer. The spatial blade sliced through the destroyer's chest, leaving a gaping wound. But in the next instant, the metal seemed to come alive, instantly sealing the damage as if nothing had happened. Damn you! You're siding with Thor? Then die with him. In the Great Hall of Asgard, Loki sat on the throne, his fury barely contained. He raised the Eternal Spear, commanding the destroyer to launch another attack on Thor and Jiangbai. Jiangbai, however, remained unflustered, counterattacking the destroyer with ease. The stronger the destroyer became, the more delighted Jiangbai felt. After all, it would soon belong to him. During the fierce exchange, Jiangbai occasionally let some attacks slip through to strike Thor. After all, the destroyer was meant to temper Thor. Fighting it himself would serve Jiangbai little purpose. No, Thor, don't. Wait, Jane. What are you doing here? Get out now. No. Suddenly, Jane rushed onto the battlefield. Seeing Thor about to be struck, she cried out in alarm, catching Loki's attention. A beam of crimson energy shot toward Jane's location. Thor, desperate to save her, leapt forward, shielding her from the deadly blast. He himself collapsed to the ground, no longer breathing. Yet, in Jiangbai's eyes, it was not so simple. An immense vitality still lingered within Thor's body. At this moment, he was no more than deeply unconscious, far from truly dead. As long as the dormant life force within him could be reawakened, Thor would recover. Sure enough, the hammer of the god of thunder, which had been lying on the ground, suddenly shot up into the sky. Overhead, the heavens began to churn. Clouds gathered thick and dark, and lightning crackled across the sky. Crack! The hammer plummeted from the clouds, and Thor reached out to catch it firmly in his hand. In that instant, A surge of lightning from above coursed through the hammer and into Thor's body, completely reigniting his life force. He sprang to his feet in a flash. Bolts of lightning rained down, and with each strike, his armor and crimson cloak materialized once more upon him. "Huh, my power has returned. Jane, stay here for now. Let me handle this." "All right, but be careful." "That's enough, Loki. Stop this madness." Boom. Not far away, Sif watched Thor's gentle manner with Jane, her gaze dimming and a pang of inexplicable pain tugging at her heart. Yet Thor seemed oblivious, brandishing his hammer as he charged toward the destroyer armor. With a mighty swing, he struck the destroyer, only to be blasted away by its counterattack. Undeterred, he summoned a storm of lightning, bringing his hammer down upon the destroyer's head. In a single, thunderous blow, the entire armor was shattered. Now it was Jeong Bai's turn to be left speechless. Odin's little tricks were truly something else. With a swift combo, Thor had destroyed the very armor Odin had crafted with his own hands. Jeong Bai could only shake his head. Odin clearly didn't mind. A powerful suit of armor blown apart by his own son, and all by his own design. But Jeong Bai's face broke into a smile. In a flash, he appeared beside the remains of the destroyer, swiftly storing the battered armor in his system space. "Thor, this thing's broken now. Let me take care of it for you." "No problem, and I should thank you. If not for your help, I might have died at the hands of the destroyer." Thor didn't mind at all that Jeong Bai had taken the destroyer's wreckage. With that, he rushed back to Jane's side, eager to show off. At that moment, Tony finally returned, piloting his vibranium armor. He surveyed the devastation all around, the ruined landscape, and a massive, severed serpent corpse. Fandral called out, "Thor, we need to return to Asgard, where Loki could start a war with the Frost Giants at any moment." Thor replied, "Understood. Jane, I have to go back to Asgard now. Once I've settled things, I'll come back for you." "Be careful," Jane said. "I'll be waiting for you." Sif, standing nearby, watched Thor and Jane together. Distractedly, she kicked at the stones by her feet, her heart aching as if pierced by countless steel needles. She recalled how she had accompanied Thor to Jotunheim, and even come to Midgard to seek him out. Now, he was showing affection to another woman. How could Sif possibly feel at ease? After Thor and Jane finished their goodbyes, everyone gathered at the spot marked by the Bifrost. At this moment, Jeong Bai turned to Thor and spoke. "Thor, let me go with you. Your father still owes me a few things. Of course, once we've taken care of this, I'll make sure you have a proper feast in Asgard. No wonder you're Asgard's top drinker. Heimdall, open a portal. Heimdall, I need your help." Standing on the mark, Thor called out to the sky for Heimdall, but the Bifrost did not appear. Jeong Bai, however, knew exactly what was happening, though he kept quiet. With the Space Stone in his possession, traveling to Asgard wasn't difficult for him. Though without the right coordinates, he could only use the Bifrost this time. Next time, he'd be able to come and go to Asgard as he pleased. At that very moment, Heimdall, frozen on the Bifrost by Loki with a casket of ancient winters, heard Thor's call and began to struggle. With great effort, he broke free from the ice, staggered to the Bifrost control panel, and drove his great sword into the mechanism to activate the bridge. A dazzling rainbow beam shot out. On Earth, Thor and the others saw the Bifrost descend, relief and excitement lighting up their faces. In an instant, Thor, Sif, Fandral, Volstagg, Hogun, Jeong Bai, and Tony were all enveloped by the Bifrost and vanished from where they stood. Tony had insisted on coming along, eager to see Asgard for himself, and Thor had finally agreed. Jeong Bai was pleasantly surprised. He hadn't expected Tony to want to visit Asgard, but he made no objection. When they stepped out from the Bifrost transport chamber, they were met with the sight of Heimdall collapsed on the floor, barely clinging to life. Sif rushed to her brother's side at once, and even Thor's face was clouded with worry. "Brother, are you all right? What happened? Who did this to you? Quick, go save the All-Father. Loki just brought the Frost Giants into Asgard. Hurry." "What?" "Sif, take care of Heimdall. I'll go ahead." With a thunderous crash, Thor spun his hammer and shot off toward Odin's location. Jeong Bai and Tony followed close behind, though Jeong Bai was only interested in watching events unfold. If Odin could really be killed by Loki, then he thought Odin wouldn't deserve his name. At this moment, Loki had just left the Great Hall and was heading toward the Bifrost. Before he could even mount his horse, Thor came hurtling through the air and slammed into him, sending Loki crashing through the wall and sprawling onto the floor of Odin's sleeping chamber. Frigga stared at the scene, utterly bewildered. "Loki? What's going on? Have the Frost Giants invaded again?" "No, Mother. Don't worry, I'm fine." "Loki, Heimdall told me you let the Frost Giants into Asgard. Is it true?" "Thor, you're back. Frost Giants, what's going on? And how could you strike your own brother?" "Mother, it's not that I want to hit him. He let the frost giants into Asgard, and he even used Father's destroyer armor on Midgard to try to kill me. What? Loki, what have you done? Get over here this instant. No, Mother. I'm about to finish my final plan. Once I'm done, you can punish me as you wish. Right now, I must destroy Jotunheim. Seeing Frigga's anger, Loki shrank back a little, but he still spoke firmly. In the next moment, he summoned the eternal spear and shot out the door toward the Bifrost. Thor spun his hammer and charged after Loki in pursuit. At this time, Jeongbai and Tony entered Odin's sleeping chamber. Frigga eyed them warily, especially Tony. He was still clad in his vibranium armor. Jeongbai said, "Your Majesty, greetings. I am Jeongbai from Midgard, and this is Tony. We're friends of Thor, more or less. And, King Odin, tell me, do you find it interesting to keep sleeping through all this?" Frigga replied, "Welcome. I didn't expect Thor would make friends like you on Midgard." Odin stirred. "Ah, young Jeong, you're here." Jeongbai grinned. "Of course I am. I'll come to collect my reward. Also, are you sure you want to just sit this out? Thor and Loki are about to blow up the Bifrost. Since the future has already changed, will you still let Loki fall into the rift in space?" Odin replied, "Perhaps you're right. But Loki must walk his own path. This is his choice. Since you know the future, then you must also understand that he—" Jeongbai interrupted. "It seems the All-Father is even wiser than I thought. If you know all this, why not change Loki's future entirely? I believe if you speak up, especially with the Queen's support, Loki could alter the timeline, even the main thread of it." Odin's voice grew heavy. "It seems you know even more than I do. I can only see so far into his future. Beyond a certain point, it's hidden from me, beyond sight, beyond thought, beyond words. If I told him everything, would he still become who he must be? Time is not as simple as you imagine." Odin said, "So, I haven't really changed Loki at all. Perhaps everything I know now, I would have known in the original timeline anyway. Time is an endless loop, and we can never be sure if, in another strand of time, we know everything we know at this moment. Even if we know, there's no telling whether the future will unfold as it once did." Frigga looked bewildered. "What are you talking about? Why can't I understand any of this?" Jeongbai replied, "Your Majesty, what we're saying is that you and the All-Father have raised two remarkable sons. Even Loki, who seems frail and always up to some clever trick." Seeing the confusion and doubt in Frigga's eyes, Jeongbai was filled with emotion. Who could have imagined that Loki, the mischievous schemer, always up to some cunning plan, would one day become one of the great powers of the multiverse? But what surprised him even more was Odin himself. Odin had managed to catch a glimpse of Loki's future across the river of time. Even if he knew only a fragment, it was already an incredible feat. Loki would become a force of multiversal magnitude, and Odin, at the peak of the All-Father's power, could see even a sliver of that destiny. Perhaps it was his bond with Loki that allowed this, but also proved, in another way, just how extraordinary Odin's abilities were. While Jeongbai and Odin spoke, Tony remained silent at their side, his face a picture of confusion as he tried to puzzle out their meaning. Meanwhile, Thor and Loki had reached the controls of the Bifrost. Loki triggered the Rainbow Bridge, intent on destroying Jotunheim. Thor tried to stop him, and the two brothers clashed atop the bridge. In the end, Loki was no match for Thor, who pinned him down with a mighty blow to the chest. Loki was held fast, unable to move, but now the Bifrost was fully activated. Thor couldn't get into the control chamber, nor could he pull out Gungnir to shut down the bridge. All he could do was worry, as he readied Mjolnir to destroy the Rainbow Bridge. "Thor, are you out of your mind? If you shatter the Bifrost, you'll never return to Midgard, never see your little girlfriend again." Thor shouted back, "I can't let you destroy Jotunheim." A thunderous crash echoed. "Enough. That's enough." Just as Thor was about to bring his hammer down, a wave of golden divine power surged forth, enveloping and protecting the Rainbow Bridge. A commanding voice rang out. Odin, Frigga, Jeongbai, and Tony appeared by Thor and Loki's side. Odin raised his hand toward the Bifrost, and Gungnir, the eternal spear, shut down the bridge. As the mechanism ground to a halt, Gungnir flew from its housing to land in Odin's grasp. Thor looked at his father with joyful surprise. Loki, by contrast, averted his eyes in guilt, unable to meet Odin's gaze. Frigga, her heart aching for her son, looked on with worry, but under Odin's imposing presence, she dared not speak up in Loki's defense. Odin said, "All right, the farce is over. Loki, from now on, you'll follow Jeong and head to Midgard. You can only return when you've truly changed. With his strength, escaping from him is out of the question." Odin continued, "Jeong, I'll add another treasure to the deal, as well as the destroyer armor. And on top of that, take care of Loki for me for a while, along with Thor's two treasures." Jeongbai objected. "Odin, The destroyer armor was a gift from Thor, my hard-earned trophy. That shouldn't count. Odin replied. That armor was crafted by my own hands. Thor had no right to give it away. So, Jeongbai interrupted. All right, I get it. I'll only make sure Loki stays alive while he's on Earth. Odin nodded. That's enough. I hope he can truly change. Who knows, perhaps the future will shine even brighter. And so, in the end, Odin used the destroyer armor and an extra treasure from a vault as payment to Jeongbai for watching over Loki for a while. From the moment he appeared, Odin had been planning to alter the fates of both Loki and Thor, and perhaps even change Asgard's destiny along with them. After he finished speaking with Jeongbai, Odin didn't bother consulting Loki's opinion. With a wave of divine power, he instantly bound Loki. Even if Loki tried to slip away using his illusions, it was useless. Before Odin, his tricks were child's play, seen through in the blink of an eye. The group then made their way back into the Great Hall. Thor, take Jeong with you to the vault, and let him choose 3 treasures. And while you're at it, show some hospitality to your friend from Midgard. Yes, father. Following Odin's orders, Thor led Jeongbai and Tony out of the Great Hall. Ever since Tony had set foot in Asgard, he'd been recording everything with his armor. The scenery, the architecture, all of it. Compared to Earth's landscapes and tourist sites, Asgard was simply in a league of its own. Before long, Thor brought Jeongbai and Tony to a massive gateway and addressed the 2 guards stationed there. The All-Father commands that I bring Jeongbai into the vault to select 3 treasures. Yes, my lord, the guards answered in unison. Speaking to the guards was really just a formality. They were ordinary Asgardian soldiers, not hidden powerhouses. Even if Thor hadn't said a word, they wouldn't have stopped him, just as Loki had once been able to enter the vault with ease. Inside the vault, the sight that greeted them was dazzling. Piles of gold coins and gemstones, crowns, armor, golden swords, goblets, and all sorts of other artifacts. Jeongbai and Tony found their eyes lighting up at the spectacle. Though it was more out of curiosity than genuine interest, they weren't here for these trinkets. Don't even think about picking any of these, Thor said with a grin. This is the least valuable stuff in the vault. The true treasures are hidden deeper inside. Follow me. Hearing Thor's words, Jeongbai shot him a peculiar look, then followed alongside Tony as they trailed after Thor. Odin probably never imagined that Thor would sell him out like this. But even if Thor hadn't said anything, Jeongbai knew the real treasures were hidden deep within the vault. After all, in the timeline, wasn't it Loki who found the casket of ancient winters buried in those depths? As the 3 ventured further in, all sorts of precious artifacts were displayed on shelves lining the walls. Objects never seen on Earth, yet abundant here. After all, anything Odin deemed worthy of locking away in his vault was bound to be extraordinary. Ordinary items were left to pile up by the entrance. At that moment, Jeongbai suddenly caught sight of a branch. But it wasn't just any ordinary branch. There seemed to be a spatial ripple upon its surface, and yet it didn't quite feel like a simple wave in space. Possessing both spatial abilities and the Space Stone, Jeongbai was keenly attuned to such things. He picked up the branch for a closer look. This is a branch from the World Tree. My father took it from the tree itself. It's quite a remarkable thing. A branch from the World Tree? Not bad. That definitely counts as a treasure. Upon hearing Thor's explanation, Jeongbai decided to keep it for himself, especially after feeling the urge from his shadow mass for this very item. Clearly, the World Tree's branch was valuable to the shadow dimension, which, after all, was bound to him in a way unlike any other dimension. It was the dimension bound to him, not the other way around. Thor, seeing that Jeongbai had made his first selection, nodded slightly and continued deeper into the vault. Meanwhile, Tony was silently scanning the surrounding artifacts with great interest, but refrained from interfering with Jeongbai's choices. After all, these were spoils Jeongbai had secured from Odin himself. Even if Tony coveted some of the treasures here, he kept quiet and didn't ask. Before long, Jeongbai and the others came across the Eternal Flame, the Infinity Gauntlet inlaid with fake Infinity Stones, a strange stone, and the Casket of Ancient Winters. The casket itself had been recovered by Odin after taking it from Loki. This counts as one as well. All right, that's the Casket of Ancient Winters, the greatest treasure of the Frost Giants. In their hands, it can unleash its full power and freeze an entire planet. It doesn't happen in an instant, but it can envelop a world in ice at an incredibly rapid rate. Jeongbai nodded slightly, then followed Thor further in to see what else might be of use. After making a round through the vault, his eyes landed on an object resembling the Eye of Agamotto, carried by the Ancient One. He glanced over at Thor. That's been in the vault for ages. I think it's from your realm, Midgard. I once saw my father using it to observe the 9 realms. It could be a powerful artifact. Do you want this one? I'll take it then. That makes 3. Let's go. No problem. Let's go have a drink. The fine wine of Asgard will sweep you off your feet. Looks like we're in for a drinking contest. The three of them left the vault and entered a grand palace. Soon, elegant maidens brought in platters of exquisite food and drink. Sif, Fandral, Volstagg, and Hogan all arrived in their finest attire, and even Loki was temporarily released by Odin to join the banquet hall. They weren't alone. Other gods and fair maidens, dressed in splendid garments, filed into the palace as well. The maidens, in particular, seemed eager to display their charms before Jiangbai. Yet, Jiangbai remained composed. Though he wasn't unattractive, one might even call him a bit handsome. There was no way these centuries-old maidens would be so easily captivated by him. It was likely Odin or Frigga's idea. After all, if Jiangbai became Asgard's son-in-law, wouldn't that strengthen the bond between them? It would also increase the chances of averting Ragnarok in the future. Besides, Jiangbai's good looks and formidable power already made him a prime target for the Asgardian maiden's affections. As the feast began, Thor challenged Jiangbai to a drinking contest. Thanks to Jiangbai's superhuman constitution, not a drop of Asgardian liquor could intoxicate him. Time slipped by, and eventually, Thor slumped over the table, thoroughly drunk. A cluster of maidens nearby gazed at Jiangbai with sparkling eyes. The people of Asgard prided themselves on their drinking prowess, and these maidens, having grown up in such a culture, couldn't help but respect and admire the last man standing. In a heartbeat, a group of golden-haired maidens in white gowns rushed toward Jiangbai, eager to get close. By the time Jiangbai managed to extricate himself, his face and neck bore the unmistakable traces of their affection. He had certainly enjoyed the soft embrace, though judging from their lingering enthusiasm, the maidens weren't quite satisfied yet. Startled, Jiangbai invoked his spatial powers and slipped away, leaving Thor and the others behind in the palace, along with Tony, who had passed out on the table before the drinking contest had even truly begun. Tony had boasted loudly before the feast, but in the end, he didn't even make it through the first round before succumbing to sleep. Thor, Jiangbai, and the others could only shake their heads at this, collectively deciding to ignore him and continue their revelry. Off to the side, Sif sat quietly, drinking in silence and occasionally casting furtive glances at Thor. Clearly, Thor had hurt Sif in a way he didn't realize. Frigga took in the whole scene. In the end, she personally came to the palace and led Sif away, perhaps to comfort her, or maybe to urge her to move on. The next morning, Jiangbai opened a portal and brought Tony and Loki back to Earth, returning to the Illuminati's base. He hadn't forgotten that Sun Wukong was still imprisoned there. With Thor's business now settled, it was time to pay a visit to SWRD, China, the United States, the United Nations, and the other major powers to settle the score. Loki, you stay here. Also, there are some special Titan beasts on Earth. Don't go looking for trouble with them. Take this. If you find yourself in danger, crush it. A spatial shield will form instantly, and I'll sense it and come to your rescue. No problem, don't worry. I'll behave myself. After tossing a blue crystal of spatial energy to Loki, Jiangbai and Tony headed for the detention chamber. As for Loki's promises, Jiangbai didn't believe a word. As long as Loki stayed out of trouble on Earth, Jiangbai couldn't be bothered with him. According to their agreement, Loki just needed to stay alive on Earth, nothing more. With Jiangbai's spatial abilities lifting the barrier, Sun Wukong, dressed in a black battlesuit, appeared before Jiangbai and Tony. Without any intention of conversation, Jiangbai enveloped him in a surge of spatial energy, and in the blink of an eye, Sun Wukong was banished to another dimension. Tony, edit the footage you shot in Asgard into a video. I needed to hold Huaxia and the Spear Bureau accountable, as well as America, the United Nations, and the rest. Alright, what about John, Susan, and Su Rue? Do you think they passed their probation? This mission was pretty intense after all. What do you think? You go ahead and inform them. With that, Jiangbai left Tony and walked toward the conference room. Meanwhile, Loki, seeing Jiangbai and Tony leave, slipped quietly out of the Illuminati base. Using his magic, he disguised himself in a black suit and coat, blending into the crowds of New York City. He had no intention of giving up his ambitions for Asgard's throne so easily. Those Titan beasts Jiangbai had mentioned, they were his targets. Still, he decided to first learn more about Earth to better plan his next moves. Loki's future was quietly shifting. Whether he would remain the god of stories was uncertain, but his fate was now tightly intertwined with Jiangbai's. In other words, what Jiangbai did from now on would influence whether Loki could continue as the god of stories, or perhaps become something even greater. In the conference room, Tony had already finished editing and uploading the footage of Asgard to the Illuminati secure network. Jiangbai sat at the head of the table, the Illuminati's emblem looming behind him. A camera rose from the table, trained steadily on Jiangbai. In the next instant, television screens, smartphones, computers, and every connected display around the world were seized by the Illuminati's network. Jiang Bai's image, seated in the conference room, filled every screen worldwide. Greetings to all friends, people, and everyone around the world. I am here speaking on behalf of the Illuminati. Recently, there has been much discussion online about the events in northern Mexico, and many people witnessed with their own eyes a rainbow-colored beam of energy descending from the sky. And, of course, there's the matter of Tony and me appearing there. I can state clearly for everyone, that rainbow energy beam was none other than the Bifrost from Norse mythology, the rainbow bridge of Asgard. It's a force capable of connecting worlds and even destroying planets. But that's not my main message today. Not long ago, Thor, the god of thunder, was banished to Earth by Odin, the king of the gods. He landed in northern Mexico, and his weapon, Mjolnir, the hammer of Thor, fell to Earth with him. I imagine many of you in northern Mexico have tried to lift the hammer yourselves. But all attempts have failed, because that weapon belongs solely to Thor. However, while the Illuminati was safeguarding Mjolnir, forces from China, America, Russia, Britain, France, and even the United Nations launched attacks on our Illuminati members assigned to protect the hammer. Their intentions were crystal clear. They wanted to seize Thor's weapon. When Thor was sent to Earth by Odin for his trial, both he and the Sorcerer Supreme, Earth's protector, had already informed me of the situation. Yet the actions of China, America, and these other nations are now threatening the crucial relationship between Earth and Asgard. To put it bluntly, if the Illuminati and the Sorcerer Supreme were to stand aside, the Earth would have no way to withstand an assault from Asgard. Even the nuclear arsenals that nations pride themselves on would be useless. Once the Bifrost is activated, Earth could be annihilated by Asgard's forces, without ever glimpsing a single Asgardian soldier. And don't forget, Thor is the son of Odin, king of the gods. When Thor finished his trial, Tony Stark and I journeyed to Asgard through the Rainbow Bridge. What follows now are scenes from Asgard. This man here was one of the culprits who attacked the Illuminati members. He is from China's Divine Spear Bureau. I demand an explanation. The United States, Russia, Britain, France, you all owe the Illuminati an answer. Otherwise, next time, the Illuminati will lower the standard by which we protect this planet. As long as Earth survives, the disappearance of a few nations would mean nothing. That's all I have to say. China, America, Russia, Britain, France, United Nations. You have just 3 days. A deafening boom echoed as Jiang Bai finished his final sentence. The next moment, the camera swung to Sun Wukong, who had been pulled into frame by Jiang Bai. Twin beams of crimson light flashed out, obliterating Sun Wukong's head in an instant, right in the middle of the global live broadcast. Then the screen went dark, and the whole world learned that this time, the 5 permanent members in the United Nations had nearly brought Asgard and Earth to the brink of war, almost in a roundabout way, destroying the planet altogether. A fresh wave of heated public debate erupted worldwide, especially directed at China, since they had been caught red-handed. But the other countries fared no better. Almost every nation outside the 5 permanent members stood up to criticize them, voicing mild, non-committal remarks. They wanted to side with the Illuminati, but were too wary to truly offend the major powers. Jiang Bai's live broadcast of killing Sun Wukong left Zheng Xian, head of China's Divine Spear Bureau, breaking out in a cold sweat. He understood Jiang Bai's message. This was a warning to China and the Divine Spear Bureau. Next time, it wouldn't just be Sun Wukong who died, not unless the Illuminati received a satisfactory answer. China now faced the wrath of the Illuminati. Especially after the conversation moments ago in Asgard between Jiang Bai and Odin, the relationship between them appeared rather close, particularly Jiang Bai's rapport with Thor. Their research into Norse mythology had made it clear. Thor was Odin's eldest son and the heir to the throne. Zheng Xian thought back to how he had tried so hard to persuade his superiors not to go through with it. But in the end, he simply couldn't disobey orders. He couldn't help but sigh. He hadn't wanted to offend the Illuminati, but orders were orders. Under the immense pressure of world opinion and the Illuminati's untouchable status, public relations machines across the globe sprang into action. Every statement was an apology or an offer of compensation to the world and to the Illuminati. Even the United Nations Committee issued a formal apology, with several members stepping down. Every country's official responsible for the attempt to seize Thor's hammer was removed from their post. Then came reparations paid to John, Susan, Su Rue, and the Illuminati, each settlement starting in the billions, including valuable resources and even some rare elements among the compensation. As for what happened next, Jiang Bai had little interest. He left everything in Tony's hands. Dealing with international diplomacy and public relations simply wasn't for him. Suddenly, a blue portal shimmered open in Kamartaj. Jiangbai stepped out, making his way to where the Ancient One sat sipping tea. Without ceremony, he picked up the teapot and poured himself a cup. The Ancient One merely watched him quietly, unconcerned by his lack of etiquette. I found this in Odin's treasure vault. I believe it belongs to Kamar Taj. It's only right that it returns to its rightful home. Indeed, this artifact is akin to the Eye of Agamotto. Thank you. Perhaps I should offer you something in return. Is there anything you desire? No need. I never did thank you for taking care of Merlin and Wanda when they studied magic here. Besides, you entrusted me with the time stone ahead of time. Consider this my way of repaying your kindness. This is the Darkhold. Unless absolutely necessary, do not attempt to study it. It can corrupt the heart and lure one into the shadows. Even for someone like you, with a connection to the dark dimension, it is no different. The Book of Dark Gods is also known as the Book of Death, the Book of Sin, or the Thon Scrolls. Billions of years ago, one of the ancient gods, Thon, who had already fallen and become a demon, was forced into exile to escape the devourer of gods. Before fleeing, Thon inscribed all his evil deeds and spells onto indestructible parchment. These became known as the Thon Scrolls. Later, these parchments were compiled and revised into a volume that came to be called the Book of Dark Gods. Before his exile, Thon left the Book of Dark Gods on Earth, using it as a conduit for his influence and a channel to unleash his energies upon the world. The Book of Dark Gods served as the original source for other grim tomes, such as the Necronomicon, and it possesses the power to be completely understood in any language. Though it contains many potent dark spells, its corrupting influence is overwhelming. Moreover, the impish dwarves of the Book of Dark Gods entice people into using the spells it holds, and for many who do so, their souls ultimately become Thons to claim. In a sense, the Book of Dark Gods serves as the antithesis to the Book of the Vishani. In one timeline, the Book of Dark Gods even fell into Wanda's hands, and with it, Wanda's powers grew immensely as she studied its secrets. In that case, I'll accept this, he said. When will Stephen Strange come to Kamar Taj? This time, have you decided? It's still early, came the reply. It will take some time yet. Honestly, I'm not sure. After hundreds of years, I've grown somewhat numb. Maybe when the time comes, you can finally live for yourself. With the Illuminati here now, Earth isn't as fragile as you imagine, and you're not alone in defending it. I'll think about it, the Ancient One said, giving Jiangbai a deep, meaningful look before rising with the magical artifacts he had brought back. Then she left, and Jiangbai opened a portal and returned to his manor on Skull Island. The moment he arrived, he noticed something was wrong with Kong. It was clear that Kong had entered a deep, almost trance-like sleep. Approaching him, Jiangbai realized that Kong's body was slowly growing larger. He was in the midst of a growth spurt. Once Jiangbai confirmed that Kong was in a healthy state, he returned to his manor. Inside, the women lounged in the sunlight, bored and basking in their idleness. Hulk and the others were nowhere to be seen. Shaking his head slightly, Jiangbai walked over to Clarice, scooped her up. She was wearing a black and white lace-made outfit, and sat down in a chair with her in his arms. Now, every woman in the manor belonged solely to Jiangbai. Even Clarice was no exception. From the very beginning, this had always been his plan. That cold, exquisite face alone was enough to stir his heart, and Clarice, cheeks flushed with shyness, nestled against him. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have earned a chance to draw a new trading partner. Before Jiangbai could even tease Clarice in his arms, he heard the system prompt. Without hesitation, Jiangbai immediately initiated the extraction, his mind already racing with excitement over who his next trade partner would be. Ding! Extraction successful. Congratulations, host. You have obtained a new trade partner, Kevin. On the blue screen visible only to him, Jiangbai stared at the little yellow figure and fell silent. Kevin, one of the minions. He could never have imagined that he would draw Kevin the Minion as his next trading counterpart. Minions are creatures that evolved from single-celled organisms billions of years ago, their history stretching back at least to the time of the dinosaurs. Their language, known as Minionese, is an indecipherable mix, blending bizarre sounds with snippets from various human tongues. Simple-minded and quick-tempered, they possess almost no self-control, yet radiate a peculiar innocence. Despite their simplicity, minions are remarkably capable. They can invent and operate weapons, use computers, and even drive vehicles. Physically, minions are shaped like yellow capsules, dressed in blue overalls. Their speech is a unique jumble of many languages. They may have 1 or 2 eyes, always hidden behind a pair of goggles. Each has only 3 fingers on each hand, and their hair comes in 5 distinct styles: spiky, limp center part, a single tuft sticking up, bald, or a flat top. There are no female minions in their tribe, which means they cannot reproduce sexually. With just a little shake, they can glow in the dark, serving as their own light source. They can survive without air, even thriving in the oxygen-free vacuum of outer space. They're goofy, irresistibly cute tech geeks, noisy, easily satisfied, pleasure-loving, obedient to their master, eager to help, and they love laughing and fooling around, though they hate being laughed at. Their favorite foods are all kinds of fruits and vegetables, but nothing beats bananas and ice cream in their hearts. Kevin, in particular, stands about 120 centimeters tall, wears double-frame goggles, and sports a single tuft of hair shooting straight up. His favorite thing? Pretending to be the boss. As for their numbers, that's a mystery. It started with 899 minions, but then ballooned to 10,400. While minions make excellent helpers right now, it seems, they might not be much use to Jiangbai. Still, some of the technology from their world is rather impressive. Take, for example, the device that can shrink the moon. The minions themselves seem almost metaphysical. They've never died. A species that survived from the age of dinosaurs to the present day defies all reason. Of course, for now, there's no way to know what timeline the minions world exists in. Jiangbai. Kevin, hello. I'm from another world. Do you have a boss right now? Kevin. Banana? Boss. Yes, we're looking for a boss. Me, Bob, Stewart. We're off to find a boss. We want the biggest, baddest villain as our boss. Upon learning that Kevin, Bob, and Stewart were setting out to find a new boss, he could more or less pinpoint the timeline. This was the period when the minions, deep in a snowy mountain cave and quite dispirited, sent Kevin, Bob, and Stewart off to seek a new master, eventually leading them all the way to America. At this point in time, Gru was still just a boy. With the timeline confirmed, Jiangbai sent Kevin a video of his own battles. If the minions were to arrive in this world, things might get very interesting. After all, he had no shortage of food for the minions. Kevin, wow. You're incredible. Can we take you as our new boss? Jiangbai, of course, I'd be happy to have you. Pure-hearted Kevin was instantly captivated by Jiangbai's overwhelming strength as soon as he saw the battle video, and immediately wanted to pledge allegiance to him. After all, the minions' way of choosing a leader was as hasty and simple as ever. The moment Jiangbai agreed, Kevin's trust in him shot straight to 100%. That's just the way the minions are. Such simple creatures. Just like in the original timeline, when Bob became King of England. Because Scarlet, their boss, wanted the throne, Bob handed over his crown and kingdom without a moment's hesitation, giving her everything, even the crown itself. Jiangbai, wait for me, I'll be there in no time. Gavin, babu. Okay. After saying a quick goodbye to Mary and the others, Jiangbai used the system to travel to the minions' world. When Jiangbai appeared before Kevin, Bob, and Stewart, he found them floating adrift at sea. With a small wave of his hand, he lifted Kevin, Bob, and Stewart up using telekinesis. As they floated in midair in front of him, Kevin, Bob, and Stewart looked at themselves suspended in wonder, though only Kevin gazed at Jiangbai with utter admiration. Just then, Jiangbai heard the unmistakable sound of all three little bellies grumbling. Come on, let's go find your friends first, and then I'll take you all to get something delicious. Okay. Hearing this, Kevin, Bob, and Stewart nodded enthusiastically. Jiangbai carried the three little ones as they soared toward their snowy mountain cave. He planned to bring all the minions together and take them back to the Marvel Universe. The three little guys were absolutely thrilled to be flying through the air. Boom! Bakazo! Bala. Percent, yen, and asterisk, yen asterisk and hashtag at. Once they reached the cave, Kevin communicated excitedly with his fellow minions. Before long, every single minion was looking at Jiangbai with their big, sparkling eyes, full of adoration. Suddenly, the space around them began to ripple, and all sorts of portals and patterns appeared before the minions' eager faces. Cakes, fruit, barbecue, seafood, snacks, drinks, and more. When the minions saw this feast, they immediately dove in and started eating with gusto. Only one little minion, wearing double-rimmed glasses and with heterochromatic eyes, walked up to Jiangbai holding a banana. Banana. Chanting as he went, he offered the banana to Jiangbai. Seeing this, Jiangbai smiled gently and patted the little fellow on the head. Then, he took a teddy bear out of his storage space and handed it over. This minion was Bob, the one known for his rich emotions and his tendency to get easily upset. Wow, look, teddy bear. Bob hugged the teddy bear from Jiangbai with excitement, then dashed off to show it off to the other minions. Once they had finished eating, Jiangbai wrapped them all in his telekinetic energy, and together, he led every minion back to the Marvel world through the system. They appeared inside the manor, where everyone was astonished at the sight of these strange little creatures. All right, from now on, this is your home. Over there are the villas for Tom, Jerry, Marsal, and Merlin, and this is where we all live together. Maybe I should make a special place just for you. How about an underground base? I have a feeling you'll come up with all sorts of things down there. Yay! All the minions cheered with delight as they entered the manor, then began exploring everywhere. Bob, hugging his new teddy bear, approached Wanda and Lorna, watching them shyly while his gaze lingered on a banana nearby. Banana, please? Would you like a banana? Come and get it, don't be shy. Wanda and Lorna, charmed by the adorable minion, spoke to him gently and even reached out to pat Bob on the head. Meanwhile, Jiangbai headed to the first floor hall and began using his powers to create a base beneath the manor, a place for the minions to spend their days and work on their antics. By the time he finished, Mary, Emma, and the others had already become fast friends with the minions, who now understood these women were the boss's companions. Some of the minions even ran off to find Tom and Jerry, and in Merlin's potion lab, two of them stared wide-eyed as Merlin worked his magic. But soon, Jiangbai realized something was missing. After all, no one in his household was especially skilled in science or invention. Tom and Jerry spent most of their time getting up to mischief in their own little villa, and ordinary matters usually didn't bother them. It was then that Jiangbai remembered Grey Wolf. Glancing at the few devil fruits in the system storage, he thought perhaps he could win Grey Wolf's complete trust. Jiangbai, Grey Wolf, I've got my hands on something special for you. These are unique fruits. Eat one, and you'll gain incredible powers. There are only 3. The Celestial Wolf Fruit, the Wind Wolf Fruit, and the Blazing Flame Wolf Fruit. Grey Wolf asked, Are these meant for us? Will there be any side effects after eating them? Jiangbai replied, No, there won't be. After eating them, your body should undergo some changes, and you'll also gain special abilities. These 3 are just right for your family. Grey Wolf nodded. All right, thank you. Staring at the 3 strange fruits in his hands, Grey Wolf didn't immediately give them to Red Wolf and Little Grey, but instead took the first one himself. At that moment, it was the Celestial Wolf Fruit. Unexpectedly, Grey Wolf's body didn't change in size, but a crescent-shaped mark appeared on his forehead. He soon realized his physical strength had greatly increased, and under the moonlight, his power would surge even further. He could also transform into his celestial wolf form at will, a giant silver-gray wolf. Confirming there were no adverse effects, Grey Wolf's expression brightened, and his trust in Jiangbai reached its peak. Next, Grey Wolf handed the Wind Wolf Fruit to Little Grey, and the Blazing Wolf Fruit to Red Wolf. Perhaps because they were already wolves, neither Red Wolf nor Little Grey experienced any changes in their size. Only a unique mark appeared on their foreheads. Once Jiangbai knew that Grey Wolf's trust in him was complete, he invited the whole Grey Wolf family to his world. After a brief discussion, Grey Wolf brought Red Wolf and Little Grey to the Marvel world, moving into the manor. Soon after, Grey Wolf and the minions began transforming the manor's underground base into a laboratory and invention room. Little Grey quickly became friends with the minions, playing joyfully together. Red Wolf, on the other hand, spent her days with Wanda, Lorna, Mary, and the others, enjoying life in the manor and planning trips they wished to take. Clarissa's spatial abilities made any destination possible for them, and usually, everyone would go together. With their combined powers, Jiangbai had no worries about their safety. If anything, it was those who tried to cause trouble for them who should be afraid. Mary alone was formidable enough. Then there was Wanda, with her chaos magic, Lorna's magnetic control, Emma's telepathy and diamond form, Clarissa's spatial portals, and now, with Red Wolf's blazing fruit and her super frying pan, this lineup was truly unstoppable on Earth. Besides, the one standing behind them was Jiangbai himself. A week passed, and both the minions and the Grey Wolf family had settled in comfortably. However, the minions soon began building mischievous contraptions in the underground base, eager to resume their villainous antics. Jiangbai didn't mind their chaos at all. In fact, he even tipped them off that the British Museum held the most treasures. After all, none of the items in the British Museum truly belonged to the English. If the minions were set on mischief, they might as well reclaim those artifacts. It was a form of payback, a little revenge against the English, even though those antiques and relics held no real value for him. Perhaps it was because Little Grey and the minion had become good friends that Grey Wolf actually started helping the minion build a spaceship. Also, they could stop causing trouble. But this was Skull Island. Escaping was no easy feat. The island's unique magnetic field was notorious for rendering all electronic devices useless. Inside an underground laboratory, the leaders of the Monarch organization gazed at a massive egg chamber not far away. According to their instruments, the titanic beasts inside were about to hatch. Once they emerged, these creatures would weigh at least 10,000 tons to start with, and could grow rapidly as long as they absorbed enough radiation. Is everything ready? Someone asked. Don't worry, it's all set. As soon as the monsters hatch, we'll be able to control them, came the confident reply. Good. Double-check everything. There must be no mistakes. If we can control these two beasts, even if we can't rival the Illuminati, we'll still hold an extraordinary position in the world. Then we'll be free to study even more giant monsters. Yes, I'll go check again right away. Once the scientist left, William's eyes blazed with fanatic excitement as he stared at the two enormous eggs. The scientist, meanwhile, entered a back room where two sophisticated devices were placed. These were Monarch's instruments for controlling the monsters. Using electromagnetic waves together with psychic signals, the devices could issue orders to the beasts. The psychic component could barely convey intent, but it was nothing like a mutant's power, which could invade memories and manipulate thoughts. It was, after all, just technology, not a superpower. What Monarch didn't know was that these two eggs belonged to the Mutos. The creatures inside could unleash powerful electromagnetic pulses from their claws, disabling nearby electronics, and even interfering with the bioelectricity of living things. That meant Monarch's devices would be useless against them. Trying to use psychic signals to command a Muto was sheer folly, an act-courting disaster. The monster's physical strength, resilience, reflexes, and mental fortitude were thousands of times greater than a human's. To pit human technology against their minds was to invite catastrophe. The moment the machine connected to a Muto's consciousness, its immense psychic force would likely overload and destroy the device. In the conference room, all the official members had arrived. Even Robert was present. Jiangbai sat at the head of the table, surveying the group before signaling to Tony. Instantly, a projection flickered to life, displaying on the wall an image of the giant python Jiangbai and Tony had encountered in northern Mexico. Jiangbai began, "This is the giant python Tony and I ran into in northern Mexico. I strongly suspect it was artificially bred. From what I've learned, a certain company once discovered a plant called the blood orchid deep in the old-growth forest. This plant can induce evolution and mutation in living creatures." Jiangbai said, "The guardians of these plants are giant pythons, but they're not as enormous as the one we saw. The biggest are only about 100 meters long. I suspect these pythons were bred by the Na Corporation, and they might even carry genes from Titan beasts." Reed wondered aloud. Could it be that they're searching for the blood orchid just to breed these giant pythons? Or does the blood orchid serve some other purpose? Tony chimed in. "According to my investigation, Na Corporation is backed by a web of hidden tycoons, old families, wealthy elites, and investors. They have no shortage of funds. If their goal was just to breed giant pythons, that alone wouldn't draw the interest of those powerful families and financial groups." John speculated. Maybe they're just after some exotic pets? You know how the rich always have their own weird whims. Susan snapped, "John, this is not the time for jokes. Either zip it or step outside." Robert interjected, "It's immortality. Only the promise of eternal life or an extended lifespan could attract those hidden families and financial giants. I don't know about their eccentric tastes, but I'm certain they all want to live longer." Jiangbai nodded. "Exactly, immortality. Their research on the blood orchid is all about extending human life, achieving immortality. But the blood orchid isn't so easy to crack, and maybe that's why they've shifted their focus to the mutated, evolved pythons." Chalem mused. "So, they hope to gain not only longevity from the pythons, but also extraordinary power?" Charles agreed. "That's entirely possible. Supernatural powers are in high demand by nations and organizations alike, especially with the sudden rise of our Illuminati, overshadowing the 5 permanent members and even the United Nations. Some groups will stop at nothing for superhuman abilities." Jiangbai said, "Right? We never did settle the score with those who attacked our Illuminati members in northern Mexico. And what about those reparations from the nations involved? Have they come through yet?" Tony replied, "They have. Altogether, nearly $10 trillion US, plus some rare metals and elements." John exclaimed, $10 trillion. My God, how many rooms would you need just to store that much money? Jiangbai addressed the group. "Tony, Zhao, Hailuan, Reed, Surue, you 4 have full authority to use these funds for scientific research. Everyone else gets a $500 million monthly allowance, withdrawn directly from the Illuminati's account." Jiangbai concluded, "Now it's time to settle the score with Na Corporation. Gather your things. We're moving out." After Jiangbai left the conference room, he quietly waited nearby as the others changed into their combat suits. Truth be told, he wasn't satisfied with the compensation from those countries, just $10 trillion. It sounded like a lot, but in reality, it was barely a drop in the bucket for the 5 permanent members. But he didn't care about the money. Money was the least meaningful thing to him now. In his eyes, wealth no longer held any real value. Once Tony and the others suited up in their armor, and Reed, John, and the rest changed into their specialized combat gear, they quickly locked onto the experimental island of Na Corporation using Jarvis's tracking. A surge of blue energy flowed from Jiangbai's hand, opening a portal through space. Everyone stepped inside, and in the blink of an eye, they arrived on the experimental island. The moment they appeared, the security team spotted them, and alarms blared across the island. "Who are you people? What did you get in here? Take them down first." A deafening blast echoed. As the security guards moved to attack Jiangbai and the others, John instantly transformed into a human torch, hurling streams of fire at the guards. In seconds, they were reduced to ashes. The group strode unhurriedly toward the Knot Corporation's research facility. "What's going on? The Illuminati? Damn it. I knew it. The last time that blasted guy unleashed a giant python. It was only a matter of time before the Illuminati came knocking. Boss, what do we do now?" "Release all the giant pythons. Slow them down. We need to prepare to evacuate. If they catch up to us, we're dead." Following the boss's orders, a scientist rushed into the laboratory and approached the control console. He began to awaken the slumbering giant pythons, intending to unleash them against the Illuminati's advance. For colossal serpents, each stretching a kilometer long, opened their blood-red eyes. A tremendous crash shook the lab. Moments after the scientists fled, the four monstrous pythons burst free from their incubation chambers, smashing their way out. The commotion drew Jiang Bai and his companions' attention. Seeing these massive creatures, the group became certain that Knot Corporation was indeed behind the earlier incident. Tony, Chala, and Shuri, clad in their vibranium suits, soared into the sky to launch an assault on the pythons with their armor's weaponry. But the serpents' defenses were formidable. Their scales remained untouched, the attacks barely leaving a mark. Just as Reed and the others prepared to join the fray. "Wait, there's no need for you all to fight. Go after the executives of Knot Corporation. We'll handle things here. Your attacks won't even scratch these behemoths." "Understood. Let's move." Heeding Jiang Bai's words, Reed and the others glanced at the four monstrous pythons ahead, nodded, and began to circle around to flank the enemy. Jiang Bai and Robert exchanged a look and, in perfect sync, launched themselves skyward, each landing a powerful punch on a python's body. The scales shattered instantly under the force, and the python's flesh and blood splattered from the massive blow. Robert's punch was so powerful that it tore the serpent apart in a single strike. Jiangbai paused, stunned for a moment, then, recalling Robert's sentry powers, could only shake his head in exasperation. A suit of silver battle armor appeared on his body, radiating cosmic energy that surged outward, enveloping Jiangbai. He launched another attack on the giant python, while Tony, Chala, and Shuri flanked him, assisting in the assault. Jiangbai's fist, wrapped in cosmic power, struck the python squarely. In an instant, he punched a gaping hole through the monstrous snake. It was mainly because this python was nowhere near the strength of a titan behemoth. Otherwise, Jiangbai would have had to struggle much harder to bring it down. Still, the creature's regenerative ability was remarkable. Even with a hole punched through it, the wound was already half healed in the blink of an eye. A chilling hiss echoed through the air. A deafening crash followed. Nearby, Robert had entered a rampage. Brilliant golden laser beams shot from his eyes, instantly slicing the massive serpent before him into several pieces. With a single blow, he smashed the python's skull, leaving the ground awash with blood and viscous fluids. After Jiangbai finished off one of the pythons, he saw that Robert had already dealt with the remaining three. He had even torn the last one apart with his bare hands. It looked as effortless as pulling apart a strip of dried meat, making Tony and the others shudder at the sight. Meanwhile, Reed and his team rushed into the laboratory, only to find it completely deserted, except for the corpses of numerous research staff. 5 minutes before they arrived, the person in charge and the lead scientist had already escaped the island by submarine. Jiangbai and the others could hardly have imagined that the Knot Corporation had prepared a large submarine. Even though they failed to capture those responsible, they had at least succeeded in wiping out the giant pythons. If those monsters had made it into the city, who knows how many lives would have been lost. Finally, everyone returned to the Illuminati base through Jiangbai's portal, while Jiangbai himself and Robert made their way back to Skull Island. Before he could return to the manor, Jiangbai noticed a spaceship adorned with minion emblems soaring through the skies over Skull Island. Those little guys really are full of energy, aren't they? Ha ha ha. Right? They're always scheming to get into mischief, but they can't even make it off Skull Island. All they do is wreak havoc here day after day. So what? Just let them out if they're getting restless. Send them off to cause trouble in one of the P5 countries and give them a headache. Ha ha ha. Hey, did Bob sneak over to your place to ask for bananas again? You mean the little guy with the teddy bear? There's no helping it. Whenever he turns on the charm, Lindy can't resist giving him bananas and snacks. Want to come over for a drink? Maybe next time. I'm thinking of giving them some kind of mission. Can't have them running wild on Skull Island all the time. or they'll end up causing real trouble. All right, let's plan for next time then. After exchanging a few words with Robert, Jiangbai made his way back into his own estate. As soon as he entered, he saw all the minions pouring out of their underground base, throwing a barbecue party right in the courtyard. Snacks, fruit, and ice cream were scattered everywhere. Even Little Gray was among them. Jiangbai used his abilities to sense the surroundings and discovered that Mary and the others weren't home. No wonder these little rascals dared to throw such a party. Last time, their endless courtyard festivities had disturbed Mary. Back then, every single minion had received a sound beating from her. Now, their fear of Mary ran deep to the bone. If she forbade something, they wouldn't dare disobey. Banana. John Banana. As soon as the minions spotted Jiangbai, Bob and Kevin dashed over, each holding out a banana for him. He couldn't quite fathom just how deep their obsession with bananas went. Before long, Hulk, Martin, and Kane returned from outside as well. A special thank you to It's Mumu-chan for the gift. Much appreciated. You're incredibly generous. Once Hulk, Martin, and Kane arrived, they immediately joined the party. A few especially bold minions even climbed onto Hulk's shoulders. Martin stepped in to take over grilling duty from one of the minions, while Kane sat down beside Jiangbai, sharing a drink with him. Meanwhile, Wanda, Mary, Emma, and the others were vacationing in the Hawaiian Islands, basking in the sun on a deserted beach, sipping cocktails, and enjoying a rare moment of pure relaxation and ease. Elsewhere, Loki had left the Illuminati's base and slipped into downtown New York. Thanks to his illusions and talents, he easily acquired a hefty sum of American dollars. With that, he began investigating the situation with the Titan beasts, delving into research on these formidable creatures. He soon realized that the Titan beasts were even more powerful than the frost giants. Each one's weight measured in tens of thousands of tons. Loki couldn't help but imagine. If he could control a few Titan beasts, wouldn't the throne of Asgard be his for the taking? With such power, Loki could stroll through top American laboratories at will, stealing or perusing their research reports and intelligence. But in the end, he could only confirm that the Titan beasts dwelled in the ocean's depths, in places unreachable by humans. Even as a frost giant, he couldn't venture that deep, let alone find and control the Titan beasts. Clearly, he'd have to wait for them to appear before he stood any chance of taking command. So Loki decided to use his newfound wealth to set up his own laboratory. With his learning abilities, human knowledge came easily to him. He bought all kinds of machinery, instruments, and materials to fuel his research, even managing to acquire some Titan beast genetic material. He hoped to use genetics, combined with his own sorcery, to control the Titan beasts. However, the results proved far from satisfactory. A month flew by in the blink of an eye. Within the underground base, Jiangbai had set up a special, large-scale teleportation array. This allowed the minions to pilot their spaceship straight to the manor in New York. He also assigned the minions some specific targets. For example, he wanted them to pilfer items from the British Museum. Things like pharaoh staffs, sarcophagi, mummies, basically anything of interest. He even mischievously tasked the minions with searching for the lost imperial seal of China. Jiangbai still remembered that famous saying, "If I ever see the Mona Lisa smile, I'll hand it over to the nation. But if I stumble upon the imperial seal, I'd suggest my country hand it over to me." And so, spurred on by Jiangbai's encouragement, the minions set off with great enthusiasm. With all the cutting-edge gadgets invented by Grey Wolf at their disposal, Jiangbai had no worries at all. It's worth mentioning that Little Gray was on board, too, much to the resignation of Grey Wolf and Red Wolf. No matter what they said, Little Gray simply refused to get off the ship. The moment he touched the ground, he'd burst into tears and throw a tantrum. Jiangbai's efforts to calm him were useless. In the end, Little Gray tagged along with the minions to join in their mischief. Their first target, the vast collection of artifacts, treasures, and antiques from around the world stored in the British Museum. The British Museum boasts over 8 million precious artifacts, though only about 1% are on display. Even so, visitors are already left in awe, as the collection spans more than 2 million years of human history. However, most of these relics, treasures, and antiques don't actually belong to Britain. They were plundered from other countries, with Chinese artifacts making up the largest portion. After all, with 5,000 years of civilization, China's treasures are beyond counting. Meanwhile, deep in the underground base, the pulses within 2 Titan behemoth egg sacs were growing stronger and more frequent. According to the Monarch Organization's researchers, it wouldn't be long before the 2 monsters emerged from their eggs. This put the Monarch Organization's armed squad on high alert. The moment the creatures broke free, they would rush in to install devices onto the monsters' heads without hesitation. They were even prepared for the possibility of death. Though called armed personnel, they were in truth a suicide squad. A deafening crash thundered through the air. A bone-chilling screech echoed from within. At that moment, movement rippled across the surface of one egg sac. A faint yet menacing roar sounded, and then a monstrous creature broke through the shell, coming into view of the Monarch Organization's members. The beast that emerged was a Mudo, specifically a male Mudo. No sooner had it appeared than it began absorbing the radiation deliberately concentrated in the area by Monarch, rapidly growing stronger. Not long after, the second Mudo broke free as well. This one was female. Like her counterpart, she immediately started absorbing the surrounding radiation. Yes. Ha ha ha. Armed team, move out now. While they're focused on absorbing radiation, hurry up and get those devices installed. The base commander watched the scene with barely contained excitement, then quickly ordered the commando squad to move out. Soon, a team clad in heavy radiation suits emerged from the base, making their way toward the two Mudos. But even these thick suits couldn't shield them from all the radiation. Even if they survived this mission and managed to leave alive, none of them had long to live. With such intense radiation exposure, bodily mutations would be the least of their worries. Their internal organs would rapidly fail. They were all but certain to die. As the team drew closer, the two Mudos paid them no mind. Perhaps they simply didn't care. Their urgent priority was to absorb the radiation around them, to strengthen themselves, to grow as quickly as possible, and to ensure their own reproduction. Meanwhile, Godzilla, who had been in deep slumber, suddenly opened his eyes and turned his head toward the surface above. Clearly, he had sensed the arrival of the Mudos and recognized the threat they posed. By now, his body had grown even more massive than before. Godzilla's weight had reached 40,000 tons, and his power had increased dramatically. Not only Godzilla, but even Kong had grown significantly during this period. Before long, Godzilla rose from his lair and swam away, leaving his undersea palace behind. He was heading to the surface, obviously intent on confronting the Mudos. Even in ancient times, the two species were mortal enemies, and now that the Mudos had reappeared, Godzilla was not about to let them go unchecked, especially since this particular Mudo had been born inside the body of an ancient Godzilla. As Godzilla began to move, the Mudos in the underground base seemed to sense something. They all lifted their heads, gazing in the direction where Godzilla was located. As for the armed personnel at their feet, they didn't even spare them a glance, just as humans pay no heed to ants beneath their feet. But at that moment, the armed squad sprang into action. They retrieved a special device from a case and activated its flight mode, maneuvering it toward the Mudos' heads, two devices at once, aiming to seize control of both monsters in a single move. Just as the devices were about to land on the Mudos' heads, the female Mudo let out a furious roar. Instantly, her claws unleashed an electromagnetic pulse, disrupting all nearby electronic equipment. Even the airborne device tumbled from the sky. The male Mudo stopped absorbing radiation and turned his gaze toward the squad below. Without a moment's hesitation, he launched his attack. In an instant, the squad was routed. Several members were crushed beneath the Mudo's massive feet, reduced to little more than pulp. The rest, witnessing this horror, didn't have time to think. There was only one thought in their minds: escape. Desperately, they fled toward the underground laboratory, their heavy radiation suits slowing them down, wishing they could sprout extra legs to run faster. Even so, many of them were still killed by the Mudos. Inside the laboratory of the underground base, the person in charge stared grimly at the screen before him. On it were live images of the two Mudos, as well as footage of the instruments being disrupted and destroyed just moments ago. It was clear that this mission had ended in failure. Not only had the target instrument been sabotaged, but many other devices in the lab had also been rendered useless by interference. They had lost almost all function, and now there was no way to contact the outside world. When other scientists mentioned that an electromagnetic pulse was responsible, the leader was left completely stunned. These monsters could unleash electromagnetic pulses. There was simply no way to use instruments to control them, as they'd hoped. At this point, the two Mudos began absorbing radiation again. Once they had drained all the radiation from the underground base, they prepared to leave. In perfect unison, they started moving toward the laboratory section of the base, clearly intent on destroying it. When the female Mudo had released the electromagnetic pulse earlier, she had already sensed that there were humans inside. Unlike Godzilla, who showed no interest in humans, the Mudos actively took an aggressive stance toward people. The two Mudos shared similar forms, though the male was nearly half the size of the female. However, he possessed the ability to fly. As panic swept through the lab staff, the two Mudos began to rampage through the base, destroying equipment and slaughtering everyone inside. Yet, their goal seemed to be more than just killing humans. The underground base's storage area was filled with highly radioactive materials. There were even nuclear warheads. It seemed the Mudos were drawn here for those powerful sources of radiation most of all. A thunderous crash echoed through the facility. After devouring every last bit of radiation, the two Mudos crawled out from the laboratory and, before long, emerged onto the surface. They found themselves on an island, surrounded on all sides by the sea. The male Mudo, equipped with sonar-like echolocation, communicated with the female. Then, unfurling the vast wings on his back, he soared around the island in a wide arc before returning to hover above her. Seizing the female, he began flying in a set direction. His enormous wings blotted out the sun, and even while carrying the female Mudo, his speed barely faltered. Guided by their sensitivity to radiation, within a few hours, the pair reached the coastline of Sakura Nation, just a short distance from the island. This country's nuclear power plants have been dumping radioactive wastewater into the sea for years, and with the underground base so close by, it was only natural for the Mudos to be drawn to its shores. As soon as the two Mudos left the underground base, nations around the world detected the emergence of these titanic monsters. Their satellites were quickly redirected to track and monitor them. Stark Industries satellites also picked up the Mudos, and Jarvis promptly reported the finding to Tony. What? Giant monsters? And two of them? Jarvis, pull up the footage so I can see it. Certainly, sir. The purpose of these two giants seems to be Sakura? Huh. Serve them right, dumping nuclear waste every day, and now the monsters have come knocking. Looks like I'll have to gather the members of the Illuminati, just in case Sakura gets wiped off the map. Tony murmured to himself as he studied the footage Jarvis had pulled up, then used the Illuminati's special communicator to summon the team. After receiving Tony's call, Jiangbai patted little Tom on the head, opened a portal, and stepped into the Illuminati base. Thanks to his mastery of spatial abilities, Jiangbai arrived faster than the others. Instead of waiting in the conference room, he headed straight for the lab inside the base. Soon, he caught sight of a graceful figure in a white lab coat, busily working. It was of course Zhao Hailuan. Jiangbai knocked softly and entered the lab. Zhao Hailuan glanced over, nodded in greeting, but didn't immediately stop what she was doing. Her fingers continued flying across the keyboard. Jiangbai didn't mind. His attention was drawn to the device beside the regeneration cradle. His curiosity piqued. Jiang, what brings you here today? I was just curious, thought I'd drop by. How's the research on the regeneration cradle coming along? It's nearly there, though it's still not on par with nanometal. Why do you ask? No reason, just wondering. Let's go. Tony's just called a meeting. Guess you were too busy with your research to notice. Oh, right. Okay, let's go. By the time Jiangbai and Zhao Hailuan reached the conference room, Tony, Chala, Shuri, and even Robert were already present. Only Reed, John, and a few others had yet to arrive. Jiangbai strolled to his seat and sat down, while Tony fiddled with a screen nearby. Once everyone had assembled, Tony stood up and spoke slowly. Just now, Stark Industries satellites picked up footage of two giant monsters. One is carrying the other, and they're both heading straight for Sakura. Jiangbai responded, Muto? They've already shown up this fast. When Tony projected the footage, Jiangbai paused for a moment, then explained. The others, hearing the name Muto, turned their eyes to him. These two monsters are called Muto. The one that can fly is the male, and the larger one is the female. They have echolocation abilities similar to dolphins, which allow them to communicate over long distances. They can also unleash powerful electromagnetic pulses from their claws, disrupting electronic equipment around them. Muto shared the same era as Godzilla, feeding on radiation. They would lay eggs inside Godzilla, who acts as a living atomic reactor. Since ancient times, they've been destined to clash with Godzilla, earning them the title of Godzilla's archenemies, colossal monsters born to fight him. Now that Muto has appeared, Godzilla will surely follow. Looks like another epic battle is about to break out. But from the current situation, the nuclear power plants in Sakura country are in serious danger. When Godzilla arrives, it will be a catastrophe for them. Noticing everyone's attention, Jiangbai shared everything he knew with the group. When he mentioned Sakura country, he couldn't hide the gloating tone in his voice. Tony said, Still, we have to act now. If we don't, even more people will die in the crossfire between these monsters. Jiangbai replied, That's not necessarily true. You could reach out to Sakura country on behalf of the Illuminati first. Otherwise, if we get involved, they might turn around and blame us for the mess. Trust me, Sakura country is exactly that kind of nation. To avoid that, it's best to ask first. I'm not interested in thankless, risky work. Reed chimed in. I think Jiangbai has a point. Besides, asking won't take much time. I'm sure plenty of countries are just watching and waiting. Tony nodded. All right, I'll ask them now. Jiangbai continued. Honestly, I doubt they'll agree to let the Illuminati intervene. Right now, every country wants to study the genetics of these monsters, and now there are two of them. Most nations are probably thrilled at the prospect. There's no way they'll let us get involved. Charles added, "That's right. People from that country. Well, you'll see for yourselves soon enough." At Jiang Bai's request, Tony opened negotiations with Sakura Country on behalf of the Illuminati, asking if they needed help dealing with the Titans. After all, with two Titans on the scene, an entire city could be laid to waste in moments, a true disaster for all living things. As Jiang Bai had predicted, the Sakura government refused the Illuminati's offer, insisting they were fully capable of handling the monsters themselves. Tony's face was a study in surprise. He hadn't expected them to actually refuse outside help. He remembered how they'd once unleashed nuclear weapons on Godzilla, with no regard for the surrounding cities or the lives of their people. A sense of foreboding settled over Tony. Tony said, "You were right. The Sakura government flat out refused the Illuminati's involvement. So what now? We can't just sit back and do nothing. Even if that's their stance, what about the ordinary people?" Jiang Bai replied, "Tony, I get what you mean, but we've been officially turned down. Charles, get ready to hold a press conference for the Illuminati. Make it clear that the Sakura government refused our offer to help. That way, if anything happens, they can't accuse us of failing to intervene in the crisis." Charles answered, "No problem." After giving Tony a slight shake of his head, Jiang Bai spoke. He had no intention of rescuing the people from Sakura. Besides, the Sakura government had already refused the Illuminati's intervention. He wasn't about to throw himself at someone who'd just given him the cold shoulder. Turning to Charles, he added that, knowing how the Sakura government operates, they might even use this as an opportunity to turn the tables and accuse the Illuminati. Even if the Sakura government didn't, the United Nations and the 5 permanent members would surely pressure Sakura to speak up. None of them would miss a chance to tarnish the Illuminati's reputation. Before long, word spread that the Illuminati was about to hold a press conference, and all the journalists, TV stations, and newspapers descended like cats catching the scent of fish. They swarmed to the scene, and with Charles's official statement, the internet was soon buzzing with news that Sakura had rejected the Illuminati's offer of help. More and more ordinary people learned that 2 Titan beasts were about to make landfall in Sakura. Yet, the people of Sakura remained completely unperturbed, placing full trust in their government and insisting that their leaders would surely handle the Titan beasts. Bowing to mounting international pressure, the Sakura government's Ministry of Foreign Affairs issued a statement, which matched the information Tony had received. They declared that they could solve the problem on their own. There was no need for help or intervention from the Illuminati or any other country. Clearly, they intended to face the 2 Titan beasts alone, and the entire Sakura biological science community was practically delirious with excitement, already fantasizing about studying the Titan's genes and remains. Sakura wasn't just refusing the Illuminati. They turned down the 5 permanent members and the United Nations as well. It looked like they planned to keep the 2 Titan beasts all to themselves. This, naturally, sparked considerable dissatisfaction in America. After all, Sakura was just America's little brother, and now the junior dared to refuse the big brother. No wonder the big brother was annoyed. Jiang Bai remarked, "The Sakura government can't possibly handle both Titan beasts, let alone the looming threat of Godzilla. And Mothra, if they try to bite off more than they can chew, it'll be their undoing." Tony swore, "Damn it, the Sakura government is gambling with their own country and people. Shouldn't we take some kind of action? What do you all think?" Chalice spoke up, "Tony, while the Illuminati may hold a unique status on Earth, we can't interfere in the sovereignty and governance of another nation. This is Sakura's decision to make." John interjected, "Why don't we just go there directly? Why do we need the Sakura government's permission? Isn't the Illuminati's purpose to protect Earth?" At that moment, John's sudden suggestion caught everyone's attention. All eyes turned to Jiang Bai. After all, it had been Jiang Bai who first proposed consulting the Sakura government, but John's words had clearly snapped everyone out of their narrow line of thinking. Jiang Bai sighed, "Let me put it this way. These Titan behemoths are, in a sense, Earth's own children, and even more, they're Earth's guardians, especially Godzilla. So, the reason they attacked Sakura was entirely because the discharge of nuclear wastewater into the sea caught the attention of 2 Mutos." Jiang Bai continued, "Of course, we could go directly if you want to. I have no objections. But I doubt Sakura would agree. You all understand better than I do what the Titans mean to every nation right now." Jiang Bai added, "Even if we hadn't asked in the first place, Sakura still wouldn't have let us intervene." Tony said, "That's true. I'll forget it. I'll just head back and focus on my armor." After listening to Jiang Bai, everyone fell silent for a while, lost in thought. Strictly speaking, it was humanity that had inflicted the deepest wounds on the planet's environment, with rampant resource extraction leaving scars on Earth that could never be erased. Before long, everyone quietly dispersed. Jiangbai then opened a portal and stepped into the place where Mary and the others were gathered. The moment he appeared, he pulled Lorna into his arms. Lorna, startled and ready to defend herself, relaxed as soon as she caught the familiar scent and leaned trustingly against him. "Did you have a good time?" he asked softly. "It was all right," Lorna replied, "but I still prefer having you with us. No matter how beautiful the scenery, it's never as wonderful as when you're there." "If you say things like that, I'll be moved," Jiangbai smiled. "I keep finding myself more and more fond of you all." "Then just keep liking us more and more. Or do you think we aren't worth it?" she teased. "Of course you are," Jiangbai assured her. "Each one of you is precious. Having you all in my life is the greatest luck I could ever ask for." Jiangbai, holding Lorna, who wore a deep green bikini, settled into a lounge chair on the beach, gazing into her eyes. Before long, Emma, Wanda, Mary, and Clarice all came over, and Jiangbai gathered these beauties into his arms, holding them close. Meanwhile, the Sakura government, after refusing the Illuminati and other countries' intervention, immediately began mobilizing its armed forces, determined to destroy the two behemoths on their own and secure them for scientific study. Even though Sakura had rejected outside involvement, America, Sakura's big brother, was undeterred. Despite the refusal, they boldly dispatched their military. The nearest carrier strike group set course for Sakura, clearly eager to claim a share of the spoils. After all, the genetic material of the Titans was of immense research value to every nation. Not just America, the 5 permanent members each had their own plans. China, being closest to Sakura, promptly used its Eastern Lock system to track the two Titans. Nuclear submarines quietly began to slip into Sakura's territorial waters. Other countries followed suit, each maneuvering for a stake in the unfolding crisis. Each nation quickly dispatched its own armed forces to the scene. However, dealing with Muto would not be so simple. Just the electromagnetic pulse generated by Muto alone was enough to bring disaster to Sakura and all the major countries, especially since they had no idea what they were facing. A deafening explosion echoed along the coastline. Inside a seaside nuclear power plant, 2 Mutos descended from the sky, immediately unleashing havoc upon the facility's buildings. Their goal was to feed on the radiation within, fueling their growth and preparing to reproduce. The plant staff grabbed whatever weapons they could and tried to fight back, but their efforts were utterly futile, barely even enough to bother the monsters. In the blink of an eye, the Mutos trampled many workers to death. The Sakura government began rallying its armed forces, deploying all kinds of advanced weaponry and equipment. Even nuclear warheads were being mobilized. If the situation escalated to the point of needing them, Sakura's leaders would not hesitate to launch. The city closest to the nuclear plant was soon swarming with military forces, and a complete lockdown was imposed. No one in, no one out. Sakura's plan was to use this city as the front line in their battle against the giant monsters, showing little regard for the fate of its ordinary citizens. As the monsters descended on the nuclear plant, governments around the world and the Illuminati secret bases kept a close watch. Tony Stark himself redirected Stark Industries' satellites from his home, tracking Sakura's response. His expression grew dark and grim. 2 monsters, each weighing tens of thousands of tons, had appeared, creatures that actually fed on nuclear radiation. Meanwhile, the 2 Mutos were feasting greedily on the plant's radiation. Although their appearances hadn't changed much, they were visibly more energized and excited. Nearly all the plant staff had perished. Those who survived either hid in remote corners or managed to escape. The arrival of the Mutos had already claimed over 1,000 lives at this single facility, and this was only an estimate, given the plant's considerable size. Another thunderous explosion tore through the air. Suddenly, a missile streaked down from above, striking the female Muto's massive body and erupting in a burst of fire. The female and male Mutos began communicating through echolocation, emitting sounds reminiscent of dolphins. Moments later, the male Muto unfurled its wings and took flight, heading straight for the city nearest the nuclear plant. Clearly, the monsters had pinpointed the source of the attack. As soon as the male Muto departed, the female resumed devouring the plant's radiation, preparing herself to ensure the survival of their offspring. Right now, their primary goal was reproduction. A sharp crash split the air. When the male Muto landed in the city, it was immediately met with a barrage of military firepower. High-yield missiles rained down relentlessly, one even striking a nearby office building, resulting in devastating casualties among the civilians inside. But the military commanders didn't care at all, nor did the Sakura government. Many high-ranking officials from various countries watched this scene in silence. In the eyes of those who lead civilizations, certain sacrifices are simply necessary. To put it bluntly, as long as the potential payoff is big enough to turn the tide, they're willing to sacrifice not just one city, but even 10 if it comes to that. Wrap it up in the name of national development, and in a decade or two, these people will be remembered as martyrs all over again. A deep, thunderous boom echoed across the city. A pulse of blue electromagnetic energy surged from the male Muto's hand, enveloping the entire city in its grip. Every electronic device failed in an instant. Missile trucks, attack helicopters, tanks, armored vehicles, and the rest of the military hardware were all rendered useless. Even the city's communications were scrambled, making it impossible to send out any information. But even if messages couldn't get out, governments around the world and the Sakura authorities watched everything unfold through satellite feeds. A piercing, guttural roar tore through the air. The male Muto threw back its head and unleashed a howl, then set about unleashing havoc on the city, focusing especially on destroying military assets. Bullets and gunfire meant nothing to it. In less than half an hour, every soldier in the military was dead. The entire city was left battered and broken. But the male Muto wasn't satisfied with just that. It turned its fury on the rest of the city, smashing buildings and killing every civilian in its path. Some were crushed beneath collapsing structures. Others were simply slaughtered. In less than an hour, a medium-sized city was wiped off the map by the male Muto. Not a single building remained standing. Out of several million ordinary people, almost none survived. Only a few scattered survivors clung desperately to life in the city's hidden corners. Another deafening explosion split the sky. A blinding flash of fire streaked across the heavens, zeroing in on the male Muto. It struck true, detonating with a force that sent a crimson mushroom cloud billowing upward, engulfing the Muto and the entire city. The Sakura government had fired a nuclear missile from its carrier fleet. The city was annihilated. Yet the Muto was far from easy to kill. Instead, the nuclear blast wiped out the last remaining Sakura civilians who had been cowering in the city's ruins. The searing heat and radiation obliterated everything. When the mushroom cloud finally faded, leaders from around the world watched their screens with bated breath, desperate to see whether the nuclear strike had destroyed the monster. As the dust settled, the Muto's silhouette gradually emerged. A massive wound gaped across its back. But even as they watched, the injury visibly began to heal. The Muto was still there, greedily absorbing the lingering nuclear radiation around it. The world's leaders saw that the beast at the very heart of the nuclear blast had suffered only minor harm, and was on the verge of recovery. Their faces darkened, heavy with dread. He immediately recalled how, back in the day, in the land of Sakura, a nuclear bomb was launched. Yet instead of destroying the giant beast, it only allowed the creature to feast and grow even stronger. Before the Sakura government could launch another nuke, the male Muto, having devoured the most intense nuclear radiation at Ground Zero, soared off toward the nuclear power plant. Its wings and the wounds on its back had completely healed, as if they'd never been injured at all. A colossal figure swept across the sky. After bringing Wanda, Lorna, Mary, and the others back to the manor on Skull Island, Jiangbai opened a portal and stepped into the Illuminati's base. Reed and the others were in the lab, observing the Muto's movements via satellite, analyzing various streams of data as they worked. Jiangbai soon caught sight of the scene where the male Muto survived the nuclear blast unscathed. He couldn't help but smirk inwardly at the sight, slouched onto a nearby sofa, bored and indifferent. He didn't care in the slightest whether the Muto would wipe out the Sakura nation. In fact, he thought it might be for the best. He'd never had a favorable impression of them. Reed and the others paid him no mind, continuing to immerse themselves in analyzing Muto's data and combat capabilities. At that moment, Jiangbai remembered the 3 treasures he'd taken from Odin's vault. Without a word, his figure vanished from the laboratory. He reappeared in the shadow dimension and drew out a branch of Yggdrasil, the world tree. Instantly, it leapt from his hand and merged into the surrounding space. As the master of this dimension, Jiangbai could sense subtle changes in the space around him, even noticing a faint mark appearing on his mask. He didn't dwell on it. Instead, he produced the casket of ancient winters, the sacred relic of the frost giants. For someone who commanded the power of ice, this artifact was of great use. Wham! His right hand transformed into ice and plunged forcefully into the casket. He began to absorb the winter's power within, channeling it to enhance his mastery over ice. The casket of ancient winters had the power to freeze an entire planet. Absorbing its energy would significantly strengthen his ice control. In the comics, after all, Bobby's ice manipulation had the potential of a level 5 mutant. As Jiangbai absorbed the power, his body gradually turned into crystalline blue ice, a cold blue energy swirling around him. After half an hour, the casket's blue radiance faded, leaving behind only an ordinary box. Every last drop of energy now his. With this treasure that could freeze worlds, not only had Jiang Bai's control over ice advanced by leaps and bounds, but his own strength had reached the peak of the sub-Skyfather level, just a step away from true Skyfather. Add to that his ability to transform into a five-clawed golden dragon and the possession of a silver cosmic armor, and both his strength and combat power had soared. It was, without a doubt, a rewarding gain. The blue ice encasing Jiang Bai's body slowly receded, his form returning to normal. As he opened his eyes, his pupils were no longer their original brown, but a striking shade of blue. The blue eyes were like gemstones, clear and radiant, exuding an ethereal charm. Those deep blue eyes resembled an endless starry sky, filled with mystery and allure. They sparkled with an enchanting light that could completely captivate anyone who gazed into them, making it impossible to look away. These blue eyes were not only beautiful, but also unforgettable. They were like a vast blue ocean, profound and tranquil. Within those eyes shone a brilliant gleam, as if a stretch of azure sky was reflected on rippling waves. Looking through those blue eyes, it felt as if one could see to the farthest reaches of the horizon, evoking a sense of boundless expanse. After sensing his own power, he left the shadow dimension and appeared inside the Illuminati's laboratory base. Glancing at Reed and the others, he opened a portal and stepped through. In the blink of an eye, he emerged high above a stretch of open sea. Below, a gigantic black shape loomed on the surface of the water, clearly another Titan behemoth. It was Godzilla, just emerged from its own lair. Jiang Bai immediately reached out with his psychic abilities to communicate with Godzilla, and soon enough, Godzilla responded. Through Jiang Bai's telepathy and mental energy, Godzilla recognized him as the human who had helped during the battle with the Legion of Death. When Jiang Bai asked, Godzilla was quite unconcerned about revealing his intentions, which matched exactly what Jiang Bai had guessed before. Godzilla's target was the two Mudo creatures in Sakura. As the two communicated, the male Mudo had already returned to the nuclear power plant and reunited with the female Mudo. The two colossal beasts quickly made their way to the depths of the plant, devouring all the nuclear radiation they could find, and preparing to breed. Meanwhile, things in Sakura were far from peaceful. Although ordinary citizens didn't know that a city had just been destroyed by a giant monster, the mushroom cloud above was impossible to miss. The people of Sakura, already accustomed to nuclear strikes, needed only a glance to recognize what it meant. This sparked waves of resistance and protest throughout the major cities. Demonstrations and unrest erupted, and even some criminal syndicates began to stir. But in these extraordinary times, the authorities responded with extraordinary measures, and, since the government of Sakura cared little for the lives of ordinary citizens, the situation continued. In the days that followed, Sakura refrained from launching any further nuclear strikes. The two Mudos remained deep within the nuclear plant, absorbing radiation and continuing to breed. Meanwhile, the Sakura leadership began discussions on how to obtain the monster's genetic material and what actions to take next. Even other nations were watching these two monsters with intense interest. On the other side, Jiang Bai was learning much from his communication with Godzilla. He also discovered that it was currently impossible to enter the Hollow Earth. Only when the entrance opened again, after some time, would it be possible to go in. Jiang Bai didn't try to stop Godzilla from attacking the Mudos and Sakura. After all, Godzilla and the Mudos were sworn enemies. Both of these Mudos had hatched from the body of an ancient Godzilla, so Godzilla would never let them off. Besides, Jiang Bai didn't think he had the authority to intervene in such a feud. If he had to choose between the Mudos and Godzilla, he would stand with Godzilla without a moment's hesitation. And it wasn't just about Godzilla's current strength. Its potential alone was more than enough for Jiang Bai to invest in. After all, Godzilla had the potential to evolve into the legendary star Godzilla. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. The two Mudos had already laid their eggs. Once they hatched, the Mudos would instantly become a pack. But at this moment, both Mudos were on edge, their moods shifting uneasily, for they too could sense Godzilla's presence, drawing ever closer. The male Mudo couldn't hold himself back any longer. He burst from a nuclear power plant, soared high into the sky, and circled over the waters near Sakura, searching tirelessly for any sign of Godzilla. This deep-seated enmity was etched into his very bones. He could recognize Godzilla even without having seen him before. But Godzilla had no intention of fighting the Mudos at sea. Instead, it dove deep beneath the waves, preparing to launch a surprise attack on the Mudos waiting on land. Jiang Bai, cloaked in invisibility, followed closely beside Godzilla. Over these 3 days, he had come to learn much about the ancient times. In short, during the ancient era, Earth was completely dominated by the titanic beasts. Humans of that age had to rely on the titans for survival, and creatures like dinosaurs were nothing more than food for these colossal monsters. As for why the titans appeared on Earth in the first place, even Godzilla didn't know. He only remembered opening his eyes and finding himself on ancient Earth. After that, he grew stronger by devouring other titans. Even now, Godzilla had yet to reach full maturity. He was still growing. A thunderous crash resounded. A deafening roar shook the air. Godzilla soon reached the shores near Sakura, paying no heed to whether the airborne Muto had spotted him. He strode ashore, letting out a mighty roar at both the nuclear power plant and the Muto, circling high above. Without hesitation, he began heading straight for the power station. The male Muto did not attack Godzilla immediately. Instead, he circled above, roaring and keeping a wary eye on Godzilla's every move. Jiang Bai, still invisible, hovered not far away, watching the scene unfold while calculating his own strength. With his power at the peak of the Demi-Father level, he believed he could hold his own against the Mutos. If he transformed into a five-clawed golden dragon and donned his cosmic battle armor, destroying the two Mutos would be a simple matter. Even Godzilla in his current state would stand no chance against someone of the Demi-Father level, a power capable of destroying entire planets. To eliminate the Mutos and Godzilla would be no challenge at all. The divide between the sub-Father level and the Father level is immense. Only by reaching Father-level combat power could he easily destroy both Muto and Godzilla. Yet at the sub-Father level, he simply couldn't do it. After all, these colossal beasts weighed at least 10,000 tons. Though their attack methods were straightforward, their might was not to be underestimated. Before long, a roar echoed from within the nuclear power plant. Hearing this, the male Muto immediately flew toward the plant. Godzilla, on the other hand, advanced at an unhurried pace. Its appearance soon attracted the attention of nations and organizations around the world. After all, this was far from Godzilla's first appearance on the global stage. Tony and the others had already gathered at the Illuminati base, ready to act at a moment's notice. Now that a third giant beast had emerged, it was no longer a question of whether Sakura Nation would accept outside help. Suddenly, with a thunderous crash, just as Godzilla was about to reach the power plant, the male and female Mutos burst out from within. They bared their fangs and glared at Godzilla, their crimson eyes burning with fury, desperate to tear Godzilla apart then and there. The larger female Muto lunged straight for Godzilla. Compared to Godzilla, the Mutos were smaller in size, but the female Muto was actually stronger. She moved with incredible speed. Seizing Godzilla with her forelimbs, she yanked him forcefully to the side. Off balance, Godzilla toppled to the ground. Godzilla snapped his massive jaws at the female Muto beside him. Meanwhile, the male Muto took advantage of its ability to fly, launching aerial attacks against Godzilla. The two Mutos coordinated seamlessly, preventing Godzilla from rising to his feet. Even Godzilla's atomic breath was stifled. The female Muto relentlessly tore at Godzilla's body with her powerful forelimbs. Enduring the pain, Godzilla searched for an opening. Then, finally, he lashed out with his tail, sending the female Muto flying and seizing a brief moment to catch his breath. But in the next instant, the male Muto swooped down from the sky to strike Godzilla, only for Godzilla to seize the opportunity and slam him to the ground. Yet before he could recover, the female Muto's forelimbs pierced deep into Godzilla's body with brutal force. The male Muto scrambled upright and, working in tandem with the female, pressed Godzilla down, making escape impossible. They even dodged Godzilla's head, ensuring he couldn't aim his atomic breath at them. Overwhelmed, Godzilla was pinned beneath the Mutos. Within the highest ranks of the Sakura government, new ambitions began to stir. To capture even a single one of these giant beasts would be a triumph. Orders were quickly given to assist the Mutos in attacking Godzilla. In their eyes, whether the Mutos were good or bad was irrelevant. What mattered were the remains and genetic material of the monsters and the promise of future research. The Sakura military scrambled their fighter jets, heavily armed with missiles and nuclear bombs, and set out. Previously, their target had been the Mutos. Now it was Godzilla. And it wasn't just Sakura. Nearly all of the world's great powers dispatched their own jets into Sakura's airspace. As for the charge of trespassing into Sakurajima's territory, no country really cares. Only strength matters in this world. Besides, this is the five powers we're talking about. They can always come up with an excuse or justification to handle the situation. Not just the five powers. Even countries outside that circle have scrambled to send their fighter jets. Everyone was poised for attack at any moment. No nation had given a direct order to strike, but they all kept in close contact, ready to adapt on the fly. After all, this was Sakurajima's domain, and no one wanted to cross the line. Otherwise, at the next United Nations Council, even the five powers could find themselves facing backlash. At most, Sakurajima would be allowed the first strike. If they failed to seize the opportunity, the other countries would not hesitate to act. And if Godzilla were truly killed, no single nation would be allowed to claim the beast's corpse for itself. The spoils would be divided. Of course, those who struck first would get the lion's share, and even Sakurajima would have to step aside in the presence of the five powers. Suddenly, a thunderous roar split the sky. Sakurajima's fighter jets appeared, quickly maneuvering into position to attack Godzilla, who was pinned beneath the weight of the two Mutos. But ordinary missiles were useless against Godzilla. Sakurajima and the other nations knew this well, so they didn't bother with standard payloads. Even their nuclear warheads were of colossal yield, rivaling the infamous Tsar Bomba of the past. Wave after wave of attacks hammered Godzilla's massive form. The searing heat and explosive energy, combined with the relentless assault from the Mutos, left Godzilla in excruciating pain. A furious, guttural bellow shook the air. Specially designed warheads struck Godzilla, tearing open fresh wounds. Not fatal, but deep enough to give the Mutos new opportunities to attack. The female Muto seized her chance, driving another forelimb deep into one of Godzilla's injuries. Agonized, Godzilla let out another shattering roar, blue light beginning to flicker along his spines. A sudden blast erupted, powerful and radiant. A beam of atomic breath shot from Godzilla's jaws. Though it missed the Mutos, it struck several Sakurajima military jets. One of them, loaded with a nuclear warhead, was hit directly, detonating in a cataclysmic explosion. A mushroom cloud billowed into the sky. The surrounding jets were caught in the devastation. Those closest were instantly destroyed by the inferno and deadly radiation, their pilots vaporized, not even ashes left behind. The shockwave from the nuclear blast sent the two Mutos flying off Godzilla's back. Freed for the moment, Godzilla surged to his feet, drawing in the nuclear radiation to heal his wounds. Even the two Mutos hungrily absorbed the nuclear energy, now saturating the air. Though the intense heat had injured them, they recovered with startling speed. Still, no matter how much they absorbed, they could not match Godzilla's rapid regeneration. As Godzilla relentlessly absorbed the nuclear radiation, even the energy that diffused into the air was drawn into its body. Once again, its dorsal fins began to glow blue. The mushroom cloud quickly dissipated, revealing the figures of Godzilla and the two Mutos. Seeing Godzilla restored to its full strength, Jianbai couldn't help but crack a faint smile. He hadn't expected the Sakura government to be so resourceful, actually sending fighter jets armed with nuclear warheads. After all, these three colossal beasts thrived on absorbing and feeding off nuclear radiation and radioactive materials. Bringing a nuclear bomb here was like delivering a high-grade supplement right to their doorstep. Yet, Jianbai also noticed that the Sakura government's target was clearly Godzilla. Their intentions were obvious. Nevertheless, Jianbai wasn't particularly worried about Godzilla. Although the two Mutos were currently overpowering it, all it would take was a surprise attack on their nest. The female Muto would immediately abandon everything to rush back and defend her eggs. In the original timeline, it was humanity's raid on the Muto nest that made all the difference. By destroying the nest and driving the female Muto away, Godzilla was able to face the male Muto one-on-one, defeating them one after the other and ultimately claiming victory. Besides, Jianbai himself was now at the peak of demigodly power. He possessed strength on par with the gods themselves. He had no fear that, should Godzilla fall, the Mutos would use it as a host for their eggs, hatching a new generation. So Jianbai watched calmly as the Sakura military's fighters launched their assault on Godzilla, showing no intention of intervening, even as the Mutos pressed their advantage. As Godzilla regained its peak power, it lunged fiercely at the female Muto, jaws wide, biting down with ferocity. Using its massive bulk, it pinned the female Muto beneath its weight. Though the Muto's strength was considerable, under Godzilla's staggering mass and unyielding force, she couldn't muster any resistance. The male Muto, seeing his mate pinned, dove from the sky in a swift descent. Extending his forelimbs, he drove them hard into Godzilla's back, using the momentum of his dive to maximize the impact. His claws pierced Godzilla's flesh. Yet even so, Godzilla refused to release his grip or ease the pressure pinning the female Muto. Just as the male Muto was preparing for another assault, several black dots appeared in the sky not far off. These dots approached at incredible speed. In less than 5 seconds, they were already overhead, right above Godzilla and the Mutos. They were a squadron of Hwasha fighter jets. One after another, they released special missiles, then quickly veered away, not lingering for a second or continuing the attack. The missile struck Godzilla and the Mutos, exploding instantly upon impact. But the explosions were tightly contained. There was neither a terrifying shockwave nor any sign of radioactive fallout. Instead, what erupted was an intense, searing heat, instantly scorching both Godzilla and the Mutos. Their skin instantly turned a deep, furious red, and blood began to pour from their wounds. Yet the true purpose of these missiles had not yet been revealed. Several tiny black dots could be seen whirling madly at the scorched wounds, and in moments, they drilled their way into Godzilla and the female Muto. Because Godzilla was pinning down the female Muto, he actually bore the brunt of the damage. Witnessing this scene, Jiangbai was thoroughly shocked. He hadn't expected China to attempt an assault from within the monsters' bodies. It seemed, indeed, to be a rather clever approach. A thunderous roar split the air. With a swarm of those specialized black weapons burrowing into its flesh, Godzilla tossed aside the female Muto and raised its head, unleashing a sky-shaking howl. The atomic furnace within its body roared to life, and once more, blue light surged across its back. Not just its spines. Now, even Godzilla's chest glowed with that same blue radiance. Clearly, Godzilla was attempting to use its atomic energy to melt and neutralize the destructive weapons lodged inside. And it worked. The special weapons within its body were all incinerated by the intense atomic heat. Though its wounds had not yet healed, the pain was no longer as agonizing as before. The female Muto, however, writhed in torment, shrieking on the ground. Meanwhile, the male Muto descended from the sky, landing beside her. Suddenly, its forelimbs unleashed a surge of blue electromagnetic energy. A deafening boom erupted. In an instant, everything nearby was engulfed in the blast, Godzilla included. The electromagnetic pulse rendered the special weapons inside the female Muto useless. Both Mutos turned their heads, glaring at Godzilla. The female Muto lunged at once, while the male beat its wings, stirring up a violent gust as it charged toward Godzilla. Facing their coordinated assault, Godzilla took a half-step back. Blue light began to pulse from his body, and in the next moment, he unleashed a stream of atomic energy from his jaws. It struck the female Muto, sending her flying, but by then the male Muto had already swooped overhead. Its forelimbs shot out, seizing Godzilla's head and forcibly cutting off his atomic breath, rescuing the female Muto in the process. A heavy crash resounded. Even while being held fast, Godzilla reacted instantly. Every muscle in his body tensed as he spun with sudden force, shaking off the male Muto's grip. His tail swept out in a powerful arc, striking the male Muto and sending it hurtling away. Another ground-shaking blast. But in the very next second, the female Muto, charging once more, seized Godzilla and began to drag him backward, preventing him from pressing his attack on the male Muto. Godzilla struggled mightily, twisting his body in an effort to break free from this precarious and powerless position. However, neither of the Mutos was about to give Godzilla such an opportunity. The male Muto spread his wings and soared into the sky, diving sharply toward Godzilla's position. With its forelimbs outstretched, it used the force of gravity and its own momentum to slam fiercely into Godzilla's chest, its two forelimbs piercing deep into Godzilla's body. Seizing the moment, the female Muto released her hold on Godzilla's arms and began a frenzied assault on his head. She even used her massive, 10,000-ton bulk to pin Godzilla's head down, leaving him utterly defenseless under the relentless teamwork of the two Mutos. At that very moment, dark specks appeared in the sky once more, just as before. This time, however, there were far more of them, fighter jets from each of the 5 major world powers. As they flew overhead, they began to release their nation's specially developed weapons, each unique and none equipped with nuclear warheads. Despite these attacks, the two Mutos paid no heed, continuing their relentless assault on Godzilla. For them, the only thing that mattered now was finishing off Godzilla. Everything else could wait. Only if the ovaries inside the nuclear reactor were destroyed would the female Muto's fury be aroused enough to make her abandon the battlefield. A deafening explosion erupted, fire and light shooting into the sky. Behind the two Mutos, blasts from these special weapons left their mark. Some nations had even resorted to biochemical attacks. Missiles loaded with experimental genes and viruses, products of frantic research, rained down upon them. When the fireballs and mushroom clouds finally faded, the two Mutos stood revealed, battered and covered in wounds. Yet these were only superficial injuries. The scene was dramatic, even spectacular, with some wounds gleaming a sickly green. But in truth, neither Muto felt a thing. These attacks still fell short of the special weapon once used by China. As for the viruses, they were little more than a joke. Mudos and Godzilla alike are ancient creatures, survivors from an era when even prehistoric viruses posed no threat to them. How could modern viruses hope to do them any harm? After all, many viruses that have swept across the globe were first released from ancient glaciers. Especially in the Arctic and Antarctic, where glaciers entombed viruses from ages past. Should they ever be set free, humanity could only hope to withstand them. Even if resistance and eradication were possible, the casualties would surely be immense. The biological weapons unleashed by those countries, with their engineered viruses, were nothing but child's play to Godzilla and the Mudos. As monsters weighing tens of thousands of tons, how could they be troubled by mere microbes? If such creatures were truly vulnerable to something so trivial, they would hardly deserve their reputation as mighty survivors of the ancient world. In the eyes of the upper echelons of the Sakura government, the three giant beasts were now at the end of their strength, a spent force. Determined to seize the monsters' bodies before anyone else, the Sakura leadership immediately ordered a massive deployment of troops and armed forces to the beast location, preparing to launch one final, deadly assault. Capturing them alive had crossed their minds, but quickly proved impossible. Instead, they decided it was best to kill the creatures outright and haul their carcasses home. And Sakura was not alone. China, the United States, and Russia all began mobilizing their militaries and special units as well. China even dispatched transport planes, loaded with soldiers, heading straight for the scene. Even the Divine Spear Bureau had been mobilized, and America's Sky Sword Division was moving out. By now, Godzilla was barely clinging to life. First suppressed by the Mudos, then battered by frenzied attacks, and finally targeted by an onslaught of human weaponry. Though human arms had done little real harm, the combined assault of two titanic monsters was another matter entirely. Watching this unfold, Jiangbai could only smile wryly and continued using his invisibility to fly toward Godzilla and the two Mudos. As he prepared to launch an attack to rescue Godzilla, he suddenly noticed a massive wave of metal closing in from the sky. A quick scan with his psychic and mental powers confirmed it. These were forces from the Sakura military and other nations, all converging on the battlefield. Jiangbai couldn't help but feel bemused. Never mind the Mudos. Even if Godzilla broke free, none of these armies would stand a chance against him. He truly couldn't fathom how anyone could believe Godzilla and the Mudos had lost their fighting power. Shaking his head with a helpless grin, he glanced sideways at the pinned-down Godzilla, thinking briefly of using his horse talisman's healing powers. But in the next moment, he dismissed the idea. After all, Godzilla was a monster weighing tens of thousands of tons. He'd probably drain every drop of his own energy trying to heal such a massive creature, and might end up nothing but skin and bones himself. With that thought cast aside, he prepared to act. Suddenly, a thunderous roar split the air. The Sakura fighter jets and armed forces had opened fire on the Mudos, launching missile after missile in a relentless barrage. But all they managed to do was enrage the monsters. The male Mudo beat its enormous wings, unleashing a violent gale that blew most of the incoming attacks right out of the sky. Even tanks and armored vehicles on the ground were swept away by the powerful blast, while helicopters above wobbled and crashed under the strain, soon erupting in fiery explosions. Before long, armed forces from China, the United States, Russia, and others arrived on the scene as well. Another earth-shattering blast filled the air. Suddenly, a missile struck the nuclear power plant. The female Mudo, witnessing this, instantly released Godzilla and charged madly toward the site of the explosion. The male Mudo, too, abandoned all caution, flying straight for the nuclear facility, heedless of Godzilla or the humans' attacks. A piercing screech tore through the air. Seeing both Mudos retreat, the armed forces of every nation immediately turned their firepower on Godzilla. Weapons of all kinds, missiles, relentless gunfire. Everything was unleashed in a furious assault. Though Godzilla had always been a relatively friendly giant to humanity, at this moment, he was provoked beyond reason. Rising to his full height, Godzilla lifted his foot and slammed it down. The earth split open, forming a massive crater. Cracks raced outward, not stopping until they reached the position of the Sakura ground forces. With a violent sweep of his tail, Godzilla smashed helicopters from the sky and obliterated any low-flying fighter jets. He then turned his gaze toward the nuclear plant, but continued his rampage against the combined military forces, targeting the Sakura ground troops with particular fury. The devastation was absolute, a destructive onslaught. And that was not all. Godzilla began preparing to unleash his atomic breath. A blue glow lit up along his spines, spreading down to his chest and throat. Then, with a mighty roar, he unleashed it. A thick beam of brilliant blue energy shot from his mouth. Countless fighter jets, helicopters, and transport planes were incinerated in an instant. Even tanks of every make and model on the ground were obliterated without mercy. But the atomic breath did not cease. Instead, it surged forward, stretching ever farther. If unchecked, Godzilla's atomic breath could pierce straight through to the heart of the world itself. A massive beam of blue light split the sky. A thunderous explosion shook the earth. The beam struck directly at a city within Sakura's territory. Every skyscraper in its path was leveled, and civilians caught in the blast vanished, reduced to nothing, not even ashes left behind. The city, unable to withstand such destruction, began to collapse. The ground was blasted into a yawning abyss, and the surrounding buildings, their foundations shattered, started to tilt and topple. Many structures, along with everyone inside, plunged into the chasm below. Half the city was utterly destroyed before Godzilla finally ceased his atomic breath. He stood where he was, chest heaving, eyes fixed on the distant black shapes hovering in the sky. A chilling hiss echoed out. A resounding roar followed. At that moment, both Mutos burst from the nuclear plant. The female Muto raced toward the human forces, while the male Muto unfurled his wings and soared into the sky, attacking helicopters, fighter jets, and transport planes with wild abandon. The female Muto tore into the ground troops. Neither beast paid any heed to Godzilla now. All that filled their hearts was a burning desire for vengeance, for the lost, lifeless eggs. In unison, the two Mutos raised their forelimbs and unleashed a devastating electromagnetic pulse. The cloaked attack helicopters, fighter jets, transport planes, tanks, armored vehicles, and missile launchers all became useless. The attack helicopters, fighter jets, and transport planes plummeted straight from the sky, crashing down with deafening explosions. In less than half an hour, all the armed forces dispatched by various countries had been wiped out. Only the fighter jets from the Divine Spear Bureau and the Heavenly Sword Bureau managed to escape Sakura City. If they hadn't flown fast enough, they likely would have shared the same fate and crashed. After destroying the military forces, the two Mutos were far from satisfied. They turned their fierce gazes toward the heart of Sakura City and advanced relentlessly. Watching the receding figures of the two Mutos, Jiangbai was momentarily speechless. He hadn't anticipated that the Muto's eggs would be attacked again. However, it seemed not all was lost. Using his psychic powers, Jiangbai sensed two eggs still clinging to life. Without hesitation, he employed his spatial abilities and appeared inside the nuclear power plant's reactor chamber. Within, most of the eggs had already lost all signs of life, save for two, which still emitted a faint pulse of vitality. Jiangbai reached out his hand, and a surge of telekinetic power enveloped the two Muto eggs, gently levitating them before him. A flash of green light swept past. In an instant, the two Muto eggs were restored, their life force no longer fragile. With a single thought, Jiangbai transferred the eggs into the shadow dimension, assigning a legion of shadow soldiers to stand guard over them. After all, the Mutos were formidable creatures. Jiangbai intended to see whether he could control the Mutos that would eventually hatch from these eggs. Having them guard his home would be quite the advantage. The Monarch organization had failed at this, but that didn't mean he would. After all, he had minions Tom, Jerry, beings who defied common sense. Controlling Mutos before they even hatched was quite straightforward. In fact, with a bit of nurturing, these two might one day surpass the strength of any Mutos seen before. What Jiangbai didn't know, however, was that once the two eggs were placed in the shadow dimension, they began to absorb its dark energy, growing at a pace far faster than they ever could from nuclear radiation. A guttural roar echoed through the air. Meanwhile, the two Mutos sensed the disappearance of the last two eggs' life force. Their rage and frenzy intensified. They stormed into Sakura City, unleashing destruction with reckless abandon, leveling buildings and sparing no humans they encountered. The Mutos had never been creatures fond of humankind, and now, with most of their eggs destroyed and the last two vanishing as well, their fury was entirely justified. From a Muto's perspective, those two eggs were already as good as dead, barely clinging to life, abandoned in the nuclear plant in a desperate hope that the radiation might revive them. But even if they survived, the Mutos knew they would be weak, barely a shadow of what they could have been. This made Muto feel that its kind had lost any value for cultivation. After all, they could always reproduce more. So, they decided to take revenge on humanity first. Even their archenemy, Godzilla, was put on the back burner. It seemed Godzilla, too, had been provoked by humans and was not actively attacking the Mutos. As the Mutos advanced unchecked toward human cities, Jiangbai rushed back from the shadow dimension to the real world, only to find the two Mutos already laying waste to a city. First came a blast of electromagnetic pulse, and then every building was brought down, with the people inside inevitably perishing as well. The casualties were catastrophic. In less than an hour, a whole city was reduced to ruins, and the death toll soared past 1 million. The military forces of Sakura were completely unable to approach the Mutos. Even long-range strikes proved futile, and even nuclear weapons had no effect on the monsters. At this moment, Sakura was in a state of utter panic, scrambling like ants on a hot pan. The two Mutos showed no sign of stopping. After destroying one city, they simply moved on to the next. The male Muto unleashed electromagnetic pulses in the sky, neutralizing any long-range attacks. Any assault caught in the range of the Muto's electromagnetic pulses was rendered useless, unable even to detonate. Other nations, Huaxia, America, and Russia among them, did not dispatch fighter jets or military support to help Sakura. There was nothing for them to gain from intervening. Even America, Sakura's so-called big brother, turned a deaf ear to their pleas for help. Not long ago, Sakura had even refused America's request to establish a presence in their territory. They had wanted to keep the giant beast for themselves. But now, before they could even benefit, the monsters were almost upon Tokyo. Suddenly, Jiangbai received a message from Tony. Tony, Jiang, Sakura is asking us for help. Should we mobilize now? Jiangbai, yes, mobilize. But make sure Sakura hold an international press conference and makes it clear that they're specifically asking the Illuminati for help. Tony, all right, I'll get back to them. Should we bring Robert along this time? He's not in the best shape. Jiangbai, no need. Not feeling well. I'll check on him when this is over. After ending the call, Jiangbai narrowed his eyes slightly. The reason for deploying the Illuminati was clear: to uphold the organization's image as guardians of Earth and protectors of humanity. In short, it was about maintaining their established persona. Although Sakura had initially rejected the Illuminati's involvement, the very nature of the Illuminati demanded that they accept Sakura's request for help. At the same time, Jiangbai intended that after this incident, things would change. He wanted to make it so that in the future, the Illuminati could intervene in international crises openly and legitimately, without having to consult with every national government. If they had intervened right from the start, perhaps it wouldn't have mattered. But if someone with an agenda fanned the flames, it could easily be twisted. The Illuminati interfering in Sakura's sovereignty. Who knew how many countries might take issue with that? Even ordinary people might start to doubt the Illuminati. An organization that no power in the world can restrain. Its very existence already keeps the leaders of major countries awake at night. If it were to intervene in the regime of a particular nation, even ordinary people might develop strong resistance to it, unless they are those rare individuals who feel no love for their own country. If public opinion were to spread that the Illuminati seeks to rule the world, then all their previous efforts would be for nothing. After all, the Illuminati was his own creation from the very beginning. He couldn't bear to let it become an organization that everyone wants to destroy. Moreover, the Illuminati represents a force under his control. If he acted alone, other nations would only grow more wary, suspicious, and scheming toward him. No matter how powerful he may be, he still has family. But with an organization, things are different. If one day his family were attacked or targeted by any country or organization, they would have to face the wrath of the entire Illuminati, a force capable of destroying the Earth itself. Even the most powerful nations, if they stood against the Illuminati, would face only annihilation. Take Robert out of the equation. Just Jiangbai alone could accomplish this. Even if they launched every nuclear missile in their arsenals, tens of thousands of warheads unleashed at once, Jiangbai could use his spatial abilities to prevent them from detonating, or even turn them back upon their owners. And the Illuminati is more than just raw power. It is a hub of integrated resources. Tony Reed, Suru-A, Zhao Hailuan, all are top-tier scientists. Chala and Charles are both super wealthy, and Charles himself is a scientist as well. Behind Chala stands all of Wakanda: resources, technology, and strength. The Illuminati possesses all three, and the entire organization is more or less under Jiangbai's command and control. For him, there's nothing but benefit, no downside at all. The only real drawback might be Robert's unstable condition and a few other minor issues, but compared to what the Illuminati brings, these are hardly worth mentioning. At the Illuminati's request, Sakura quickly launched a global broadcast from a conference room, pleading for the Illuminati's intervention in their crisis, asking them to eliminate the monsters. In the time it took to make this request, another city had already been half destroyed by Muto, with the death toll in Sakura rising to 1 million. As the broadcast ended, all the members at the Illuminati's base, Tony, Reed, Chala, and the others, boarded special fighter jets and headed straight for Sakura. Jiangbai, meanwhile, appeared instantly beside Godzilla, using his psychic abilities to communicate with the creature. Not long after, Jiangbai vanished from Godzilla's side. From their exchange, he learned that Godzilla would not let Muto go, nor would Muto spare Godzilla. For now, both sides had agreed to a temporary truce because of humanity's interference. After all, Godzilla was a titan beast with an affinity for humans. Though angered by humanity's attacks, Godzilla had no intention to strike at human cities for the time being. However, it would not stop Muto from destroying them, either. Instead, Godzilla intended to wait nearby as Muto wreaked havoc, then resume their epic battle once the devastation was done. When Jiangbai appeared again, he had already arrived in the city where the two Mutos were rampaging. The monsters were mercilessly destroying everything in their path. Nearly every skyscraper had been leveled, all the city's electronic devices were rendered useless, and the military couldn't put up the slightest resistance. A thunderous crash shook the air. Jiangbai didn't attack the Mutos right away. Instead, he waited for Tony and the others to arrive. If he showed up next to the Titans too soon, it would only give the United Nations and the 5 permanent members more ammunition against him. He could ignore them, of course, but he had no interest in dealing with their endless meddling. From the very start, Jiangbai had been moving in stealth. Not even thermal imaging could pick up his presence. After all, he wielded the power of ice. Adjusting his body temperature to evade heat sensors was child's play for him, and he was also a near transcendent at the very peak of his class. Evading detection by Earth's technology was hardly a challenge. Just then, a black dot appeared in the distance, growing rapidly as it approached. It was the Illuminati's fighter jet. Tony, Reed, and Shuri had joined forces to design and build it, equipping the craft to handle all sorts of emergencies. This jet could even travel through space. Seeing Tony and the others arrive, Jiangbai instantly materialized inside the Illuminati's aircraft. Tony exclaimed, "Jiang, you know you nearly gave me a heart attack just now, right?" Jiangbai replied, "Relax, it's not the first time. Throw every experimental suit and weapon you have at the Mutos. When you're done testing, I'll take care of the rest." Reed said, "No problem, but we can't be sure the weapons we built will have any effect on 2 monsters weighing tens of thousands of tons." Jiangbai nodded slightly at Reed's words, but said nothing more. Despite Reed's uncertainty, Jiangbai was well aware of his scientific prowess, at least in the timelines of parallel worlds. Reed's son possessed powers he couldn't even control himself. Reed had once created technology that could suppress his son's abilities, and even absorb them. His son, Franklin Richards, was an Omega-level mutant by birth, gifted with powers like time travel, temporal and spatial manipulation, control over causality, reality warping, and even universe creation. If Reed could invent tech to restrain Franklin, he could surely devise weapons to fight the Mutos. The only question was how effective they would be. Soon, the Illuminati's jet hovered high above the city. Tony, Chala, and Shuri all donned their vibranium suits. Even Reed suited up in a special armor of his own design. As the hatch opened, the 3 activated their armor's flight modes and soared out of the jet. Reed followed, carrying a massive mechanical device as he exited the aircraft. John erupted in a blaze of searing flames and shot out of the fighter jet. This time, Charles didn't come along. After all, his telepathic powers held little sway over gigantic beasts. Meanwhile, the mutants had been busy with their own affairs, working to establish a city just for their kind. Almost every member of Xavier's school for gifted youngsters was occupied elsewhere. Susan had joined them, but since her powers couldn't harm the monsters either, she remained in the jet, watching as the others leapt into battle. Jiangbai sat idly in the seat beside her, a little bored. He tapped the virtual display on the fighter's console, called up the Stark Industries satellites, and brought live footage of the 2 Mutos right before his eyes. The Illuminati didn't have their own satellites yet, and still relied on Stark Industries' network. However, the Illuminati's private satellite project was well underway. With Tony, Reed, and Shuri on the team, building a satellite was hardly a challenge. Still, these satellites would be nothing like those belonging to ordinary nations or organizations. So for now, their satellites remained under development, but when needed, they could always borrow Stark Industries or Wakanda satellites. A tremendous explosion echoed across the landscape. Tony was the first to arrive near the 2 Mutos. Suddenly, a device was activated on a Stark satellite in orbit and shot down toward Tony's position at incredible speed. As it approached, it transformed, assembling itself into an array of components that seamlessly fitted onto Tony's vibranium armor. Moments later, a towering suit of iron stood 10 meters tall. To a human, that would be a colossus, but against 200-meter behemoths, it hardly measured up. Jiangbai watched the scene unfold with genuine curiosity. He'd only ever seen Tony deploy armor from orbit in the timeline where he fought the Hulk. Now, not only was Tony using it against monsters, but the armor itself seemed even bigger than before. Watching the red and gold giant rise up, Jiangbai allowed himself a faint, mysterious smile. Powering such an enormous suit was no trivial task. He wondered just how many arc reactors Tony had installed. Perhaps a single, massive one? Fully equipped with the special armor, Tony charged straight at one of the Mudos. The sight startled Jiangbai. Tony's suit was massive, yes, but faced with creatures 100 meters tall and weighing tens of thousands of tons, it looked no more formidable than a toy. To rush in like this was practically courting death. Another thunderous detonation shook the air. From the chest of Tony's armor, a strange device emerged. In the next instant, a crimson beam of high-energy power shot forth, striking the male Mudo squarely. Tony understood perfectly well how tough these monsters were, so he aimed straight for its eyes. Both the area on Mudo's chest and another spot were relatively weak points in its defenses. Yet, even so, Tony's attacks failed to breach its armor. Instead, he attracted the attention of the male Mudo, whose forelimbs suddenly unleashed a pulse of electromagnetic energy. In an instant, Tony, Reed, Chala, Shuri, and the others were enveloped by the surge. However, their suits did not short out as one might expect after such a blast of electromagnetic interference. Through his magnetic field control, Jiangbai sensed that a special field had formed around Tony and the others' suits, blocking the effects of the pulse. Seeing that his electromagnetic pulse had not taken out Tony, the male Mudo let out a furious roar and swung its forelimbs, launching an assault against Tony. But with the agility of his suit, Tony continued to evade the Mudo's strikes, all the while targeting its eyes with his counterattacks. Still, this was far from an ideal situation. The male Mudo could endure countless hits from Tony, but if Tony were struck even once, he'd be lucky to survive, let alone remain unscathed. Chala and Shuri joined the fray just then, as Wakanda's cloaked airship suddenly appeared nearby. The two of them unloaded a massive, specialized weapon from within, the entire device forged from vibranium. At its core was embedded a unique, glowing purple energy stone. Both clad in vibranium armor, Chala and Shuri hefted the weapon and leveled it at the male Mudo. A deafening blast echoed out. A thick beam of purple energy surged forth, slicing through the air and slamming into the Mudo's body. The force of the attack was so great that the beast actually staggered back several steps. A wound appeared where the weapon had struck, leaving Jiangbai startled. But he quickly regained his composure. After all, with the world's major powers now able to injure Mudos, it was only natural that Wakanda, whose technology was a century ahead of the rest, could do the same. With that thought, there was little left to be surprised about. Yet the assault didn't stop just because the Mudo was wounded. Instead, Chala and Shuri pushed the weapon to its maximum output. The purple energy flared even more intensely, its dazzling light splitting the sky. The beam pierced through the Mudo's shoulder and one of its wings. The weapon, unable to handle the overload, was destroyed in a final burst of power. Another tremendous blast resounded. A furious roar tore through the air. Sensing that her mate had been wounded, the female Mudo immediately charged toward Chala and Shuri. At that moment, Reed remained perfectly calm, pulling a mechanical device from his back. The gadget rapidly transformed, shifting into a cuboid form. The device's rear began to voraciously absorb the ambient energy from the air, drawing in even radiation, electricity, nuclear energy, solar power, and more. Everything was greedily swallowed up, compressed, and stored inside the mechanism, priming it for the next attack. This device instantly caught Jiangbai's attention. The energy it gathered in just a few moments had already surpassed what Chala and Shuri's weapons had released earlier. Clearly, the weapon Reed had developed was far more powerful than theirs. Chala and Shuri used their flight abilities to dodge the female Mudo's attacks, darting through the air with agility. Meanwhile, Reed remained perfectly calm as he calibrated his weapon. After 5 minutes, the energy within the device had reached its limit, unable to absorb any more. Reed glanced at the virtual screen projected on his arm, swiftly operating the controls. In the next instant, the device automatically locked onto the female Mudo. After confirming the target several times, Reed opened a channel to Chala and Shuri and spoke. "Get clear of the female Mudo. I'm about to fire." "Got it," echoed both of them. A thunderous blast erupted. Once Chala and Shuri had retreated using their suits, a beam of white energy exploded from the device in front of Reed. The air itself was sliced apart, and even space seemed to ripple with the force. The white beam struck the female Mudo in an instant. Despite her massive weight, the female Mudo was pushed back by the attack. The sheer force of the blast was so overwhelming that, after 3 seconds, the beam completely pierced through her body. Yet, because the strike hadn't hit any vital organs, the female Muto's eyes blazed with fury as she charged toward the direction of the attack. Even though the beam had cut through her, to a creature 100 meters tall and weighing tens of thousands of tons, the wound was almost insignificant. With her rapid regenerative abilities, she had nearly healed in the blink of an eye. But Reed's attack had succeeded in enraging her even further. Another deafening explosion shook the air. At that moment, John swooped in, jets of flame shooting from his hands to strike at the female Muto's eyes, buying Reed precious time to escape. On the other side, Tony wasn't faring much better. Even with his agile suit, dodging the male Muto's relentless attacks was a harrowing ordeal. One misstep would mean certain death, and the intensity of the battle was taking its toll on Tony. His suit had suffered minor damage from crashing into several buildings while evading the male Muto's assaults. Watching the chaos unfold from the cockpit of his fighter jet, Jiangbai knew it was finally his turn. He picked up the comm device beside him and spoke in a calm, measured voice. "All right, everyone fall back. I'm ready to make my move." "Copy that. We're on our way back." "Damn, huh? I am exhausted. This has to be the most tired I've ever been in my life." "Oh, now when you were fighting those twin cover models, didn't your body feel completely drained then?" Hearing Tony's words, Jiangbai responded with a playful tease before opening several portals, ushering Reed and the others back into the fighter jet. As for Tony, he soared toward the jet himself. His armor, after all, was far too bulky to fit inside. Suddenly, a thunderous roar echoed from nearby. A colossal figure appeared not far from where Jiangbai stood. Turning his head, he saw Godzilla striding purposefully in their direction, its gaze locked unflinchingly onto the two Mutos. It was clear Godzilla was ready for another fierce battle with its mortal enemies. This was a fight to the bitter end. Jiangbai was taken aback for a moment, surprised to see Godzilla emerge at this time, but quickly dismissed the thought as unimportant. With a sonic boom, he vanished from the spot. In the next instant, Jiangbai struck the male Muto, his immense force crashing against the creature's massive body. Yet, with a body weighing tens of thousands of tons, the Muto wasn't so easily shaken. Jiangbai's current strength didn't quite measure up. He could manage a few thousand tons at best, still far from the Muto's sheer heft. In terms of raw power, even Godzilla barely matched up. After withstanding the initial blow, the male Muto quickly launched a counterattack. Its great weight was both a strength and a limitation. Thanks to Jiangbai's biological field and the power of the rabbit talisman, the male Muto couldn't land a hit. Its strikes were nothing more than desperate guesses, all deftly dodged by Jiangbai. Then, from Jiangbai's eyes, two crimson beams of energy shot out, aiming straight for the male Muto's head. Unexpectedly, the creature swung its wings in front of itself, shielding its head from the attack. The wings bore the brunt of Jiangbai's assault, but were soon seared and pierced by his scorching rays. Just as the female Muto moved to attack Jiangbai, Godzilla intercepted her. Blue light flickered along the spikes on Godzilla's back as it fixed a deadly stare on the female Muto, poised to strike at any moment. The female Muto glared back, equally tense, but made no immediate move. On the other side, seeing his laser vision blocked, Jiangbai didn't persist with the attack. Instead, a blue frost formed in his hand, and soon snowflakes began to drift down from the sky, the temperature across the city dropping rapidly. Having absorbed the power of the icebox, Jiangbai now possessed the ability to freeze the entire planet if he wished. Altering the weather and temperature was child's play for him. If only he could reach absolute zero, these two Mutos would be finished with a mere flick of his hand. Absolute zero, known in English as the absolute zero, is the lowest possible temperature in thermodynamics. The unit for the thermodynamic temperature scale is Kelvin, K, and absolute zero is defined as 0K, which equals approximately minus 273.15 degrees Celsius or minus 459.67 degrees Fahrenheit. At this temperature, molecules in a substance possess no kinetic energy, though potential energy still exists, making the internal energy of the system the lowest possible. However, in reality, absolute zero can never be reached. It remains a theoretical lower bound. But this is the Marvel Universe, after all. Here, not only is absolute zero conceivable, but temperatures as low as minus 1,000 degrees might be achievable. Of course, to reach such extremes, one would likely need to command the very laws of nature themselves. Once his true power ascends to the level of the Allfathers, Jiangbai's freezing abilities should allow him to achieve absolute zero with ease. The temperature of matter depends on the average kinetic energy of its internal particles, atoms, molecules, and so on. According to the Maxwell-Boltzmann distribution, the higher the average kinetic energy of these particles, the higher the temperature of the substance. Theoretically, when the average kinetic energy drops to the quantum mechanical minimum, The substance has reached absolute zero and cannot cool any further. Yet, the third law of thermodynamics tells us that absolute zero is forever unattainable. We can only draw infinitely close. This is because every space inevitably contains energy and heat, and these are constantly being exchanged and transformed, never truly vanishing. When investigating how matter behaves as it nears absolute zero, one can look at the thermal de Broglie wavelength. In this calculation, h stands for Planck's constant, m is the mass of the particle, k is Boltzmann's constant, and T is the absolute temperature. It turns out that the thermal de Broglie wavelength is inversely proportional to the square root of absolute temperature. As temperature drops, the wavelength of a particle's matter wave becomes longer, causing significant overlap between the waves of neighboring particles. As a result, quantum mechanical effects become increasingly pronounced. The concept of absolute zero was derived by extrapolating the behavior of ideal gases as described by the ideal gas law. When the temperature drops to minus 273.15 degrees Celsius, the volume or pressure of an ideal gas would shrink to zero. From the perspective of molecular kinetic theory, the average kinetic energy of an ideal gas's molecules depends on the temperature T, so absolute zero can be described as the temperature at which the molecules of an ideal gas come to rest. Both of these explanations, however, are just idealized reasoning. In reality, as any actual gas approaches minus 273.15 degrees Celsius, it starts to exhibit distinct quantum properties, and by this point, the gas has long since condensed into a liquid or solid. In summary, the motion of gas molecules no longer adheres to the statistical laws of classical thermodynamics. Through extensive experiments and quantum mechanical corrections to existing theories, it has been deduced that, near absolute zero, the kinetic energy of molecules approaches a fixed value. This extreme is called zero-point energy. This means that even at absolute zero, the energy of the molecules is not actually zero, but retains a tiny amount. The reason is that all particles are in the lowest possible energy state, which is to say, all particles reside in their ground state. At absolute zero, energy, light, atoms, and particles have all ceased movement, and time itself loses all meaning in the face of such stillness. If absolute zero could ever be achieved through technological means, humanity might truly unlock immortality. For example, if a person were frozen at absolute zero, their bodily functions would come to a complete halt. Even their very life force would be suspended at that precise moment of freezing. In the future, once technology or genetic advances capable of extending life are developed, the frozen individual could be revived, thus attaining a lifespan far beyond natural limits. Immortality would no longer be just a dream. Moreover, as long as the frozen body remains undamaged and undisturbed, from another perspective, the person inside is still alive in a sense. In this way, it could even be considered a unique form of immortality. Even now, several countries on Earth are conducting research in this field. Some elderly people, already near death, have chosen to undergo cryonic freezing. It remains uncertain whether they will truly be alive when revived in the future, but there are always those willing to experiment, and those who are not. Astronomers have discovered the coldest place in the universe, known as the Boomerang Nebula. The temperature there is minus 272 degrees Celsius, making it the coldest natural environment known to science, a place sometimes called the cosmic icebox. In fact, the temperature of the Boomerang Nebula is only about 1 degree higher than absolute zero, minus 273.15 degrees Celsius. This lingering warmth, for in truth, all temperatures we speak of are above absolute zero, is a remnant of the heat from the Big Bang, the origin of the universe. In fact, this is one of the most compelling and effective pieces of evidence supporting the Big Bang theory. Although Jiangbai is still unable to wield the power of absolute zero, he can nonetheless use the force of extreme cold to confront the male Mudo. Frost began forming atop surrounding buildings, and even the Mudo's massive body started to show a sheen of ice. The temperature in the area continued to plunge. Very soon, it dropped below freezing. At this moment, the male Mudo did not seem to feel any discomfort. The current chill was hardly enough to trouble, let alone threaten, a titan of such colossal size. Meanwhile, Jiangbai's energy was being consumed at a tremendous rate. The temperature plummeted rapidly, soon reaching minus 100 degrees Celsius. However, Jiangbai kept the freezing zone tightly confined to himself and the Muto, sparing the rest of the city. Otherwise, all survivors in the area would have been frozen to death in an instant. Shimmering blue-white icicles streaked through the air, hurtling toward the Mudo's position. A thunderous crash echoed through the battlefield. When the temperature dropped to around minus 150 degrees, the male Muto was already struggling to endure it. After all, the entire space seemed to turn against him with its icy chill. Along with the relentless freezing assaults, even his formidable defenses could not keep out the bone-numbing cold. A sharp, slicing sound cut through the air, a freezing attack shot forward, and hidden beneath it was a spatial strike. Both attacks were unleashed by Jiangbai, aimed straight at the male Muto. The creature, unaware of the spatial attack lurking beneath the frost, raised its wings in front of itself to brace for impact. The freezing air had already greatly hampered its movements. The male Muto had never been as fast as Jiangbai, but now the difference was stark. Even its attempts at defense were sluggish and delayed. There was a thunderous crash as the icy attack met the Muto's wings. But in the blink of an eye, the spatial strike concealed beneath slashed through the wing and tore into the head behind it. The male Muto realized the danger too late to evade. Half of its head was instantly severed by the power of space, exposing raw organs and strange fluids within. Even so, the creature did not collapse right away. Instead, it let out a tortured, guttural roar, its eyes blazing with rage and bitter defiance as it stared at Jiangbai. At last, the beast toppled. It could not comprehend, even at the end, how a creature so small, once regarded as nothing more than an insect by its kind since ancient times, could bring about its death. Nearby, the female Muto, still locked in battle with Godzilla, witnessed the male's demise. With a furious, grief-stricken roar, she turned towards the fallen Muto, her cry echoing with anger and sorrow. Then, without hesitation, she rushed at Godzilla, her forelimbs swinging wildly. Though her strength was immense and her size rivaled Godzilla's, she was still no match for him alone. The two titans collided with earth-shaking force. Godzilla twisted his massive body, lashing his tail toward the female Muto with such might that the air itself seemed to crack apart. The blow sent her staggering backwards, but she quickly raised her forelimbs, their inward curving barbs gleaming with lethal sharpness, never taking her eyes off her adversary. Meanwhile, Jiangbai, having dealt with the male Muto, gave a slight wave of his hand. At his command, a legion of shadow soldiers surged forth from the shadow dimension, swiftly dragging the Muto's massive corpse away and vanishing into the darkness. In moments, the body had disappeared from the battlefield. Around the world, nations and powerful organizations watched through satellite feeds, their hearts filled with impatience and desire to claim the Titan's remains. Yet, Jiangbai had already secured the body, forcing them to reconsider their plans. Even the Illuminati, or Jiangbai's own formidable deterrents, could not fully extinguish humanity's obsession with these colossal beasts. But right now, it's simply impossible to fly to Japan to demand anything from Jiangbai. Not to mention, it wouldn't be that easy to ask for it either. It would have to be done in the name of the country, or even the United Nations, or perhaps by invoking some greater moral imperative to pressure Wang, Zhao, and Jiangbai. Force is out of the question. Boom! Jiangbai watched as the shadowy soldiers dragged the body of the male Muto into the shadow dimension. Only then did he slowly turn around, his gaze falling on the female Muto, still locked in a fierce battle with Godzilla nearby. With a raised hand, a spatial attack shot forth, striking the female Muto's hind leg. The immense power of space sliced off her hind limb. The female Muto whipped her head around, glaring at Jiangbai in fury. At that moment, a green surge of energy burst from Jiangbai's hand again, instantly enveloping the massive creature before her, trapping her inside its glow. The female Muto thrashed wildly within the emerald energy, unleashing a frenzied assault. But it was all in vain. Before long, under the shroud of green radiance, her body began to change, shrinking, growing smaller by the second. Even the hind leg that Jiangbai had severed moments ago was restored, whole once more. This bizarre sight left even Godzilla, standing nearby, baffled and confused. Reed, Tony, and the others stared on in shock, and leaders around the world watched the screen with utter disbelief. Reed said, $10,000 says this has to be the power of time. Tony replied, then I'll put down $1 million. It's got to be time. Unbelievable. Jiang, he can actually control time. This, Su Rue murmured. Time can actually be controlled? But time is such a subjective concept. I can't possibly comprehend it. I just can't. Atop the ruins of a nearby building, Loki was even more shaken than Tony and the rest. As the second prince of Asgard, he understood far better than any of them just how terrifying and formidable the power of time could be. And now, someone was wielding it with ease, using it on the Titans. Of all people, it just had to be Jiangbai, the last person Loki ever wanted to see wielding such power. He never imagined this mortal from Midgard could be so overwhelmingly powerful. Just moments ago, Jiangbai had slain a Titan on his own. Now, He was using the power of time to subdue another monster. His shock was mixed with a growing sense of urgency, for Loki had come here precisely to control these titans. Now one was already dead by Jeongbai's hand. Its very body vanished without a trace. Only 2 titans remained, and it seemed Jeongbai had a connection to one of them. Boom! At this very moment, Jeongbai remained oblivious to the astonishment and anxiety of those around him. He was simply experimenting with his newly mastered power over time. One after another, he unleashed the abilities he had developed, rewinding time, creating time corridors, accelerating the passage of time, overlapping timelines, all on the female Mudo. Under the shroud of temporal power, the female Mudo was utterly unable to break free, forced to passively endure the full range of Jeongbai's abilities. Under his relentless experiments, the female Mudo suffered greatly, while Godzilla looked on with curiosity at the unfolding scene. Because of the influence of time's power, the female Mudo would suddenly swell in size, then shrink back down. Once Jeongbai had finished all his experiments, he unleashed an attack that fused space and time, sending it hurtling at the female Mudo. Under the control of temporal force, the strike landed squarely on her head. With a thunderous roar, the female Mudo's head was severed cleanly by the power of space, and in the blink of an eye, it withered and decayed under the ravages of time. In that instant, the female Mudo lost all consciousness. At that moment, the shadowy soldiers reappeared, taking her body and vanishing with it into the shadow dimension. Godzilla watched this happen, and after confirming through his own psychic senses that both the male and female Mudos were dead, he communicated briefly with Jeongbai. Then, shifting his colossal body, he lumbered toward the sea, ready to leave this place and return to his own lair. Not far away, Loki grew even more anxious as he witnessed all of this. Now only one giant beast remained, and it had a connection to Jeongbai. Yet Loki was unwilling to simply give up. Suddenly, a white gemstone appeared in his hand, and he prepared to employ his illusion magic. A ripple of invisible force passed over the entire cherry blossom grove as Loki prepared to use his spell to control Godzilla, intending to make the monster serve him. When the time came, he'd bring Godzilla back to Asgard and finally grind Thor's nose into the dirt. However, that peculiar ripple did not escape Jeongbai's notice. Now that his true strength was at the peak of the subcelestial father level, Loki's tricks were impossible to hide from him. In an instant, Jeongbai discerned Loki's intentions. Yet he didn't act immediately. Instead, he looked toward Loki's direction with evident amusement. From the very moment Loki had appeared, Jeongbai had been aware of him. Given Godzilla's vast and boundless psychic power, Jeongbai was genuinely curious. Could Loki really hope to control such a creature? And perhaps even more curious to see what fate would befall Loki in just a moment. Soon, Loki's sorcery and magic brought him close to Godzilla. He waved his hands in intricate patterns, unleashing one spell after another. Godzilla paused, turning his massive head to fix his gaze on Loki. Jeongbai nearly burst out laughing at the scene. Loki's spells all struck Godzilla, but the monster didn't react in the slightest. He simply stared at Loki with unwavering intensity, and now it was Loki's turn to panic. Bang! Godzilla suddenly sensed an assault on its mind. It was clear that the human before it was responsible, especially since the surroundings had just shifted as well. With the sheer strength of its will, how could it possibly be so easily fooled by Loki's illusions? Godzilla was no naive Mudo, freshly hatched and inexperienced. Those creatures had only just come into the world, while Godzilla was a titan that had survived since ancient ages. Loki's paltry magic and sorcery were hardly worth mentioning. Perhaps if it were Frigga, his teacher, there might be some effect, but even then, controlling Godzilla would be a stretch. A being that had lived for millennia surely possessed a mind vast as an ocean. At least when it came to illusions, even Frigga would find herself at a disadvantage. Now, provoked by Loki, Godzilla's dorsal fins began to glow with a fierce blue light. In the very next instant, a blazing atomic breath erupted from its jaws. The target was Loki. This sudden turn of events startled Jeongbai, who appeared instantly in front of Loki. With a swift gesture, he opened a portal, redirecting Godzilla's attack into the nearby sea. Seeing Jeongbai intervene, Godzilla immediately ceased its assault. Jeongbai then used his psychic abilities to communicate with Godzilla. Godzilla lost interest in Loki and turned away, heading back towards the shoreline. Loki, meanwhile, stood frozen in shock. Jeongbai, unable to suppress a twitch at the corner of his mouth, gave Loki a sharp smack on the back of the head. Can't you behave for once? If I hadn't acted quickly just now, you wouldn't even have left a corpse behind. Every titan beast that survived for millennia has a mind as deep as the cosmos, and you thought you could control it with your half-baked sorcery? You're like someone searching for gold in a cesspit, looking for trouble where there's only filth. Ahem. Next time I won't fail. And thank you. I am, after all, the greatest sorcerer in the 9 realms. This was just a fluke. Give me a break. Greatest sorcerer in the 9 realms? So you're just going to ignore Frigga? Ignore the Ancient One? The Supreme Sorcerer? Ignore chaos magic? Loki, you'd be better off just getting some sleep. Who is the Supreme Sorcerer, the Ancient One? She's the Guardian of Earth, a mighty force whose power rivals your father's. If you're really that bored, perhaps you could go and learn from her. With Odin and me vouching for you, she might just take you on. It's certainly a better plan than dragging a giant beast back to Asgard to pummel Thor. A force as strong as my father? Wait, how did you know what I was thinking? Don't look at me like that. I'm not that bored. I didn't need to read your mind. Your thoughts are written all over your face. Jeongbai cast a helpless glance at Loki, then led him over to where Tony and the others were gathered. Facing the group, he began to speak. I'll leave the follow-up to you. If anything comes up, contact me. If you can't reach me, find Robert, or go to Zhuangyuan and look for Merlin. Okay, no problem. But you know, those countries will definitely keep their eyes on the giant beast corpse in your hands. Of course, don't worry about it. At most, they'll try to use grand ideals and public opinion to pressure me. Handle it as you see fit. With that, Jeongbai took Loki and stepped through a portal, appearing in Kamartaj. The moment they arrived, he saw Mordo instructing the apprentice sorcerers. Jeongbai gave him a cool, indifferent glance, then headed straight toward the place where the Ancient One usually stayed. Mordo, a man utterly devoted to the magic of light. Yet, on this timeline, where he discovers the Ancient One drawing on the power of darkness, doubt creeps in, and eventually, he falls, succumbing to darkness himself. To be honest, Jeongbai felt a bit exasperated with the Ancient One. Of the 3 disciples she personally trained, 2 ended up embracing the darkness after their fall from grace. One was Caecilius, the other Mordo. Only Stephen went on to become the Sorcerer Supreme. It had to be admitted, the Ancient One's track record with apprentices was rather disappointing. Caecilius, once the Ancient One's disciple and later a follower of Dormammu, yearned for the power of the Dark Dimension. He led his own followers in betraying the Ancient One. In the end, was consumed by Dormammu, becoming a part of that entity's very existence. As Jeongbai strode boldly through the heart of Kamartaj with Loki in tow, Mordo glanced back at them from a distance. Though Kamartaj was hidden from the human world, they kept well informed about events beyond their walls. Mordo was fully aware of Jeongbai's formidable strength. When Jeongbai reached the room, where the Ancient One often enjoyed her tea, he found her already waiting for them, with 2 extra cups set out on the table. Unconcerned, Jeongbai took a seat and downed his tea in a single gulp, while Loki hesitated, casting the Ancient One a wary glance before sitting beside Jeongbai. You brought him here. What's your purpose? The Ancient One asked. I intend for Loki to study magic here at Kamartaj, so he doesn't stir up trouble on Earth and end up dying at the hands of some dimensional demon or titanic beast. His future only extends as far as the aftermath of the battle in New York. I once tried to glimpse what lay ahead for him, but even the time stone couldn't pierce that veil. Do you know what that means? Of course I do. Either he perishes after that point, or his future becomes utterly unpredictable. He could transcend the very flow of time itself. Then you must understand, if you change too much, his future might. Don't worry. I know what I'm doing. In fact, I even know what he's destined to become. Perhaps this is the moment when you sow good karma with him for the future. His destiny will one day soar above the multiverse itself. Well, all right. Just as I thought, you know things that even the Time Stone cannot reveal. In the end, the Ancient One agreed to let Loki study magic at Kamartaj, even though he already wielded considerable magical power. There was no harm in learning the ways of Kamartaj. In fact, it would only make him stronger. After all, Loki was destined to become the god of stories. Not just any god of stories, but one on a multiversal scale, master of every main and branching timeline. Perhaps he could not rival eternity, but he would certainly not be any weaker than the Devourer of Worlds. And so, Loki remained at Kamartaj to further his magical training. He was personally instructed by the Ancient One, or else he would lose himself among the tomes of the library, poring over ancient spellbooks. Meanwhile, Jeongbai returned to the Illuminati's base. Although the crisis with the giant beast had only just subsided, the world's nations wasted no time in stirring up public opinion, each hoping to obtain the creature's corpse for research. Some renowned biologists even made direct appeals, urging Jeongbai to hand over the beast remains for the sake of advancing human evolution, and so on. People offered all sorts of reasons, but for now, both Jeongbai and the Illuminati chose to ignore them. Upon returning to base, Jeongbai immediately called for an international live broadcast. I am Jiangbai, speaking here on behalf of the Illuminati. After careful deliberation, the Illuminati declares, if a nation faces the emergence of a Titan beast or any grave crisis in the future, we will no longer seek the consent of that country's government, but will intervene directly. Here now, we strongly condemn Sakura. From the very beginning, the Illuminati asked Sakura if they required our help, and their answer was a flat refusal. And now, after heavy civilian casualties across several Sakura cities, we see that there was no attempt at evacuation. Military deployments and heavy weaponry were set up in the cities closest to the beast from the outset. As a result, the population of entire cities was wiped out. Such reckless disregard for human life is something the Illuminati resolutely opposes and condemns. As for the demands from various countries and the scientific community to obtain the Titan beast corpse for research, are these appeals truly for the good of humanity or merely to satisfy the ambitions of certain nations or organizations? Let us recall, many countries and groups acquired the genes of the first giant beast. And what happened then? The Knot Corporation used those genes to breed kilometer-long giant pythons, which in the end even attacked Illuminati members. If any of these creatures were to go out of control and enter a city, imagine the devastation they would cause to ordinary people. The casualties would be astronomical. The Illuminati is dedicated to protecting Earth and humanity. We must prevent such disasters from ever happening again. For certain condemnation from the scientific community, I personally have nothing but disdain. You haven't even figured out the mysteries of human genetics, and now you want to unravel the genes of the Titan beasts? Back when Sakura was desperately asking countries for help, why didn't you step up? Why didn't those so-called scientists in the field save Sakura's people and their city? Now that the Titan beasts have been dealt with, you're suddenly interested in their corpses? Let me make it clear. I, Jiangbai, am telling you right here and now, it's impossible. As for those countries and organizations out there, I don't care if you manage to get your hands on beast genes elsewhere, but the two beasts in my possession, you'll never get them. You're welcome to try force or threats against me. Let's make this clear up front. Anyone who truly knows me understands how much I value my family. If any country or organization dares cross me, the price will be annihilation for the country and utter destruction for the organization. As soon as he finished speaking, the live stream was abruptly shut down. Jiangbai's words sent shockwaves through Eastern Europe and the world. Many who had been eager to get their hands on the Titan beasts remains suddenly became much more cautious. Still, there were a few reckless scientists, spurred on from behind the scenes, who continued to denounce Jiangbai online. But he was destined to ignore them. Jiangbai had no time for such clowns. Once the stream ended, he stepped into the shadow dimension, carrying the blood and tissue samples from the two Mudos, and returned to the Illuminati base. These are the blood and tissue samples from the two Mudos. You can start your research. Also, the security at the Illuminati base needs an upgrade. From now on, anyone who isn't a member must apply and undergo review before entering the base. Okay, no problem. I'll work with Reed and Surue to enhance the security system, Tony replied, taking the materials Jiangbai handed him. He, Reed, and Surue headed straight for the lab, with Zhao Hailuan joining them, eager to delve into the genetics of the Titan beasts. Jiangbai left them to their work, opened a portal, and returned to the manor on Skull Island. The minions had all gone off to liberate treasures from the museum, leaving the manor unusually quiet. As he entered the villa, he found Mary, Wanda, Lorna, and the others had already returned from their trip. Wanda called out, "Jiang, you're back. Come try my cake." Lorna chimed in, "And mine too. Don't forget." Jiangbai laughed. All right. I'll try them all. No need to rush. But why are you all back already? Didn't you have fun?" Mary replied, "It's not that we didn't have fun. It's just with you not around, it feels like something's missing, an emptiness inside." Emma smiled. "Exactly. We just can't be without our master anymore." Clarice nodded enthusiastically. MHM. Jiangbai softened. "You all, then let's stay together forever. Never apart. I need you just as much as you need me." Xavier's School for Gifted Youngsters. During this period, Charles and the X-Men have been working tirelessly to build a city for mutants, and naturally, the reputation of the Illuminati played a crucial role in their efforts. After all, Charles was a member of the Illuminati, and with their endorsement, the application to establish the city sailed through almost without a hitch. But founding a city was no easy task. The most critical issue was funding. Fortunately, with the Illuminati's golden reputation, countless wealthy individuals, families, and conglomerates around the world were eager to invest in the city, all hoping to forge a connection with the Illuminati. Even the governments of several countries were willing to put money into this city. The American government, at first, was reluctant to approve Charles and his team's application for this special city, but with the Illuminati involved, they had little choice. Offending the Illuminati was simply not an option. A city composed entirely of mutants was, despite everything, a formidable force. If anything were to go wrong, even the military couldn't guarantee they'd be able to take control. What's more, with the Illuminati's name stamped on the city, it became an even more daunting challenge to address. That was the dilemma for the American government. But for Charles and his companions, it was nothing short of fantastic news. Once the city was completed, mutants would finally have a place they could call their own, a haven for those who had suffered prejudice and scorn, where they could live in peace. During this time, Charles and the others were exhausted, yet everyone was filled with joy. Each day, they rose early and worked late, overseeing the city's construction or handling all sorts of other issues. More than once, Charles found himself sighing with gratitude. Joining the Illuminati had been the best decision he ever made. Charles said, "Eric, maybe you should give it a try. Jiang won't stop you, and if those 3 children are still willing to tolerate you, well, that's up to them." Eric replied, "No, I'd rather not disrupt their lives. With Jiang by there, no one can hurt them. They're sure to have a better life now. If it weren't for me," Charles responded, "well, all I can do is offer my advice. At least our dream is about to come true, isn't it? Once this city is built, every mutant will finally have a place to call home." Meanwhile, the British Museum was in utter chaos. A horde of minions was gleefully looting treasures from within. Priceless artifacts, dazzling jewels, exquisite porcelain, and more. One by one, the minions carried these treasures into the spaceship built by Grey Wolf. Even Little Grey was excitedly helping the minions haul the precious items. But outside the British Museum, sirens blared as a swarm of police cars surrounded the building. More and more special forces were rushing to the scene. Although the British Museum has been robbed quite a few times, never before had there been such blatant theft of its treasures, not just from outside thieves. Even some of the museum's own staff have stolen artifacts from right under their noses. What's displayed to the public is only a tiny fraction, barely a drop in the ocean. There are hundreds of pieces that haven't even been cataloged, so if one goes missing, it might never be noticed. It's no wonder some employees are tempted to steal. Each artifact and treasure holds significant value. Just one could represent the life's ambition of an ordinary person. If someone manages to smuggle one out and sell it, they could easily live in comfort, perhaps never having to worry about food or clothing for the rest of their lives. And even if they're caught, there's little to fear. There have been cases where a staff member was discovered, but the British government barely responded, and the British Museum merely fired the employee. They didn't even bother to recover the artifact or demand the illicit gains be returned. Yet, when looting becomes so brazen and widespread, it's no longer a matter the museum can handle on its own. It's become an issue of national reputation, and so the armed forces must get involved. But the minions couldn't care less about the security forces outside. They crashed their spaceship right into the British Museum, armed with all sorts of special weapons crafted by Grey Wolf. Dealing with external security was child's play for them. Kevin, Ajda Bulabu, na. Stuarch, Dada. Little Grey. What are you looking at? This one's beautiful. Is it a teapot? It even glows. Little Grey's eyes lit up as he spoke, gazing at the green, teapot-shaped object in Kevin's hands. This was none other than the Chinese jade teapot with entwined branch motif, a masterpiece known for its delicate, translucent craftsmanship. The jade teapot measures 9 centimeters in diameter, 14.3 centimeters in length, and stands 8 centimeters tall. Its shape is smooth and gentle, with graceful, flowing lines. The floral designs evoke both lotus blossoms and Buddha's hand citron, radiating an air of auspicious serenity. The lid is adorned with lotus leaf patterns and other decorative borders. The whole piece is dignified and poised, brimming with spirit. Its walls are so thin they're almost transparent, and the carving is exquisitely refined. This artifact once belonged to China, and the British Museum houses no shortage of Chinese treasures. Even the painting Emperor Qianlong cherished most is kept here, the admonitions of the instructress to the court ladies, a silk scroll originally painted by Gu Kaiji during the Eastern Jin dynasty. Though the original is lost, a Tang dynasty copy survives. Once 12 sections in length, only 9 remain, their colors still vibrant on silk after centuries. The painting depicts exemplary deeds of noble women. One scene shows Feng Yuan shielding Emperor Yuan of Han from a bear with her own body. Another tells of Ban Jiu refusing to ride in the same carriage as Emperor Cheng of Han, lest he become distracted by romance and neglect his duties. The other scenes similarly illustrate the virtues and moral sentiments expected of women of the upper class, carrying a clear tone of instruction and guidance. Although the work embodies the moral codes that women are expected to follow, its depiction of the daily routines of upper-class women, their grooming and adornment, is vivid and true to life. These portraits capture the delicate grace and reserved dignity of noble women, with every gesture, posture, and article of clothing perfectly reflecting their status and personalities. The admonitions of the instructress succeeds in creating distinct images of women from various ranks within the palace, and to some extent, it offers a glimpse into the lives of women during the author's era. All kinds of priceless artifacts, typically housed within the British Museum, were now being carried by a swarm of yellow and gray minions into their spaceship, preparing to bring them back to Jeongbuk. Outside the British Museum. Attention, everyone inside. You are completely surrounded. If you lay down your arms and come out now, we could be lenient. And remember, do not damage any of the artifacts inside, or the British government will hold you fully accountable. A Special Forces commander shouted through a loudspeaker toward the minions inside the museum. The minions heard the warning, but showed no intention of responding. They continued hauling treasures, while Bob was now clutching a golden scepter, its tip set with a massive gemstone. On his head rested a resplendent crown, encrusted with jewels of every color. A dazzling sight. Hugging his little teddy bear, Bob paraded around the British Museum, gleefully wearing the crown and brandishing the scepter, while the other minions toiled away, straining to move the treasure. Suddenly, an earth-shaking explosion rocked the air. When the British Special Forces outside received no reply, they opted for a full assault, working in tandem with the police. Demolition charges were set at the doors, and before long, armed officers stormed into the British Museum. Kevin, baba da, bulala, %yen, #%yen. Kevin quickly grasped the situation and immediately alerted all the minions. He hurried back to the spaceship and began distributing weapons. In no time, a squad of minions, fully armed and ready for action, emerged. Yellow faces streaked with camouflage paint, a belt of bullets slung over each shoulder, weapons in hand, and another strapped to their backs. With steely resolve in their eyes, they marched in tight formation toward the museum entrance, while other minions continued loading up the loot. The group led by Kevin soon came face to face with the advancing British Special Forces. Another deafening blast shook the building. Kevin hoisted a rocket launcher onto his shoulder and pulled the trigger. The rocket shot forward, sending the lead Special Forces tumbling in all directions. The other minions joined in, unleashing a volley of rockets, and in mere moments, the grand entrance of the British Museum was reduced to rubble. Another thunderous explosion followed. At this moment, Stuart pulled out a special weapon from behind and unleashed an attack straight ahead. A stream of blue energy shot forth. Frost formed instantly, followed by the rise of an icy wall. Every member of the Special Forces who touched the ice wall was instantly transformed into a frozen statue. Once he was sure no more enemies were advancing, Kevin led the minions to retreat, ready to continue hauling away the artifacts. If the British police and Special Forces hadn't barged in on their own, the minions probably wouldn't have attacked at all. For them, helping Jeongbuk steal treasures was the real mission. In the minions' minds, all these things existed for Jeongbuk to steal or snatch. Their greatest ambition was to become the most formidable henchman for the ultimate villain. Of course, Jeongbuk himself would never stoop to such childish antics, so the minions naturally took it upon themselves. If Jeongbuk truly wanted to steal from the British Museum, a few ripples of spatial power would be enough to empty the place in an instant. Meanwhile, on the other side, the battered and bruised British Special Forces quickly called for backup. It wasn't long before 3 armed helicopters and a fleet of armored vehicles arrived on the scene. The helicopters hovered directly above the British Museum, dropping ropes from above. Fully armed special operatives slid down the ropes, preparing to launch a surprise assault from the sky. News of the minions' appearance reached the upper echelons of the Special Forces. Although it was shocking, after witnessing even Titan behemoths, these yellow creatures seemed almost ordinary by comparison. So, the battle-hardened commander gave the order without hesitation: capture or eliminate these creatures. The assault team soon discovered the minion spaceship and saw them busily hauling out artifacts and treasures. Without delay, they opened fire. Bang! A gunshot rang out, leaving all the minions momentarily stunned. Then they saw the fully armed Special Forces closing in. Meanwhile, the wall of ice blocking the entrance of the British Museum was shattered by an armored vehicle, which crashed through and charged inside. "Watch me," shouted Little Gray. With a cry, Little Gray's body began to transform. In moments, he turned into a massive, ash-gray wolf. Tufts of blue fur adorned his forehead and limbs, giving him an imposing and fearsome presence. Bang! In the next instant, Little Gray swung his forelimbs, unleashing several blades of azure wind that sliced toward the special operatives. The Special Forces immediately retaliated with their weapons, even launching rockets directly at the wolf. Yet Little Gray deftly manipulated the power of the wind, forming a barrier that deflected all bullets and rockets away. However, this fierce clash left even more ruins within the British Museum. Little Gray's ability to transform and control the wind, after all, came from the wind wolf fruit. Being a wolf himself, once he devoured the fruit, he gained the power to become the wind wolf. If it weren't for its young age and undeveloped powers, once it transformed into the wind wolf, it could have instantly demolished the building they were in. Its body would be many times larger than what it was now. Not to mention its command over the wind. Conjuring a tornado was as easy as a flick of the wrist. With a mighty howl, Little Gray mobilized every gust of wind within the entire British Museum. The armed helicopters hovering above were battered by the turbulent air, swaying uncontrollably. The pilots fought desperately to steady their crafts, knowing that if they failed, the helicopters would plummet to the ground in the very next moment. Kevin shouted, "Bam, bam, attack!" Emerging from a ship, Kevin lugged out a weapon even bigger than himself and fired at the armed personnel inside the museum. A thick beam of red laser burst forth, obliterating everything in its path. The searing laser cut a straight line from their position all the way to the museum's entrance. Anything in its way, buildings, armed guards, armored vehicles, was blasted through and destroyed, the devastation truly terrifying. As Kevin unleashed his attack, and the other minions joined in, their overwhelming firepower forced the remaining armed guards out of the British Museum. Dave called out, "Kevin Balala Abidu, yen #%." Kevin replied, "Wadata Cabula, %yen #%." After driving the guards out of the museum, Dave, the minion with 2 pairs of glasses, walked up to Kevin and exchanged a few words. Soon, all the minions began filing back into the spaceship, getting ready to leave. They hadn't managed to take all the treasures and artifacts from the British Museum. In fact, their ship was nearly overflowing already, so it was time to return. Little Gray changed back to its original form and pulled on a pair of overalls identical to the minions from behind its back. Once inside the spaceship, the sight that greeted them was a dazzling collection of treasures and artifacts, waiting for the last minion to return. Kevin, Bob, Stuart, Dave, and the others began powering up the ship. In no time, the spacecraft lifted off, rising slowly into view of the British Special Forces and police. But in the next instant, before anyone could react, the ship switched to warp speed and vanished from above the British Museum. Halfway through their escape, the ship even engaged its cloaking system, heading towards New York in the United States. Their plan was to return to Skull Island through Jiang Bai's old manor in New York. At that very moment, Jiang Bai was lounging around with his precious treasures when he received a message from the minions, asking him to open the portal. Hearing that the minions were coming back, Jiang Bai's eyes lit up. He was quite curious about what treasures they might bring this time. With a casual wave, a massive blue portal appeared above the New York estate, and the invisible spaceship slipped right through. Instantly, it materialized over Skull Island Manor, descending slowly into the estate as its cloaking faded. Jiang Bai led Wanda and the others to the ship's entrance. Moments later, the hatch opened with a slow hiss. Suddenly, a flash of red darted past Jiang Bai. In the blink of an eye, Little Gray was snatched up, suspended midair, as Red Wolf glared at him, her eyes blazing with fury. Little Gray shrank back, saying nothing, clearly intimidated. He stared in awe at the flames flickering in Red Wolf's eyes, astonished to realize they were real fire. With that, Jiang Bai guided everyone inside the ship, only to be greeted by mountains of treasure and priceless artifacts. Gold and gemstones were heaped together in dazzling piles. Ceramics and paintings, however, were arranged neatly off to the side. They had already been carefully sorted. This took Jiang Bai by surprise. He'd expected the minions to simply dump everything inside. Instead, each piece had been thoughtfully placed, sorted by type. He picked up a beautifully crafted artifact, examined it, then gently set it down. These were relics from China's glorious past, treasures once housed in the old summer palace. Among them, he even spotted several of the legendary 12 bronze animal heads. But the collection wasn't limited to Chinese treasures. Jiang Bai noticed a pharaoh's scepter and other rare items from distant lands, relics from nations all over the world. Wanda and her friends, meanwhile, were excitedly searching online, identifying each piece one by one. Once satisfied, Jiang Bai simply left the ship. Wanda, Lorna, and Clarice were having the time of their lives, picking through the treasures. Emma and Mary, however, seemed far less interested. As for Red Wolf, who had been so furious earlier, she now stood mesmerized by a handful of sparkling jewels, unable to put them down. Just as she hesitated, torn between desire and uncertainty, Mary noticed and approached her with a gentle smile. "Red Wolf, if you want them, take them. It's no big deal. We're family, and Jiang won't mind. If there's anything in particular you'd like, just say the word. The minions would be thrilled to, well, they love this sort of thing. All right, thank you. We are family, after all. Red Wolf looked up, meeting Mary's sincere gaze, and smiled as she accepted a few treasures, her voice light and easy. She thought back on her life in this world, free of worry, never lacking food or nutrition for Little Gray, and able to travel wherever she wished. It was a life countless times better than the endless grasslands of her past. And hearing Mary call them family stirred something deep inside her, a warm, unexpected sense of belonging. After the minions returned, the entire manor was once again filled with laughter, chatter, and the occasional bit of chaos. They could stir up more mischief than Tom and Jerry ever could. Maybe not quite as skillfully, but certainly with no less enthusiasm. And there were so many of them, especially since Tom and Jerry could join in and play alongside the minions. When they all got going, the whole manor seemed to tremble with excitement. Fortunately, their antics were usually confined to Tom and Jerry's villa. Even if the villa got completely wrecked, Merlin would simply step in and use his time magic to restore it to its original state. Meanwhile, Tony, Reed, Suri, and Zhao Hailuan were deeply engrossed in research on Mudo's genes. They were so absorbed in their experiments that they didn't even notice Jiang Bai's arrival. Jiang Bai, for his part, didn't mind. After confirming that everyone was in good health, he left them to their work. The Mudo gene wasn't something owned exclusively by the Illuminati. Other countries had managed to obtain samples from the battlefield as well. The same was true of Godzilla's genes. During the previous joint attacks by various countries, both Godzilla and Mudo had been wounded and bled. Naturally, their blood left on the battlefield contained their genetic material. Sakura was the first to acquire it, but there was no way they could keep it all to themselves. Pressured by the international community, they were forced to hand most of it over to the major powers, though it was out of the question for certain organizations. Take Hydra, for instance, which hadn't been completely wiped out yet. They tried to get their hands on Mudo's genes from Sakura, but the samples were guarded with utmost security. An entire division was stationed outside the laboratory, with an array of powerful weaponry and equipment. Tanks, missile carriers, armored vehicles, and armed helicopters all on standby. These forces were enough to fight a war, and they were stationed right outside the lab. Not even Hydra could sneak in a spy, let alone launch a direct assault. Besides, Tony and the others from the Illuminati had already swept through and eliminated threats beforehand. How could Hydra's firepower possibly compete with that of a nation? If they still had their sky carrier, maybe there'd be a chance. But now, with nothing left, there was no way they could forcibly seize the genes of Mudo or Godzilla. Even now, many countries around the world were eager to obtain the giant monster corpses in Jiang Bai's possession, but all they could do was make public appeals from afar. No one dared to target the members or families of the Illuminati, not even before Jiang Bai's warning during his livestream. They simply didn't dare. The Illuminati now stood above all other powers on Earth. To truly anger them would mean the unification of the entire planet under their rule. No nation could resist. So whether it was the permanent members of the Security Council or the United Nations as a whole, none dared act. Even America, usually so restless, hadn't entertained any such ideas. After all, the Illuminati's headquarters was now on American soil, and many of its members were Americans themselves. That tie alone made it even less likely for them to provoke the Illuminati. Somewhere in a distant galaxy, a vast and mighty fleet was gliding through the expanse of space. At its center, the largest warship loomed, black as the void, bristling with countless cannons. Trailing behind were warships of every conceivable class, alongside swarms of smaller craft, altogether forming a force of overwhelming power. The Space Stone is on Earth. Which of you will retrieve it? Master, Earth's Sorcerer Supreme, and Odin of Asgard are still present. Our strength is not yet sufficient to enter Earth undetected by them. Don't worry. Someone will keep them occupied. Just proceed directly to Earth. Yes, I am willing to go. So, am I. Count me in. The voices echoed through an empty, cavernous palace, its high ceiling dimly lit by flickering lamps that cast eerie shadows all around. Seated upon the throne, a massive figure slowly spoke to the assembly below. In the faint light, he could be seen clad in armor forged from an unknown metal, his frame immense and imposing, his skin a deep shade of purple. He was none other than the tyrant of the cosmos, Thanos. Thanos, also known as the Mad Titan, was born among the Eternals of Titan. His power was unparalleled, possessing strength, endurance, resilience, and agility beyond compare. His skin was nearly invulnerable, especially when faced with cold, heat, electricity, radiation, poison, aging, or disease. Even before he was cursed with immortality by his unrequited love, the goddess of death, Thanos could survive without food or sustenance. His mind, too, was nearly invincible, granting him immunity to most forms of psychic assault. At will, he could unleash waves of energy, or fire plasma, or cosmic blast from his hands and eyes. Standing 6 feet 7 inches tall, over 2 meters, and weighing nearly 1,000 pounds, he cut an imposing figure. Thanos' purple skin was marked by a massive, ridged chin, and his physique was the embodiment of power. He typically wore a suit of blue and gold, adorned with golden pauldrons, short golden boots, and a helmet set with a gleaming gem. A master strategist, Thanos possessed knowledge far beyond the science of Earth, versed in all the divine philosophies of the Eternals. He wielded artifacts of unimaginable power, such as the Cosmic Cube, the Infinity Gauntlet, and the Infinity Stones, and sometimes traveled atop a floating throne bristling with weaponry, capable of traversing the galaxy. Now, Thanos had embarked on his quest to gather the Infinity Stones, yet he had not abandoned his vision of universal balance. On every world he encountered, half would die, and half would live. Having long since learned the location of the Space Stone, his impatience to seize it grew with every passing moment. Yet he dare not set foot on Earth lightly. The reason, of course, was the presence of the Sorcerer Supreme of Kamar-Taj, the Ancient One, and Odin, the All-Father and ruler of the 9 realms. Both wield powers at the level of cosmic patriarchs, far beyond what he could currently contend with. Thus, he had no choice but to seek another path. He began gathering the rest of the Infinity Stones, as well as forging a weapon capable of harnessing and unleashing their combined power. At this moment, he already possessed the Mind Stone. Standing below were his 5 most formidable lieutenants: Thanos' Black Order, Corvus Glaive, Proxima Midnight, Cull Obsidian, Ebony Maw, and Supergiant. Just moments ago, Ebony Maw, Cull Obsidian, and Supergiant had volunteered to go to Earth and seize the Space Stone. All 3 possessed extraordinary abilities, especially Supergiant, a character who did not appear in the movie timeline. In the comics, Ebony Maw was the most terrifying member of the Black Order. As one of Thanos' loyal servants, he played a pivotal role during Thanos' invasion of Earth. Using his supreme powers of persuasion and manipulation, he took control of Doctor Strange's mind and, like a parasite, infiltrated others' thoughts. Through Doctor Strange, he uncovered many secrets of the Illuminati. Later, Ebony Maw betrayed Thanos. He found Thanos' son, Thane, and manipulated him into defeating his own father. Afterwards, Ebony Maw helped Thane carve out his own domain in the universe. But eventually, both were captured by Corvus Glaive. Sensing danger, Ebony Maw shifted the blame onto Thane and thus earned Corvus Glaive's forgiveness. After that, Ebony Maw vanished into the cosmos, never to be seen again. Telekinesis. Ebony Maw possessed formidable telekinetic powers, so much so that even the Sorcerer Supreme, Doctor Strange, struggled to match him. However, as events later revealed, Doctor Strange was not truly defeated by Ebony Maw. Rather, he was caught off guard by abilities he had never encountered before and was unable to counter in time. Vast knowledge. In the film timeline, Ebony Maw demonstrated an impressive command of knowledge, once operating machinery aboard Thanos' ship to interrogate Nebula. Cull Obsidian, another member of the Black Order, stood apart from the other outlaws serving Thanos. Unlike the rest, Cull Obsidian swore loyalty to Thanos out of necessity, hoping to secure the survival of his own species. His abilities included superhuman strength and skin as tough as iron. Supergiant was once an orphan. Just as she was about to end her own life, Thanos found her. He promised her the death she so desperately desired, if only she would serve him. Driven by this promise, Supergiant became fiercely loyal to Thanos. In the comics, she relayed psychic information directly to Thanos. During his invasion of Earth, she used her mind control to seize Black Bolt, leader of the Inhumans, and set him against the Avengers. Yet in the end, the Inhuman called Lockjaw used teleportation to banish Supergiant and an about-to-detonate bomb into deep space. Consumed by flames from the explosion, Supergiant perished, her ambitions dying with her. Her abilities included mind control, telepathy, psychic transmission, and memory theft. So the 3 of you will go to Earth to seize the Space Stone. Take this Mind Stone with you. Yes, Master. All 3 in unison. Thanos regarded Ebony Maw and the others with a calm expression, speaking slowly. Then he handed the only Infinity Stone in his possession to Supergiant. In her hands, the Mind Stone could unleash its greatest potential. Combined with her own powers, it would make her all the more formidable. Before long, a small warship separated from the fleet and sped toward Earth in the Milky Way. Odin sat upon the throne of his palace, slowly opening his eyes. His gaze pierced through the palace walls, reaching out into the cosmos. With a soft sigh in his heart, he summoned Thor to the palace using his divine power. The fluctuations in the timeline and the unrest in the universe had already alerted him to the Mad Titan's movements. If Heimdall could survey the 9 realms and the universe with his eyes alone, then, as the All-Father, Odin certainly could as well. Now, the Mad Titan's sights were clearly set on Earth, Midgard, one of the 9 realms, and under Odin's dominion. Though he rarely intervened in its affairs, it was because of the silent agreement with Kamar-Taj. Both sides understood each other well. Moreover, a man named Jeongbi had recently appeared on Earth, a presence so notable that even Odin deemed it worthwhile to forge a relationship with him. Thus, he decided to send Thor to Earth. This would also give Thor a chance to make himself known to Jeongbi. Their previous encounters and bonds were hardly enough. Soon, Thor strode into the gilded palace with the confident steps of a warrior, approaching the open area before the throne. He knelt on one knee and paid his respects to Odin. "Father, why have you summoned me?" "Thor, Earth is on the brink of crisis. You must depart for Earth at once. Help them avert disaster, and above all, befriend Jeongbi. This concerns the future of Asgard." Jeong? He's a Midgardian. How could he possibly be connected to Asgard's future? This is not the time for explanations. One day you'll understand. Go now, and if needed, call upon Heimdall for assistance. Well, all right. Actually, I was hoping to have a drink with Jeong and Tony anyway. Though Odin's words puzzled Thor, he agreed nonetheless, and left in high spirits. Watching Thor dash out, Odin's face remained serene. Though Thor had grown much, he was still not ready to shoulder the full weight of Asgard. Moments later, Thor appeared atop the Bifrost Bridge of Asgard. Heimdall, having already received Odin's command, prepared to open the bridge as soon as Thor arrived. A dazzling rainbow beam erupted, surging into the cosmos and shooting straight toward New York on Earth. A thunderous boom echoed through the universe. A brilliant rainbow beam shot down from the sky, and from within it strode a burly man clad in shining armor. The sight sparked instant panic among the crowd. People scattered in every direction, while shopkeepers rushed to slam their doors shut. Thor watched all this unfold, momentarily stunned, unsure what to do next. Just then, a blue portal shimmered into existence right before him. On the other side was Jeongbi, teasing some minions. When Thor saw Jeongbi, a smile spread across his face. Without hesitation, he stepped through the portal. The gateway snapped shut behind him, and Thor vanished from New York, leaving only a glimmering imprint of the Bifrost on the ground. "Thor, what brings you to Earth so suddenly? Here to visit your little girlfriend?" "What? No, it's nothing like that with Jane. Don't get the wrong idea. My father sent me here this time. He warned me that Earth is facing a crisis, and asked me to come help." "A crisis? Odin's idea of a crisis? Didn't he say what kind of crisis it was?" I forgot to ask." "Well, thank you so much for that. Come on, let's head to Kamar-Taj. We can check in on your brother Loki while we're there. He's been studying magic at Kamar-Taj lately." "Loki? Sound good. Now that you mention it, it's been a while since I've seen him." Jeongbi couldn't help but roll his eyes at Thor's awkward expression, though a suspicion was already forming in his mind. Still, for Odin to call it crisis, it had to be something serious, and that made Jeongbi uneasy. He decided to ask the Ancient One at Kamar-Taj for advice. If his hunch was right, another Infinity Stone might soon arrive on Earth. Leading Thor through another portal, they arrived at Kamar-Taj. Once again, Jeongbi saw Mordo teaching a group of apprentice sorcerers. Without pausing, Jeongbi guided Thor straight to the Ancient One's chambers. Soon, they entered a quiet room where the Ancient One was deep in meditation. This puzzled Jeongbi. He couldn't sense the faint pressure that the Ancient One used to emanate. Though she never deliberately projected her power as a being of celestial might, her very presence was always imposing. Given his own power, Jeongbi was especially sensitive to the threat the Ancient One once posed. Yet, standing before her now, he felt nothing of the sort. The discrepancy left him deeply unsettled. Suddenly, a wave of psychic energy swept across all of Kamar-Taj. Sensing something was off, Jeongbi's patience snapped. He shot the Ancient One a wary, almost hostile glare. Meanwhile, Thor looked on with wide-eyed curiosity and a hint of respect. It wasn't every day he met someone on par with his own father. Crash! In the next instant, a scarlet beam of energy shot out and struck the Ancient One, sending her flying across the room. The sudden attack from Jeongbi left Thor dumbfounded. Instinctively, he raised Mjolnir, bracing for a counterattack from the Ancient One, though he still had no idea why Jeongbi had suddenly launched his assault. But Thor stood firmly by Jeongbi's side. At over 1,500 years old, there was no way he could truly appear so naive. Most of the time, he simply had no interest in scheming or plotting. In Asgard, his father was the All-Father, and his mother the Queen. His father, Odin, was also the most powerful, Thor himself was the god of thunder, wielding a legendary weapon, and had fought countless battles. His strength was undeniable. Only his younger brother Loki played tricks on him all day, but even so, Loki was still his brother. No matter what Loki did, Thor would always treat him as family. Within Asgard, there was hardly any need for cunning or intrigue. In Asgard, Odin's word was law. As Odin's son, and now the crown prince, no other god dared to plot against him, unless they could surpass Odin's power. So Thor had grown accustomed to being carefree and open-hearted. But when it mattered, he would never hesitate. Setting aside Odin's guidance, Thor had already considered Jeongbai a true friend in his heart. From every perspective, he would always side with Jeongbai. Loki, if you keep this up, you might just get yourself killed. Ahem, how did you spot me? My illusions have improved so much. The Ancient One is a being on par with the All-Father. She gives me a sense of real threat. Can you really compare? At best, you're just copying her manner. Well, hi, my foolish brother. I didn't expect you to show up too. Here to see me make a fool of myself. Hey, don't say that. We're brothers, aren't we? Jeongbai calmly turned to the Ancient One and spoke. Suddenly, a flash of green light swept across the Ancient One's form, and Loki's appearance was revealed to everyone. Clearly, the Ancient One just now had been Loki in disguise, explaining why Jeongbai had attacked. At that moment, a spark flickered in the air, and a portal opened. The real Ancient One stepped out, a faint, knowing smile on her lips. Obviously, she was well aware that Loki had taken on her form moments before. Master, it seems Loki's talents are quite remarkable. I'm surprised you allow him such freedom. That's one way to put it. His potential is exceptional. If he were a bit younger, he might even surpass Stephen Strange someday. That's impressive. I'm here today because of Thor. Odin spoke of a coming crisis, and I believe you know what he meant. You must understand, the Infinity Stones are all connected. You tell me, what is the crisis? So, it's just as I suspected. Even with Loki here, what must come will come. I just wonder if it'll be the Chitauri fleet again this time. Jeongbai paused for a moment at the answer, but he showed no real concern. The Earth of today was nothing like before. Now, the Illuminati was far stronger than the old Avengers, and with mutants and Titan beasts, there was no need to fear the Chitauri fleet. The only noteworthy point is this. Since changes have occurred on Earth, would Thanos still be the same as before? After dropping Thor off at Kamartaj, Jeongbai returned to his own estate through a portal and with a flicker slipped into the shadow dimension. Upon entering the shadow dimension, he saw two Mudo eggs voraciously devouring and absorbing the dark energy around them. This piqued Jeongbai's curiosity, since these creatures were known for feeding on nuclear radiation. Yet here they were, consuming the very essence of darkness. Just then, Jeongbai suddenly sensed a faint consciousness reaching out to greet him. Perplexed, he surveyed his surroundings, finally fixing his gaze on the two Mudo eggs. Once he was certain, his astonishment only grew. The two Mudos were actually able to reach out to him through the shadow dimension, sending him faint impressions of their thoughts. It was utterly unbelievable. Until now, the only beings who could transmit consciousness through the shadow dimension were the Shadow Soldiers, and even then, only a select few. This meant that the two little Mudos nestled inside those eggs had already become something akin to the Shadow Soldiers. Using his authority as the Dimension's master, Jeongbai sensed the two young Mudos' loyalty. They now belonged to the world of shadows. They had gained the ability to move and manifest within the shadows themselves, and even if they were to die in the outside world, they could be resurrected here in the shadow dimension. This discovery thrilled Jeongbai. Now, he had two powerful, immortal warriors at his command, creatures that could eventually grow into colossal beasts weighing tens of thousands of tons. He summoned the surrounding dark energy, channeling it toward the two eggs before leaving the shadow dimension. For now, the young Mudos weren't ready to hatch. When Jeongbai arrived in the underground base beneath his estate, he found Grey Wolf operating robotic arms, constructing a spaceship. A warship of vibranium, far more massive than any helicarrier, was taking shape in the subterranean workshop under Grey Wolf's meticulous control. The original intention behind building this warship was to be prepared for possible journeys into space, or perhaps even to other universes. In short, it might never be needed, but it couldn't be absent. The vibranium for this project was produced by a metal converter. It wasn't made from Wakanda's vibranium. First, Jeongbai had no wish for others to learn he was building a cosmic warship, and second, Wakanda would never part with so much of its prized metal. The metal converter had been created through the combined efforts of Tom and Jerry. This marvelous device could transform any metal into the desired one, so long as a sample was provided. Thus, several hundred tons of gold from Jeongbai's system inventory were converted into vibranium, along with other common metals, all repurposed to forge the cosmic warship. With Grey Wolf around, he wasn't the least bit worried about the battleship's performance. Not only was Grey Wolf here, but most of the minions had gathered as well, all lending a hand in the construction. Sometimes they would fool around, but overall, they still managed to be helpful. Grey Wolf, how's King Kong's new battle armor coming along? I have a feeling we'll need it pretty soon. It's already finished. The entire suit is equipped with a gravity system, so you can't feel any weight at all when you wear it.